Before you start listening, please don't forget to like. Who exactly is saying that the human fruit is the worst? Male, One Piece, transmigration, leadership, action, adventure, comedy, drama, fanfiction, fantasy. The rating has just come out and is still quite low. Please don't scroll away. Soul travels back 53 years to the time of Locks. He traveled back in time to One Piece, but it was a full 53 years too early. He obtained a devil fruit by a twist of fate. It looks like a pomegranate, so it's definitely not a human fruit. I thought destiny was on my side. One bite and it's a jellyfish fruit? Omega D Omega. It tops the list of 3 wastes from the sea, land, and air. Looking at the guy next door, who was selling fruit, I shed tears of sympathy. Forget it, even if I can't become the Pirate King, I'll still be the coolest guy on the sea. My jellyfish pirate crew is the bane of all fancy tricks. 1. Number 1 West Sea Madman. Chapter 1. West Blue Madman. Robbery. I am the captain of the brainless pirates, men to the left, women to the right. Anything in between, stand in the middle, hand it over. Dividing line. The salty, fishy sea breeze mixed with the pungent smell of gunpowder filled Ribera Sammy's nostrils. At this moment, he was sitting dazedly at the bow of the ship, watching the chaotic scene of a life and death struggle before him, as if it were a play unfolding that had nothing to do with him. A sailor fighting an enemy caught sight of this seemingly defenseless fool. Perfect opportunity, the sailor sneered, felling his opponent with a slash, and charged forward. The cutlass in his hand, whistling with ill intent, sliced directly towards Sammy's left shoulder. Sammy almost instinctively threw himself backward, his back hitting the deck. At the same time, his foot kicked towards the sailor's right hand holding the weapon, knocking it from his grasp. Quite the opponent you picked. A smirk tugged at the corner of Sammy's mouth. The next second, under the attacker's horrified gaze, Sammy executed a kip up, leapt into the air, and caught the flying cutlass. Landing with a forceful stance, Sammy's tall frame cast a long shadow. His icy gaze locked onto the sailor before him. The sailor's sneer froze on his face. That cold stare made him feel as if he'd been targeted by a sea king. His legs began to tremble uncontrollably. Monster. Sammy didn't give him any more chances. He raised his foot and delivered a swift, powerful straight kick squarely to the man's chest. With a dull thud, the sailor flew backward like a broken kite, crashing heavily against the base of the mast and losing consciousness. Sammy weighed the captured cutlass in his hand, his eyes sharpening. He finally joined the fray. Sammy's sword swings were devoid of wasted motion. Each parry sent a numbing shock through his opponent's arm. Often, a single strike would either disarm his foe or send them stumbling to the ground. Amidst the flashing blades, one enemy after another fell with cries of agony, either knocked unconscious by the flat of his blade or kicked with broken ribs. Rendered incapable of fighting, Sammy was like a tiger among sheep. Wherever he charged, resistance crumbled. Soon, the last minor leader was also knocked down by a blow from the back of his blade and pinned firmly by several sailors. The battle was over. Quick, tie them all up, check if any are playing dead. No orders from Sammy were needed. The experienced sailors had already begun spontaneously cleaning up the battlefield, using thick ropes to bind the unconscious and surrendered enemy sailors securely. Sammy returned to his position at the bow. A sailor who looked like an executive stepped forward and reported respectfully, "Boss, we've scoured every corner of this octopus gang ship clean." Sammy nodded, his voice calm and steady. "Lock all the captured octopus gang members in the bottom hold. As for the treasure," he paused, his gaze sweeping over the crew members who were all ears. A faint, almost imperceptible smile touched his lips. "Same as always. Move it all onto our deck first. I'll handle the distribution. Ooh, long live Captain Sammy." Sammy looked at this group of men whose faces were twisted with excitement from plunder and killing, and his thoughts involuntarily drifted far away 1 year ago. He was still called Li Wei, just an ordinary high school student who had only encountered the golden guide to crossing into another world on his way to school. When he woke again, he found himself lying on a beach. Not only was his body no longer his own, but the world had completely changed. It wasn't until he picked up a few tattered wanted posters on the beach and saw the barely legible words "Dead or Alive" that he realized with a jolt he had crossed into the world of the Pirate King. He followed signs of life to a nearby town. The townsfolk seemed to recognize this face, calling him Ribera Sammy. From the fragments of conversation around him, he pieced together the original owner's life. The original owner was a standard 3 without individual. No parents, no partner, no job. A complete and utter vagrant. Fine, a vagrant is a vagrant. At least I need to survive first. That's what he thought back then, especially since his stomach was already growling with hunger. To make a living, Sammy started working odd jobs. As a vagrant, his reputation had already been ruined by his original self, so he could only get the lowest, most grueling manual labor. He found work loading cargo at the docks. Toiling under the scorching sun all day, his shoulders rubbed raw and bloody, he earned a crumpled few hundred berries. Just as he clutched the money, overjoyed at finally being able to buy something to fill his belly, a few burly men with viper tattoos sauntered over and blocked his path. "Hey kid, new here? Know the rules? This dock is under the Viper Gang's management." The leader, a Scarface, held out his hand. The meaning couldn't be clearer. Lee Wei, Sammy, instinctively tightened his grip on the money. It was a day's worth of blood and sweat. This is what I earned. Slap. A sharp slap sent stars flashing before his eyes, his cheek burning with pain. Before he could even react, a heavy punch landed in his gut. Sour fluid rushed up his throat, and he doubled over, collapsing to the ground. "Earned? Me letting you earn here is the rule." Scarface stepped on the hand clutching the money, grinding it under his foot. He pried open Lee Wei's fingers one by one and snatched away the few hundred berries. The other laborers busy around them averted their faces and quickened their pace. Only faint snickers and pointing fingers could be heard. Humiliation, pain, but what he felt more keenly was a savagery he had never experienced in his peaceful world. It made his whole body tremble. He thought of the Marines representing justice in the comics. Enduring the pain, he ran to the town's Marine branch. Stammering, he reported the robbery and beating to the Marine on guard duty. The Marine soldier listened impatiently, then snorted with derision. "The Viper Gang? They maintain order at the dock. What's wrong with collecting a management fee? Scram, don't block the way." With that, he actually shoved him and added a couple of kicks, sending him tumbling down the steps. Lee Wei fell into the dust. Before he could get up, a shadow loomed over him. Scarface and his crew were leaning against the branch's outer wall, cigarettes dangling from their mouths, watching him with grins. Well, kid. Got guts, huh? No to go to the Marines?" Scarface squatted down, patting his face. Quote, "Don't you know, we and the gentlemen inside are all one big happy family? You're just giving me a laugh." Fists and feet rained down again, heavier and longer than before. He could only curl up, holding his head, the taste of blood filling his mouth. Finally, after a few spits landed on him, the gang swaggered away. In the following days, similar bullying became routine. He tried hiding, tried changing jobs, but the Viper Gang's tentacles were everywhere. Most of his hard-earned money was taken. Beatings and insults were frequent. His dignity was thoroughly trampled into the mud. That soul from the modern world, in the day-to-day despair and rage, was finally steeped in icy hatred. Since this world has no reason, no justice, he looked at his own bruised and swollen reflection in the water. The last trace of warmth in his eyes extinguished. No longer would he just passively endure. He began to use the theoretical knowledge he'd accumulated from a lifetime of watching anime in his previous life. Ambushes, traps, human weak points, psychological intimidation. He observed the shift change patterns at that small Viper Gang outpost, memorizing the faces and habits of every thug. He collected discarded nails, broken glass, using rags and a half can of lamp oil he found to craft the crudest weapons. The night of revenge arrived. He slipped into the outpost like a shadow. Using darkness and confusion, traps and sneak attacks, he took down 2 isolated thugs. But there were more people inside the outpost than he anticipated. The commotion quickly drew a large number of enemies. Fighting while retreating, he gained several new wounds. At a corridor corner, he bumped squarely into 3 ragged men. "Don't kill us." One of the older men trembled as he raised his hands. Bruises covered their faces and bodies, their eyes filled with terror. "Help us, we were also their victims." They had seen Sammy's ferocity in charging into the Viper Gang outpost alone, begging for even a sliver of his aid. Sammy panted heavily. "Help you? I can barely protect myself right now. If you want to live, pick up a weapon yourselves. Either way, we might die. Better to drag a few down with us than kneel and beg for mercy." Perhaps his words ignited the last shred of fighting spirit in the 3 men. Perhaps their pent-up hatred for the Viper Gang finally exploded. They frantically picked up scattered wooden clubs and broken bottles from the ground and fell in behind Sammy. The 4 of them fought and retreated, fleeing in panic through the labyrinthine outpost, searching for an exit, but the Viper Gang members were fully alerted now, converging from all directions. Shouts and footsteps grew closer. "This way, hurry." Cornered, they slammed into a heavy wooden door that was slightly ajar, burst through, and immediately used their bodies to hold it shut, sliding the bolt home. Frenzied pounding and curses immediately erupted from the other side. Temporarily safe but also completely trapped, The four of them leaned against the door, gasping for breath, sweat mingling with blood and grime dripping down. Only then, by the faint moonlight filtering through an air vent, did they get a clear look at their temporary refuge. This was clearly no ordinary storage room. Crates were stacked around, some with lids open, revealing the gleam of gold coins and jewelry inside. A few decent-looking weapons and artifacts hung on the walls. This was the Viper Gang's room for storing valuables. Money, so much money. One companion stared dazedly at the treasure, but his eyes soon dimmed again. What use was it now? They couldn't even get out the door. Stop staring like idiots, look for any weapons we can use, guns, knives, anything. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Sammy quickly rummaged through the room. He kicked open a few crates. Most contained gold and silverware or fabrics. He yanked open a drawer. Nothing. His gaze swept anxiously until it finally landed on an exquisitely crafted wooden box placed separately in a corner. He rushed over and opened the box. Inside, there were no hope for swords or flintlocks. Instead, nestled on dark velvet, lay a fruit. It was covered in spiral patterns, had an eerie pink hue all over, and was shaped somewhat like a pomegranate. It didn't look very fresh, even a bit shriveled, but those peculiar patterns and color seemed to subtly draw the eye under the moonlight, as if alive. A devil fruit. With such a distinctive appearance, it absolutely couldn't be the human fruit. But what ability specifically? Unknown. Eating it would make you a landlubber. Bang bang crack. The door bolt groaned under the strain. Cracks began to appear in the wooden door. His companions cried out in despair, futilely trying to reinforce the barricade. No time left. Unknown power, possibly a curse. But it was the only thing before him that might break this deadlock. Wait passively for death? Or gamble everything and swallow this demon's gift? A flicker of madness passed through Sammy's eyes. He grabbed the pink fruit. Facing the cracking wooden door and the shadowy figures of his enemies beyond, he roared with all his might, as if declaring to fate, and to his former self, "Viper Gang want my life? Then let's see who goes to hell first." He opened his mouth wide and took a savage bite. An indescribable, terrifying taste, like rotten sludge mixed with every foul stench in the world, exploded in his mouth. His stomach convulsed violently. He almost vomited instantly, but he clamped a hand over his mouth, eyes bloodshot, forcing himself to swallow. One bite, then another. Boom. A searing, bizarre, seemingly living force detonated like a bomb in the deepest part of his being, raging wildly through his blood vessels and nerves. At the same moment, the warehouse door was smashed open. Vicious-looking thugs wielding axes and torches surged in. Found them, kill. The words cut off abruptly. Everyone who had rushed and stared in horror at the center of the room. There, Ribera Sammy's body was undergoing a terrifying transformation. His skin became semi-transparent, his body's outline seeming to undulate slightly. From the tips of his fingers, a viscous, slippery liquid continuously seeped and dripped. Even more bizarre, his eyes, in the dim light, actually reflected a faint, bioluminescent glow like that of a deep-sea creature. Monster. Screams of fear echoed through the warehouse. And Sammy, feeling the surging new power within him, slowly raised his mutating arm. He looked at the faces that had brought him endless humiliation and stretched his lips into a smile devoid of any warmth. No one knew for sure what happened in that warehouse that night. The next morning, when nearby residents noticed something amiss, they found the outpost deathly silent. Inside and outside that warehouse, the bodies of all the pursuers lay strewn about. They bore almost no obvious wounds from sharp weapons, but their deaths were extremely bizarre and horrifying. Each one had eyes wide open, bloodshot, faces twisted in extreme agony. Their lips and fingernails showed an ominous deep purple. Their muscles were unnaturally spasmed and rigid, as if they had experienced unimaginable torment in the instant of death. And Ribera Sammy and the three survivors, along with a portion of the outpost's treasure and a small boat, had long since vanished without a trace. The news spread quietly, carrying fear and bewilderment. No one cared where that insignificant vagrant kid had gone. They only knew a Viper Gang outpost had been erased in a strange and cruel manner. From that day on, Ribera Sammy was truly born. With his initial followers, he sailed the stolen boat into the vast expanse of the West Blue. And as for now, Sammy pulled back his wandering thoughts. His gaze fell upon the pirate flag fluttering at his ship's bow, bearing a skull and crossed cutlasses. Yes, they had become pirates. 2. Number 2 Captain's Rules. Chapter 2, The Captain's Rules. In the West Blue, where mafia influence was deeply entrenched, being a pirate seemed somewhat non-mainstream. However, in Sammy's view, the essence of both the mafia and pirates was the law of the jungle, evil forces where the only difference lay in their range of activity, one primarily on land, the other primarily at sea. It's just that identity changes a person so much. Sammy watched his companions, who were once equally oppressed and seemed honest and simple, gradually become fierce, greedy, and bellicose after putting on pirate bandanas, becoming completely different people from their past selves. Captain Sammy, everything has been moved onto our ship. What about this ship? Do we scuttle it according to the old rules? The inquiry from a subordinate sailor interrupted Sammy's reminiscence. Sink it, Sammy answered without hesitation. Why not tow it to a port and sell it? This ship looks quite valuable. A sailor muttered softly with a look of regret on his face. Clearly, he was a newcomer who had just joined the ship. Sammy glanced at him and explained, "This is an octopus gang ship. See that figurehead? The giant octopus tentacles and its unique hull, like a low-profile assault ship. In these waters, that's the symbol of the octopus gang. Their ships can't be passed off as ordinary merchant vessels just by removing the flag. Towing this kind of pirate ship into any port is equivalent to telling everyone that we robbed the octopus gang. We can't do something so stupid as to go looking for trouble." While the current Sammy needed money to support this large group of subordinates, he wasn't so stupid as to prioritize money over his life. Therefore, as per custom, ships of this type were all scuttled. Gold and silver jewelry were piled like small mountains on the deck, their reflected light dazzling the eyes. But Sammy knew in his heart that these shiny things were only a part of the income, and not even the largest part. What truly sustained the operation of his team were the weapons that could be resold once the bloodstains were wiped off, as well as the dejected captives in the hold who would be shackled and turned into commodities to be sold to slave groups. Of course, he wouldn't sell these mafia members directly to local slave groups in the West Blue. He had once nearly suffered a major loss because he tried to take the easy way out. Initially, when he had just started the slave trade business, he tried to dispose of the captured mafia members locally in the West Blue. As a result, the news leaked extremely fast. Not only was he nearly cornered in the port by local thugs who had heard the news, but the ship's hull also took several cannonballs. He had to pay a significant price to break through the encirclement in a pathetic state. Having learned his lesson, Sammy thoroughly understood that in the West Blue, where mafia forces were deeply interconnected, selling stolen goods locally was the same as walking into a trap. Thus, he could only abandon the idea of selling slaves there. It wasn't until 6 months ago that Sammy happened to establish a connection with the Sabodi archipelago. Sammy transformed himself into the uppermost part of this dark industrial chain, acting as the manufacturer. Although a layer of profit would be stripped away by middlemen, it was safe and discreet, greatly reducing the risk of retaliation from the West Blue Mafia. After all, it was essentially a business with no overhead costs, so he couldn't have too many demands. His current strength wasn't enough. If his influence grew in the future, perhaps he could achieve direct sales and transport the goods straight to the Sabodi archipelago, but that was a matter for the future. At this moment, his attention returned to the deck laden with loot. Looking at the subordinates lined up before him, staring eagerly at the pile of treasure, Sammy took a deep breath and began the most important part after every battle, the distribution of spoils. As a high school student whose soul came from the modern world, his heart still retained a full measure of passion and loyalty. My brothers risked their lives with me. How could I treat them poorly? This was the philosophy he had always upheld. Therefore, whether in the mafia circles of the West Blue or among pirate groups, Ribera Sammy's reputation was exceptionally loud, not because of cruelty, but because of his famous generosity and fairness. This also led to a situation where, whenever he needed to recruit newcomers, there were always large numbers of fellows eager for wealth and a wise leader who would fight tooth and nail to join his pirate crew. He picked up the merit log prepared by his subordinates. Let's start the distribution rewards based on merit, a share for everyone. Long live Captain Sammy. Amidst the deafening cheers of the crew members, the treasures were taken away one by one, and the deck was filled with the happy atmosphere unique to pirates. The crowd gradually dispersed, everyone calculating how to squander this generous reward after reaching the next island. Hans, Sammy called out loudly. A thin, small man immediately squeezed out of the crowd and jogged over to Sammy. He was the ship's navigator, nicknamed Sea Weasel, and he knew the situation of every route and island reef in the West Blue like the back of his hand. Captain, you were looking for me? Which is the closest? Sammy asked, rubbing his chin. Island suitable for us to dock at? We need to rest and reorganize for a while. Hans answered almost without thinking. It's Barrel Island. Captain, according to the current wind speed and heading, we can arrive by the day after tomorrow at the latest. He grinned, revealing a gold-inlaid front tooth. There's a decent small town on that island where we can replenish fresh water and food as long as we have money, and there are some taverns in town. But most importantly, there is no marine branch stationed on the island, only a few insignificant local gangs that pose no threat to us. Barrel Island sounds like a good name. Sammy nodded, satisfied with the answer. Quote, "All right, we'll go there." He stood up again and clapped his hands. The crew members laughing and playing on the deck immediately fell silent. Brothers target, Barrel Island. We arrive the day after tomorrow. There are no Marines on the island, so everyone can relax to your heart's content. Do you all still remember our ship's old rules? We remember. The crew members' answers were uneven. Quote, "Don't rob civilians. Buying things costs money. When looking for girls, look carefully and pay attention to hygiene." Someone shouted at the top of their lungs, causing a burst of laughter. "Very good. Since we've distributed the money this time, we'll stay on the island for 3 days. Everyone bring your berries and have a blast. Long live Captain Sammy." Sammy waved them off with a laugh and a curse, letting the clamor continue. He knew that while these guys shouted loudly, once they were ashore, he would still need to rely on a few mature and steady executives to keep an eye on them. After the order was given, the pirate ship began to adjust its heading, slowly deviating from its current course and breaking through the waves toward Barrel Island. Sammy listened to the continuous cheers behind him, his lips curling up unconsciously. A mixture of vanity and excitement expanded in his chest. This feeling of having every call answered and being supported by everyone was something he, as an ordinary high school student in his previous life, wouldn't have dared to imagine. He took a deep breath of the air, which carried a salty, fishy smell and the scent of sweat. Indeed, power and a sense of belonging were sometimes more intoxicating than treasure. However, as captain, pleasure always came after responsibility. He turned and walked toward the AFT castle, entering his own captain's quarters. The room wasn't luxurious, but it was very tidy. He locked the door behind him and placed his share of the treasure in a hidden compartment under the bed. Then, he walked to the desk and took out a notebook carefully wrapped in oilcloth from a drawer. Opening the notebook, the records inside were written in Chinese characters that only he could understand. This served as his diary, as well as the fleet's ledger, personnel files, and management manual. He picked up a quill, dipped it in ink, and first wrote the date in the battle record column along with encountered Octopus Gang supply ship, win. Next, under the battle losses section, he wrote down the number of crew members killed in this battle, 11 people. This number concerned how many newcomers he would need to recruit at the next island to fill the vacancies. After a year of exploration, he already knew the optimal crew configuration for this three-masted sailing ship to ensure sailing and combat efficiency without causing unnecessary management chaos due to excessive personnel and rapid resource consumption. 125 people. This was what he considered the golden number. Currently down by 11 people, he needed to replenish to the full amount. Closing the notebook, Sammy rubbed the space between his eyebrows. In this past year, what he had figured out was far more than just personnel numbers. For instance, personnel management and health issues. Speaking of which, he couldn't help but think of the gunner he had asked to leave the ship last quarter. He was a quite capable fellow, but because he couldn't control his urges, he came back with a body full of venereal diseases. Sammy still remembered the way that guy had pleaded bitterly, but what flashed before his eyes were those terrifying illustrations of people deformed by syphilis from history. Therefore, he had almost strict regulations regarding the crew's lifestyle. The crew could go out and indulge. That was a pirate tradition, and he wouldn't stop them. But they had to pay attention to hygiene and use safety measures. Sammy had even found a way to obtain some decent quality sheep intestine products to provide to the crew, and everyone even had their own independent toiletries and utensils. Once a crew member was found to be infected with a venereal disease, there was only one outcome waiting for him: leaving the ship. Of course, Sammy wouldn't cold-bloodedly throw a sick crew member onto a deserted island to fend for himself. According to the rules he had set, he would pay a fairly considerable severance package based on the crew members' past contributions and then let them off at the next inhabited island, allowing them to have money to seek treatment or find another way to make a living. Although most crew members would consciously follow this rule for the sake of this well-paying job, there were always those who couldn't control themselves or harbored a sense of luck. In this past year, no fewer than 10 crew members had been politely asked to leave for crossing this red line. This wasn't because Sammy had moral discrimination or a cleanliness obsession regarding these sailors. It was entirely for his own safety and the safety of the entire team. He knew better than anyone how rampant the spread of such diseases was in the age of sail, especially among pirate groups. He didn't want his fleet to lose personnel or even collapse because of a large-scale disease. More importantly, a thought often circled in his mind. I finally transmigrated into the magnificent world of the Pirate King, with goals of wealth, power, and making a name for myself across the great seas. If I end up dying in such a pathetic way as contracting a venereal disease, it would definitely become the #1 laughingstock among all my fellow transmigrators. After handling these affairs, Sammy leaned back in his chair, his gaze passing through the porthole toward the faint outline of an island on the distant horizon. Barrel Island. I hope this replenishment and rest will go smoothly. He needed to recruit newcomers and also needed to scout out the recent news in the West Blue, especially regarding the movements of the Octopus Gang. After all, he had just scuttled one of their ships, stolen their cargo, and kidnapped their people. 3. Number 3 Bounty Poster in the Tavern. Chapter 3. The Wanted Poster in the Tavern. The voyage was surprisingly smooth. The wind and current seemed to be helping them, and Barrel Island, which was originally scheduled to arrive the day after tomorrow at noon, appeared in the morning mist of the second day. After the lookout signaled, the crew skillfully lowered the Skull Pirate flag and replaced it with an ordinary merchant ship flag, a standard procedure when docking at non-pirate controlled ports. As the ship pulled up to the dock, Sammy stepped onto the gunwale, his body swaying slightly with the ship's motion. His gaze swept over the eager faces on the deck, and he let out a laugh and a curse. Look at you lot, your souls have already drifted off to the tavern, haven't they? The crew burst into a knowing laughter. Listen up, everyone. Sammy stopped smiling. His voice wasn't loud, but it silenced everyone, making them prick up their ears. The usual rules. The first squad of the navigation group is responsible for staying behind. Today, keep your eyes peeled. The rest of you, in the order of the combat group, sailor group, and logistics group, will disembark in batches to rest and recuperate. Our primary mission is to procure supplies: fresh water, food, medicine, ropes, canvas. I've given the lists to your leaders. Make sure everything is loaded before noon. Only after that will it be your free time, understood? Yes, Captain, shouted the crew in unison. Soon, the dock area was filled with the busy and noisy figures of Sammy's crew. They haggled skillfully with local merchants, transporting crates of supplies back to the ship. Sammy supervised on board for a while, ensuring no mistakes were made during the procurement process. Captain, don't just stay on the ship all the time. Come walk around town with us. Yeah, Captain, we finally reached the shore. Let's go have a drink together. A few close executives gathered around, offering a warm invitation. Seeing the expectant looks in his subordinates' eyes, Sammy smiled and no longer refused. All right, let's go for a walk then. They walked along the rough wooden pier of the dock toward the town known as Barreltown. Meanwhile, in the town's largest tavern, the Sea Monster's Throat. The tavern was crowded with all sorts of characters: sailors, bounty hunters, gangsters, and a few smugglers who looked like they were discussing business. So, in the Stone Claw Peninsula, never mess with the ships from the Flower Country. Those idiots from the Bloodblade gang actually thought they were strong, but a whole branch was wiped out just like that. A scarred brute next to him gulped down his drink and slammed the glass on the floor. HMPH, the Hapo Navy, they just rely on their numbers. Just then, the tavern owner, a bearded man, briskly tore down several old wanted posters. Yo, boss, are the Rumbar pirates being removed already? Shouted a sharp-eyed guest. The owner replied without looking back, removed? They've moved up in the world. The whole crew crossed Reverse Mountain and entered the Grand Line. The Grand Line. The Rumbar pirates guys are indeed not weak. I hope they can make a name for themselves, someone remarked with a hint of longing and awe. While everyone was talking, the owner took out a stack of new wanted posters and pinned them to the board. Eh? Wait, a sailor wearing a tattered tricorn squinted and leaned closer to a newly posted bounty on the display board. Quote, "This pink, what the heck is this thing?" His companion glanced at it and snorted, nearly spitting out a mouthful of rum. Ha ha ha, J Jellyfish Head? He laughed so hard he slapped his thigh. Everyone, come look this guy, ha ha ha. Jellyfish Head, Ribera Sammy Jellyfish Head, ha ha ha. What kind of nonsense is this? This guy can get a bounty of 7 million berries? Instantly, the attention of the entire tavern was drawn over, everyone's eyes focusing on that wanted poster. The photo looked like a young man, but the head part was extremely bizarre, as if he were wearing a translucent pink jellyfish, which made his features look somewhat blurred and distorted. This face, combined with the ridiculously blunt nickname, Jellyfish Head, stood out abruptly among a pile of wanted posters filled with scars, sneers, and fierce gazes. Immediately after, an even louder roar of laughter almost lifted the roof off the tavern. PFF'd, this? Jellyfish Head? Ha ha ha, he's worth 7 million berries? Did the Marine make a mistake? Boss, a guy who looked like a bounty hunter stopped laughing and asked with some curiosity, what kind of world-shaking thing did this Jellyfish Head do to be worth that much? Exactly 7 million berries. I've been risking my life at sea for 5 years, and my head is only priced at 4 million inches, a scarred bounty hunter cursed sourly. In the West Blue of this era, a figure of 7 million berries was considered a relatively strong level with some local fame, making him a fairly prominent pirate. The tavern owner wiped a glass, glanced at the wanted poster, and said, "I heard this guy specifically robs gangster ships. He hits hard and moves fast, seriously affecting those big shots maritime business." The Marine are probably happy to see it happen, but they have to save face. Besides, rumor has it he's a devil fruit user, which is a bit spooky. "Ripper Jack, worth 6 million, a voice chimed in. It was the bartender who had been wiping glasses. The noise level dropped slightly. The bartender continued wiping his glass. Jack fell. He fell at his hands. Man and ship were captured alive by Ribera Sammy and sold to an auction house in the Grand Line. What, captured Ripper Jack alive? And sold him to the Grand Line? This guy, is he that strong? Bullshit, a scarred brute slammed the table. He had a short sword of the same style as Ripper Jack's at his waist. Quote, how could Boss Jack fall to a clown like this? The tavern owner shot the brute a cold glance. Black Snake, the news came from Raven. If you don't believe it, you can ask him yourself. Hearing the name Raven, the brute named Black Snake lost his momentum and sat back down, sullenly, muttering, anyway, I don't believe it. His outburst actually caused the credibility of Sammy's strength to soar in everyone's hearts. Ribera Sammy, an old sailor who seemed well informed, stroked his chin and whispered thoughtfully, I think I've heard that name. Isn't he the pirate captain who's particularly generous to his subordinates and very fair when splitting the money? As soon as he said this, someone nearby immediately reacted, slapping their thigh hard. That's right, Ribera Sammy, I remember now, it's them. I heard they're incredibly straightforward. Every time they split the money, much better than those stingy captains. No wonder his men are willing to risk their lives for him. Oh, so it's him. No wonder he's so generous. Specifically robbing gangsters. Gangsters have plenty of loot, and since he robs a lot, he naturally shares a lot. Tisk tisk. These guys must be really rich. Then, another voice spoke up in confusion. Wait, I remember this group has been active for a while, right? Why is the wanted poster only coming out now? The Marine and those gangsters are reacting too slowly. The owner sneered, HMPH, I heard this Sammy has quite a few rules. I heard a while ago that a few of his subordinates messed up. He didn't kill them, just gave them some money and threw them off the ship. He jerked his chin toward the wanted poster. If you ask me, those guys who were kicked out must have held a grudge and turned around and sold him out. Otherwise, how do you think the Marine got his photo and set a bounty so quickly? So that's it, there was a traitor within. Tisk tisk. While everyone was discussing it, their impression of Jellyfish Head Sammy shifted from pure ridicule to a complex mix of wariness and curiosity. Bang! The tavern's flimsy wooden door was pushed open somewhat roughly, the door panel hitting the wall with a dull thud. A slightly impatient young voice rang out from the doorway. Boss, any food? I'm starving. 4. Number 4 jellyfish fruit? No, it's human fruit. Chapter 4, jellyfish fruit? No, it's the human fruit. Everyone's eyes turned toward the door, revealing several young men in their early 20s, looking travel-worn and indistinguishable from the young sailors commonly seen on the docks. Their appearance caused the noise in the tavern to pause for only a moment before the tavern was quickly swallowed by a louder wave of sound. No one paid any mind to these young brats. Gentlemen, what can I get for you? The boss stood behind the bar, greeting them familiarly with the warm smile of a businessman. Our specialty roast meat is the best you'll find in any nearby tavern. Pair that with a mug of freshly delivered premium rum, and the taste is pure enjoyment, guaranteed to make you forget the hardships of the sea. Sounds good, the leading young man nodded. Quote, I'll take 1 serving. I'll take 1 too, his 4 companions behind him chimed in unison. Alright, 5 specialty roast meats and 5 mugs of rum. The bartender served each of them a large mug of rum, then continued expressionlessly wiping the seemingly endless supply of glass cups. The leading young man took a satisfying gulp of rum. Ha, refreshing boss, we heard the loud laughter and commotion from far away. What's the fun news? Tell us so we can enjoy it too? As soon as he finished speaking, a drunkard whose face was flushed red stumbled over, reeking of alcohol and letting out loud burps. Burp H. Hey, kid, you asked the right guy. Burp. The Marine just released a new batch of wanted posters. Look over there. He extended a trembling finger, pointing toward the notice board covered in bounties. Sammy and his cadres looked over, following the direction. Boss, a sharp-eyed executive beside the leading young man instantly widened his eyes and whispered in shock, you're wanted. Clang, click. Inside the tavern, the eyes of at least 7 or 8 previously drunken bounty hunters instantly sharpened. Their hands were already resting on the hilts of the swords at their waists or the flintlocks in their jackets, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Which one of the wanted men is this guy? People exchanged wary glances, their minds racing as they compared the young face before them with the images on the notice board. Scarface? No. One-eyed dragon? No. Ferocious god of evil? Doesn't look like it either. Only the last one remained. The wanted poster featuring a strange pink, jellyfish-like head. Sammy's gaze fixed firmly on that poster, especially the bizarre jellyfish head image and the glaring 7 million berries next to it. He felt a rush of blood buzzing to his head. What's going on? How did I get wanted? And why is it a photo of me transformed? A sense of social death and shame instantly overwhelmed him, and he nearly failed to maintain his expression. He wasn't surprised by the warrant itself. In fact, he felt a sense of, it's finally here. Being a pirate in the world of the Pirate King, being wanted is a badge of honor. The higher the bounty, the more imposing you are. If you don't have a bounty, you'd be too embarrassed to greet people. 7 million berries isn't a low starting point in the West Blue. But this nickname Jellyfish Head, Sammy could already picture a future scene. 2 armies facing off, and the enemy captain pointing at his nose from the front line and laughing hysterically. Are you that jellyfish head, Ribera Sammy? Ha ha ha, that idiot who ate the jellyfish fruit. No, absolutely not. No, I absolutely refuse to let my pirate career start with a joke. I would rather be treated as a monster than become a laughingstock. A strong sense of shame and chunibyo spirit erupted simultaneously. In a flash of lightning, a brilliant, ridiculous idea that could both save face and intimidate the crowd instantly formed. Just then, Sammy set his glass down with a bang, then abruptly stood up, the chair legs scraping against the floor with a harsh screech. His face was so dark it looked like water could drip from it, and a dangerous aura emanated from him. Boss, the executives beside him were startled, having never seen the captain wear such a terrifying expression. Sammy ignored them. He took a deep breath, turned around, faced the entire tavern's patrons, and let out a loud, self-proclaimed, incredibly heroic laugh with all his might. Ha ha ha, that's right, I am Ribera Sammy, the one with a 7 million berries bounty and my true identity. He paused deliberately, surveyed the room, taking in the mixture of greed, vigilance, and the imminent mockery, which he imagined, on everyone's faces, and then declared with a mix of resignation and pride, as a jellyfish who ate the zone-type human fruit, you want this head of mine, worth 7 million? Come at me, let me see if you have the guts. And Nani? Quote, the entire tavern instantly fell silent, as if a mute button had been pressed. The human fruit? This answer struck everyone like a thunderbolt, leaving them utterly stunned. The bounty hunters who had been eager to try their luck, the patrons who loved a good spectacle, and even the few executives Sammy brought with him, all dropped their jaws, which seemed to be collectively dislocated and couldn't close. Human fruit? A nearby bounty hunter muttered to himself, his flintlock unconsciously lowering, his face filled with the confusion of wondering if he had misheard. Boss, you're a jellyfish? The voice of Executive Eugene revealed disbelief. His worldview was utterly shaken, as if he were meeting his captain for the first time. Sammy forced his face into a tight expression, using all his acting skills to reply in a tone mixed with resignation and arrogance. Ha ha ha, that's right. This is also why I can think, speak, and walk like a human. Sammy secretly scanned the shocked expressions of the entire room out of the corner of his eye, wiping a silent bead of sweat from his brow. Success? I fooled them, great. The brief silence was followed by a volcanic eruption of discussion. PFF'd? Ha ha ha, the human fruit? A jellyfish ate it and became human? Ha ha ha, what kind of damn garbage ability is that? It sounds completely useless. Hey jellyfish head, the bounty hunter previously valued at 4 million suddenly stood up. I thought you were something special, but you're just a monster who ate a garbage fruit. 7 million. I think your head is worth 700,000 at most. His companions beside him also started jeering. The tavern was filled with cheerful noise and undisguised contempt. In their perception, the human fruit, especially the ability for an animal to turn into a human, was practically the most useless thing. Sammy stood rooted to the spot, the forced expression on his face slowly cooling. He slowly turned back, facing the Scarface bounty hunter group head-on, the last trace of awkwardness from the social death incident completely vanishing from his eyes. Boss. Executive Eugene beside him sensed the wrong atmosphere and whispered. Sammy didn't speak, just raised a hand to stop him. This unusual calm made some sharp individuals sense danger, and the noise in the tavern involuntarily quieted down. Sammy looked at Scarface. You said my ability is garbage? Scarface felt a chill under his gaze, but relying on the alcohol and his superior numbers, he stuck out his neck and cursed. Nonsense, the human fruit. Not even a dog would eat it. What else is it but garbage? If you know what's good for you, surrender obediently, and I'll give you a quick death and take your head to pay for my drinks. Oh, Sammy nodded, seemingly accepting the evaluation. Then, he asked a seemingly unrelated question. Do you have a bounty? Scarface was stunned, then immediately puffed out his chest. I am Scarface Shaq, worth 4 million berries. What, are you scared? Not scared. Sammy shook his head, a faint curve suddenly appearing at the corner of his mouth. I was just thinking, you're only worth 4 million berries, yet you're mocking me, who is worth 7 million, for eating a garbage fruit. He paused, then took a step forward. Just that single step caused an indescribable sense of oppression to quietly spread. So the question is, Sammy's voice suddenly turned cold. What does that make you? Who can't even compare to a garbage fruit, user? You're asking for death. Shaq was completely enraged, especially by Sammy's casual mention of the shame of being inferior to him, which made the blood rush to his head. Unable to restrain himself any longer, he violently drew the sharp short sword from his waist and roared as he lunged toward Sammy. Die! Several of his companions also brandished their weapons and followed, shouting. Cries of alarm erupted in the tavern, and the crowd scrambled back, clearing space. Facing the lunging Shaq, Sammy didn't move. Only when the pair of gleaming short swords were almost at his chest did his body slide half a step to the side and back. The blade grazed past his lapel. Shaq's attack missed, and his center of gravity shifted forward. In that instant when his old strength was spent and new strength hadn't yet been generated, Sammy moved. His movement was so fast it left an afterimage. His left hand clamped onto Shaq's wrist like an iron vise and snapped it downward. Crack! The sickening sound of bone cracking rang out clearly. Ah! Shaq's scream was only half out when Sammy's right fist, like a cannonball leaving the barrel, slammed hard into his abdomen. Ugh! Shaq's eyes bulged, saliva mixed with gastric juices sprayed out, and his entire body arched up like a cooked shrimp. But that wasn't the end. Sammy's left hand, gripping his wrist, lifted upward. At the same time, his right foot hooked Shaq's ankle, pulling and pushing. Shaq's massive body immediately lost balance and was swung up by Sammy like a broken sack. With a whistling sound, he was violently hurled toward the few accomplices rushing up behind him. Bang crash! The human cannonball hit its target precisely. Screams and the sound of shattering tables and chairs mixed together, and 4 or 5 people tumbled to the ground, unable to get up for a long time. From the moment Shaq violently launched his attack until they were all lying on the ground, howling, the entire process took less than 10 seconds. In the tavern, there was a deathly silence, broken only by the painful groans of Shaq and his men, and the crackling of firewood in the stove. The bounty hunters who had initially intended to profit were now drenched in cold sweat in their palms. Too fast, too clean and decisive. He hadn't used any devil fruit ability at all, relying solely on basic physical techniques and combat instinct. He instantly dismantled the group's coordinated attack. This level of strength absolutely justified the 7 million bounty. Sammy slowly retracted his stance, dusting off non-existent dirt from his hands. He walked up to the Shaq, who was curled up on the ground, and crouched down. It seems that even the garbage fruit, as you call it, is enough to kill you. He stood up, no longer looking at Shaq, who was like a dead dog on the floor, and his gaze slowly swept over every face in the tavern, which was filled with shock and fear. Does anyone else have an objection to my jellyfish head, or to my garbage fruit? No one answered. Even their breathing was deliberately softened. Sammy nodded with satisfaction, as if he had merely swatted away a few flies. Jellyfish head? Human fruit? Hey, think whatever you like. As long as my fist is hard enough, all of this will become legend. As for the truth, who cares? Are there few legends, true and false, on this great sea? The prestige of a man of the sea is built half on fighting and half on bragging. 5. Number 5. The Tavern Owner's Advice. Chapter 5. The Tavern Owner's Advice. Guests, your specialty grilled meat has arrived. Please enjoy. Just then, the tavern owner emerged from the kitchen, carrying 5 large sizzling platters of grilled meat. A rich, meaty aroma instantly filled the air. He seemed completely oblivious to Shaq's crew groaning on the floor, and he didn't appear to notice the tension in the air, simply placing the grilled meat on Sammy's table with a chuckle. Only then did he straighten up, his gaze sweeping over the bounty hunters who were still gripping their weapons. What are you doing? Put those things away. Did you forget the rules of the sea monster's throat? Once you step through this door, you are my guest. Nobody touches my guests until I close up shop. Shaq seemed about to argue, pointing at Sammy. Boss, it wasn't us, they started it. Quote, under the boss's deterrence, the restless bounty hunters showed signs of apprehension, but they eventually released their weapons grudgingly and sat back down, pretending nothing had happened. The tense atmosphere in the tavern finally eased. However, glances, whether curious or scrutinizing, still occasionally darted toward Sammy's table. Sammy took in the entire scene unfolding in the tavern and couldn't help but think highly of the boss. Boss, I didn't expect you had such pull. These guys who live by the sword are willing to follow your rules. It seems your prestige in this area is quite high. At this moment, the bartender, who had been silently polishing glasses nearby, chimed in without looking up, his tone carrying a hint of pride. Of course, back when our boss was making waves on the sea, his bounty was as high as 12 million berries. He was known as Gruff the Rockbreaker. Now he's just tired of the rough seas and is retiring here. Boss Gruff chuckled, waved his hand, and his face returned to the amicable expression of a businessman. That's old news, nothing worth mentioning. I'm getting old, and fighting lost its appeal long ago. Now I'm just relying on the small bit of face my old friends give me. Young man, you're new here and didn't know our rules, so let's forget about what just happened. He looked at Sammy meaningfully. Young, incredibly bold, and your background as well. Extraordinary. In the future, this sea will surely have a place for you. Sammy seized the opportunity to adopt an expression that said, I'm amazing, but I'm being modest, and snorted before sitting back down, acting as if his earth-shattering human fruit declaration was merely a casual aside. He waved his hand at his subordinates, who were still dazed. Why are you all standing around like idiots? Sit down, drink and eat. Yes, yes, boss. The executives snapped out of their stupor and quickly sat down. The look in their eyes, besides their usual awe, now contained a deeper shock that their captain was indeed unfathomable. The whispers in the tavern never ceased, and the core of the conversation, without exception, revolved entirely around the human fruit and the young pirate named Ribera Sammy. Sammy picked up his knife and fork and cut the grilled meat on his plate. He appeared calm, but his mind was racing. He took in everyone's reactions and confirmed that his quick-witted improvisation seemed to have successfully fooled them. But next, he had to figure out two things. How did his photo get leaked? And exactly which specific deed caused the Marine to target him and set his price at 7 million? Right now, he was completely clueless. Sammy took a large bite of meat, chewing it while his gaze unintentionally drifted toward the pink wanted poster on the wall. But then again, is this wanted poster really effective? As long as I don't transform, who would know that pink guy is me? Only after finishing most of the grilled meat on his plate did Sammy remember the real business. He put down his knife and fork and turned to Boss Gruff. Boss, since you used to be out on the sea, I imagine you have a very wide network. My ship needs a few more sailors now. Could you introduce me to some reliable experts? Gruff laughed while wiping the bar counter. Experts? 8 out of 10 people who walk in and out of my tavern consider themselves experts. However, those who are truly capable are often arrogant. Do you have the confidence and ability to keep them in line, young man? Sammy smiled confidently. Boss, you don't know the half of it. On my ship, being capable is secondary. The most important thing is following my rules. Rules? Gruff raised an eyebrow, put down the rag, and his expression looked slightly complicated. Quote, I have heard about that. To be honest, for pirates who value freedom, aren't all those restrictions of yours a bit too strict? Oh? Sammy narrowed his eyes slightly. Quote, does the boss have an objection to my rules? Gruff shook his head. I wouldn't say objection, just disagreement. I imagine your original plan, young man, was to quietly build up your strength, accumulate power, and wait for the right moment to make a splash? He lowered his voice. To be honest, young man, if you didn't have so many rules, given how secretive you've been, the appearance of this wanted poster would have been delayed for quite a while longer. That would have given you more time to strengthen yourself. The rumor I heard is that the few people you kicked off your ship for breaking the rules, feeling resentful, turned around and sold your whereabouts and actions to the Marine and to the gangs you had offended. Now that the wanted poster is out, it means you have officially entered the sights of the Marine and certain underground big shots. Sammy nodded silently. The boss's words struck a chord he had indeed intended to develop quietly. After all, although he was familiar with the plot of Pirate King, he only knew the events that occurred after Luffy set sail, and specifically the plot centered around Luffy. It was currently the year 1470 of the sea calendar, 50 years before Luffy set sail. The plots he was familiar with were almost useless. He only knew about legendary major events, such as the Rocks pirates attempting to overthrow the world government's rule by launching a shocking raid on the celestial dragons at God Valley. Note: before Sammy transmigrated, One Piece had just finished the Wano country arc. Crucially, Sammy's understanding of these events was unclear. He couldn't recall the specific year or the details. He just felt that the God Valley incident should happen within the next few years. Given this context, being exposed to the spotlight too early was definitely not a good thing for him. If it was true, as those fan fiction novels claimed, that Rocks would recruit powerful pirates everywhere, would he try to pull Sammy in too? He wanted to become stronger, but he couldn't be too high profile, lest that maniac notice him and drag him onto his pirate ship after all. According to the plot progression, the Rocks pirates eventually failed. In a massive battle royale involving emperor-level figures, simply surviving would be a question, and he definitely didn't want to get involved. The thought made his teeth itch with frustration. Old Thief Oda updates too slowly. 6. Number 6. Please enter the urn. Chapter 6. Inviting the gentleman into the urn. I appreciate the boss's reminder. Sammy sighed, but I still stick to my rules. In my opinion, ability can be cultivated. I will be stationed on the island for 3 days. If the boss has suitable candidates, please help me keep an eye out. With that, he drained the rum in his cup and signaled to his companions that it was time to leave. Gruff's thick hand, however, pressed down on the table in front of Sammy first, his tone carrying the helplessness of an experienced man. Kid, I'm not trying to pour cold water on your plans. Which of those truly capable guys at sea isn't arrogant and ambitious? Given your current reputation and your rules, it's difficult. Gruff paused and continued, of course, if you just want to recruit some reliable, hard-working, and obedient ordinary sailors to supplement your crew, then I have plenty of suitable candidates right here in this tavern. Many people drifting at sea are just trying to make a living, looking for stability and money. Your reputation for being generous with splitting the cash is very attractive to them. Sammy nodded, understanding Gruff's meaning. Truly top-tier talent was not something he could easily recruit right now, but Sammy only needed to fill basic personnel slots to maintain the ship's operation and basic combat strength anyway. They just need to be able to work and follow the rules. He said concisely to Gruff. Fine, you're the captain, you call the shots. Gruff tossed a rag over his shoulder, turned around, and hammered the bar a few times with his fist, roaring in a rough voice. All you damn bastards, quiet down. Good news. When the chatter in the tavern quieted down a bit, Gruff threw an arm around Sammy's shoulder. See him? This is Captain Ribera. Sammy. I'm sure everyone already knows him. A big shot with a marine bounty of 7 million berries. His ship currently needs to recruit a batch of sailors to supplement the crew everyone has. Probably heard something about Captain Sammy's reputation. I can't guarantee anything else, but when it comes to splitting the money, he's absolutely the best in the West Blue. He gave a thumbs up. Then, Gruff changed the subject, immediately sticking out a finger and shaking it meaningfully. However, Captain Sammy has his own rules. If you get on his ship, you have to follow his rules. What they are specifically will be made clear to you before you join. If you think you're man enough to earn this money, come show your face. Captain Sammy will choose personally. As soon as he finished speaking, a buzzing sound of discussion erupted in the tavern. How about it? Weren't you quite looking forward to it just now? Are you going? If you go, take me with you. A captain with a 7 million bounty. Following him means we shouldn't starve. It's just the many rules. I wonder what they specifically are. Who cares? I'm broke as long as the money is good. What's following a few rules? Just as Gruff expected, a generous and capable captain was extremely attractive to many struggling sailors at the bottom or some bounty hunters who weren't doing well. As for the rules, in the face of hard cash, anything that wasn't too outrageous could be negotiated. Of course, many people adopted a wait-and-see attitude. Those bounty hunters who had several million berries in bounty themselves and preferred to work alone, or thugs who belonged to established gangs, merely watched with cold eyes and did not move. Not long after, the scraping of tables and chairs sounded in the tavern. The first to stand up were 3 or 5 burly men huddled in the corner. Then, others hesitantly left their seats. Eventually, about 20 people gathered around, crowding Sammy's table completely. A big guy smelling strongly of fish practically shoved his face in front of Sammy. Captain, I'm strong, I can carry cannons. Sammy didn't waste any words. He sat in his chair, his gaze sweeping over the group of applicants. Most of them were rough men with ordinary appearances and skin weathered by the sea wind. The most common type of person at sea, their eyes filled with anticipation and a hint of unease. Sammy mainly looked at whether their physique was robust, whether their palms had calluses from years of working the rigging, whether their eyes were relatively honest, and if they lacked that unpleasant, slippery, cunning demeanor. Sammy briefly asked a few basic questions about sail and rigging operation and wind direction, judgment, and then generally explained his core rules, prohibiting harassment of civilians, maintaining hygiene, obeying orders, etc. That's it. Many people had the same question pop up in their minds. The rules sounded much more reasonable than the rumored image of them being so strict they'd throw people overboard. They were practically basic requirements for everyone. Soon, Sammy made his choice, selecting 11 of the men who looked the strongest and whose demeanor was relatively steady. It's you 11. You can either go back and pack up, or come straight aboard with me. The specific rules and benefits will be explained in detail once we are on the ship. The 11 chosen men showed looks of relieved joy and agreed one after another. A tall, skinny man who hadn't been chosen by Sammy earlier shouted resentfully, "What makes me inferior to that fisherman?" Sammy ignored him. The man spat resentfully but, after being glared at by Boss Gruff, quickly tucked in his neck and scurried away. Having eaten and drunk his fill, Sammy placed a stack of berries under his empty cup and pushed it toward Gruff. The thickness of the stack clearly exceeded the cost of the meal. Gruff glanced at it, asked nothing, and simply wiped the stack with his rag, sweeping the money and the cup into the counter, then grinned at Sammy. "Kid, have a smooth journey." Sammy and his group, along with the 11 newly recruited sailors, left the noisy sea monster's throat. As soon as they stepped outside the tavern door, several groups from the corners, acting as if they were drunk, staggered up, grabbed the weapons next to them, and, with arms linked, headed out the door. On the street, the sea breeze carried the scent of salt and freedom. Sammy stopped and faced the 11 new subordinates, who had various expressions. "Our ship is called the Swordfish, and it's docked at Pier 3. It's the one with the tallest mast," Sammy said concisely. "We will rest on Barrel Island for 3 days. Today is the first day. The night after tomorrow, we set sail on time, taking advantage of the low tide. During these 2 days, you can go back and pack your belongings, or say a proper farewell to your family and friends. We won't know when we'll return here next. Understand?" "Yes, Captain." The 11 sailors responded in unison, their voices echoing clearly on the relatively empty street. Immediately, they dispersed in 2s and 3s, scattering into the streets and alleys of the town in different directions. Sammy, along with his 4 executives, walked unhurriedly along the stone road leading to the pier. The setting sun cast their 5 shadows haphazardly onto the uneven stone road, like several dark silhouettes. However, just as they turned a relatively quiet street corner, Sammy and his group stopped in unison. 7 or 8 figures had already blocked all routes, front, back, left, and right, surrounding them. It was exactly those bounty hunters who had followed them out of the tavern. The leader had 2 intersecting scars on his face. He rested a rusty machete on his shoulder and grinned, showing a mouthful of yellow teeth. "We brothers watched you put on a show in the tavern for ages, and finally, we waited you out. A 7 million berries bonus is too good to pass up." The tall, skinny man who hadn't been chosen by Sammy earlier tilted his head and spat on the ground. "Keep your rules for the fish at the bottom of the sea." Sammy looked up at the crowd, showing no surprise, but rather a hint of mockery. "I thought you'd wait a bit longer and find a darker, narrower alley. I didn't expect you to be so impatient." The leading bounty hunter, a burly man with intersecting scars on his face, licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with greed. "Ribera, Sammy. Blame yourself for being too valuable and for being alone." "Alone?" Sammy chuckled softly. The 4 executives beside him had already moved tacitly, forming a small defensive circle back to back. "Who told you?" Sammy slowly raised his hand, and a translucent liquid seemed to start seeping from his fingertips. "That we weren't waiting for you to make the first move." 7. Number 7 Predators. Chapter 7. Predator. "Boss, what should we do with these guys?" The speaker was Henry, an executive from the navigation group. He nudged the limp, mud-like bounty hunter leader on the ground with the tip of his foot. Sammy glanced casually at the scattered spoils littering the ground and asked, "Do we still have space in the cages in the lower hold?" "Yes, boss," replied Aldo, one of the combat team executives, immediately, grinning with a knowing smile. Quote, "Plenty of room. More than enough to fit them all." "Then take them all," Sammy said with a dismissive wave. Quote, "Even a mosquito is still meat." At that moment, the scar-faced burly man on the ground seemed to regain a bit of strength. Struggling to lift his head, he made a gurgling sound in his throat and growled with unwilling resentment. "They despicable using poison, you pirates have no honor." Sammy, who was about to leave, paused mid-step. He turned back and flashed the man an utterly innocent, even somewhat matter-of-fact smile. "HMPH, honor? That's something you humans fuss over. What does it have to do with a mere jellyfish like me?" He was getting smoother and smoother with this lie, even adding a touch of inexplicable pride. "I've already stopped being human. Did you really expect to use morality to bind me?" Scarface was left speechless by this twisted logic, his eyes rolling back as he nearly choked on his breath and passed out completely. "Ha ha ha." Several executives swiftly tied the group of bounty hunters up like zongzi, slung them over their shoulders like sacks of grain, and followed Sammy, strolling leisurely back towards the pier. Speaking of which, before this guy passed out, did he seem to be shouting something about Jack? Henry recalled with some confusion as he walked. Aldo beside him shrugged nonchalantly. "Who knows? Probably some unlucky bastard who got sold out." His words made no sense. Who cares, they're all our goods now anyway, ha ha ha. 5 years later, see year 1475, West Blue. Though the former swordfish had been replaced by a larger, heavier warship, its name was still retained. The abstract jellyfish skull and crossbones on the sails had become a symbol that struck fear into the hearts of all gangsters in the West Blue. On the deck, new and old crew members underwent their daily brutal training under the supervision of the executives. This was a pirate ship that had truly survived through bloodshed. At the bow, Sammy stood leaning against the railing, gazing at the boundless blue expanse. 5 years. He had plundered, evaded, and developed in the West Blue. Though reluctant, his bounty had been pushed to a staggering height, and he had honed his pirate crew into a truly violent organization. He believed he had made all the necessary preparations, but the longer he delayed, the more unease grew in his heart. In truth, he was deliberately stalling, using the accumulation of strength as an excuse, persistently refusing to set foot in that legendary sea, the Grand Line. Because there, he knew, were monsters capable of crushing everything. Is the timing really right? What if I go now and just happen to run into boss? The voice of navigator Hans interrupted his thoughts. Hans was holding a sea chart. The next island is confirmed to be a major supply point. It's called God Valley. We can dock and rest there. God Valley? Sammy repeated subconsciously, his heart inexplicably skipping a beat. That name sounds familiar? No, impossible. How could an island with such a name be in the West Blue? It must be a coincidence. Yes, God Valley. According to the information, the island has quite abundant resources. God Valley is in the West Blue? Sammy's voice rose involuntarily as he turned and grabbed Hans by the shoulders. Hans was startled by the captain's sudden agitation. Why yes, boss. It's always been in the West Blue. All the veteran pirates in these waters know about this major transit island. Always been in the West Blue? It was like a bolt of lightning striking his mind. Sammy released his grip, his face instantly turning pale. That God Valley, the one destined to become the burial ground of the Rock's pirates. The site of the God Valley incident that would draw Garp and Roger to bury countless celestial dragons. God Valley. It was actually in the West Blue? The West Blue I've been holed up in all this time? How is that possible? Wasn't God Valley supposed to be in the New World? God Valley, shouldn't it sound like some kind of resort for the celestial dragons or something? No, no, no. It's probably just a coincidence. Yes, that must be it. Sammy nodded forcefully, trying to convince himself. How could my luck be this bad? If this God Valley really is the one I know, then all these years I've spent holed up in the West Blue, refusing to go to the Grand Line, wouldn't that make me look like an idiot? A fool who thought he was avoiding the eye of the storm, only to be standing right on the crater of a volcano. Boss, are you alright, boss? Hans asked with concern, watching Sammy's rapidly changing expression. Sammy forcibly steadied himself, took a deep breath, and gave the order in the calmest tone he could muster. Dock for supplies first. We set sail again in 3 days. Yes, boss. Just as the crew was preparing to carry out the order, Aldo, one of the combat team executives, excitedly rushed over from the deck, waving a stack of papers and shouting, Boss, our pirate crew's bounties have been updated. Hearing this, all the crew members on deck were momentarily stunned before erupting into cheers and rushing towards Aldo, instantly surrounding him. Big brother Aldo, is there one for me this time? And me, big brother Aldo, did my bounty go up? Bounties were a pirate's medals, proof of their strength. Every update was a carnival. Jostled by the crowd, Aldo roared in annoyance. Get back, all of you, there's none for you. None for any of you. This update is mainly for the captain and a few executives. He pulled another stack of wanted posters from his chest and shoved them into the crowd. The wanted posters are all here. Take them and look for yourselves. The crew immediately scrambled for the stack of posters, running off to the side to excitedly search through them. Finally freed, Aldo quickly walked up to Sammy and handed over a few of the wanted posters. Boss, yours. It went up a huge increase. Sammy, barely suppressing the storm raging in his heart, took the wanted posters. The top one was his own new wanted poster. Open black lens bracket Predator Ribera. Sammy, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Bounty. 69 million berries. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Captain of the Jellyfish Pirates. Crimes: attacking Marines, arson, murder, pillage, human trafficking. Heinous crimes. Dead or alive. Close black lens bracket. The photo seemed to have been taken not long ago during a raid on a gang fleet at the pier. In the image, Sammy was swinging a cleaver at an enemy before him, his face speckled with bloodstains, his mouth stretched into a grin that mixed excitement and madness. The Marine's photography skills are terrible, Sammy muttered, twitching as he looked at the photo. Quote, I'm usually so amiable and kind. This makes me look like some bloodthirsty maniac. Wow, Captain, your bounty's risen to 69 million berries, Hans chimed in at the perfect moment, his face full of awe. Quote, a 10 million increase in one go. You're definitely in the top 10 bounties in the West Blue now. Who in the West Blue would dare not give face to our jellyfish pirates? Everyone will tremble at the sound of our name. Though Sammy knew Hans was buttering him up, he couldn't help but let the corners of his mouth curl up. He pretended to be reserved and waved a hand. Ha ha ha, keep it low-key, everyone. Low-key, how many times have I told you? Hans, I've never cared about these empty titles, ha ha ha. The smugness in his laughter was impossible to hide. Clearly, Hans's flattery was working wonders on him. When he triumphantly flipped to the next poster, the smile on his face froze. Flipping further down, his expression visibly darkened, eventually turning as black as the bottom of a pot. 8. Number 8. The Voice of the Great Voyage. Chapter 8. The sound of stepping toward the Grand Line. Unfair. Sammy finally couldn't help but shout out, slapping the bounty poster repeatedly as his gaze swept sharply toward the surrounding cadres. Why are all your photos so handsome, while mine looks like a pervert's? The cadres were stunned for a moment, then curiously leaned in to pass the posters around. Isaac picked up his own bounty poster. On it was a snapshot of him grabbing an enemy's entire face with one hand, nearly lifting them off the ground. His muscles were bulging, bursting with a sense of power. Open black lens bracket iron rudder Isaac close black lens bracket open black lens bracket bounty 19 million berries close black lens bracket open black lens bracket one of the jellyfish pirates cadres extremely wicked dead or alive close black lens bracket. He tilted his head, seemingly not quite understanding the captain's anger, and said in a muffled voice, "This isn't it normal? I just wanted to squeeze him unconscious at the time." "Fine, you're pretty normal." But Sammy's voice changed pitch from anger. "Marcus, what the hell are you doing? Do you usually have a habit of licking the blade?" Open black lens bracket curved blade Teresa Marcus close black lens bracket open black lens bracket bounty 29 million berries close black lens bracket open black lens bracket one of the jellyfish pirates cadres extremely wicked dead or alive close black lens bracket. Upon hearing this, Marcus slightly narrowed his long, thin eyes. "Captain, it was just improvisation. After all, it has to fit the status of being extremely wicked, doesn't it?" After saying that, he even gave his lips a meaningful lick. Sammy pointed at Marcus in grief and indignation. "Your improvisation went too far. You've mastered the whole evil and charming look." Aldo snatched his own bounty poster, looking at the photo of him carrying a mace and arrogantly flipping the middle finger at the camera, laughing loudly. "Ha ha ha, boss. Look at mine." First spotted that Marine hiding at the pier back then. "Well, is the pose handsome? Is it hockey enough?" Open black lens bracket bone crusher Kate Aldo close black lens bracket open black lens bracket bounty 37 million berries close black lens bracket open black lens bracket one of the jellyfish pirates cadres extremely wicked dead or alive close black lens bracket. "Handsome? I'll give you handsome." Hearing this, Sammy was so angry he flew up and kicked Aldo right in the butt, sending him stumbling several steps forward. "Handsome my foot, you noticed the secret photo and didn't tell me, but instead stood there posing by yourself. Are you even human?" "Aldo, boss, I was wrong. Next time I'll definitely call you first." Fitch silently looked at his bounty poster. The background was the fire and smoke of an explosion, and half his face was hidden in the thick smoke billowing from a cannon's muzzle, revealing only one eye calmly aiming. The light was a bit dim, it affected the shot. Open black lens bracket heavy cannon blaze Fitch close black lens bracket open black lens bracket bounty 22,800,000 berries close black lens bracket open black lens bracket one of the jellyfish pirates cadres extremely wicked dead or alive close black lens bracket. Sammy looked at his own perverted portrait of him laughing wildly while slashing people, then compared it to his subordinates' handsome photos that were full of style. A surge of nameless fury shot straight to his head, and his grief-stricken roar almost spread across the entire deck. "Those Marine bastards, they definitely did it on purpose. Why, just because I'm the captain, I deserve to be specially targeted by the Marines and photographed at my ugliest? Boss, our bounties have increased again. Let's have a round of banquet." Aldo leaned in again, suggesting with a grin. Sammy looked at this partner who had followed him from the beginning and had now become his right-hand man, temporarily pushing the unease brought by God Valley to the back of his mind. "Boys, dock to buy supplies. Tonight we have a ban." Quet. Yeah. The sea breeze blew over the blazing bonfire, swirling up a series of dancing sparks. 6 years of life at sea had long since turned Sammy into a bona fide banquet lover. He was deeply enamored with these moments of surrounding the flames with his companions, sharing food and wine. It was the most vital and lively time in the gaps between fighting and sailing. At this moment, Sammy was sitting on a felled tree trunk by the bonfire with several cadres, holding a bottle of rum and taking a few gulp, swigs. "Ha, this is great," he lamented, his gaze passing over the figures singing and dancing with abandon in the reflection of the firelight. Although there was a smile on his face, a hint of worry was hidden in the depths of his eyes. The observant Fitch caught that fleeting abnormality in the captain. "Boss, something on your mind?" Sammy was silent for a moment, his gaze sweeping over these partners who had gone through life and death tests one by one. The impulsive but loyal Aldo, the steady and reliable Fitch, and those new cadres who had stood out in battle after battle. The bonfire cast flickering silhouettes on their faces. "Our group, the total bounty of all personnel now adds up to over 160 million. In the West Blue, we can definitely be considered a top-tier great pirate crew." Sammy paused, the wine bottle gently rotating in his hand. "So I'm thinking, isn't it time for us to set off for the Grand Line? 5 years. Strictly speaking, since he mysteriously stumbled into this world, it has now been 6 springs and autumns. He went from a vagrant curled up on a beach to the captain of a pirate crew with one of the highest total bounties in the West Blue. Over these years, he led the pirate crew on campaigns far and wide, running around to punish evil and promote good, for gold, silver, and jewels. Of the original 4 cadres from 5 years ago, only Aldo remains by his side. The other 3 young faces have long since sunk to the cold seabed, along with many brothers who once drank and bragged together, forever left in the time of the past. But having become accustomed to life and death, Sammy seemed to have become somewhat numb. Pirates, after all, whether plundering gangs or being hunted by the Marines, live a life with their heads tied to their belts. Killing today, being killed tomorrow, it couldn't be more normal. Their ships grew larger and sturdier with each replacement, but the name Swordfish never changed. Although their bounties rose steadily, interestingly, in the mouths of many civilians in the West Blue, the reputation of the Jellyfish Pirates was not as terrifying as other pirates. Perhaps it was because this group of pirates were 3 good youths who had their own rules. They would do business with street vendors with real money, even arguing until red-faced with a boss over the price of a barrel of fresh water, but they never spoke with swords. The objects of their plunder were always those gangs that bullied the markets or fellow pirates, who were full of evil. If they encountered weak ships, as long as a toll was paid, they would even escort them to their destination if it was on the way. Furthermore, they never took the initiative to attack town women or children. These rules, which seemed pedantic to traditional pirates, strangely allowed them to obtain supplies peacefully at most ports, and even some limited intelligence. Going ashore today, Sammy made a point to walk around the port town of God Valley. Although he still couldn't be 100% sure if this God Valley was that God Valley, the sense of crisis in the dark made him feel like he was sitting on needles. He couldn't gamble anymore. Heading to the Grand Line? The cadres were first startled, then excitement and exhilaration surged on their faces. They raised their wine bottles, gesturing toward Sammy. "Boss, we've been waiting for those words from you." "Yeah, boss, we've long been bored of this territory in the West Blue. It's time to go and venture in broader seas." "Need you even ask? The captain's decision is the direction of our progress. Follow the captain to the Grand Line and make a name for ourselves." Good, heroic pride welled up in Sammy's chest as he drained the remaining wine in the bottle. "Then it's settled. Once the rest is over, the whole army sets out. Grand Line, here we come." He laughed loudly, throwing the empty wine bottle into the bonfire, drawing an even louder cheer. Then, leading the cadres, he strode it into the reveling crowd. The leaping flames greedily licked the night sky, reflecting every face full of ambition and longing, as if to brand the passion and oaths of this night directly into the sea of stars. 9. Number 9 Choices and the Way Home. Chapter 9. Choice and the Return Journey. The salty sea breeze brushed across the deck, carrying away some of the heat and seeing off the last group of crew members who had decided to leave. Sammy leaned against the ship's railing, silently watching the small boat carrying his former companions drift further away, eventually turning into a black dot on a distant island. Hans walked over quickly and reported to Sammy, his navigation log densely filled with names and islands. "Boss, after sending off this batch, all the brothers who wanted to go home have been properly settled." "Very good." Sammy nodded, his gaze still fixed on the distant horizon. "Next, we'll head directly to Echo Harp Island for final supplies. Then, our goal, the Grand Line." Yes, Echo Harp Island, as its poetic name suggests, is the last port in the West Blue before Reverse Mountain, where one can still clearly hear the lingering echoes of home. It is the final gentle haven before all ambition and dreams set sail into the unknown. There, they would complete their final arming and resupply, and then, without looking back, they would rush toward that ultimate sea where legends and graves coexist. And this special voyage, which had lasted for half a month, began with Sammy's decision that shook the entire ship. Flashback. What? The Grand Line. Did I hear that right? That pirate graveyard? The Grand Line. I heard people there can sink a warship with a single punch. More than that, I heard the seawater there is sweet, icebergs appear in summer, and you can't navigate using common sense at all, and there are sea kings compared to them. The sea beasts of the West Blue are practically docile puppies. When Sammy announced the news to the entire crew on the deck, it was like dropping a depth charge into a calm sea. That's right, Sammy's gaze swept across every face, some familiar and some young. Quote, I have already consulted with all the executives and decided that our next stop is to cross Reverse Mountain and enter the Grand Line. He paused intentionally, giving everyone time to digest this shocking news. I know what you're thinking. Sammy's voice was steady, suppressing the commotion that was beginning to rise. The Grand Line is known as the pirate graveyard. The seawater, the weather, the magnetic fields, all the laws of nature are completely different from the four seas. Powerhouses there are as numerous as carp crossing a river, and guys with bounties in the tens of millions or even hundreds of millions are everywhere. For us, it will be a true challenge with only a slim chance of survival. Sammy saw various emotions surfacing on many faces. Panic, hesitation, unease, doubt, excitement, fear. This was normal. Facing the terror of the unknown indeed required immense courage. Therefore, Sammy suddenly raised his volume, letting his words reach everyone's ears clearly. I am giving you the right to choose here. If anyone doesn't want to go, or has a reason they must stay, you can speak up now. I, Ribera Sammy, swear here that I will never force you, nor will I view it as betrayal. This is not shameful, because everyone has things they must cherish, like life, like family. I respect your choices. Those who don't want to go, take a step forward. I will safely send you back to the islands you came from, and, according to custom, pay a severance fee sufficient for you to settle back into life and start a new chapter. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. You must all think clearly. Once we cross Reverse Mountain, it will be almost impossible to turn back. This is a point of no return. The crowd completely erupted. Whispers turned into heated arguments. Finally, after a period of painful inner struggle, a few people gritted their teeth and stepped forward with their heads bowed. Paul, a crew member with a mohawk, shouted in disbelief. Quote, you bastard, didn't we agree to become men who roam the four seas together? Have you forgotten the oath we swore? The man called Paul didn't look back. He just clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms, and growled in a voice thick with nasal congestion and sobbing. I'm sorry. Sammy watched all this calmly and said to the few who stood out, good. Go to Hans to register your names and hometowns. When you disembark, come to me to collect your severance pay. I keep my word. Then, he looked back at the silent crowd. Is there anyone else? There was another commotion in the crowd. One after another, a dozen more people lowered their heads and silently took a step forward. Among them, a lean man wearing a blue bandana caught Executive Aldo's attention. Sorn, Aldo's rough voice carried unbelievable disappointment and anger. He strode forward, staring straight at him. Quote, even you are leaving? You're the squad leader I thought most highly of. The pirate named Sorn looked up, his face full of struggle and guilt. He didn't even dare to meet Aldo's gaze. I'm sorry, Big Brother Aldo. Back in my home village I still have a family. My old mother and my wife and daughter waiting for me to return if I go to the Grand Line. I'm afraid I'll never see them again. Aldo grabbed his shoulders urgently, almost roaring. Sorn, think clearly. You still have an 800,000 bounty on your head. Sorn raised his hand and gently touched the slightly worn blue bandana on his head. A flash of tenderness appeared in his eyes, but it was immediately replaced by determination. Big Brother Aldo, my bounty isn't high. Bounty hunters who would be interested in me shouldn't be too strong. I can handle them myself. But the Grand Line is a point of no return. I have a wife and daughter waiting for me at home. I can't gamble. I don't dare gamble with the rest of their lives. But that's enough, Aldo. Sammy spoke up in time to interrupt the executive who wanted to keep persuading him. He walked up to Sorn and gently patted his shoulder. There was no blame in his eyes, only understanding and respect. Everyone has their own ambitions. There's no need to force it. Having family waiting for you is the most legitimate reason of all. He turned to everyone who chose to leave. All those who have decided to go back, go to Hans to register. I, Sammy, keep my word and will definitely see you home safely. 10. Number 10 Closed Tavern. Chapter 10. The Tavern That Isn't Open. Lower the pirate flag and prepare to dock at the pier. Hans's booming voice echoed across the deck. The crew members were busy, but a different kind of excitement and tension permeated the Swordfish. Because of the hazy silhouette in the mist ahead. Echo Lyre Island, the last stop from West Blue to the Grand Line. Sammy stood at the bow. The sea breeze brought the hustle and bustle of the distant island, along with an indescribable flutter in his heart. After 6 years in West Blue and countless landings, this time was different. Hans, Sammy called out to the busy navigator. The weather in the Grand Line is unpredictable and bizarre. Are you ready? Of course, boss. Hans patted his chest. Quote, I've pored over all the relevant logbooks and climate notes. I've also found out that there's a shop in Departure Town that specifically sells log poses. I plan to buy a few more this time, just in case. I'll also find a way to get my hands on the relevant charts and intelligence. Hearing Hans's answer, Sammy nodded, feeling a bit more at ease. Although he had some idea of the dangers of the Grand Line from his knowledge of the anime in his previous life, a complex and indescribable emotion still welled up in his heart when he was truly about to step into that legendary sea. Was it anxiety facing the unknown, or excitement for a new journey? Perhaps both. This was a brand new world, a stage more primitive and cruel, with an atmosphere vastly different from the great pirate era after Roger's death. Most of those going to sea now were true desperados, not dream-chasing adventurers like Luffy. The ship docked smoothly at the bustling pier of Echo Lyre Island. The pier was a forest of masts, with all sorts of vessels moored. Merchant ships laden with goods, simple fishing boats, and various pirate ships were lined up together. A few of the pirate ships were particularly brazen, their Jolly Rogers still flapping loudly in the sea breeze. Stay away from those idiots who don't lower their flags, Hans commanded, guiding the Swordfish to carefully avoid their flamboyant piers, whispering to the helmsman. Quote, when the marine or enemies come knocking, cannonballs don't have eyes. Don't let us get caught in the crossfire. The crew members were sent out in teams according to their pre-assigned tasks to purchase various supplies needed for the long voyage. Food, fresh water, medicine, ropes, canvas, ammunition. Hans, with his shopping list, prepared to head to the shop in town that specialized in navigational tools to buy log poses and gather all the latest charts and intelligence on the Grand Line. After all, as the final gateway from West Blue to Reverse Mountain, the comprehensiveness and accuracy of information here were far superior to other islands. To ensure nothing went wrong, Sammy sent 2 executives, Fitch and Marcus, to accompany and protect him. Fitch, Marcus, you follow Hans, he specifically instructed. Quote, keep your eyes peeled. Be especially wary of the marine possibly setting up ambushes near those specialized shops. If our navigator goes down here, the subsequent trouble will be huge, so there must be no mistakes. Sammy hated unplanned chaos most of all. If Hans were caught, the entire pirate crew's departure plan would be disrupted. Saving him, retreating, and re-preparing would inevitably lead to mistakes in the rush. He liked the sense of security that came from following a plan and keeping risks to a minimum. Fitch, carrying both a long and a short gun on his back, nodded silently. Marcus, with a scimitar at his waist, replied crisply, yes, boss. Large-scale procurement of supplies usually took about half a day. After watching the procurement team leave, Sammy turned to the other 2 executives remaining on the ship and called out, Isaac, Aldo, let's go ashore and look around too. Then, raising his voice, he shouted to the crew members staying behind, boys, keep your eyes peeled and watch the ship. Yes, Captain XN. Sammy, along with Isaac and Aldo, jumped off the bow and stepped onto the bustling streets of Echo Lyre Island. Aldo took a couple of quick steps to get close to Sammy and asked in a low voice, boss, we're down over 20 people all of a sudden. Should we recruit some newcomers in this town to fill the ranks? Sammy thought for a moment and shook his head. Not for now. The current hands are enough to handle the Swordfish. We'll see how things go once we enter the Grand Line. Speaking of which, a smile played on his lips. I really want to see what the difference is between people from the Grand Line and those from West Blue. True enough, ha ha ha. Aldo laughed, scratching the back of his head. The 3 strolled through the town's busy streets. Sammy's gaze swept over the rows of shops and vendors. It was lively, but the goods for sale were nothing more than fish, fruit, crude weapons, and daily necessities, not much different from the ports of other islands. He quickly lost interest. His gaze was soon drawn to the sign of a tavern in the distance that looked quite old. Perfect timing, Sammy stopped and grinned at the 2 executives. Quote, hey, old rules, rock paper scissors, the loser pays. A moment later, Sammy looked at the paper he had played, which was soundly beaten by the scissors both Isaac and Aldo had thrown. He sighed with feigned annoyance. Sigh, I thought I'd get another free meal today. Chatting and laughing, the three reached the tavern entrance. However, just as they stopped and before they could reach for the door, several grim-faced men in black suits guarding the entrance immediately stepped forward to drive them away. The tavern isn't open today. Scram. Huh? Not open? The smile on Sammy's face stiffened slightly. He shrugged helplessly and turned to his two executives. Quote, "Oh, looks like we're out of luck. It's not that I'm unwilling to pay, you see." However, seeing that Sammy and his companions were still chatting and laughing at the tavern entrance instead of leaving immediately, the men in suits shouted at them again. "Damn it, are you deaf? I said it's not open. Get the hell out of here. Don't stand there being an eyesore." Sammy's step, just as he was about to move, froze instantly. He slowly turned back, his cold gaze sweeping over the black-clad lackeys. "Oh, I was actually in a pretty good mood today and I intended to be reasonable." He paused, a curve forming at the corner of his mouth. "But it seems your masters never taught you how to speak to people." Before he even finished speaking, bang bang bang, several dull thuds accompanied by short screams rang out almost simultaneously. The men in suits, who had been so arrogant moments ago, didn't even see how Sammy moved before they were sent flying with screams. They crashed heavily against the tavern's wooden door and walls, collapsing to the ground in various contorted positions, completely unconscious. Sammy flicked his wrist as if he were merely brushing off a bit of dust. Without even looking at the obstacles on the ground, he tilted his head toward the two executives beside him, who were already eager for action. "It seems this tavern will have to make an exception and open for us today." With that, he raised his foot and, with a loud boom, kicked open the tightly shut wooden door. Isaac and Aldo exchanged a glance and immediately followed, their faces showing excitement rather than worry. If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel. Before you start listening, please don't forget to like. 11. Number 11 Gangsters and Pirates. Chapter 11, Gangsters and Pirates. Echo Lyre Island, Departure Town, Old Violin Tavern. The light inside the tavern was dim and yellow, and lazy jazz music permeated the air like aged smoke. Two groups of people dressed in black suits were clearly separated, gathered around the central sofa booth, creating a tense and oppressive atmosphere. At the booth, a middle-aged man with a neatly trimmed goatee was engaged in a negotiation concerning firearms and berries with the bald, burly man across from him, whose head and neck were almost the same thickness. "What, 30 million berries?" Lorenzo tapped his fingers lightly on the table, his tone filled with dissatisfaction. Quote, "Falcon, you're cutting the price too drastically. Most of this batch is 80% new. HMPH, let's be straight, Lorenzo." Falcon interrupted him gruffly, gesturing with his thick fingers. Quote, "We've traded more than once or twice. This price is fair." His words came to an abrupt halt. Boom! With a loud explosion, the tavern's not-so-sturdy wooden door burst inward as if hit by a cannonball, scattering shattered wood chips. Click 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 click. Almost the instant the door was kicked open, all the men in suits on both sides of the booth reflexively pulled out pistols, and the metallic sound of over 20 guns being cocked rang out. The dark muzzles were not pointed outside, but at the partners across the negotiation table. "Are you planning a double cross, Falcon?" Lorenzo shouted sternly, his finger already on the trigger. "That's what I should be asking you, Lorenzo." On the other side, Falcon also slammed the table and stood up, his massive body exuding oppression. His subordinates also raised their guns aggressively. Your men? Your men?" The two gangs were at loggerheads, the tension as taut as a fully drawn bowstring. Any spark could ignite a bloody shootout, and the source of all this was the dilapidated wooden door, violently kicked open and still slightly swaying, and the three figures standing silhouetted against the light at the entrance. Sammy's gaze casually swept over the dozens of dark guns inside the establishment. He even had the leisure to examine the tavern's decor. It was old but still stylish, though judging by the current situation, it would soon need renovation. Tisk, quite a scene. Sammy walked straight toward the bar counter as if entering his own backyard, stepping on the creaking wood shards, and flashed a friendly smile at the trembling bartender. "Yo, business is booming boss. 3 bottles of rum, we'll drink them here." Lorenzo and Falcon simultaneously cast murderous glances at the unwelcome guest at the door. No one would be happy about being interrupted during a crucial deal, especially when they might be mistaken for an ambush set by the other party. Falcon suppressed his rage, his voice squeezed out from between his teeth. "Who are you? Don't you know this place is booked? Get out, you keep talking." Sammy nonchalantly pulled over a chair, setting it down with a clatter, right in front of the two gang leaders' booth, sitting down boldly, and even resting his feet directly on the table between them. Don't mind me, we'll leave after we drink. Isaac and Aldo stood behind him like two guardian deities, one on the left and one on the right, their eyes filled with disdain. You're looking for death. A hot-tempered man in a suit next to Falcon finally couldn't hold back, abruptly raising his gun and pointing it at the nearby Sammy. However, before his finger could press the trigger, Falcon slapped his hand down. Stop, Falcon growled. Quote, put your guns down. He couldn't see clearly against the light just now, but now that Sammy was close, that young face, carrying a hint of laziness and arrogance, quickly overlapped with a wanted poster in his memory. The rage on Falcon's face instantly turned into shock and suspicion. He then forced out a slightly stiff smile, his tone making a complete 180-degree shift. Oh my, who knew such a prestigious figure was here? It turns out to be Captain Ribera Sammy of the Jellyfish Pirates? Really, why didn't you notify us in advance of your arrival? I would have prepared a special reception for you. Huh? Now it was Sammy's turn to be stunned. The gesture of pushing his hair back froze mid-motion. He had burst in so brazenly because he calculated that the other party would attack, giving him a chance to stretch his muscles and, incidentally replenish his funds. He didn't expect the other party to recognize him and act so compliant. You know me? Look at what you're saying. Falcon's smile became a bit more sincere. Quote, your 69 million berries bounty, who in the West Blue doesn't know about it? He turned towards the bar counter and shouted with unprecedented politeness. Boss, what are you waiting for? Quickly serve. Captain Sammy and his brothers serve the best rum. It's on me. Internal monologue. That's not how the script goes. Shouldn't I appear arrogantly, have the subordinates get offended and attack, and then I defeat them all? How am I supposed to fight now? Falcon, his face plastered with a solicitous smile, said to the pale Lorenzo, it seems our deal today won't be happening. We've run into a small situation, please understand? Lorenzo let out a cold snort, his sinister gaze sweeping back and forth between Sammy and Falcon. In the end, he said nothing, merely waving his hand and leading his subordinates away from the tavern quickly. HMPH, who was that guy? Acting like he owns the place, Sammy asked casually, crossing his legs. Oh, him. Falcon turned around, his smile even more fervent. Quote, just a mediocre arms dealer, not worth mentioning. Come, Captain Sammy, it's our honor to meet you. Please allow me to treat you and your brothers to a drink today. The bartender immediately brought over 3 unopened bottles of rum. Falcon personally picked up 1 bottle, exaggeratedly wiped the neck, and solicitously offered it to Sammy. Drink? Sammy showed a mocking smile bordering on pity. Quote, hey, Baldy. Falcon's smile remained unchanged as he leaned closer to Sammy. Yes, your acting is terrible. Before he finished speaking, Sammy grabbed the wrist Falcon was using to offer the drink and twisted it back. Ugh, Falcon cried out in pain. Sammy snatched the bottle with his other hand and, before anyone could react, shoved the bottleneck directly into Falcon's open mouth. Since you like this drink so much, why don't you drink it first as a sign of respect? He lifted his wrist, tilting the bottle almost vertical, and the amber liquid poured frantically down Falcon's throat. Gulp gulp, cough cough, cough, cough. Falcon's eyes bulged. He struggled desperately, but Sammy's iron vice grip held him fast. The rum choked his windpipe, and his face instantly turned liver purple. Boss, you dare bully our boss, I'll kill you. Bang, Sammy was faster. The rum bottle, carrying a fierce wind, smashed solidly against Falcon's bald head. Glass shards and amber liquid scattered everywhere. Ah, cough, cough, cough. Falcon screamed, seeing stars from the impact, and staggered backward. Clutching his head, which had instantly swollen and was bleeding, he roared with shock and fury. Ribera Sammy cough. Cough, are you effing crazy? I offered you a drink out of goodwill, and you dare. Sammy used his other hand. Goodwill? Sammy cut him off, shaking the liquid from his hand, his voice full of mockery. Quote, with that much powder on the bottleneck, do you think I'm blind? Furthermore, he took a step forward, killing intent radiating from him, and said slowly and deliberately, I've been operating in the West Blue for 6 years, and it's you gangs I rob. When have you ever treated me kindly? Suddenly crawling over like a pug, what reason could there be besides trying to trick me? Quote, damn it, we've been exposed, brothers. Attack. With his plot revealed, Falcon dropped the pretense, pulled the pistol from his waist with a ferocious expression, and roared, take them down. I'll take that 69 million berries bounty head. Attack. Sammy gave the order almost simultaneously. Isaac and Aldo, behind him, sprang into action like tigers released from a cage, instantly pouncing on the enemies on both sides. Inside the tavern, the brief peace was utterly shattered, and the battle erupted violently. 12. #12 How to Say Goodbye to the West Sea. Chapter 12. A West Blue Farewell. Open fire. Falcon's roar and Sammy's command overlapped almost perfectly. Bang 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 bang. Gunfire erupted instantly, a dense hail of lead pellets showering down on Sammy and his two companions. However, in the split second before the gun muzzles spat fire, Isaac's bear-like frame erupted with astonishing force as he delivered a heavy kick against the thick solid wood booth. Crash. Amidst the flying splinters, the massive booth was sent sliding sideways by his kick, acting like a wooden shield in front of the trio. Thud 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 thud. The dull thumps of bullets embedding themselves into the thick wood formed a continuous, scalp-tingling sound. Aldo, Sammy barked. Leave it to me, ha ha ha. Aldo charged out from behind the booth like a raging bull, laughing maniacally, his mace whistling through the air in a ferocious sweep. Boom. A heavy oak table was directly smashed into a cloud of flying wooden spikes and fragments, which shot like buckshot towards the gangster gunman on the flank. Ah, my eyes. Damn it. Instantly, screams and chaos erupted, creating a gap in the dense curtain of fire. Quick, take out the one with the mace first. A quick-thinking gang leader shrieked hoarsely, and the remaining gunmen swiveled their weapons, trying to focus fire on the exposed Aldo. But at that very moment, Isaac and Sammy moved. Isaac charged out like a tank, crashing directly into the crowd. He needed no weapon. His iron fists were his most reliable partners. With each punch whistling through the air, heavy as a mountain, those struck suffered broken bones and tendons, sent flying like ragged sacks. The scene instantly became one of brutal chaos. However, in stark contrast to the hard-hitting, direct combat styles of his two executives was Captain Sammy. The instant Aldo and Isaac drew the majority of the fire and attention, Sammy moved. His figure seemed to melt into the dim light and flying wood splinters, transforming into a faint shadow barely visible to the naked eye, slipping through the gaps in the gangster crowd. He made no obvious attacking motions, no punches, no kicks. He was just like a slippery fish, gliding straight through the throng. The gangsters only felt a shadow brush past them, their peripheral vision catching something, a sensation on their skin like being lightly grazed by cold seaweed. What was th? The suspicious thought had just formed when Sammy's figure flashed into view at the other side of the crowd, his back turned to the dozens of gangsters still holding their guns in bewilderment. Sammy covered the left half of his face with his splayed left hand, tilting his head back slightly. Through his fingers, one could see the mischievous, triumphant smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Feel the pain, let the feast begin. Poison fist, thousand needle banquet. The moment his words fell, it was as if some magic had been dispelled. Ah, my arm. Ugh. Ah, my hand, it feels like it's been pierced through. My leg, I can't move my leg, it hurts so much. My stomach, something's drilling inside, help. A cacophony of agonized screams suddenly erupted. Those gangsters who had merely felt a light touch moments ago now collapsed to the ground like toppling dominoes. They clutched desperately at the spots Sammy had brushed, their arms, palms, thighs, or sides, as if countless invisible poison needles were madly stabbing them from within. The intense pain completely robbed them of their ability to fight. They could only writhe and wail amidst the wreckage, the scene instantly transforming from a fierce gunfight into a hell of pained groans. He. Sammy lowered his hand from his face, turned around, looked at his handiwork, and couldn't help but let out a low, smug chuckle. Of the original 30-plus gangsters, after Isaac and Aldo had dealt with a portion, the majority of the remainder had been completely incapacitated by Sammy's thousand-needle banquet. Only a handful were still standing, along with the thoroughly terrified Falcon. Clutching the wound on his head, Falcon watched as most of his men were mowed down like wheat in just a few short minutes. He finally saw things clearly. This 69 million berries bounty was not something he could mess with. Monsters retreat, fall back, he shrieked, his soul fleeing in terror, turning to run for the tavern's back door. But unfortunately, just as Falcon's hand touched the doorframe, he felt a hand gently settle on his shoulder. Sammy had somehow appeared behind him. Yo, Mr. Falcon. His face wore a harmless smile. I haven't had my fill of fun yet. Where are you running off to? Falcon was scared out of his wits. His legs gave way, and he collapsed to the floor, immediately thrusting the leather case in his hands upward. B-boss Sammy D, don't kill me, I was wrong, I have money, I'll give you all my money, please. Spare my life. Sammy took the case, opened it, and quickly estimated the amount. 3 million, to buy your life and the lives of all your men here. Sounds pretty fair, doesn't it? Falcon nodded frantically, tears and snot smearing his face. Yes, fair, very fair, thank you, Captain Sammy, for sparing me. I'm a man who values fairness above all. Sammy nodded, closing the case. Just as a flicker of hope rose in Falcon's eyes, Sammy crouched down again. So, I'll take the money. He reached out and patted Falcon's tear-streaked cheek, seemingly casually. And your life, as a bonus, I'll take that too. See? Am I not fair? No. Falcon's plea turned into a gurgle as a pale purple color rapidly spread beneath the skin of his slapped cheek. His eyes bulged, his body convulsed violently, and mere seconds later, he went silent in the throes of ultimate agony. Sammy flicked his hand in disgust, as if merely shaking off a bit of dust. His icy gaze swept over the few survivors who were already petrified with fear, kowtowing on the ground like pounding garlic. Scram! Take this trash with you. The survivors scrambled away, dragging the bodies of their companions and the wailing wounded, fleeing cleanly in an instant. Sammy paid no more attention to the wreckage and groans littering the floor. He strode out of the tavern's shattered door, his executives in tow, carrying the money case. Outside, the sunlight was glaring, the sea breeze salty and fishy. Aldo took a deep breath of the fresh air and grinned. Boss, going out with you is always more fun now we've got plenty of funds again. The corner of Sammy's mouth lifted slightly. That brief moment of slaughter and cold seemed like just an illusion. Just then, as if suddenly remembering something, he stopped, turned around, and headed back into the devastated tavern. The owner, who had been cowering behind the bar trembling, nearly fainted on the spot when he saw this god of death return. Ignoring the man's terrified look, Sammy walked straight over, opened the money case, and casually pulled out several stacks of berries. By the thickness, it looked to be about 1,000,000. He turned and slapped the stack of money onto the dusty, splinter-covered bar, then jerked his chin towards the petrified owner. Here you go, boss. The owner stared at the money, then at Sammy, completely dumbfounded, his mind a blank. Sammy pointed a thumb over his shoulder at the scene behind him, which looked like it had been hit by a hurricane, a hint of a smile on his face. Use it to buy some new tables and chairs, and give the place a renovation. With that, he didn't linger, turning once more and walking towards the sunlight outside the door. Aldo and Isaac exchanged a glance, seeing the amusement in each other's eyes, and quickly followed. Aldo leaned closer to Sammy and muttered quietly, "Boss, you're too polite, even giving him money." Sammy walked with his hands in his pockets on the road back to the pier, replying lazily, "We're pirates, not some destructive maniacs." Besides, he glanced back at the Old Fiddle Tavern, its sign hanging slightly askew, his tone carrying a hint of something ineffable. Who knows, maybe one day we'll come back here for a drink. Aldo scratched the back of his head and let out a somewhat understanding, "Oh." Enough chatter. Sammy quickened his pace. Quote, "Let's go meet up with Hans and the others. It's time to leave this boring sea and head for the Grand Line." 13. Number 13 Grand Line. Let's set sail. Chapter 13. Grand Line, set sail. You're saying, if we encounter the Rumbar pirates, we should tell them that the whale named Laboon is still waiting for them at Twin Capes, right? Sammy said to the middle-aged lighthouse keeper in front of him, whose fashion sense was unique and whose hair at the back of his head fanned out like a peacock's tail. After extorting 30 million berries from the gangsters of Departure Town, Sammy and his crew received a warm send-off from the local Marines. Fortunately, the Swordfish's performance was exceptional, and the crew's skilled handling allowed them to navigate the mad currents of Reverse Mountain without major incident, successfully arriving at the starting point of the Grand Line, Twin Capes. At this moment, they were conversing with the lighthouse keeper of Twin Capes, Crocus. "That's right," Crocus nodded, his gaze instinctively drifting towards the somewhat massive silhouette not far away. Quote, "If you encounter the Rumbar pirates, please be sure to relay the message. Laboon has been waiting here all this time for their return." Sammy fell silent for a moment. He, of course, knew the answer. The Rumbar pirates had long been completely wiped out in the Florian Triangle. But if he told Crocus this truth now, would this future ship doctor of the Pirate King still board Roger's ship? If Roger were to die early due to a lack of a good doctor, ultimately failing to find Laugh-Tale and unable to usher in the Great Pirate Era, would the wheels of history derail right then? Would this tiny butterfly of his be snuffed out along with the entire era the moment it flapped its wings? Therefore, Sammy carefully weighed his words and asked in a roundabout way, "Mr. Crocus, I greatly admire Laboon's perseverance. But to circumnavigate the Grand Line once, how many dangers and hardships must one face along the way? It's been 5 years already. Have you ever considered that they might have already?" Here, Sammy made a slashing motion across his throat, his meaning clear. The usual easy smile vanished from Crocus's face. He gazed at the sea for a long time, at Laboon's massive form occasionally surfacing. "I know. I understand better than anyone what this sea can swallow. But, young man," he turned to look at Sammy, "sometimes waiting itself is the last thing the living must hold on to bring closure to everything, for better or worse. If you hear any news about them during your voyage, please tell me if you ever have the chance to return here." "All right," Sammy shrugged. Quote, "Anyway, our pirate crew currently has no plans to circumnavigate the Grand Line. We'll probably stay in the first half for quite some time. If I hear any news, I'll find a way to send word back. Oh haha, I'd really appreciate that. Crocus laughed, then changed the subject. Quote, so, which route are you planning to take next? I have some accumulated charts and a log pose here that might help you. Charts? We spent a fortune on quite a few back in the West Blue, Sammy said, turning his head and calling towards the ship. Hans. The navigator Hans immediately jogged over from the ship. Boss, you called? This is Mr. Crocus, the lighthouse keeper of Twin Capes. This is my navigator, Hans. Sammy briefly introduced the two, then said to Hans, go compare Mr. Crocus's charts with the ones we bought in the West Blue. See if there are any major discrepancies and verify the accuracy of the information. Yes, boss. Hans took the charts provided by Crocus. After careful comparison, he reported, boss, the basic topography and island markings are largely the same. The information we bought in the West Blue seems to be of good quality. They can complement each other. Sammy nodded in satisfaction and explained to Crocus, being newcomers, we have to be cautious. Double-checking to be safe. However, we do need the log pose. Thank you. He took the log pose and continued, as for the route I don't have any particular preference. However, I'm temporarily very interested in that island known as Small Garden. I plan to go there first. Anyway, we're not in a hurry. We don't plan to take the shortest route. We'll probably wander around the sea lanes, exploring at a leisurely pace. Small Garden? Crocus thought for a moment and said, that place is indeed quite different from other islands. It retains an ancient ecosystem. Dinosaurs and prehistoric beasts are the true masters there. It's not exactly a friendly tourist spot for newcomers. At this point, Hans chimed in, his face filled with absolute confidence in his captain. It's fine, our boss has a bounty as high as 69 million berries. He's a great pirate. Mere dinosaurs are nothing to worry about. Crocus looked at the proud Hans, then at Sammy beside him, who didn't refute the claim and only wore a somewhat wry smile at the corner of his mouth. He nodded in understanding. Oh, 69 million, it seems you've indeed made quite a name for yourselves in the West Blue. Well, since you have that level of strength, I won't prattle on. He raised a hand and pointed in a direction, offering advice. The log pose needs time to store magnetic force. The nearest next island from Small Garden is Whiskey Peak. Following normal navigation, heading there as your next destination is most appropriate. Resupply there and let the log pose record the magnetic force for the next island. Whiskey Peak? Sounds like a decent place from the name. Sammy waved to Crocus. Quote, thanks for the guidance, Mr. Lighthouse Keeper. Well, we won't disturb you any further. He turned and loudly ordered his crew, who had already finished resupplying. Men, hoist the sails. Destination, Whiskey Peak. Yeah. Amid the energetic response of the crew, the swordfish slowly sailed away from the tranquil harbor of Twin Capes. The island whale laboon let out a long, melodious whale song. Sammy stood at the stern, taking one last look at the massive silhouette and the shrinking figure beneath the lighthouse. He gripped the log pose in his hand, feeling the unique sea breeze of the Grand Line. The adventure on the Grand Line had finally begun. 14. Number 14 Chaotic Route. Chapter 14, The Chaotic Voyage. The swordfish left the Twin Capes and laboon far behind. Ever since Sammy descended from Reverse Mountain, the Grand Line had presented an exceptionally calm sea, mirroring the azure sky like glass, creating a beauty that felt almost unreal. However, this tranquility was shattered without any warning less than 2 hours after they sailed out from the Twin Capes. The originally clear, still, and windless weather was instantly swallowed by churning dark clouds. The gale, like an invisible giant's hand, violently seized the sea, heaving up mountainous waves. Quick, steady the helm, reef the sails now. Navigator Hans's roar seemed so insignificant in the howling wind. Yet, weather changes like this were merely the appetizer. Over the next few hours, it was as if someone was arbitrarily manipulating the weather. One moment, the swordfish was struggling amidst towering waves, and just as all the crew members thought they were about to face a terrifying storm, the oppressive, suffocating clouds inexplicably dispersed. Sunlight once again bathed the ship's deck, but this sunlight was no longer gentle. Instead, it was as if they had entered summer, with the scorching sun baking the deck. Before the crew could even wipe their sweat, the sky inexplicably began to drift with goosefeather snowflakes. Icy snow and blistering sunlight descended upon the deck simultaneously. What kind of hellish place is this? A young pirate opened his palm, watching snowflakes instantly melt into droplets. Muttering to himself, facing this spectacle of the world's raw power running wild, Sammy stepped onto the bow, spreading his arms to embrace the chaotic weather. Ha 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 ha, this is it, this is what makes an adventure legendary, only this kind of adventure can be called truly epic, ha 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 ha. The captain's hearty laughter infected a large portion of the crew, except for Hans. This was because his many years of sailing experience in the West Blue were completely useless. Here in the Grand Line, the Grand Line navigation logs and climate notes he had paid for were helpful, but mastering them required immense effort. After all, from the perspective of his West Blue sailing experience, the weather of the Grand Line was utterly illogical, reckless and chaotic, like a god's prank on mortals. For the first few days, Hans practically lived in the crow's nest. His eyes were bloodshot from staring intently at the ever-changing sky and sea. Though utterly exhausted, he dared not close his eyes, afraid that in the blink of an eye, the ship would be swallowed by a sudden whirlwind or whirlpool. The high-altitude sea wind seemed especially merciless, carrying away much of his already sparse hair. Hard to port, quick, a wind is coming, avoid it. Hans's voice had grown hoarse from shouting. He was merely a fairly competent navigator in the West Blue. Compared to those legendary genius navigators who could listen to the wind's whispers, he could only rely on 200% focus and sweat. It wasn't until the 7th day of the voyage that Hans barely began to grasp a sliver of the Grand Line climate's perverse temper. He started to be able to make slightly more successful predictions by combining the color of the seawater, the shape of the clouds, and the humidity carried by the wind, but it was only slightly better. Hitting 3 or 4 times out of 10 was already a blessing. So, more often than not, they still needed to stay vigilant and prepared for sudden changes. To prevent this valuable navigator from working himself to death, Sammy specifically assigned a clever young man to stay by his side, nominally to learn, but the main task was to take care of his daily needs. Whether he actually learned anything could be discussed later. After successfully predicting and commanding the ship to dodge a sudden hailstorm under a clear sky once again, Hans leaned against the crow's nest railing, gazing at the relatively calm sea ahead, and let out a deep, heavy sigh. He descended from the crow's nest and, with heavy dark circles under his eyes, went to report to Sammy. "Boss, this hellish place really isn't fit for humans. I still can't understand the climate here, but now I can roughly guess some things by intuition. Give me a bit more time, and I should be able to fully grasp the climate here." Sammy patted his shoulder. "You've worked hard, Hans. When we reach the next whiskey peak, we'll stay for a while longer. You can rest properly." Finally, on the 10th day after entering the Grand Line, the unique coastline of Whiskey Peak finally appeared on the horizon. "It's an island, we've arrived." Instantly, deafening cheers erupted on the ship. In the past 10 days, they had experienced more severe weather than they would in a year in the West Blue. They had truly felt, body and soul, why the Grand Line was called the graveyard of pirates. At this moment, everyone longed to set foot on solid ground. Slightly different from its boozy and cheerful-sounding name, the Whiskey Peak before their eyes looked like an ordinary, even somewhat barren, small town. Buildings were scattered among the rocky hills, far from the grandeur of the bustling ports in the West Blue. But none of this could extinguish the crew's blazing enthusiasm for setting foot on the first island of the Grand Line. Land ho! The moment the ship was securely docked, before the gangplank was even fully lowered, almost all the crew members, except for the necessary watchkeepers, surged ashore like wild horses let loose. With curiosity and excitement on their faces, they looked like country folk entering the city for the first time, finding everything fresh and novel. Sammy merely shouted at their jubilant backs, "Tomorrow, Team 2, remember to come back for your shift." "Aye, Captain." Disorderly replies came from the distance. For a time, this usually quiet little town was thrown into chaos by these overly energetic, noisy outsiders. Sammy and a few executives walked last. Aldo, watching his subordinates who could marvel for half a day at ordinary rocks and cacti, couldn't help but cover his face. "Boss, these kids are so embarrassing." Sammy just smiled, his gaze sweeping over the unique rock formations and distinctive low buildings, finally settling on Hans, who was comparing his nautical chart with the actual terrain. "Let them be. After all, this is our first step into the Grand Line." He turned and instructed the steady Isaac. "Isaac, follow the list and procure supplies at full capacity. Small garden sounds close, but," he lowered his voice a bit, "we don't know how long it will take Hans to fully understand the weather here. Just in case, we must stockpile more supplies." "Aye, boss." 15. #15 A deterrent of 69 million. Chapter 15. The deterrence of 69 million. After drifting at sea for over 10 days, eating the ship cook's few classic dishes every day, Sammy felt his taste buds were about to go on a collective strike. As soon as they landed, Sammy led the cadres straight to the market, intending to properly appease their stomach temples. Sammy stopped in front of a fruit stall. The stall was piled high with oddly shaped fruits, many of which he had never seen in the West Blue. "Boss, a few of this, and that one that looks like a butt. Yes, just these." Sammy casually pointed at a few fruits that looked somewhat appealing. Without asking for names or flavors, he paid, took one for himself, and distributed the rest to the people behind him. Crunch. With one bite, juice overflowed, and a flavor-mixing tropical sunshine and some peculiar spice exploded in his mouth. This texture interesting. Sammy chewed a few times and raised an eyebrow. The others also finished the fruits in their hands in a couple of bites, casually tossing the pits into the roadside bushes. "Oh ho ho," Sammy grinned, watching the pits disappear into the greenery. "I really am too wicked." Soon, their growling stomachs drove them into a tavern that seemed quite popular. The atmosphere inside wasn't much different from those taverns in the West Blue. The interior lighting wasn't too dim, the air was a mix of alcohol and sweat, rugged wooden tables and chairs were scattered about, and some corners were even built with rough stone blocks. Most of the patrons inside looked like characters you wouldn't want to mess with. Exposed skin often bore scars, and weapons were placed conspicuously within reach. As Sammy and his group entered, many of the guys cast rather unfriendly glances their way. Sammy's group, however, acted as if they were back home, swaggering up to the bar and rapping on the counter. "Boss, bring us some of your filling food, and a few glasses of rum." "All right, just a moment," the bartender replied. Just as they were waiting for their food, burru 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 burru, a unique ringing sound came from Sammy's chest. He unhurriedly pulled out a den den mushi and answered it. "Kacha." The den den mushi's appearance instantly changed, mimicking the arrogant image of a figure with a wide grin and a pompadour hairstyle. Hey my dear business partner, Captain Sammy, I'm coming to the West Blue again. Did you manage to get any good goods this time?" An overly enthusiastic voice came from the den den mushi's mouth. The tavern instantly fell half silent, many people pricking up their ears. "Oh, it's Boss Jillian," Sammy said casually. Quote, "Forgot to tell you, I'm not in the West Blue anymore. I'm in the Grand Line now." "Oh, really?" The voice on the other end first sounded surprised, then erupted into even louder laughter. "Ahahaha, that's just like you. I always said with your bounty, staying in the West Blue was a waste of talent. It's good you came to the Grand Line, although it's a pity to lose those specialty products from the West Blue underworld. No matter. From now on, if you catch any pirates with bounties over 50 million berries, you can trade with me. The amount I'll give you will definitely be much higher than what you'd get from the Marines for the bounty." "Alright, it's settled then. I'll contact you when I catch a big fish." "Ahahaha, I love doing business with someone as straightforward and capable as you. If you get the chance to come to the Sabaody archipelago, I'll definitely show you proper hospitality as your host." Kacha. The den den mushi hung up, reverting to its drowsy appearance, and was tucked back into Sammy's chest. However, the originally noisy sounds in the tavern had, at some point, dropped several notches. Especially when the voice on the phone said things like, "With your bounty, staying in the West Blue is a real pity. Bounties over 50 million inches, much higher than the Marine bounty." As these phrases were spoken, many who seemed to be drinking and chatting imperceptibly paused, their movements, their eyes flickering, hands stealthily reaching into their clothes to pull out crumpled stacks of wanted posters. Immediately after, a rustling sound filled the air as fierce or strange faces were quickly flipped through and compared. Suddenly, 69 million inches. A strangled-sounding shriek erupted from a corner. Sammy looked over and saw a plump little man spring up from his seat as if his tail had been stepped on, clutching a wanted poster tightly in his hand. His companion reacted extremely quickly, practically pouncing to cover his mouth tightly. "It's nothing, he's drunk talking nonsense." Those companions, faces pale as ghosts, forced smiles uglier than crying towards Sammy's direction, while practically dragging the still, MMPH, struggling little man, stumbling and scrambling out the tavern door. The number 69 million seemed to possess a magical power, instantly plunging the tavern's atmosphere to freezing point. The earlier sounds of bragging, joking, and brotherly camaraderie vanished without a trace. Although sporadic conversations remained, the voices were hushed to an extreme, as if afraid of disturbing something. An intangible, heavy pressure spread. Those gazes that had originally held scrutiny and hostility now mostly turned to fear and wariness, actively avoiding eye contact with Sammy's group. Aldo's body tensed slightly as he leaned close to Sammy's ear, his voice lowered to a whisper. "Boss, it feels something's off." Sammy, however, laughed heartily without a care, taking a swig from the newly arrived rum. "Ha, what's there to be afraid of, Aldo? With our strength, what kind of trouble could we possibly have in a place like this?" He wasn't boasting, it was a statement of fact. Given the strength of their cadre members, even fighting solo, and even if everyone in this tavern swarmed them all at once, armed with firearms, they could handle it easily, perhaps without even a scratch. And the facts proved Sammy right. Until they finished their meal as if no one else was around, those ferocious-looking characters in the tavern just drank in silence, at most stealing glances at them from the corners of their eyes. No one dared to make any substantial move. Sammy and his crew pushed their chairs back and stood up. Under the silent, tense gaze of countless eyes, they calmly and confidently left the tavern. Only after their figures had disappeared through the doorway for a while did the frozen air in the tavern seem to begin flowing again. Phew, someone, no one knew who, let out a long sigh first. Thump thump. Several people sitting near Sammy directly lost strength and slumped to the floor. Mother of God, they're finally gone. Scared me to death. Seriously, a 69 million monster, and he just came from the West Blue? Too crazy. It's my first time encountering someone with a bounty over 40 million inches. 16. Number 16 Snowy Route. Chapter 16. The Snowstorm Route. Meanwhile, far away in the New World, the latter half of the Grand Line, in the giant nation of Elbaf, unlike the warm winds of the West Blue and the treacherous weather of the first half of the Grand Line, the sea breeze of Elbaf carried a never-dispersing chill and fighting spirit, sweeping across this land famed for its martial prowess. In order to form an alliance with the powerful warrior village chief Harold, the already world-renowned Rocks pirates had been conducting friendly persuasion here for a full 2 years. At this moment, inside a magnificent hall carved from a single massive boulder within the giant King's City, the members of the Rocks pirates were gathered around a massive stone dining table, sized for giants. Compared to the grand surroundings and provisions, the crew members of the Rocks pirates appeared incredibly small. However, the intangible aura emanating from them was more than enough to prevent any giant from daring to look down on them. Sitting at the forefront was none other than the now world-famous Rocksteady Zebek, silently guzzling the giant race's unique strong liquor from a wooden mug comparable in size to a barrel. The mug emptied and was refilled and emptied. Judging by his slightly furrowed brow, he was clearly not in a good mood. Just moments ago, the king of the giant race, the powerful warrior Harold, had once again clearly rejected his alliance proposal. Damned stubborn Rocks cursed inwardly. Without the full support of Harold and the Elbaf giant warriors, the difficulty of his mad plan to overturn the world and become its king would increase exponentially. There were 2 devil fruits Rocks had always wanted to obtain. One of them was likely in Elbaf, and it had to be consumed by Harold to unleash the devil fruit's true power. In short, to realize his earth-shattering ambition, Elbaf was the key. Understood. Click-clack. An untimely sound broke the slightly heavy silence. A brawny man wearing a black pinstripe suit and puffing on a thick cigar hung up the den, Mushi in his hand with an unpleasant expression. Zihahahaha. Beside him, a man with wild golden hair like a lion's mane let out his signature laugh. This was Golden Lion Shaki, currently swirling a wineglass in his hand. What's wrong, Marin? You look like you just ate a dead rat. The man named Marin was the leader of the largest mafia family in the West Blue and also a core executive within the Rocks pirates. He casually picked up a grape the size of a watermelon beside him and took a fierce bite. It's nothing, Shaki. Just the kids I left behind in the West Blue to manage business sending word. That pirate crew that's been causing them trouble has slipped into the Grand Line. Next to him, a fat man with 3 chins and a bizarrely forked tongue, Wang Ji, spoke up while strenuously cutting a piece of roasted meat larger than his entire body, his words muffled. I think I've heard you mention it. That brat who wreaked havoc on several of your important strongholds and cost you quite a few berries? HMPH, just a lucky little clown. Marin snorted coldly, spitting out a grapeseed carelessly, his tone thick with disdain. I hear the leader is a jellyfish that ate the human fruit, a mismatched ability user. He can only strut around in backwaters like the 4 Blues. With his meager skills, if he knows what's good for him, he might manage to cling to life for a while in the first half of the Grand Line. Mama. A tall, voluptuous woman with thick lipstick and eyeshadow licked her lips. A jellyfish in human form? What an interesting combination. I wonder what kind of children he would produce? Marin, need our help? Once Harold agrees to Rox's proposal, it'll be as easy as squashing a bug. No need, Gansey. Marin waved his hand, raising a piece of roasted meat larger than himself for a bite. Quote, he's just a small-time pirate with a measly 69 million berry bounty. Not worth the rocks pirates mobilizing. If he's foolish enough to actually set foot in the new world. A flash of icy cold light flickered in his eyes. He didn't finish, but the implication was clear. Rox continued silently guzzling his drink. He had been utterly uninterested in the matter from start to finish. His gaze seemed to have already pierced through Elbaf's heavy cloud layer, fixed on a place far more distant. For true monsters like them, already world famous with bounties reaching hundreds of millions, or even billions, a 69 million rookie from the West Blue who had just entered the Grand Line was nothing but an insignificant ripple on the vast sea, not even worthy of a second glance. Meanwhile, the jellyfish pirate's swordfish had long since finished its resupply at Whiskey Peak and eagerly set sail for the mysterious island, Small Garden. However, the Grand Line once again used its capricious temper to give these visitors from the West Blue a rude awakening. Chew. A sneeze loud enough to almost shake the ice from the rigging erupted from Captain Sammy, who was bundled up like a polar bear. "Boss, you caught a cold?" Aldo, similarly bundled up with only half his face showing, asked in a muffled voice, holding a wooden shovel for clearing snow. "Bullshit." Sammy rubbed his reddened nose, his voice somewhat muffled by the thick scarf but his anger undiminished. "Your boss is strong and healthy. How could I catch a cold? This must be achoo." Another massive sneeze interrupted his defense. He jerked his head up, his gaze passing over the snow-covered gunwale towards the still gloomy sky, endlessly shedding goose feather-sized snowflakes. The anger he had been bottling up all day finally exploded. "Hans." Sammy's roar sounded particularly piercing in the wind and snow. "What the hell are you doing, kid? Didn't you swear up and down yesterday that you'd perfectly avoided the core route of the snowstorm? Why has this damn snow been blowing for a whole day, and it's getting fucking worse? Are you following the storm's movement path on purpose? Do we have some special connection with it?" Quote, the swordfish was now a far cry from its tidy state when leaving port. The masts, rigging, and deck were covered in thick snow, resembling a drifting snow-capped mountain at sea. The crew members, bundled up in multiple layers, were huffing and puffing as they cleared the constantly accumulating snow from the deck, their exhaled breaths instantly merging with the blizzard. The named navigator, Hans, was currently shivering, curled up beside the relatively sheltered ship's wheel. His head and shoulders were also covered in snow, making him look like a snowman. He adjusted his frozen stiff glasses, his voice noticeably lacking in confidence. "B-boss, trust me one more time. This time it's absolutely right based on wind speed, cloud thickness, and seawater temperature changes. We just need to, lower the mainsail and the jib, keep only the staysail for propulsion, hard a starboard, adjust course to northeast by east. We can cut out along the edge of this wind." Sammy looked at his pitiful and ridiculous appearance, nearly choking on his own breath. He took a deep gulp of icy air, trying to suppress the impulse to throw the guy overboard to cool off. "Fine, lower the mainsail and the jib, keep only the staysail for propulsion, hard a starboard, adjust course to northeast by east." "Hans, if this doesn't work, I'm tying you to the bow as a figurehead." The crew members watched the friendly exchange between their captain and navigator, silently lowered their heads, and shoveled the snow with even greater effort. 17. Number 17 Predators enter the fray. Chapter 17. Predator enters the game. Perhaps Sammy's threat worked, or perhaps Hans's intuition finally hit the mark for once, as the swordfish sailed safely out of that damned blizzard area. Several days later, "Land, boss," Hans shouted excitedly from the crow's nest. Quote, "Land spotted ahead." The crew members rushed onto the deck, gazing excitedly into the distance. Sammy also stepped out of the captain's cabin. Ahead, there truly was an island that looked incredibly primitive, and as the ship approached, the details of the island became clearer. "Wow, we finally reached land. This island looks so ancient. Trees towering into the clouds, massive flowers never before seen, and, roar, monster." Everyone looked over, only to see a gigantic lizard-like creature strolling on the beach, covered in thick, keratinous scales. It casually glanced at the docked swordfish, snorted, shook its head, and slowly turned towards the depths of the jungle. Sammy slapped the sailor on the forehead. Monster? What monster? You don't even know what a dinosaur is, you illiterate fool. Don't tell anyone outside that you're part of my jellyfish pirates, it's embarrassing." Dinosaur? Listen up, everyone." Sammy clapped his hands, drawing their attention. Quote, "Listen, boys, this island is called Small Garden. Don't be fooled by its seemingly harmless name. If anyone treats it like their backyard garden and dies, don't blame me for not warning you." Sammy's gaze swept over some crew members whose faces still showed skepticism, and his tone became serious. "This island is unlike anywhere else you've been. It's home to many ancient creatures that have long been extinct in the outside world. Dinosaurs, like the one we just saw, are one example. They have tough hides and incredible strength, making them extremely dangerous for most of you. Not to mention other dangerous creatures, like ancient mosquitoes, insects, rats, and ants, all prehistoric species. You figure out what happens if you get bitten. He paused, then continued, I'm going ashore. If you want to disembark and venture out, you can, but you must move in teams. And your weapons must never leave your hands. Stay alert at all times. And if something feels wrong, retreat immediately. Those who don't want to go down should stay on the ship, honestly, and be responsible for lookout duty. Understood? Yes, Captain. Soon, nearly 100 daring crew members, armed with swords and muskets, were assembled. However, Sammy and his 4 executives had already jumped off the ship first and entered the jungle. By now, 2 triceratops were already lying dead before them. One had a fatal knife wound to the neck, while the other's head had been violently smashed inward. Isaac was currently locked in a struggle with a 3rd triceratops. His hands gripped the dinosaur's 2 massive horns tightly, his muscles bulging, and the soil beneath his feet was being plowed into deep furrows. Hey, Isaac, we're all done. Why are you so slow? Aldo, carrying his mace, watched the scene with a grin. Hearing Aldo's teasing, Isaac grunted through his nose, suddenly exerted force from his core, and executed a perfect suplex, slamming the massive triceratops onto the ground with a boom. Before it could struggle, another heavy iron fist smashed hard into the side of its neck, silencing it completely. What's the rush? I just wanted to compare strength with it. Isaac shook his wrist and looked at Sammy. Quote, Boss, let's keep a triceratops on the ship. Even if it's just as a mascot. Hearing this, Sammy raised an eyebrow, half amused, half annoyed. Dream on. Given the size of this thing, how much would it eat in a day? Where on the ship would we store enough rations for it? If it ate meat, we could fish for sea kings to feed it, but since it's a vegetarian, would we have to specifically gather supplies for it every time we dock? The thought alone is troublesome. Just then, bursts of noisy shouts and sporadic gunfire echoed from the distant jungle behind them. Kill them. Shoot quickly. Aim for its eyes. Bang bang bang. Sounds like quite a few of the boys went ashore. Ha ha ha. I thought after being tossed around by the Grand Line, not many would have the guts left. Boss, what are you saying? Aldo patted his chest. Quote, we're the elites who fought our way out of the West Blue. If we were timid, how would we have dared to set our minds on following you to conquer the Grand Line? That's true. Ha ha ha. Boss, should we wait for them? Fitch asked. Just then, rumble, a deep, authoritative roar echoed from the depths of the island, as if the heart of the earth was beating, causing the ground beneath their feet to tremble slightly. Is that thunder? No. Sammy shook his head, his gaze instantly sharpening as he looked towards the volcano crater in the center of the island, which was emitting wisps of smoke. Quote, it's a volcano. The sound of volcanic activity. What? A volcanic eruption? This island is too dangerous. Sammy waved his hand dismissively. Let those subordinates play around here on their own. Let's go. With a sweep of his hand, he pointed in the direction of the roaring sound, straight to the center of the island. Marineford Headquarters, Marineford Supreme Strategy Conference Room. Around the heavy solid wood round table, a dozen high-ranking Marine officers, bearing Admiral stars on their shoulders, were seated, surrounded by cigarette smoke. The situation on the seas lately has become increasingly unsettling. Vice Admiral Nye Bass placed down a stack of reports and was the first to break the silence. Quote, those lawless scoundrels are popping up like poisonous mushrooms after the rain. Sitting next to him, Vice Admiral Yashi Rald, wearing round-rimmed glasses, pushed up his frames and interjected, the most worrying thing is still that name Rox. According to fragmented intelligence from CP, although they have been staying in Elbaf for the past 2 years, attempting to win over the giant race, we absolutely cannot let down our guard. If Rock's ambition were to combine forces with the giant warriors of Elbaf, he paused, not finishing his sentence, but everyone present understood the implications. The executives under Rox, Shaki, Charlotte Linlin, John, Wang Ji, which one of them wasn't a monster capable of dominating an entire region? Not to mention Rox himself, who is unfathomable. Exactly, another Vice Admiral, Vice Admiral Gina Hawk, agreed gravely. Quote, Rock's previous track record was astonishing. The fall of an admiral, the destruction of the Gate of Justice in those years, the reputation of the Marine was utterly disgraced. What's worse is that since Rock's name echoed across the world, countless pirates have taken him as their role model, flocking to the seas, making the situation increasingly rotten. A wave of sighs swept through the conference room. The rise of Rox was indeed the Marine's heaviest scar in recent years. However, the Marine is not without talent. We also have brilliant new combat forces. Just look at Sengoku, Garp, and Zephyr. In just over a decade, they have rapidly advanced to Commodore based on their distinguished military achievements, showing immense momentum. Many outstanding talents are emerging from various branches, and commissioned officers at all levels are constantly appearing. They are the future pillars of the Marine. Mentioning these names, the faces of the generals present showed complex expressions, admiration, mixed with a hint of pressure from being overtaken by the newcomers. The topic then shifted to a specific discussion of the current situation on the seas. The generals successively reported on several pirate crews that were making names for themselves in the first half of the Grand Line and those causing major trouble in the New World, and they tentatively agreed upon targeted strategies until a report from the West Blue was presented. Furthermore, according to the last sighting report from the West Blue branch, and confirmed by our informant at Whiskey Peak, the former West Blue pirate crew, the Jellyfish Pirates, led by Captain Predator Ribera Sammy, entered the Grand Line approximately 1 month ago. Ribera Sammy, Vice Admiral Gina Hawk frowned. Quote, "Is that the fellow with a bounty of 69 million berries? I recall he was entrenched in the West Blue for 5 or 6 years, and his scale never seemed very large?" "Yes," the intelligence officer confirmed. Quote, "They almost never harass civilians and even engage in fair trade with towns. We previously judged them to be the type content with ruling the West Blue, perhaps useful for helping the Marine wear down the power of the West Blue gangs, but now it seems our judgment may have been wrong." Vice Admiral Rawld took over. Quote, "They accumulated power in the West Blue for 6 full years before choosing to enter the Grand Line. This is definitely not an impulse. They either possess extreme patience, or they have great ambitions. A pirate crew that knows how to endure and possesses considerable strength is sometimes far more dangerous than reckless destroyers." Indeed, Vice Admiral Bass agreed. Quote, "The fact that they could accumulate a bounty of 69 million berries based on their policy of not harassing civilians speaks volumes. Their strength is likely higher than it appears on the surface. I believe we need to immediately raise their surveillance level and consider dispatching combat forces of at least Marineford Colonel rank to carry out the capture. We cannot allow them to establish a foothold in the Grand Line." Admiral Kong, who had been sitting silently at the head of the table listening, finally nodded slightly. "Notify all branches in the first half of the Grand Line to raise their vigilance. Increase the danger level of the Jellyfish Pirates. To have lurked in the West Blue for so long before entering these waters, they definitely have a scheme." 18. Number 18. The Giant Shadow of the Small Garden. Chapter 18. Giant Shadows of Small Garden. Phew, how is this hellhole anything like a small garden? Where's the small part? I think calling it a giant tree jungle would be more accurate, Aldo complained as he struggled to push aside a fern leaf larger than his entire body. The humid and sweltering climate had him drenched in sweat, and his heavy boots made squelching sounds as they stepped on the humus-covered ground. They had been trekking through this seemingly endless primeval rainforest for quite some time. All around them was a canopy that blotted out the sun, leaving the light dim, while various strange insect chirps and faint roars of distant beasts rose and fell. Rumble. Ahead, several towering trees that would take several people to encircle fell to the ground. Marcus, having cleared the path for the team, flicked his wrist, performed a sharp sword flourish, and sheathed his long blade back at his waist with a clink. "Stop complaining, Aldo. Don't you think there's a real sense of adventure in carving out a path with your own strength in a place like this?" "That's right," Fitch added from the side, carefully checking his flintlock to prevent the humid moisture from affecting the firing mechanism. "If I ever retire and return to the West Blue, I'm definitely going to write a biography to record all the bizarre things we've experienced on this sea." "Huh?" Aldo turned his head, looking at Fitch with a "Are you okay?" expression. "What are you thinking, Fitch? Where is there such a thing as a pirate who can retire peacefully? By the time we're really too old to swing a sword or gun, those bounty hunters who smell blood will surely swoop down like vultures, wanting our heads for berries anyway. I've made up my mind. Since I chose this path, I, Aldo, will definitely fight until I die. Even if I end up buried in this sea, I'm not afraid." "That's a man's romance." Wahahaha. "There really are diplodocuses. They're even taller than I imagined." A familiar and boisterous laugh suddenly came from above their heads. When did he? Aldo, Marcus, Fitch, and Isaac all looked up instantly, only to see that Sammy had somehow managed to sit atop the head of a massive creature. It was a giant brontosaurus with an extremely long neck, its head almost reaching the middle layer of the canopy. It was slowly and methodically chewing on leaves from the heights, seemingly indifferent to the little passenger on its head. "Boss, it's too dangerous. Get down. That's a supersized dinosaur," Aldo shouted anxiously, his hand already gripping the handle of his spiked mace. It's fine, don't worry. Sammy leisurely patted the brontosaurus's rough skin, which produced dull, thud-thud sounds. Biological common sense. It's a herbivore, and its temperament is quite gentle. As he spoke, he gazed as far as he could, his eyes scanning over the jungle canopy to lock onto a distant area where a fierce conflict was taking place. Hey, found it, Sammy waved vigorously to the dumbfounded executives below, pointing into the distance. We're heading in that direction. I saw something good. You guys are definitely going to be shocked. Catch up. After saying that, he actually jumped directly off the brontosaurus and began moving in the direction he had indicated. The executives looked at each other, then had no choice but to follow helplessly. As they moved deeper into the island's interior, bursts of dull, terrifying thuds accompanied by the trembling of the earth reached them, far more oppressive than the previous volcanic rumbles. Wow, what's going on? Is it an earthquake? Marcus instinctively grabbed a nearby tree trunk, feeling the ground beneath his feet jumping. No, listen carefully. Fitch tilted his ear, his voice carrying a hint of gravity. Quote, it sounds like the sound of fighting. The sound was so immense that every collision felt like two steel mountains crashing into each other. The thunderous clanging of metal echoed through the jungle, making eardrums ache and hearts pound uncontrollably to that terrifying rhythm. Ha ha ha, almost there, it's just ahead. Sammy was running at the front, his voice full of excitement, his pace never faltering. The four executives suppressed the horror in their hearts, shared a glance, and could only follow closely behind Sammy's footsteps. When they finally pushed aside the last giant fern leaf, the scene before them left everyone stunned. Ahead was an exceptionally open clearing, forming a sharp contrast with the surrounding dense jungle. However, looking closely, this clearing was filled with the debris of towering trees. It was clear that this open space had been created by the crushing force of some giant objects. And the culprits responsible for creating this field must be those two giants engaged in a fierce battle. Their bodies were as towering as small mountains, their bronze skin covered in battle scars. They brandished giant battle axes comparable to warship masts and equally massive longswords. Every clash whipped up a terrifying hurricane, carrying sand, stones, and vegetation, making it nearly impossible for Sammy's group to keep their eyes open. Clearly, this world-shaking battle was nearing its end. After another deafening clash of weapons, the two giants roared simultaneously, discarded their weapons, and slammed their massive fists hard into each other's cheeks. Bang! An extremely dull impact sound rang out. The two massive bodies swayed, like two blasted mountains collapsing. With a boom, they both fell backward simultaneously, slamming heavily onto the ground and triggering another small earthquake. The dust kicked up, swept out like a sandstorm. 37,852 fights, 37,852 draws. After a brief silence, the two giants lying on the ground actually let out boisterous and weary laughs at the same time. Gahahaha, Brogy, looks like it's another draw this time. Gahahaha, Dory, your fist is still as powerful as ever. At this moment, let alone the four executives, even Sammy, who was mentally prepared, was completely dazed. Although he had known from the manga that there were two giants here and had imagined their size, when these living ancient warriors with bodies comparable to mountains actually stood before his eyes, the awe and shock of absolute volume and power were things that could not be fully simulated through any imagination. He felt an indescribable sense of insignificance seize him, as if he had become an ant that had accidentally wandered into the gladiatorial arena of the gods. Only now did he truly understand what megalophobia meant, and what it meant to be utterly insignificant in the face of absolute power. Even Aldo, who was usually fearless, now stood with his mouth wide open, looking up at those massive bodies that resembled hills even while lying down. His voice trembled uncontrollably. This is a giant. 19. Number 19, the soldier's belief. Chapter 19. A warrior's conviction. Sammy signaled the cadres to wait where they were, adjusted his collar, and walked alone towards the two mountain-like massive figures. What an earth-shattering battle! It is our supreme honor to witness the duel of the legendary warriors, Blue Ogre Dory and Red Ogre Brogy, the two heroes of the giant race. Dory propped up his upper body with his thick arm, kneeling up on one knee. His immense shadow instantly enveloped Sammy. Huh? Little human, you know us? Brogy also sat up. We have long-awaited guests, Dory. Of course, the two captains of the giant warrior pirates. Mighty warriors wielding giant weapons. I've heard your stories since I was a child. I never thought I'd see the real legends here today. Gahahaha. Dory let out a hearty laugh, clearly pleased by the flattery. To think that after so many years, our fame still sails the seas. Brogy also grinned, but then touched his parched lips, his massive throat gulping as he looked intently at Sammy. Hey, little one, tell me, do you have any alcohol? Yes, how can you sail the seas without fine wine? Oh, really, I'll host you. Guests, share some with us. Sammy smiled and vigorously waved to the nervously watching cadres in the distance. Aldo, Isaac, don't just stand there, get back to the ship. Bring all the rum, bring everyone, let's have a banquet. Gah ha ha ha, a straightforward little one. Gah ha ha ha, I didn't expect so many of you to be from the West Blue. Dory laughed, slapping his knee. Of course. Sammy took a big bite of perfectly charred dinosaur meat. Quote, we spent 6 years preparing to venture into this grand line. At this moment, Aldo beside him couldn't help but boast, gesturing towards the giants. That's right, we sailed the West Blue for 6 years. And our boss's bounty reached 69 million berries. 69 million? Not bad. Gah ha ha ha, the meat's ready. Eat up. Brogy placed a large sizzling piece of roasted meat on a giant banana leaf and pushed it before the group. However, except for Sammy and a few cadres, the other crew members who had followed stared at the piece of meat larger than themselves and the giant's fingers that could easily crush them, all falling silent, not daring to move. Scary. So this is the giant race? Just standing nearby makes your legs weak, terrifying, completely kills the appetite. The captain and the executives are already getting along with them. That's our Captain Sammy for you. Don't be shy, this dinosaur meat is delicious, Brogy said, picking up a barrel of rum with 2 fingers as if it were a tiny cup, and tilted his head back to pour it into his mouth. Ah, tastes great, just a bit small. Gah ha ha ha. Watching this, a flicker of thought passed through Sammy's eyes before he casually turned to Dory. Speaking of which, Dory, you've been in these waters for so long. Have you ever seen the Rumbar Pirates? The Rumbar Pirates? Dory stroked his beard, his massive head tilting slightly in thought for a moment before shaking it. Quote, no impression. Why, do you have a grudge against them? No. Sammy waved his hand, his tone carrying a hint of well-measured sentiment. Quote, just entrusted by someone to search for their traces. He then recounted the story of the Rumbar Pirates and how the island whale named Laboon was still waiting at Twin Capes. Sammy, of course, knew the wreckage of the Rumbar Pirates was drifting in the Florian Triangle. But now, he needed a legitimate reason to lead the team to linger in the first half of the Grand Line for a while, to avoid the upcoming events at God Valley. Although, as captain, he had the authority to decide the course, he had to give the crew members a clear goal to maintain the captain's sense of direction and authority. Ing for the Rumbar Pirates was the perfect excuse. It could showcase his persona of keeping promises and being trustworthy, making the crew feel it was worth following such a captain who valued honor and loyalty. I never imagined such a loyal island whale, truly moving. Gah ha ha ha. Brogy's rough laughter held a hint of anticipation. What other new things are happening on the seas? We've been here too long, haven't heard news from outside in ages. At this point, Fitch voiced his question, his gaze sweeping over the clearing seemingly reshaped by the giants. Speaking of which, have you been here for a long time? Yeah, Isaac beside him chimed in gruffly. Quote, you too, why have you been fighting here all this time? Dory and Brogy exchanged a glance, their massive faces simultaneously showing heroic expressions. In the giant country of the Grand Line, there's a rule. If villagers have a dispute and neither side yields, we must accept the judgment of the god of Elbaf. The judgment of the god of Elbaf? What does that mean? Aldo pressed. The god of Elbaf always blesses the righteous one, ensuring their survival. So, Brogy waved his huge arm, pointing at the island serving as their battlefield. This island is the arena for me, and Dory the righteous one will win the fight and live. What? Marcus's narrow eyes were full of disbelief. Quote, then what started your dispute? What was it? Dory's huge hand rubbed his helmet before bursting into laughter. Quote, gah ha ha ha, I don't remember, Brogy, how about you? Brogy also slapped his belly hard, emitting an equally heroic laugh. I don't remember either. Gah ha ha ha. Wah, what? The crew members were almost dumbfounded. Quote, you've been fighting for so many years over something you can't even remember? Quote, but Aldo listened with surging excitement. He clenched his fist tightly, his eyes blazing with fervor. No, I understand, this is what true men are about. You must have something you firmly believe in, your heart for that conviction. You'd risk your life without hesitation because it's often more important than life itself. They've fought for decades for a belief in their hearts, even if they've forgotten the specifics. But it absolutely exists. This is what true warriors are. Sammy slowly stood up, walked to the bonfire. The flickering flames cast shifting light and shadow on his face. He looked around at the faces filled with shock, confusion, or excitement, his voice reaching everyone's ears. Aldo is right. Seeing Dory and Brogy, I thought, what about us? All of us, fighting our way here from the West Blue, living with our lives on the line, not knowing what tomorrow brings. Many have abandoned families, left hometowns, bid farewell to friends and loved ones after giving up so much. What exactly are we doing it for? His gaze swept over every crew member. Is it just for the next meal of meat and drink? For how many berries we can split from the next raid? If that's all, how are we any different from ants spinning in circles their whole lives? Sammy's voice gradually rose. Dory and Brogy, their decades of battle taught me one thing. A person must know what they truly stand for in their heart. It's not something forced on you by others, but a desire from the depths of your soul, a goal you're willing to burn your life for without regret. Now, I want each of you to think hard. What do you truly want? To earn 100 million berries, build the grandest house back home, so your family never suffers bullying again? To make your name resound throughout the Grand Line? To make the jellyfish pirates' flags strike fear into hearts? To become the world's greatest swordsman, or the strongest gunman, earning everyone's awe with your strength? Or to explore every corner of this mysterious sea, charting your own legendary map? The goal can be big or small, it doesn't matter, but you must have a goal. You must clearly know why you picked up your weapons, why you stand here. Only when you truly identify what you want in your heart will you have boundless drive. You'll actively hone your skills, unleash power you never imagined in desperate situations. Find it, seize it, then, like a warrior, use your entire life and passion to achieve it. Only then, when we look back one day, can we laugh heartily without regret like Dory and Brogy, and tell ourselves, this life was worth living. The bonfire crackled. The giants listened quietly, approving smiles on their faces, and the crew members of the jellyfish pirates sank into deep contemplation. 20. Number 20 Declaration of the King of the World. Chapter 20. The World King's Declaration. The crew members of the jellyfish pirates also fell into deep contemplation. That's right, what exactly do they, as pirates, truly want? Money? Power? Women? Fame? These common pursuits in the pirate world now required everyone to provide their own answer. This question not only lingered in the minds of the ordinary crew members, but even the executives looked thoughtful, sinking into a review of their own paths. Following Boss Sammy, strictly speaking, they weren't short on money. As pirates, they didn't need to buy luxuries or acquire real estate. After all, most of those who remained on the ship now were desperate wanderers, unattached and calling the ship home. Wealth was certainly necessary, but it didn't seem to be the entire meaning of life. I want to become stronger. Aldo was the first to suddenly stand up, his fists clenched, his eyes burning with fervent flames. I want to become stronger, as strong as Boss. No, I want to become stronger than Boss. I want my wanted poster to have a bounty of 100 million berries. 100 million berries, huh? That's a decent ambition, and if you work hard, it's not impossible. Sammy raised an eyebrow. But you want to surpass me? Aldo, don't even think about it in this lifetime. That's impossible. Don't look down on me, boss. Aldo stuck out his neck, that familiar stubborn streak returning. Quote, this is what I stick to: becoming stronger than everyone else. I want to become the best shipwright in the West Blue, no, in the Grand Line. A usually taciturn sailor from the sailing team mustered his courage and spoke. He was hesitant at first, but finally gritted his teeth, his eyes becoming firm. That's right, I want to become the best shipwright in the Grand Line. I want to build a ship that can reach any place in the world. I want to become a great pirate and make my name resonate across the sea. I want to write a book about our story, so that future generations know we existed. Just like Noland, my home in the West Blue was taken over by a gang. So I want to build my own small town, a town without dark forces, a town where everyone can live in peace. I want to travel to every island on the Grand Line. I want to be a captain. Ha 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 ha. You haven't even had a few drinks yet, but you're already spouting drunken nonsense. Someone nearby immediately laughed and punched him. Quote, our captain can only be Captain Sammy, right, Captain? Everyone's gaze instantly focused on Sammy. Me? Sammy was stunned, his gaze falling on the wineglass in his hand, the amber liquid gently swirling. That's right, what was my dream again? Wealth? Power? Fame? He still remembered being an obscure high school student who came to this magnificent world, and his initial impulse was to make a name for himself across the sea and leave behind his own legend. But when did I start becoming afraid of fame? Was it after learning about the era I was currently in? Or after learning that the monsters of the Rocks pirates were still running rampant? Just because I knew some future information, I became fearful? Terrified? Even if the Rocks pirates were destined to be destroyed at God Valley, the sea was still filled with powerhouses. Garp, Roger, Whitebeard, Golden Lion. Which one wasn't a favorite of the era? Must I always stay hunkered down? Why should I be afraid? Just because I ate a useless devil fruit? Just because they were incredibly powerful in the original storyline? Old man Oda hasn't even finished drawing the manga yet. Who knows what the real history looks like? Kaido himself said that hockey is everything. Physical techniques are the true path. As long as I'm not dead, who can say I can't become the strongest dark horse? Sammy suddenly gulped down the remaining wine in his cup and slowly rose under everyone's gaze. He felt a long-suppressed torrent surging in his chest. That was the adventurous passion belonging to the youth Li Wei, and the conquest ambition belonging to the pirate Ribera Sammy. The flickering light of the bonfire danced across his face, reflecting a spirit completely different from usual. Quote, I want to become strong enough to no longer feel fear, no longer be afraid. He paused, his gaze slowly sweeping over every familiar face, finally casting toward the boundless night sky. I want to be so strong that, if I want to do something, no one can stop me. He suddenly spread his arms. Buzz! Instantly, an invisible aura seemed to burst outward from him, spreading rapidly in all directions. I want to become the king of the world. The bonfire flames were suddenly suppressed as if by an invisible hand, flickering violently between bright and dim. The surrounding crew members also felt a sudden tightness in their chests. This is? Gahahaha. After a brief shock, Dory let out a louder, more excited laugh than usual. That's truly astonishing, little guy. No, Sammy, gahahaha. To dreams xn. No one remembered much of what happened at the banquet afterward, except for the two giants. But when asked, Dory and Brogy just laughed at each other and refused to reveal anything. I hope I didn't do anything too embarrassing? Sammy rubbed his throbbing temples, thinking with some uncertainty. Speaking of which, Boss Dory, Hans said, holding the log pose and raising a question. How long does it take for the magnetic force on this island to fully record? Oh, you mean the log pose's magnetism? Dory chewed on some meat, answering carelessly. 1 year. What? 1 year? Quote, Captain, bad news, Captain. Hans's voice was the first to ring out. He scrambled to Sammy, holding the log pose high. We have to stay on this island for a whole year. What? 1 year? Quote, Sammy was genuinely shocked this time. To be honest, the specific details had long been blurred since he read the manga in his previous life. He only remembered that Small Garden took a long time to record, but he never expected it to be a whole year. 1 year? Are you kidding me? Stay in a place full of dinosaurs for a year? We'll die here like those skeletons. Quiet down, all of you. Sammy suppressed the commotion with a low roar. Quote, I'll go ask about the specifics and see if there's any way to solve this. So that's the situation. Dory, Brogy, does the magnetic record really take a year? Is there no other way? Sammy asked, looking up. Gahahaha, that's right, little guy. It takes a year here to fully store the log. That's the rule of the Grand Line. There's no way to cheat it. Dory laughed heartily, then pointed his thick finger toward the edge of the distant jungle and some rock crevices. Look over there. Everyone looked in the direction he pointed. Beneath the dense ferns and in the shadows of the rocks, scattered human skeletons, long since weathered, were faintly visible. Those are all little guys who died here before the log could finish recording. Some were eaten as snacks by hungry dinosaurs, and some couldn't withstand the heat and disease here for you little humans. A year on this island seems a bit too long. Is that so? Sammy rubbed his chin, his eyes sweeping over the skeletons, and a flash of inspiration struck him. Hans, take a few people and thoroughly search those skeletons and the relics nearby. Focus on checking places that look like camps or show signs of shelter. Aldo, Isaac, you take the combat team and be responsible for vigilance, clearing out any dangerous creatures that might be nearby, and ensuring the safety of the search party. The rest of you don't stand idle either. Break into teams and spread out to search. Pay attention to rock crevices, tree hollows, and temporary camps that look abandoned. So many pirates have died on this island. Their log poses might still be next to their skeletons. We don't need to wait a year. We just need to find the log poses left by those who came before. That's right, why didn't they think of that? The predecessors died, and the successors picked up the slack. What are you waiting for? Move out. Yes, Captain. If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel. Before you start listening, please don't forget to like. 21. Number 21. A Year in the Little Garden. Chapter 21. A Year in Small Garden. Ideals are full, but reality is skinny. Sammy's clever idea of picking up a leftover log pose from predecessors only resulted in a pile of broken scrap metal, long since eroded and rendered useless by the island's humidity and the passage of time. Helpless, the jellyfish pirates had no choice but to begin a year-long wilderness survival on this ancient, peril-filled island. Time flew by, and nearly a year passed in the blink of an eye. Just as Dorian Broggie had said, the dinosaurs, poisonous insects, diseases, and occasional volcanic eruptions on Small Garden caused the jellyfish pirates to suffer nearly a third in casualties. However, the crew members who managed to survive this brutal purgatory all gained transformative growth without exception. Now, even the most ordinary combat crew member on the ship possessed reactions, strength, and ferocity comparable to a pirate with a 3 million berry bounty. As for the strength of the executives and Sammy himself, after a year of occasional friendly sparring with dinosaurs, natural disasters, and the two giants, they had long since become unfathomable. Boss, another ship has docked. At this moment, in a cleared space in the woods, an intense sparring session was nearing its end. Ha! The executive Aldo roared, his right fist whistling through the air as it struck directly toward Sammy's face. However, Sammy's eyes were tightly shut, as if he were completely unaware, the wind from the punch blowing the stray hairs on his forehead. At the very last second, his head tilted slightly by a hair's breadth. Whoosh! The fist grazed past his ear. Almost at the same time, Sammy knocked Aldo to the ground with his eyes closed. Ugh! Aldo let out a muffled groan as he crashed heavily onto the ground. Only then did Sammy slowly open his eyes, looking down at his fist. Tisk, still a little bit off. That feeling is always fleeting. Forget it. Sound the assembly horn. Full force advance. Meanwhile, on the Crown Ark, which was about to dock, Prince Lucas, the island ahead should be the second island of the Grand Line, Small Garden. A man looking like a butler knelt on one knee to report to a figure seated on a luxurious chair. On the upper deck, we have spotted nearly 10 pirate ships docked at the shore. I'm afraid the island will be exceptionally dangerous. The figure addressed as Prince had meticulously combed blonde hair, elegantly holding a crystal glass, and responded in that lazy tone characteristic of nobility. Vasily, they are likely just some pariahs gathered here, nothing to fear. Go down and prepare for landing. When Sammy arrived at the shore with a group of crew members, the newly arrived ship had just docked next to the others. Its ornate carvings looked somewhat out of place compared to the surrounding weather-beaten pirate ships. Sammy grinned and shouted toward the ship, "Hey, brothers on the other side. Hello, seeing as you've come from afar, do you have any wine on board? Rum would be best." The butler Vasily walked to the ship's railing, frowning, his condescending gaze revealing a look of extreme disgust. Where did these savage pariahs come from? Scram at once if you disturb the noble Prince Lucas. What will your crime be? Huh? Prince? Sammy looked at the skull flag embroidered with a crown on the ship and raised an eyebrow with interest. Quote, although I don't quite understand if you're playing house at sea, don't be so tense. I'm just here to make a deal with you. He shook the log pose in his hand. The log pose for this island takes a year to fully record, and I happen to have spares here that only need one last month. How about it? Trading them with you for some alcohol is quite fair, right? Their clamor obviously disturbed Lucas on the deck, his leather shoes making a crisp sound as they stepped on the wood. Who is making such a racket down there? After Vasily's low-voiced report, Lucas snorted through his nose, his eyes sweeping contemptuously over Sammy and his group on the shore. He showed even more disdain upon seeing that nearly half of them were wearing animal skins. Humph, a mere bunch of blood-drinking savage pariahs, fit to negotiate a deal with this prince? Vasily, kill them and take the log pose. It will save this prince quite a bit of time. Oh ho ho ho. Yes, Prince Guard Unit, take orders, load your bullets. Tisk, the negotiation failed. Sammy sighed helplessly. Fire. Bang, bang, bang. The moment the guns fired, the jellyfish pirates' crew members scattered like ghosts, and most of the guard unit's lead bullets hit empty air. They're so fast. The battle was one-sided almost from the start. The guards on the Crown failed to even organize an effective second volley before the wolf-like jellyfish pirates stormed the deck, cutting them down like vegetables. The deck was instantly covered with fallen bodies. Even as he was pinned to the ground, the butler Vasily's face was still full of horror. Damn it, how is this possible? This is only the second island of the Grand Line. How can there be a group of monsters like this? You pariahs, do you know who I am? I will not let you get away with this. Even while captured, Prince Lucas continued to bluster with false bravado. Marcus licked his lips, revealing a wicked smile, and raised his hand to give him 2 slaps. Vile, I'll show you. Vile, you're a prisoner and you're still putting on airs. I hate you nobles most of all. Shortly after, one of the newly promoted executives, Nostra Kylo, came to report to Sammy with a stack of interrogated information. Boss, I've cleared things up. This group is from the North Blue. The captain, Lucas, was originally a noble of a small kingdom. Because a palace coup failed, he fled to the sea with the remnants of his family guard and wealth, forming this so-called crown pirate crew. The only one with a bounty is the former noble Lucas himself, at 17 million berries. Aldo spat on the ground. Paw, another one from the North Blue. Not much skill, but plenty of attitude. Dispose of them all, and inventory the supplies into storage. That night, a grand bonfire was lit again in the clearing of Small Garden, but this time they weren't roasting dinosaur meat, but exquisite ingredients seized from the crown. Boss, this red wine doesn't feel right to drink. Rum is still the real deal, Aldo complained after taking a gulp of the red wine looted from the crown. Kyla, standing nearby, chuckled and swirled the wineglass in his hand. You're like a wild boar that can't get used to fine bran, Aldo. The value of this one bottle of red wine is enough to buy 10 crates of rum. Just bear with it a bit longer. Sammy picked up a bottle of red wine and comforted him with a smile. Quote, in another month the log pose will be full, and we can leave this place and set sail for the next stop. I'll let you drink your fill then. Hearing the conversation here, Dory and Brogy also leaned over. Gahahaha, are you little ones leaving? Time really does fly. Yeah, Sammy looked at the pirate crew before him, which was much larger than it had been a year ago, and couldn't help but feel emotional. Back then, unable to find an intact log pose, he had no choice but to stay on this island for a full year. Although the team paid a heavy price, the members who survived this year had grown significantly in strength. Due to the fixed nature of the Grand Line routes, new pirate crews arrived at Small Garden one after another. Through trading, Davy-back fights, and even forced annexations, the jellyfish pirates continuously acquired fresh blood and resources, growing increasingly powerful. Just among the core executives, 3 new ones were added. The gentleman Nostra Kylo, former captain of the Twilight pirate crew from the West Blue, with a bounty of 19 million berries. The mute Alberto, former executive of the Twilight pirate crew, with a bounty of 10 million berries. The harpoon Leon, former captain of the Cormorant pirate crew from the East Blue, with a bounty of 14 million berries. When Sammy first heard of the Cormorant pirate crew, he thought Captain Leon was a zone-type ability user and got excited for a moment, only to find out he was just an ordinary person with a tough body. The current jellyfish pirates could be said to be a gathering from the 4 seas. People from the East Blue, West Blue, South Blue, and North Blue could all be found on the ship. Of course, not all encounters were so civilized. Many pirates didn't even bother to listen to a word before responding directly with bullets and blades. For these stubborn fools, the jellyfish pirates showed no mercy. They all became experience points on the team's path to growth without exception. Overall, after a year of brutal baptism and integration in Small Garden, the strength of the jellyfish pirates far exceeded what it was before. The number of people in the team had not decreased but increased, reaching an elite scale of 137 people. Everyone's weapons had been updated through repeated battles, and even the swordfish had undergone several large-scale modifications and upgrades using seized materials. 22. Number 22 Friend of Giants and Enemy of Pirates. Chapter 22. Friend of Giants, Enemy of Pirates. The morning forest still held a slight chill. Sunlight filtered through the gaps of enormous leaves, casting dappled spots of light on the moss-covered ground. Boss, look what I found on that stupid noble's ship. An excited, slightly urgent voice shattered the tranquility. Marcus rushed over like a gust of wind, holding a sheathed longsword high in his hand, his face unable to conceal his pride. Sammy, rubbing his bleary eyes, jumped down from a thick branch of a giant tree. He was still a bit groggy after drinking the confiscated red wine with the giants late into the night. What is it? Yawn. Sammy let out a long yawn, even squeezing a tear from the corner of his eye. It's too damn early, you're so loud. A sword, a Ryo Wazamono. As if presenting a treasure, Marcus offered the sword to Sammy, carefully drawing half the blade from its scabbard. The blade gleamed in the morning light. Near the guard, the forging pattern faintly revealed a layered, overlapping texture reminiscent of cherry blossom petals. Even Sammy, who knew nothing about swords, could see this blade was exceptionally exquisite. If I'm not mistaken, this sword is the legendary Ransakura. Skillful grade? Sammy scratched his messy black hair, tousled from sleeping in a tree, trying to search his memory. Oh, I think there is such a term. Only 50 of them in the whole world, right? Called the 50 skillful grade swords? Sounds pretty impressive. He looked at Marcus's expectant eyes and waved his hand dismissively. You're giving it to me? I don't use swords. You keep it for yourself. Wasn't your old sword chipped last time you fought that horned dragon? What, a Ryo Wazamono? A slightly surprised voice interjected. Kyla had walked over at some point. He was still wearing his impeccable formal attire, though his jacket was casually draped over his arm. His gaze was instantly drawn to the sword in Marcus's hand. He took 2 quick steps closer for a detailed look. Whoa, it's actually Ransakura. Kyla's tone rose a few notes, a rare occurrence. Quote, legend says when this sword is wielded by a true swordsmaster, the trajectory of its slashes becomes as unpredictable as falling cherry blossoms. To think it was in the possession of that North Blue noble such a pearl cast before swine, a sheer waste. Seeing Kyla's reaction, Marcus abruptly sheathed Ransakura. Hey Kyla, I'm warning you, this sword is mine. Last time when we were dividing the loot and picking swords, you, a dual wielder, took the two best ones right away and Alberto took one too. So I was stuck with your leftovers. Now I've finally found a Ryo Wazamono, and no one's taking it from me. He grew angrier as he spoke. Kyla was taken aback by his defensive, thief-guarding attitude. He stroked his neatly trimmed mustache somewhat sullenly and let out a sour tch. Stingy. Can't even let me look? I'm not trying to steal it, but honestly, Marcus, your luck is really something. Ransakura tisk. Although he said he wouldn't steal it, his envious gaze almost burned 2 holes through the scabbard. Watching his 2 executives bicker over a sword like children, Sammy couldn't help but chuckle. He stretched, his joints emitting a series of crisp cracks. Alright, it's just a sword, no need to get so worked up. Marcus, the sword is yours. Use it well, don't disgrace its name. He paused, a mischievous grin curling his lips as he looked at Kyla. Quote, as for you, Kyla, if you like it that much, keep your eyes sharp during the next fight. Maybe you'll find a great grade or even a supreme grade sword. Boss, do you think famous swords are seashells on the beach? Just lying around for the picking? Kyla rolled his eyes helplessly, but the envy in his gaze towards Marcus didn't diminish in the slightest. There are only so many famous swords in the world. Marcus really hit the jackpot this time. Marcus, beaming with pride, fastened Ransakura to the most convenient spot on his waist. He even adjusted the angle slightly, ensuring everyone could see it at first glance. Big Bro Dory, Big Bro Brogy were heading out now. Sammy stood at the bow of the swordfish, waving vigorously towards the 2 mountainous figures on the shore. If I ever get the chance to visit Elbaf, I'll definitely send your regards to your friends and family back home. Thanks, Sammy. Gahahaha. Good, bye. The crew members on the ship also shouted towards the shore. It wasn't just a farewell to the giants. Sammy's gaze swept over the scattered members of the other pirate crews on the shore as well. And to the crews of Rhythm, Crown, Skywhale, Twilight, Cormorant, everyone. We'll see you again. The Grand Line is vast. Let's meet again if fate allows. Before his words faded, a mix of tearful and resentful replies came from the shore. Wa Kuso, don't go Ribera. Sammy, one more Davy backfight, just one. I swear I'll win. Our captain, Kyla back. A former member of the Twilight pirate crew pounded the ground, crying his heart out. His wails triggered a chorus of mournful sounds from several former comrades nearby who had also lost their original captains. On the other hand, a few crew members from different crews who chose to stay on Small Garden to wait for their log poses to set huddled together, weeping tears of joy. Wow, they're finally gone. Thank goodness those monsters have finally left. Only the second island, the Grand Line, is too terrifying. I never want to go to the next island again. I want to go home. I miss my mama. In stark contrast to the polarized emotions on shore was the high morale aboard the Swordfish. Raise the sails, set sail, Sammy commanded with spirited confidence. The massive sails slowly rose under skilled hands. The Swordfish, having docked for a year but appearing even more formidable, gradually left the land that had borne witness to a year of their blood, sweat, tears, and growth, once again plunging into the unpredictable embrace of the Grand Line. The bow cut through the azure sea, leaving a long, white wake. Aldo, hefting his mace, looked at the pitiful state of their defeated foes on the shore and couldn't help but snort. What a bunch of useless lot. 23. Number 23 Drum Island. Chapter 23 Drum Island. Sammy stepped off the deck and came to a room at the stern of the poop deck with a crude wooden sign nailed to the door, into which the words "Navigation Room" had been carved with a knife. He pushed open the door. The space inside was not large, but it was kept quite tidy. Several large nautical charts pieced together were nailed to the walls, and a logbook and notebook were spread out on the table. Hans was buried in them, frowning as he compared something. Hey, Hans, busy? Sammy greeted him, leaning against the doorframe. Quote, I remember the next island is called Drum Island, right? Hans looked up, pushed up his glasses, and replied, yes, boss. Based on the direction of the log pose and the information provided by Mr. Crocus, the next island is Drum Island. It is said to be a medical powerhouse famous for its medical technology. Oh, a medical powerhouse? Sammy became interested and walked into the room, his eyes scanning the nautical charts on the wall. Quote, tell me more. Is there any specific information about Drum Island? I'm organizing it right now, Hans said, immediately rummaging through a pile of documents, muttering to himself, Drum Island, ah, found it. He picked up several yellowed pages and some notes that had clearly been added later, and began to report. Drum Island is a winter island ruled by the Potimarus family. The current king is Potimarus Gabo, known as the King of the Iron Wall. Author's note. Waipal's grandfather. According to intelligence, during his reign, he vigorously recruited and funded doctors from all over the world in the name of the royal family and established the Tower of Healers. This tower aims to centrally protect precious medical knowledge and doctors, shielding them from Drum Island's harsh weather and foreign invasions. At the same time, he ordered royal scholars to collaborate with doctors to compile a massive system of medical classics and collected various rare medicinal herb samples from around the world. Moreover, this king's foreign policy is very tough. Hans's tone became more serious. Facing the greed of pirates and other kingdoms, he established a very efficient defense force. There are rumors that he himself is a warrior of considerable strength. The title, King of the Iron Wall, comes from this. Under his governance, Drum Island has not only become a famous medical academic center, but the order and prosperity within the island are also quite high. I see advanced medical technology. Sammy stroked his chin, his right hand forming a fist and lightly tapping his left palm. It just so happens that I think our ship doctor's medical skills are a bit lacking. He can only treat the most common sword and spear wounds. Once someone gets sick or poisoned, they almost have to rely on their own bodies to pull through. This became especially apparent during our year in Small Garden. We indeed need to recruit a group of truly reliable doctors to join the ship. At the very least, we need to acquire some medical skills. Hearing this, Hans showed a somewhat unconfident expression and adjusted his glasses. Boss, as a famous medical center, the doctors in Drum Island have high status, live comfortably, and are protected by the state and the army. They probably won't be very willing to give up a stable life to come to our pirate ship and serve as a ship doctor, right? Hearing Hans's concern, Sammy grinned nonchalantly and interrupted Hans's analysis. Who cares, we'll talk about it once we get there. If we really can't recruit them with kind words, then we'll have to resort to less savory methods. Sammy stopped at the door, turning his head slightly. Don't forget, Hans, we are pirates. Lower the pirate flag, prepare to dock. Hans's voice echoed across the deck. As that jellyfish skull flag was lowered and replaced with an ordinary merchant ship flag, the swordfish slowly sailed toward the snow-covered pier of Drum Island. In stark contrast to the warm Small Garden, the air here was filled with a bone-chilling cold, and the roofs of the buildings at the port were covered in thick snow. Just as the ship had come to a steady stop and the gangplank had not yet been fully lowered, a pier official wearing a thick uniform and holding a registration board came running up. The usual. Sammy jerked his chin toward Hans. Understood, boss. Hans immediately put on a businessman-like smile, walked up quickly, and began to negotiate with the official. Soon, Hans completed the registration and paid a docking fee that was not exactly cheap. He returned to Sammy's side, lowering his voice, his expression somewhat solemn. Boss, they check more strictly than any island we've encountered before. They ask very detailed questions about identity, cargo, and origin. I registered us as a merchant ship from West Blue, mainly dealing in specialty crafts and overseas products. Well done, Sammy nodded. Quote, send a team to move some of the goods from our hold that we don't need and that take up space onto the shore. We'll find a shop to dispose of them. Pass the word down. Everyone watch their mouths. We are now merchants from West Blue here to do business. Don't let anything slip. Yes. Sammy took only Aldo, Kyla, and a few other executives along with a small, capable team carrying a dozen or so boxes of decent-looking goods onto the streets of Drum Island. Once ashore, Sammy felt even more intuitively how tight the security was here. The eyes of the patrol teams on the pier, armed with spears or muskets, constantly scanned every ship that docked and every person who landed. The figures of soldiers on duty could also be seen on the tall watchtowers. However, upon closer observation, one could see that although the guards' inspections were strict, they seemed more focused on maintaining order on the island. Some other merchant groups that had just docked included many people with fierce faces and bulging waists, who were clearly not good people and were most likely disguised pirates like them, but the patrol teams only performed routine checks on their cargo manifests. As long as the documents were complete, no prohibited items were carried, and they behaved themselves on the pier without causing trouble, the guards would turn a blind eye and not make things difficult. It seemed that no matter what your background was, as long as you followed the rules of Drum Island and didn't cause trouble here, the King of the Iron Wall seemed to tolerate the existence of these gray trades. Tisk, king of the Iron Wall, it seems the reputation is well deserved. It is indeed managed in an orderly fashion, Kyla commented in a low voice, adjusting his bow tie to make himself look more like a successful businessman. Quote, as long as we don't proactively pick a fight, there shouldn't be any problem. Sammy grinned. Then let's find a place to sell these local specialties first, restock the ship, and then have a good look around. 24. #24 Incompetent doctor joins the group. Chapter 24. The quack joins the crew. In the biting cold wind, Sammy's group quickly found a shop that seemed to specialize in collecting exotic treasures from overseas. The bell hanging at the door let out a crisp chime as they opened it. Welcome, you guests look like new faces. Are you from a merchant ship that just docked? The shop owner, wearing a thick apron, let the customers browse on their own before coming forward to greet them. Come in quickly and warm yourselves up. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Kyla naturally took over the heavy responsibility of negotiation. Oh, boss, you really have a keen eye. Look at these coral carvings from the West Blue. This color, this craftsmanship, they're all top-tier choices. In the West Blue, these are exquisite pieces supplied exclusively to the royalty, and these overseas specialties, we risked everything to get them from. Ultimately, under Kyla's business rhetoric of half-truths and half-lies, those dozen or so boxes of specialty crafts from the West Blue and overseas goods actually sold for an unexpectedly high price. Step 1 complete. Funds were in place. Sammy weighed the heavy money bag in his hand and casually tossed it to the squad leader who had followed along. Go and purchase the supplies on the list first. Remember, keep your men in check. This country's defensive forces don't look simple. Don't cause trouble. Understood, Captain. The squad leader took the money bag, nodded, and left excitedly with his men. Once the squad had left, Sammy turned his gaze toward the town named Rober. Let's go, he said to the cadres beside him. Quote, we'll try our luck and see if we can find a few doctors willing to go out to sea with us. Rober Town was even more bustling than they had imagined. Despite the cold weather, the streets were still filled with a constant stream of pedestrians. Most notably, there was a clinic or pharmacy almost every few dozen meters. White curtains and the cross symbol representing medical care were visible everywhere. Freshly brewed ginger soup drive out the cold and prevent the flu. Certified by the Tower of Healers, the latest formula for special effect cold medicine. Ancestral secret recipe, specializing in difficult and complicated diseases. This is too exaggerated, Aldo muttered, unable to help himself as he looked at the clinics lining the street. Quote, how easily do the people in this place get sick? Sammy randomly picked a clinic and walked in. A middle-aged doctor in a white coat was using a stethoscope on a small child. All right, little one, it's just a common cold from the wind. It's not a big problem. The doctor put away his stethoscope and turned to skillfully take out several bags of prepared medicinal herbs from a row of medicine cabinets against the wall. Take your medicine on time, drink plenty of hot water, keep warm, and you'll be better in a couple of days. The child's mother thanked him repeatedly. Thank you, Dr. Peterson, it's really embarrassing to trouble you every time. You're too kind. This is my duty. The doctor looked up and finally noticed Sammy and the others. He pushed up his glasses. And you all are? May I ask if you're feeling unwell somewhere? Sammy gave a friendly smile. No, doctor, we're fine. We just wanted to ask, if we wanted to recruit some doctors to accompany us on our ship, where would be the most suitable place to go? Recruit doctors? The doctor pushed up his glasses and sized them up, seeming a bit surprised, but he still pointed to the cloud-piercing mountain peak outside the window. Go ask at the Tower of Healers at the summit of Drum Mountain. That is the medical center of our Drum Kingdom, where most of the country's doctors and scholars gather. You can take the cable car up from the drum ropeway outside of town. Thank you for the guidance. Sammy thanked him. Having a clear goal, the group headed directly to the cable car station outside the town. Mushroom-shaped cable cars shuttled back and forth, and the waiting area was crowded with people. Besides all sorts of doctors, most were patients from various places with sickly expressions on their faces. Open your mouth. Tonsillitis. Go directly to the laryngology department on the 3rd floor when you reach the tower. Doctor, I've been taking this medicine for 3 days. Why hasn't it worked yet? Don't worry, old gentleman. Chronic illnesses must be treated slowly. I'll adjust the prescription for you again. Truly a great nation famous for its medical skills. The medical atmosphere here was so thick it was staggering. Sammy was certainly having his eyes opened. Whether in his past life or after transmigrating, this was the first time he had seen a place where medical care was so pervasive. Even in the gaps while waiting for the car, there were doctors conveniently performing simple diagnoses for the patients in line. Sammy and the others lined up and squeezed into a mushroom-shaped cable car with the crowd. As a burly man in front pedaled like he was on a bicycle, the cable car began to rise higher and higher along the steep ropeway, wobbling slightly. The town outside the window gradually became smaller, and the view was replaced by a magnificent snowy landscape. Soon, the cable car arrived at the summit station. Before them was a grand building with typical castle features. Sammy's eyes flickered slightly. Wasn't this that bastard Waipal's royal palace decades later? It seemed that before the original plot began, this place was indeed a worthy academic holy land, only to be seized by Wapol later on. Unlike the empty and lonely state it would be in later in the manga, the castle square at this moment was bustling with people. Scholars, doctors, students, and those seeking medical treatment in various styles of clothing were coming and going in a constant stream. Will all visitors please relinquish your weapons here within the perimeter of the Tower of Healers? Carrying any weapons is prohibited. At the castle entrance, a squad of well-equipped royal guards stopped them. After relinquishing their weapons according to the rules, except for Marcus, who absolutely couldn't bear to part with his newly acquired Ransakura and preferred to wait in the square, Sammy and the others entered the interior of the castle. The academic atmosphere inside the castle was clearly even thicker than down the mountain. People in white coats or scholars' robes hurried about. The air was a mix of the ink scent of old books, the strange fragrances of various herbs, and the smell of disinfectant. Every floor had a staggering number of library rooms, as well as many medical rooms and laboratories with different functions. So how should we recruit? Sammy looked at the doctors hurrying past him and couldn't help but stroke his chin in thought. If he just walked up and asked, "Hello, we're pirates. Do you want to give up everything here and join our ship?" He'd probably be hauled away by the royal guards on the spot, wouldn't he? While Sammy and the cadres were racking their brains on the mountain summit about how to lure away a few doctors, down in Rober Town the supplies squad, having completed most of their purchasing tasks, were carrying large and small bags, chatting as they headed back to the pier. The captain and the others went to find doctors. I wonder if they'll succeed? I think it's unlikely. The doctors here live such comfortable lives. Who would be willing to go out to sea and suffer with us? But we still have so many islands to visit. There are nearly 140 people on the ship. Relying on those 3 half-baked doctors we have now, what if something happens? Their discussion caught the attention of a passerby. This was a man who looked to be about 30 years old. He wore a crisp black suit on his upper body and a tall top hat. The hair peeking out from under the brim was meticulously styled into 3 cylindrical buns, left, right, and back, making him look very strange. However, his lower body was only clad in a pair of brightly colored floral boxers, creating a strong visual impact against the cold environment and his formal upper body attire. "Hey, are you sailors who just arrived?" This weirdo proactively approached them with an overly enthusiastic smile. Quote, "From what I hear, is your ship recruiting doctors?" The squad leader was stunned by this sudden approach and the other's shocking outfit. This bizarre clothing made him immediately categorize the man as an unreliable loafer. "What's it to you? Don't be like that, meeting is fate." The weirdo didn't care about the other's attitude at all. Instead, he introduced himself even more enthusiastically. Quote, "My name is Dr. Hirulik. I'm a doctor, please let me join your ship." "You? A doctor?" Everyone in the squad was startled, their gazes scanning him up and down. "Why are you dressed like that? Aren't you cold?" "Ha ha ha." Hirulik let out a hearty laugh. Quote, "As a doctor, I naturally know how to strengthen my physique and resist the invasion of diseases. This little bit of cold is nothing, how about it? Take me with you. I want to go out to sea with your ship, I want to see the vast world outside." The squad members looked at each other. The captain was worrying about recruiting doctors, and they had actually run into one who volunteered himself while they were out buying supplies. "You? Really a doctor?" The leader still looked at him with some suspicion. This image was just too far from those doctors in white coats in town. Of course, Hirulik puffed out his chest, trying to make himself look more credible. "I am a doctor from the Tower of Healers. I just feel that staying in the tower all day is too boring. Every day is endless research. A true doctor should travel the whole world, treat all kinds of patients, and discover unknown diseases and medicinal herbs. That is the romance of medicine. Take me with you." Bluffed by this speech that sounded quite professional and noble, and with the gold standard reputation of the Tower of Healers being so resonant, the squad members' doubts were instantly dispelled. "Squad leader, a doctor from the Tower of Healers actually wants to come with us voluntarily. This is too lucky." "Yeah, squad leader, hurry up and agree." The squad leader's face also broke into a smile, as if he had found a treasure. "That's great, Dr. Hirulik, welcome aboard. Please follow us back to the ship. Our captain will surely be very happy." This year, Dr. Hirulik was 30 years old. In fact, he had no medical talent whatsoever. In the Tower of Healers, he was just an insignificant marginal figure, even marginalized and looked down upon by the mainstream medical community because of his weird behavior and his research directions that were considered unrealistic. He stubbornly believed that there were too many doctors on the island, which severely limited his ability to display his talents. Thus, he had always longed to leave Drum Island to travel the outside world. He happened to overhear the procurement squad's idle chatter, so he had a sudden inspiration and tricked them into thinking he was a doctor, wanting to use this opportunity to catch a ride and realize his dream of traveling the world. 25. Number 25 Pirates and the King. Chapter 25. Pirates and the King. In the Tower of Healers atop Drum Mountain, Sammy and the executives' recruitment was, as expected, not going well. "Boss, this isn't working." Aldo helplessly wiped his face, which had just been splattered with saliva by an old pedant. "The doctors here treat the word pirate like the plague. They won't even talk to us, let alone sail with the ship." As expected, Sammy sighed, watching the hurrying scholars and doctors. To them, the laboratories and book collections here are more attractive than the sea. "Kyla, what if we just throw berries at them? Would the success rate be higher?" "I've already tried that, boss." Kyla straightened his messy collar and whispered, "The doctors here live well and hold high status. For the top doctors especially, the allure of money is extremely limited. They won't abandon this stable and respected life to risk their lives at sea with us. In my opinion, we should trick a few onto the ship first. Once we're at sea, it'll be too late for them to regret it." Sammy shook his head. "No. Forced fruit isn't sweet, and tricking them is the worst strategy. Aside from whether they'd slack off or even sabotage us at critical moments, their sheer resentment would make any treatment half as effective. At sea, we need partners we can trust with our lives. If all else fails, we'll go with the backup plan. We'll pay a high price for a collection of texts on basic medicine, trauma care, common diseases, and pharmacology. We'll let the crew study them themselves. They're bound to learn something." Just then, a squad of royal guards approached with stern expressions. "Halt you there, your identities are suspicious, and your behavior is sneaky. Someone reported that you are pirates and you've been harassing doctors and scholars in the tower. Surrender immediately and come with us for an identity check." Sammy raised his hands, squeezing out as harmless a smile as possible. "Don't be nervous, officer. We mean no harm. We're just lost merchants trying to recruit some doctors. Since no one is interested, can we at least buy some medical books? We don't want any trouble." "Lost merchants?" The guard captain sneered and suddenly pulled out several crumpled bounty posters. On them, startlingly, were the reward portraits of Sammy and several executives. "Predator Sammy and you executives, how bold of you to disguise yourselves and infiltrate the Tower of Healers. Take them down dead or alive." Almost the instant the guard captain finished speaking, the soldiers behind him not only drew their swords but several also raised muskets. The dark muzzles aimed ruthlessly at Sammy and the others, disregarding the many panicked scholars and patients nearby. "Protect the king, slay the pirates." The guard captain's roar carried an unquestionable intent to kill. "Tisk, honestly, some people just don't know what's good for them." Sammy's expression instantly darkened. Not only had their identities been exposed, but a kill order had been issued immediately, leaving no room for negotiation. At this moment, it was fight or die. Battle erupted instantly. Although the royal guards in the tower were numerous and well-equipped, Sammy's group had spent a year fighting dinosaurs and wrestling giants in the small garden, honing their physiques and reflexes to superhuman levels. Even empty-handed, these elite guards were no match for them. Aldo laughed wildly as he faced the thrusting spears without dodging. His fan-like hands grabbed a spear shaft, and with a burst of terrifying strength, the hard wooden shaft was bent and deformed by his bare hands. Then, with a violent swing, he hurled the terrified guard like a sandbag, knocking over a row of tables and chairs. Isaac's fists flew like a storm. Amidst the flurry of punches, several fully armed guards were sent flying backward, armor and all, crashing into bookshelves and scattering precious texts everywhere. However, as the core of the kingdom, the Tower of Healers' guard response and reinforcement speed were beyond imagination. Amidst the shrill alarms, more and more soldiers poured in from all directions, and the battle quickly spread from inside the tower to the castle square. Sammy frowned. He scanned the terrified scholars, doctors, and patients, sighing inwardly as he saw precious books and instruments overturned and damaged in the chaos. "Don't get bogged down, follow me, break out." With Sammy and Isaac clearing the way and Aldo and Rory bringing up the rear, the group picked up Marcus in the square and fought their way back toward the cable car station. The soldiers relied on human wave tactics to block them layer by layer. While they posed no real threat, they significantly slowed down their retreat. "Who dares to act so insolently in the Tower of Healers?" A thunderous roar came from high up in the castle, making eardrums tingle. The next moment, an exceptionally tall and brawny figure leapt from the castle terrace like a cannonball. With a deafening boom, he slammed heavily onto the stone floor of the square, kicking up a cloud of snow and dust. The newcomer was the current king of the Drum Kingdom, the king of the Iron Wall, Potamiros Garbo. The king of the Iron Wall appeared to be in his 50s, with a resolute face and bristling hair and beard. Draped in a heavy fur cloak, his mere presence radiated a mountain-like pressure. The aura he exuded told Sammy that this was a powerful man. A guard captain hurried forward, handed over several bounty posters, and whispered urgently into the king's ear. The king took the posters, scanned them, and finally locked his gaze onto Sammy. HMPH, a petty pirate with a bounty of 69 million berries dares to run wild in my Drum Kingdom. You're courting death. Sammy shrugged and explained, King of the Iron Wall, we mean no harm. We just wanted to recruit some doctors. If no one's willing, then forget it. Can't I just buy a couple of medical books? We never intended to cause trouble. It was your guards. A pirate thinks he can negotiate? Take my punch. The king gave him no chance to finish. In his eyes, any words from a pirate were mere excuses. With a furious shout, his massive body exploded with speed that defied his size. The stone slabs beneath his feet shattered as his giant fist, wreathed in a vicious wind, aimed straight for Sammy's face. Bring it on. Sammy's eyes flashed. He had been wanting to test his growth over the past year. He didn't dodge. Instead, he powered up from his core and twisted to throw a punch of his own. Bam! The two fists collided without any trickery, producing a dull, heavy boom. A circular shockwave rippled out from the pair, sending nearby snow and dust flying. 26. Number 26 Retreat. Chapter 26. Retreat. A flash of astonishment crossed the king's face, followed immediately by a surging, overwhelming counterforce. Stomp, stomp, stomp. His burly frame uncontrollably retreated 3 steps, each footfall leaving a deep imprint in the flagstone floor. His entire arm felt sore and numb. What incredible brute strength. The king was horrified. He was actually at a disadvantage in terms of pure power. However, his rich combat experience allowed him to change tactics instantly. Using the momentum of his retreat to stabilize his center of gravity, his left leg whistled through the air like a steel whip, viciously sweeping toward Sammy's lower body. Sammy reacted even faster. A curl appeared at the corner of his mouth as he advanced instead of retreating. His body leapt lightly, not only narrowly avoiding the vicious sweep but even using the momentum to jump directly above the king's head. Falling heaven kick. With a low shout, Sammy's core muscles exerted sudden force. His body spun strangely in midair, and his right leg, like a battle axe carrying the massive kinetic energy of the fall, hacked down toward the top of the king's head. The speed was so great that only a blurry afterimage could be seen. The king's pupils shrank suddenly, and a strong sense of crisis made his scalp tingle. He let out a wild roar, crossing his arms in an X shape to block upward with all his might. Boom! Another loud crash followed. The king felt as if a small mountain had smashed onto his arms. The immense force made his legs go weak, his knees buckling uncontrollably, nearly forcing him to his knees on the spot. The flagstones beneath him shattered, and his feet sank several inches into the ground. Sammy, having landed a successful blow, showed no mercy. The moment he touched the ground, he closed in again like a phantom, moving even faster than before. His movements were as smooth as flowing water. With his fingers pressed together, his hands turned into countless afterimages invisible to the naked eye, striking toward the king's joints and weak points in his defense like a torrential downpour. The king roared repeatedly, his arms waving frantically in an attempt to block the omnipresent assault. Sammy's peripheral vision swept over the surroundings. More and more soldiers were gathering, and on some distant high points, musketeers were already in position, their cold, gleaming barrels searching for a shooting angle. He couldn't delay any longer. He took a deep breath, and his speed suddenly increased once more. As his figure blurred, he seemed to transform into 3 afterimages, attacking the king from different directions. Dazzled and confused, the king could only throw wild punches based on instincts honed from years of combat. The wind from his fists whistled, but every strike hit nothing but empty air. He couldn't even touch the hem of Sammy's clothes. Just as the king's punch was about to be retracted, Sammy appeared like a teleportation in front of his wide-open chest. Sammy's palm seemingly gently pressed against the center of his chest. Venom fang. Sting. There was no loud noise. King Potamis's body suddenly stiffened, and a sensation of paralysis instantly spread throughout his body. The strength in his limbs and bones receded like the tide. His wide eyes were full of disbelief, but his massive frame had completely lost control. In the end, he could only stand frozen on the spot, unable to move even a finger. Your Majesty, protect the king. The surrounding soldiers were terrified and tried to rush forward to rescue His Majesty. Nobody moved. Sammy gave a thunderous shout that cowed the entire field. He then grabbed the sluggish king and held him firmly in front of him. Take one more step, and I won't guarantee your king's safety. Taking advantage of the king being held hostage and the soldiers being hesitant to act, Sammy barked at the officer. You go to the towers immediately and pack up the classics on medical theory and common disease treatments. Hurry. The officer's face turned pale as he looked at the king. Although the king could not move, his eyes blazed with fury. Ultimately, under the slight pressure of Sammy's hand, he closed his eyes in humiliation and gave an almost imperceptible nod. Soon, several soldiers came running back, panting as they carried several large chests filled with books. Carry the books, Sammy ordered the executives, while simultaneously holding the king tightly as a human shield. Quote, follow us down the mountain. With Sammy holding the king hostage, the group quickly retreated into the mushroom-shaped cable car. The cable car operator had long since hidden in a corner out of fear. Isaac roughly yanked him aside and took control of the cable car himself, sliding down toward the base of the mountain. As the cable car slowly descended, the view of Robur Town at the mountainside and foot became clearer. Look on the cable car. What is that? On the cable car, that's His Majesty the King. Heavens, what happened to His Majesty? It's those outsiders, they've taken His Majesty hostage. As the cable car passed over the town and the residents, tourists, and doctors saw the unbelievable scene inside, the entire Robur Town instantly erupted in an uproar. People dropped what they were doing and poured into the streets, looking up in disbelief at the slowly descending cable car, their faces filled with shock and anger. Royal Guards, where are the Royal Guards? Save His Majesty. Damned pirates, how dare they lay a hand on the King of the Iron Wall. Behind the battlements of the mountaintop fortress, the defenders nearly ground their teeth to dust. Bows and muskets were aimed at the cable car, but no one dared to pull the trigger, forced to watch as the cable car slid toward the town below. Make way, everyone, make way, don't do anything rash, His Majesty is in their hands. A man who appeared to be an officer screamed hoarsely, desperately dispersing the civilians and restless soldiers trying to approach the pier. The cable car finally arrived at the foot of the mountain station with a clatter. Sammy's group didn't linger. Holding the king hostage under countless glares that seemed ready to spit fire, they quickly moved through the crowd and sprinted toward the pier. Set sail, weigh anchor, hurry. Sammy was the last to step onto the gangplank. He looked back at the soldiers and civilians behind him, who were poised for a fight but didn't dare step forward, and at the king he held motionless in his hand. He exerted sudden force with his arm, throwing the king like a sack of grain, landing him precisely on the open ground of the pier. Don't worry, your king has only been hit with a potent paralyzing toxin. It will wear off naturally in a few hours. He won't die, we really have no ill intent. We were rude this time, so consider the medical books borrowed until we meet again. The sails were quickly raised, and the anchor chain was pulled up with a rattle. The swordfish, aided by the ocean currents and the wind, began to sail away from the now boiling pier. They left behind a chaotic mess of soldiers on the pier rushing toward their king, and countless gazes mixed with anger and disbelief fixedly following the gradually receding pirate ship. It wasn't until the ship had sailed to a safe distance that Sammy truly breathed a sigh of relief. Hans, is the log pose full? Hans looked at the pointer on his wrist with a long face. Boss, this island needs 4 days to store enough magnetic force. Today is only the first day. What? Sammy's brow furrowed. Quote, are we supposed to hide and seek on this island for 3 days while waiting for the pointer to fill? Just as the atmosphere suddenly grew tense, a figure with a completely different vibe squeezed out from among the crew members. About the log pose problem. Dr. Hirulik pulled a log pose out of his flowery boxers and held it out to Sammy like a prize. I just happen to have one here that's already full. 27. Number 27. Dog Pirates. Chapter 27. The Dog Pirates. Sammy stared wide-eyed in surprise at the eccentric man before him, who was dressed in a suit and tie paired with large floral boxers. This guy, who is he? Captain, this is the doctor I brought back. He's even a doctor from the Tower of Healers. The procurement team captain from before stepped forward excitedly, a smug praise me expression on his face. A doctor? Sammy and the executives' gazes focused in unison on Hirulik. This outfit, this vibe, it was simply too far removed from those in the Tower of Healers. Hirulik felt extremely uncomfortable under their scrutiny and could only manage an awkward smile, his hand instinctively scratching the back of his head, messing up his 3-cylinder-shaped topknots. He was also secretly sizing up Sammy. This young captain, with a bounty of nearly 70 million berries who had just kidnapped the king, was even more imposing than he had imagined. Sammy temporarily suppressed his doubts and took the log pose from Hirulik's hand, handing it to Hans without a second glance, though his eyes remained fixed on Hirulik's face with a slight frown. You look a bit familiar. Have we met somewhere before? Hirulik waved his hands repeatedly and said in an exaggerated tone. How could that be? You must be mistaken. Captain, I've lived on Drum Island since I was a child, and this is the first time I've ever seen a foreign pirate ship. If I had seen someone as majestic as you, I certainly wouldn't forget. Sammy stared at him for 2 seconds. Aside from a bit of nervousness and excitement, he couldn't see any obvious malice in those eyes. Is that so? Sammy responded non-committally, then waved his hand to the executives. Quote, Isaac, Aldo, take a few men and move these crates of books to the medical room. Be careful, these are treasures. Then he turned to Hirulik and gestured with his chin toward the medical room. Since you're a doctor, go with them. It'll be a good chance for you to find your way around and meet your future colleagues. Yes, all right, Captain, Hirulik replied quickly, feeling as if he'd been granted a reprieve. He followed the executives carrying the book crates toward the cabin, secretly rejoicing at having bluffed his way through while plotting how to maintain his disguise on the ship. In truth, Sammy couldn't be blamed for not recognizing Hirulik. The current Hirulik looked quite different from the slovenly old man in the manga. At just 30 years old, though his clothes were strange, his hair was still brown and his face lacked those many wrinkles. He looked more like an older, spirited youth harboring unrealistic dreams. It was perfectly normal for Sammy not to recognize him. By then, Hans had finished his careful inspection. He walked quickly to Sammy's side, joy on his face. Boss, it's confirmed the magnetic force of this log pose is fully charged. Good. Sammy's spirits lifted as he pushed all other thoughts aside. He strode to the bow, facing the sea breeze, and his loud voice echoed across the ship. Men full sail, adjust our course. He swept his arm, pointing straight in the direction indicated by the log pose, and announced with high morale, target, Alabasta, set sail. Ooh. Over the next few days, sailing under Hans's guidance was very smooth. They no longer encountered the extreme weather where it was clear one moment and a blizzard of hail the next. Clearly, after a year of torment and experience on Small Garden, Hans had begun to gradually master the Grand Line's perverse temperament. Captain, this is bad. Captain, 2 large ships have been spotted behind us. What are you shouting about? Aldo, currently leading his subordinates in daily training on the deck, shouted without looking up while easily lifting a massive dumbbell. Quote, we're pirates. What's wrong with 2 large ships? What's there to be afraid of? Maybe they're fat sheep delivering themselves to our door. At that moment, the crew member in the lookout tower continued to shout. They've spotted us, they're adjusting course and heading straight for us, their fast eye can see it now, they're pirate ships. Bang! Aldo slammed open the door to the captain's quarters. Boss, something's not right. 2 pirate ships are rapidly approaching us, and it looks like they mean trouble. Hearing this, Sammy's interest was piqued. He put down the medical texts he had borrowed from Drum Island, went to the deck, took the telescope Fitch handed him, and looked toward the rear. Sure enough, on the sea not far behind the Swordfish, 2 sizable pirate ships were following. Their figureheads seemed to be some kind of canine, and the pirate flag hanging from the mainmast was even more peculiar, a simplified white dog-head skull with 2 crossed bones in its mouth. The moment he saw the pirate flag's design, Sammy blinked in shock, almost thinking his eyes were playing tricks on him. Holy crap, this flag, it couldn't be Garp, could it? Pirate Garp? A fanfiction world? Is this some kind of sting operation? He complained subconsciously before handing the telescope to Kyla beside him. Quote, which pirate crew are they? Does anyone know? The executives and sailors on the deck looked at each other, but no one answered for a moment. After all, the Grand Line was vast, and pirate crews were as numerous as the hairs on a cow. Moreover, they had just come from Small Garden and had set sail for the next island before they could gather any information on land. Kyla took the telescope and carefully examined the pirate flag, pondered for a moment, then pulled a folder of bounty posters from his coat and began flipping through it quickly. Boss, found it. Kyla pulled out a bounty poster and read, Dog Pirates. The captain is Short-Legged Wiener, a zone type, dog fruit, model, dachshund user. Bounty, 73 million berries. Sammy took the bounty poster and looked at the man on it. He had 2 drooping mustaches, and although his eyes were trying hard to look fierce, his body proportions were severely unbalanced. His legs and torso were almost in a 3:7 ratio, making the portrait of the man look quite comical overall. Dachshund, a fruit user? A 73 million berry bounty? Sammy let out a soft chuckle, a playful smile curling his lips. Quote, hey, his bounty is just a bit higher than mine. Interesting. Boss, what's the plan? Aldo had already excitedly hoisted his mace onto his shoulder. Quote, should we show them what we're made of? No rush. Sammy handed the bounty poster back to Kyla, his gaze returning to the 2 pirate ships drawing closer. Quote, send a signal. I want to see what this Mr. Short-Legged Wiener is after by chasing us. 28. Hash 28 The Allure of Dachshunds. Chapter 28 The Temptation of the Dachshund. Captain, they've replied to our flag signals, the crew member in charge of communications shouted as he interpreted the message. Quote, they say they have something to discuss. Maintain course, slow down, and wait for them to approach. Since they want to talk, let's hear what they have to say. However, no one is to relax. Stay battle ready. No one makes a move without my command. Soon, the two pirate ships of the dog pirates from behind accelerated and caught up, skillfully flanking the swordfish on both sides like a pair of pincers, forming a brief parallel formation. Hey, over there, is that Captain Ribera Sammy? A slightly raspy voice came from the opposite ship. Short-legged Wiener, the man with the comical body proportions on the bounty poster, was standing by the ship's railing and shouting towards Sammy. You've got some nerve making such a huge scene on Drum Island, taking the king hostage, and actually getting away scot-free. Impressive, truly impressive. Sammy stepped one foot onto the railing of the swordfish, his body swaying gently with the ship's movement. What? Did Captain Wiener chase us down specifically to seek justice for the king of Drum Island? No. Wiener waved his hands repeatedly, the smile on his face widening. Quote, why fight and kill when it ruins the harmony? I, Wiener, love making friends. Most of all, I have a great opportunity to make a fortune, and I want to have a good chat with you about it. An opportunity to make a fortune? Sammy raised an eyebrow, showing a look of interest. Exactly, shouting across the ships like this is too much effort, and the sea breeze is strong. Why don't you let me board your ship so we can talk face to face? In detail? How about it? Clearly, Wiener was extremely confident in his own strength and numerical advantage, showing no fear of any danger in stepping onto Sammy's ship. A glint of sharpness flashed in Sammy's eyes, followed by a generous wave of his hand. Oh, a matter big enough for Captain Wiener to personally chase us down must be extraordinary. Please, we'll have wine ready for your arrival soon. Wiener brought 4 or 5 capable-looking subordinates across a temporary gangplank and onto the deck of the swordfish. Up close, his physique was even more shocking. His upper body was almost as burly as Aldo's, but those legs were so short they made people unable to look away. Sammy gestured for his men to bring over an empty wine barrel to serve as a table, then personally poured 2 cups of rum, sliding one over to Wiener. So, Captain Wiener, what is this big matter that's worth chasing us down with such a large force? Sammy picked up his glass but didn't drink, looking at the other man with a calm gaze. Are you planning to lead us brothers to a sudden windfall? Wiener picked up his glass and also didn't drink, merely rubbing the rim with his finger as he leaned forward slightly and lowered his voice. That's right, a big fortune. The next island is Alabasta. You know that, right? I've heard of it. Sammy nodded cooperatively. Quote, I heard it's a desert kingdom covered in sand. It doesn't seem like a very wealthy place. HMPH, that's because you haven't looked in the right places. Wiener scoffed with a, you don't understand, expression. Quote, I've been watching that country for a long time. It's different from many of the militaristic or exploitative nations on the Grand Line. Their king is said to be a rare, kind-hearted fellow who doesn't tax the people heavily. You mean? Sammy put on a confused expression at the right moment, prompting him to continue. A greedy smile appeared on Wiener's face. Since the king is kind and taxes are low, then over the years, the commoners in those ordinary small towns must have saved up some family assets. We'll just pick a small town, concentrate our forces, and rob the hell out of them. The wealth we get will be enough for our pirate groups to live comfortably for several years. Oh? That sounds like a good idea. Sammy rubbed his chin, showing appropriate interest, then shifted his tone with a well-timed hint of suspicion. Quote, however, Captain Wiener, you have great strength and a powerful crew. Why would you think to specifically seek out a newcomer like me for such a guaranteed profit? Sigh, brother Sammy, I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. Wiener suddenly sighed, forcing a helpless expression onto his face. Quote, I, Wiener, have been wandering these waters of the Grand Line for several years. That talk about becoming the Pirate King just by making a lap around the Grand Line. It's all bullshit in my view. Gold, silver, berries, and jewelry, actually stuffing them into your own pocket, that's what's most real. What I said earlier was actually just putting a brave face on things. Ultimately, it's because my ability isn't enough. There are too many monsters in this damn place. People like us with bounties of tens of millions look intimidating, but in reality, we're just so-so. Over the years, I've only dared to circle around the very beginning of the first half of the Grand Line. I don't dare go deeper at all. I've visited almost all the first few islands on these fixed routes. Usually, I only dare to strike at remote, barren, and poorly guarded backwaters of various countries. The pickings are pitifully slim. My brothers have really suffered following me. As he spoke, he observed the reactions of Sammy and the executives behind him out of the corner of his eye. Then, Wiener's voice suddenly rose, and his face instantly changed to one of extreme admiration as he gave Sammy a vigorous thumbs up. But that job you pulled on Drum Island really opened my eyes, my god, to actually dare to take the king hostage. Most importantly, your bounty is only 69 million with your strength and bounty. To dare to do such a thing and fucking pull it off, what does that mean? It means you, kid, don't just have guts, you have brains, you're a talent, an absolute talent. He slapped the wine barrel hard, making a thump thump sound, appearing exceptionally excited. I was thinking, if the two of us joined forces with my years of experience in these waters and your daring mind and courage plus our combined combat power of over 140 million berries, when the time comes to team up and rob a small town in Alabasta, wouldn't it be a piece of cake? Then, gold, jewelry, and berries will be hauled onto the ships in heaps, ha ha ha. In fact, the reason Wiener dared to be so heart-to-heart was that he had already used his own channels to carefully inquire about Sammy's deeds in the West Blue. He knew that when Sammy was in the West Blue, he specialized in robbing gangs and selling arms and slaves, acting without any taboos and never caring if the target was a gang, the Marines, or other pirates. Judging by his behavior patterns, he was definitely a ruthless character who believed in seeking wealth through risk and valued money over his life. He calculated that if this cooperation succeeded and Sammy got a taste of the sweetness with this guy's greed and boldness, he would definitely get hooked and follow him. When the time came, he might even be able to annex this pirate group, greatly increasing his own power. 29. Number 29. The End of the Dachshund. Chapter 29. The End of the Dachshund. Sammy had initially thought Winna had some earth-shattering grand plan or deep-seated conspiracy when he mentioned raiding a town in Alabasta, so he patiently chatted with him for a bit longer. However, the more he listened, the more things felt off. He discovered that this so-called short-legged Wiener was simply a typical pirate with a narrow vision and small-minded outlook. His strength wasn't particularly impressive, and his mind was filled with nothing but thoughts of how to spend his money on wine, women, and a life of debauchery on the next island after plundering a town. The small spark of interest in Sammy's heart quickly faded, and his face showed unmasked boredom. Hey, Sammy said, lazily picking his ear and interrupting Winna, who was still rambling on about his bright financial prospects, his tone full of perfunctory dismissal. I say, Captain Winna, don't just talk to yourself, okay? When did I ever agree to go to Alabasta with you to burn, kill, and loot? The enthusiastic smile on Winna's face froze instantly, his expression darkening at a visible rate, and his voice turned several degrees colder. So, you're saying you don't want to join forces with me? Sammy couldn't be bothered to waste any more words on him. Instead, he looked up, sizing up the dog-headed skull flag fluttering on the mainmast of the Dog Pirates pirate ship with interest, his tone mocking. I say, that flag of yours, is it intentional? With such a unique design, aren't you afraid that one day a certain marine hero who loves eating rice crackers might misunderstand and sink your crappy ship to the bottom of the sea to feed the fish with one punch? Huh? What nonsense are you talking about? Winna obviously didn't get Sammy's joke about Garp, but the other's contemptuous attitude completely enraged him. It seems you'd rather do this the hard way. If I don't give you a thorough beating, you won't know the strength of my 73 million berries. He suddenly took a step back and roared at his men on the ship, boys, prepare for boarding. Animal transformation. Accompanied by a roar, Winna's body underwent a bizarre transformation. His limbs and torso stretched out like rubber bands. His already short legs became even shorter, almost retracting into his body, while his arms shortened simultaneously. He turned into a giant, clothed dachshund over 3 meters long. Although his size had increased significantly and his muscles seemed to have expanded, the bizarre proportions and form gave off a comical sense of negative enhancement. PFF, ha ha ha, that's too funny. Is your fruit just for laughs? Looking at his appearance, Sammy couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. Behind him, Aldo and the other executives were also trying to stifle their laughter, their shoulders shaking. Winna's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Clearly, this wasn't the first time he'd been mocked like this, and extreme shame and indignation caused him to lose all reason. Enough talk, die, Sammy. His elongated body looked comical but was exceptionally flexible and supple. Using the power of his core, he acted like a whip being lashed out. With a whoosh, he catapulted himself from the bow of the ship. His speed was startlingly fast. His claws, which had become sharp at the front, tore through the air, lunging straight for Sammy's face. Dachshund missile. Oh, interesting, those little short legs move pretty fast. A flash of surprise crossed Sammy's eyes, but instead of retreating, he stepped forward. With a kick of his foot, he performed a clever sideslip in the nick of time, narrowly avoiding that fierce swipe. At the same time, his right fist, like a cannonball, carried powerful force as it struck directly at the middle of the other's elongated body. Bang! A dull thud echoed. However, Winna's dachshund form body had excellent flexibility. At the moment of impact, the area hit actually twisted like a wave, shedding most of the force. Ha ha ha, it's useless. Winna let out a smug, shrill laugh. Quote, I am a dog fruit model, dachshund user after transforming. My body's strength and toughness are greatly enhanced. Your punch is nothing more than a tickle. To me, is that so? Sammy's expression turned cold. His footwork shifted, and he closed the distance again instantly. His palm, coated in pale purple toxin, pressed against Winna's chest. Poison fang. Sting. An intense sensation of paralysis, like an electric current, instantly spread from Winna's chest, quickly racing through his entire body. The smug smile on Winna's face froze, turning into horror. Damn it, poison? Quote, Sammy seized the precious moment of Winna's body stiffening. His left hand clamped onto Winna's arm, which looked even thicker after shortening, like a steel pincer. The terrifying power of his core and arms erupted. Get over here. With a low shout, Sammy actually swung Winna's 3-meter-long dachshund body through a massive arc in the air and slammed it hard onto the deck of the swordfish. Boom. Arg. A loud crash was accompanied by a shrill scream. Winna was slammed into a daze, seeing stars. The paralyzing toxin inside him and the intense pain from the collision with the deck made it impossible for him to maintain his fruit ability. His elongated body quickly shrank back into human form. At the same time, the pirates from the 2 dog pirates ships on either side howled and brandished their weapons, charging across the gangplanks. They collided fiercely with the jellyfish pirates' crew members, who were already prepared for battle. The battle immediately entered a fever pitch. However, in terms of average strength, the jellyfish pirates' crew, who had endured a year of hellish survival trials in the small garden, were clearly far superior to the members of the dog pirates. Although the dog pirates had the advantage in numbers, the battle was almost entirely one-sided. The jellyfish pirates' crew members were like tigers among a flock of sheep, often taking down an enemy in just 2 or 3 exchanges. Winna struggled to crawl up from the deck, but the paralysis and the internal injuries from that heavy blow made his movements exceptionally sluggish. He barely managed to lift his head when Sammy's condescending and mocking gaze, along with that raised palm, came into view. Wait, I surrender. Sammy didn't give him the chance to finish the word, surrender. His toxin-coated palm slapped against the side of Winna's neck. Ugh. Winna's eyes rolled back. His final consciousness was filled with resentment and regret as he completely passed out. Sammy shook his hand, looking at the limp Winna at his feet. Since arriving in the Grand Line, I haven't made a single sale. Today, I've finally officially restocked. He always remembered the words of the slave trader Jillian. Pirates with a bounty over 50 million berries could be sold for a good price. Sammy had absolutely no interest in recruiting a brainless pirate with mediocre strength like Winna into his ranks. Soon, the remaining members of the dog pirates, having lost their captain, were completely subdued. Seeing their unconscious captain and the predatory jellyfish pirates, the remaining pirates surrendered one after another. Boss, this guy is too weak, Aldo said, poking the fallen Winna with his mace. Quote, how did this guy get such a high bounty? Who knows? First, tally the spoils. Confiscate all treasures and useful supplies. Captain, should we sink these 2 ships? Sammy walked onto those 2 ships, looking at the terrified low-level pirates. As for these 2 ships, forget it, just let them go. While Sammy was on the dog pirates ship, a crew member walked over. Big brother Aldo, what should we do with this guy? Tie him up and throw him into the brig in the lower hold. 30. Number 30. The cost of negligence. Chapter 30. The price of negligence. Just like the dog pirates' weak performance suggested, although they had 2 ships, their treasure, berries, and valuables were completely looted, and the total value didn't even exceed 500,000 berries. They could be called the paupers of the Grand Line. Truly dirt poor. Hans closed the ledger and shook his head helplessly. Quote, aside from that Winna himself, this trip was practically like wiping out a group of fishermen. It's fine. With a Winna worth 73 million berries, this trip wasn't for nothing. Sammy was quite open-minded. He had already contacted the middleman Jillian via Denden Mushi and agreed to trade in Nanohana, a port city in Alabasta Kingdom of Alabasta. Port City Nanohana. The blazing sunlight poured down without obstruction, roasting the air until it slightly distorted. As soon as his feet stepped onto the wooden planks of the pier, a heatwave carrying a sandy texture hit his face, completely different from the humid climate at sea. Wow, this is too hot. What a huge city, it's so prosperous. Unlike the ice and snow castle of Drum Island and the primeval jungle of Small Garden, the Nanohana port before them was full of exotic vitality and bustle. Looking as far as the eye could see, there were tall buildings everywhere with earthy yellow as the primary color. To resist the intense heat, countless huge white sunshades were stretched between the walls and roofs along the street, billowing slightly in the hot wind. Under the shadows of the fabric were a dazzling array of stalls, piled high with brightly colored desert specialty fruits, tempting aromatic flatbreads and grilled meats, as well as various ethnic handicrafts and daily sundries. The streets were crowded with people. Many locals wrapped their heads tightly with turbans and wore loose white or black and white striped robes to adapt to the sweltering weather. Some carried huge ceramic water jars on their heads. Others led camels or mules laden with goods, slowly weaving through the crowd. The cries of vendors, the tinkling of camel bells, and the sound of people talking mixed together, forming a vibrant symphony of a desert port. Whoa, this exotic atmosphere is maxed out. Sammy took off his hat to fan himself, looking at the scene before him, which seemed to have stepped out of the stories of 1001 Nights. An excited expression appeared on his face. Since transmigrating to this world, it was his first time personally visiting such a desert kingdom with such distinct characteristics. Speaking of which, this country is really ridiculously hot, Fitch complained while wiping the sweat constantly seeping from his temples. He felt that the metal parts of his flintlock were getting hot to the touch. At this time, the executive, mute, Alberto, who was always silent, suddenly became a bit strange. He frowned and fanned the air in front of his nose vigorously while making a series of complex gestures, making urgent, "Abba Abba," sounds from his throat. "What's wrong, Alberto? What are you trying to say? I can't understand you at all." Aldo looked at Alberto's gesticulating with a bewildered expression. Kyla interpreted Alberto's sign language and then translated for everyone. "Boss, Alberto says the air here is very dry and mixed with a lot of dust, perfume, and the smell of livestock. This scent makes his throat and nose very uncomfortable. He's a bit dizzy and wants to go back to the ship first. The sea breeze there makes him feel better." Alberto nodded quickly, indicating that Kyla's translation was completely correct. "Is that so? I actually think this perfume smell is quite refreshing." Sammy took a deep breath of the complex air mixed with perfume, leather, and dust, and waved his hand dismissively. "All right then, since you're not feeling well, go back to the ship to rest first. The rest of you, act according to the plan. Remember to take shifts." "Yes, Captain." "Ha, that tavern over there looks good. The sign is quite unique." Sammy pointed to a shop near the pier with a sign hanging dried chili peppers and colored ceramic pots. "Let's go. We've been on the ship for so long. Let's go have a few drinks and try the local specialties." Meanwhile, on the Swordfish, "Yo, going to deliver food to that short-legged dog?" A sailor cleaning the deck teased his companion carrying a tray. "Be careful, he's a great pirate with a bounty of 73 million berries, after all." "Hey, what could happen? He's so weak he couldn't even last 3 rounds against the captain." The food-delivering sailor curled his lip dismissively. Quote, "Besides, hasn't he been quite well behaved lately? His limbs are locked in shackles in the cell. Even if he wanted to do something to me, he has no way." As he spoke, he carried the food and water down the stairs to the bottom of the hold, which had long been converted into a row of cells separated by thick hardwood bars. The environment wasn't particularly dirty. Sammy regularly sent people down to clean. After all, the health of the cargo also affected the selling price. It was just that the air was inevitably a bit damp. "Time to eat, short-legged dog," the sailor shouted, pushing the tray containing hard bread and vegetable soup through the narrow gap specifically left at the bottom of the bars. In the corner of the cell, Winna, whose hands and feet were locked by heavy iron chains, slowly raised his head. His eyes looked exceptionally deep in the gloom. He didn't touch the food immediately but asked in a raspy voice, "Have we docked yet?" Of course, the sailor leaned against the opposite bars with his arms crossed, a hint of playfulness on his face. "We're at Nanohana Port in Alabasta right now. Our captain has already made arrangements. In a few days, someone will come to pick you up and deliver you comfortably to the Sabodi archipelago. How about that? Didn't you always say you only dared to wander around the first few islands of the first half? This time, our captain is being kind and sending you directly to the most prosperous place in the first half of the Grand Line to see the world. No need to thank us too much, ha ha ha." HMPH. Winna lowered his head and let out a low laugh. Quote, As long as we've docked, it's fine. The food-delivering sailor thought his reaction was a bit strange and was about to mock him a bit more when he saw Winna suddenly stand up. Clatter, clang. The thick iron chains wrapped around him made a series of clashing sounds as he stood upright. What are you doing? Behave yourself. The sailor was startled by the sudden movement and shouted sharply, ha 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 ha. Winna slowly raised his head. The dejected and submissive expression from before was swept away, replaced by an ecstatic, savage grin. Did you lot really think I was a soft persimmon anyone could squeeze? Quote, animal transformation, dachshund form. Before he finished speaking, his muscles suddenly bulged, and his body expanded like it was being inflated. His limbs and torso rapidly elongated and deformed, and within seconds, he transformed into a slender monster over 3 meters long. Roar. Having transformed into a dachshund, Winna looked up and let out a short, violent roar. All his strength instantly concentrated between his arms. The shackles binding him made an overburdened creak under his terrifying power, and then, bang crack, the ear-piercing sound of metal snapping suddenly exploded. The joints and rings of the shackles were actually snapped by this sheer brute force. Fragments and sparks flew everywhere along with the broken chains, clattering against the cell walls and floor. Winna twisted his neck, which was finally free, his sharp teeth glinting coldly in the dim light. It's time for me to collect some interest. Come someone come quick, short-legged wiener is. Ugh. The food-delivering sailor's cry stopped abruptly, replaced by a short scream and the dull thud of a body hitting the wooden bars. Amidst the flying wood chips, a slender claw covered in short fur tightly gripped his neck, lifting him off the ground by sheer force. Now, am I still weak? If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel. Before you start listening, please don't forget to like. 31. Number 31 Curry and Harpoon. Chapter 31. Curry and harpoons. Go for it, Isaac, don't lose to the captain. Brother Aldo, take another bite, you're almost there. MMMPH, strenuous chewing sounds. Aldo's mouth was stuffed to the brim, his cheeks bulging like a hamster's, and the veins on his forehead were popping from the effort. He glared stubbornly, his hand trembling as his spoon stubbornly forced one last clump of golden curry rice into his already overfilled mouth. Latest update, Captain Sammy has broken through and is on his 9th plate. He's currently 2 whole plates ahead of the 2nd place Isaac. It's a massive lead. A crew member responsible for counting the plates shouted the status of the battle excitedly, as if commentating on a duel of the century. Whoa, the captain is mighty. The spectating crew members let out even louder whistles and cheers. Other patrons in the tavern looked over as well, their faces showing helpless expressions at the sight of these overly energetic pirates. In the center of this tavern, called the Desert Camel Bell, several long tables had been pushed together, and the contestants' places were piled high with empty plates. Participating in this spontaneous contest, besides Sammy, Aldo, and Isaac, the recognized main forces, were 3 or 4 burly crew members who usually prided themselves on being big eaters. The origin of this competition was purely due to a casual remark Sammy made while waiting for the specialty curry rice to be served. In my opinion, the stronger a person is on this sea, the more energy their body consumes, the larger their appetite, and the more they eat. Therefore, it can be concluded that anyone who eats a lot is definitely not weak. This seemingly casual sentence immediately ignited the competitive Aldo, who slammed the table and clamored to have a contest with the captain. Other competitive men joined in one after another, and what was originally an ordinary lunch instantly turned into a battle of honor concerning the certification of their strength. Ultimately, this whim of a curry rice eating challenge ended with Isaac slowly collapsing against the back of his wooden chair. I can't do it. Looking at the circle of pathetic-looking contestants slumped around the central tables, Nostra Kylo, who occupied a small table alone in the corner, elegantly brought a piece of cut chicken into his mouth with a fork and knife. After chewing slowly, he picked up a napkin and gently wiped the corner of his mouth. Vulgar, too vulgar. A true gentleman should pay more attention to dining etiquette and style. A champion is born. The crew member acting as the referee jumped excitedly onto an empty chair. After a fierce competition, Captain Sammy has achieved an overwhelming victory with an absolute advantage of 11 plates of explosive flame curry rice. Let us cheer for this amazing appetite for Captain Sammy's unfathomable strength. Cheer. Hurrah, long live Captain Sammy. Even some local patrons, caught up in the atmosphere, laughed and clapped along. Sammy wiped the curry sauce from the corner of his mouth. Although he had 11 servings of curry in his stomach, his face actually looked quite normal, with only a slight sheen of sweat on his forehead. He triumphantly raised the huge wooden beer mug in his hand toward his crew, drawing another round of laughter and whistles. Burp. Aldo finally swallowed the last bite, let out a loud burp, and collapsed weakly on the table, giving Sammy a trembling thumbs up. Boss, you win next time I'll definitely. You won't win next time either, Aldo. Sammy laughed heartily, drained the wine in his glass, and then looked around at the lively crowd. Where's Leon? Why don't I see him? Oh, brother Leon? He eats fast and finished a long time ago. He said the fishing looked good at the docks today and his hands were itching, so he took his gear to the docks to cast a few lines. Alabasta, Nanahana Port Docks, near the Swordfish. Cough, heavy panting sounds. Wiener clutched a not too deep wound on his side, hiding in the narrow gap between wooden crates stacked on the dock. That damn mute is actually so strong. He glanced toward the Swordfish with lingering fear. Alberto's incredibly sharp and fast blade had left a deep impression on him. If it hadn't been for the recovery power and physical enhancement of his zone-type ability, he likely would have perished on that ship. Wiener endured the pain, carefully peeking half his head out to scan the surrounding dock environment. No, I can't stay here for long. If they search the docks, they'll find this place soon. I must leave as quickly as possible. Find a small boat and slip out of the port first. He gnashed his teeth and used a stolen sword as a makeshift crutch to prop himself up. Not far away, a commotion came from the edge of the dock. Wow, look at that big guy. Another one. Good heavens, in just this short time, he's caught nearly 20 fish, hasn't he? Quote, Master, what kind of secret bait are you using? I want to learn how to fish. Ha ha ha, luck, it's all luck. The bronze-skinned Leon was sitting on a small folding stool, holding a fishing rod, with fish splashing incessantly in the bucket beside him. His amazing harvest had attracted quite a few dockworkers and idlers to watch. Leon casually responded to everyone's amazement while skillfully reeling in his line and lifting the rod. Another plump seafish was tossed ashore. Just as he was about to cast his line again, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a familiar figure in his peripheral vision that definitely shouldn't be here. Short legs, long torso, covered in blood. The smile on Leon's face vanished instantly. Short-legged Wiener? How did he get out? Wait, that sword in his hand. Leon's eyes sharpened. How could Alberto's sword be in the hands of this prisoner? Did something happen to Alberto? No more fishing, no more fishing. Break it up, break it up. Leon stood up abruptly and quickly stowed his fishing rod, his movements so fast they startled the people around him. There's about to be a fight. If you don't want to get splashed with blood, leave now. The surrounding crowd froze for a moment, seeing Leon suddenly turn full of murderous intent and following his heavy gaze to the blood-covered Wiener. They realized things were bad and scattered like startled birds and beasts. Leon leaned his fishing rod against the small stool and bent down to pick up his weapon. A heavy harpoon. He took large strides and blocked the path Wiener was using to try and slip toward a small boat. Hey, short legs, how did you get out? Wiener stopped in his tracks, raising his bloodshot eyes to glare at the giant man carrying a harpoon, recognizing him as one of the executives of the jellyfish pirates. He bared his teeth, revealing blood-stained teeth, and brandished the sword in his hand. HMPH, you think those pathetic shackles of yours could hold me? What? Looking at your stance, you want to go a few rounds with Lord Wiener. Leon's gaze was fixed firmly on the sword in Wiener's hand. Where did that sword in your hand come from? Wiener deliberately held the sword up to his eyes. Who knows? Maybe some ignorant mute gave it to me? You want it? He pointed the tip of the sword at Leon, a mocking smile appearing on his face. Then come and take it, you harpoon-wielding idiot. 32. Number 32 Chaotic Port. Chapter 32. Chaos at the Port. Leon's pupils contracted suddenly. Wiener's words had completely ignited his fury. What did you do to Alberto? Quote, amidst his roar, the harpoon in Leon's hand lunged out like a flood dragon emerging from the sea. This strike, launched in anger, was heavy and powerful. The tip of the harpoon tore through the air with a shrill whistle, aiming straight for Winna's chest. HMPH. Though Winna was significantly injured, the resilient physique and neural reflexes granted by his zone-type fruit allowed him to react quickly. His slender, transformed body leaned back at an incredible angle. The cold gleam of the harpoon grazed past his fur, leaving a trail of blood droplets and several tufts of severed hair. Want to know? Using the momentum of his backward lean, Winna kicked off the ground with both legs. His slender body catapulted upward, and the blade he had stolen from Alberto drew an arc, slashing directly at the wrist Leon used to grip the harpoon. Go down and ask him yourself. Leon reacted extremely fast. With a flick of his wrist, he swung the shaft of the harpoon upward. With a crisp clang, he parried the incoming blade. As their weapons collided solidly for the first time, Leon felt a tyrannical force travel down the shaft, numbing his hand at the thumb and forefinger. This bastard, even with such heavy injuries, he can still exert this kind of power zone type abilities are truly troublesome. They separated immediately upon contact, both retreating half a step, their eyes locked onto each other. Dachshund whiplash. Winna growled low, resuming his offensive. He suddenly braced his hands against the ground, using them as an axis. His flexible, slender body spun like a giant windmill. With his legs together and using the rotational force exploded from his core. He whistled as he swept toward Leon's lower body. Leon hadn't expected such a strange move. He quickly stepped back while slamming the shaft of the harpoon down hard. Boom! The legs and the metal shaft collided solidly, producing a dull, heavy thud. Leon felt a strong rotational force transfer over, making his arms feel sore and numb. Meanwhile, Winna used the counterforce to perform a nimble somersault in the air. Although he stumbled upon landing due to his injuries, he managed to stabilize himself. Leon gritted his teeth, taking a deep breath to suppress his churning blood. Harpoon pierce. Consecutive thrusts. He gave a low shout, wielding the harpoon in his hand until it became a series of dazzling, lethal afterimages, sealing off all of Winna's space to dodge. Winna's pupils shrank suddenly, his slender body contorted in various unconventional ways that defied the limits of human joints. This harpoon-wielding guy, his strength is even greater than that mute swordsman on the ship, Poochie. Despite Winna's best efforts to dodge, Leon's thrusts were too dense and rapid. A cold light flashed past, tearing a bloody gash deep enough to see the bone in his shoulder blade. Arg, damn it, you harpoon bastard. The intense pain caused a fierce light to flash in Winna's eyes. He no longer focused solely on dodging. Instead, he brandished his blade into a flurry of silver light, which, combined with his eerily flexible upper body, created a desperate, chaotic fighting style. Clang, 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 clang. The sound of metal clashing rang out as rapidly as popping beans as the two maneuvered across the open space of the pier. Wherever they passed, wooden crates stacked on the dock were smashed to pieces, and mooring ropes were severed by the force of their strikes. The entire pier was instantly reduced to a mess. Clang! It was another straightforward, hard collision. Amidst the loud bang, Leon was shaken back 3 steps. A wave of numbness surged through his arms, from his fingertips to his shoulder blades. Winna used the recoil to roll backward, creating a safe distance and barely supporting his body with his sword. Although they seemed evenly matched, any keen observer could see that he was already at the end of his rope. You can't escape. Leon slowly steadied his heavy breathing and raised his harpoon once more. Winna struggled to lift his head, wiping away the blood foam that kept oozing from the corner of his mouth. He didn't respond, but his eyes unconsciously scanned the surroundings. The massive commotion from the fight had already attracted a large crowd of onlookers, surrounding the area so tightly that not even water could trickle through. Ha 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 ha. Winna suddenly let out a hoarse, unpleasant laugh. In the next moment, he did something no one expected. He spun around, no longer facing Leon, and lunged toward the nearby civilians and workers who were watching the spectacle. Get the hell out of my way if you don't want to die. Winna completely abandoned his defense and his vigilance toward Leon, diving into the crowd and slashing wildly with his blade. He intended to use the casualties and chaos of innocent people to create a barrier against Leon's pursuit, seeking a slim chance of survival. Murder. Run, run. For a moment, the pier area was filled with screams, cries, and shouts. The crowd scattered like a disturbed hornet's nest, pushing and trampling each other as the scene spiraled out of control. Royal Guards, the Royal Guards are here. Amidst the chaos, someone screamed at the top of their lungs. A squad of soldiers wearing Alabasta's characteristic white robes and carrying spears was rapidly emerging from the main road of the pier and nearby alleys. The captain leading them saw the carnage at the pier at a glance. The maddened Winna and the murderous-looking Leon. His expression darkened. Blockade the pier, disperse the crowd. Prioritize protecting the citizens and the goods. The soldiers immediately fanned out in a well-trained manner, forming a semicircle to close in on the center. Royal Guards? Winna grinned, revealing blood-stained teeth, a flash of cunning in his eyes. Far from being afraid, he became even more frenzied. He grabbed the civilians who couldn't run away in time and hurled them like sandbags, one after another, at the closing circle of Royal Guards. Catch them, ha ha ha. The Royal Guards were forced to put away their weapons and scramble to catch the innocent people being thrown at them. Their formation instantly fell into chaos, creating a gap. Winna took this opportunity to bolt through the opening. Not good, he's going to run. Leon immediately wanted to charge after him. Don't move, if you move again, we'll fire. The Royal Guard captain's voice rang out. Simultaneously, the archers and musketeers who had taken high ground or finished aiming all pointed their weapons at Leon. The sense of crisis from being targeted by at least dozens of ranged weapons made Leon stop in his tracks. Having escaped the encirclement, Winna scrambled onto a high pile of cargo. He looked back at Leon, who was being held back by the royal guards, and even stopped to mock him. Come and get me, you harpoon bastard. I can't let him just run away. Alberto's revenge. Harpoon. Heavy torrent burst. Leon channeled all his strength into his right arm and let out a thunderous roar, throwing the harpoon in his hand like a javelin toward Winna's figure. The harpoon turned into a blurred dark light, tearing through the air with a terrifying whistle. 33. Number 33 Blood Red Deck. Chapter 33. The blood-stained deck. Winna's sneer was still on his face, but his pupils suddenly contracted to the size of pinheads. In his haste, he only had time to hold the sharp blade in his hand across his chest. Crack. Squelch. First came the sound of the blade snapping under the strain, followed immediately by the dull thud of a sharp object sinking into flesh. Aha! Winna let out a shrill, miserable howl as he was sent flying through the air, smashing through several heavy wooden crates stacked together. As the dust settled slightly, Winna was seen struggling to stand once more, but blood sprayed from his mouth and nose, and his chest was a bloody mess. Clearly, that long-range heavy blow had caused him extremely severe injuries. Cough. He gave Leon in the direction blocked by the royal guards a look of intense malice. Without saying a word, relying on the physical constitution of a zone-type ability user, he turned and ducked into a narrow alleyway, vanishing into the shadows of the dock buildings in the blink of an eye. Team 1, follow the blood trail. Team 2, block all nearby exits. Immediately move. The captain of the royal guards immediately gave the order. A portion of the soldiers immediately gave chase in the direction Winna had disappeared, following the trail of blood. Only then did the captain's gaze lock back onto Leon, the only one still standing on the field. Although the fellow before him was covered in wounds, it was clear he was no ordinary person. You state your identity. Why are you fighting here? What is your relationship with that fugitive? The captain shouted sternly, and the soldiers' encirclement tightened further, their spear tips and gun barrels drawing closer. Leon was panting heavily. That throw filled with rage just now had nearly exhausted his remaining strength. Now that he had stopped, he felt waves of pain coming from beneath his left ribs. That was an injury left from Winna's desperate counterattack earlier. It had likely damaged his ribs. His right arm was also injured from multiple hard collisions. In that final, full-strength throw, Leon looked in the direction Winna had vanished, then glanced around at the hundreds of fully armed kingdom soldiers, with even more reinforcements arriving from afar after hearing the news. Break out by force? With his current stamina and physical condition, even if he could take down a few soldiers, he would never escape this port that had already been sealed off layer by layer. Although surrendering was also dangerous, at least he wouldn't die immediately, and there might be room for negotiation. The captain and the others were still on shore. Once they heard the news, they would surely find a way. These thoughts flashed through Leon's mind in an instant. Though he was brave, he was no brainless brute. In this moment of absolute disadvantage and uncertainty, endurance was the only rational choice to potentially save his life and buy time for his companions to react. He slowly raised his hands, indicating he had no intention of continuing to resist. I was only stopping that fleeing criminal. He injured people on my ship. I did not intend to cause trouble in your kingdom's port. The captain was non-committal about his explanation, merely giving a look to the soldiers beside him. Several soldiers immediately stepped forward cautiously, quickly searching Leon's entire body while also briefly checking his injuries. Soon, the soldiers had the scene under control and pieced together the events by questioning witnesses. A criminal had fled, and this giant of a man before them had been blocking or even attempting to capture him. However, as a soldier searched Leon's person, a carefully preserved bounty poster fell out. The soldier picked it up, his expression changing slightly as he glanced at it, and immediately handed it to the captain. The captain took it, his gaze falling upon the bounty poster. Open black lens bracket harpoon Leon close black lens bracket open black lens bracket bounty 14 million berries close black lens bracket open black lens bracket captain of the Cormorant pirate crew. Crimes, looting merchant ships, attacking towns. Heinous crimes. Dead or alive. Close black lens bracket. This was an old bounty poster from before he joined the Jellyfish Pirates. It had not been updated since he joined. The captain's expression became incredibly animated. He first narrowed his eyes to carefully discern the details of the bounty poster, followed by an irrepressible sense of excitement and joy. Harpoon Leon? Ha ha ha. He held the bounty poster up to Leon's eyes. I didn't expect this. I really didn't expect this, to think you're actually a pirate captain. I thought I'd just caught a commoner involved in a brawl, but I've landed a big fish. He wiped the smile from his face and let out a cold snort. Harpoon Leon. How audacious as a pirate captain wanted by the Marines. You dare to openly engage in a brawl and disturb the peace in my Alabasta port. Men, put him in heavy shackles and take him away under strict guard. I must report this to His Majesty the King immediately. Leon was roughly fitted with heavy shackles. He made no further movements or arguments. He only cast a deep glance toward where the swordfish was moored before being pushed away by the royal guards, disappearing on the other side of the dock. Meanwhile, the Jellyfish Pirates Procurement Squad, having successfully purchased a large amount of fresh water, food, and other supplies at the market, was returning with over a dozen rented handcarts fully loaded. Eh? Why are so many people gathered over there at the dock? It looks like there are royal guards too? Did something happen? The squad leader in charge frowned. Don't mind other people's business for now. Our task is to transport the supplies back to the ship. Everyone move faster, go around from the side, and don't join the crowd. They bypassed the gathering crowd and approached the swordfish from a relatively quiet passage on the other side of the dock. Hey brothers, we're back. Where is everyone? However, as soon as they stepped onto the gangplank, an eerie silence mixed with the scent of blood washed over them, causing everyone's heart to skip a beat. What happened? Big Brother Alberto? Quote, the scene before them caused everyone's blood to run cold instantly. On the deck, the crew members who had stayed behind were sprawled out all over the place. Alberto was lying in a pool of blood, with at least 5 or 6 severe knife wounds visible on his body. Furthermore, the saber he always carried was nowhere to be seen. Quick, see if they're still breathing. Doctor, where's the ship doctor? Quote, there are others to check everyone else. Everyone hurriedly checked around. Besides Alberto, who was most severely injured and clinging to life, the other crew members who had stayed behind were all wounded as well. Fortunately, they were all still breathing for now, but they all desperately needed treatment. They soon found the ship doctors in a corner, also injured and unconscious. None of the 4 ship doctors had been spared. The same was true for Hirulik, the doctor from Drum Island. He had a large bump on his head and some abrasions on his body. Clearly, he had also participated in the resistance, but due to his lack of strength, he had been knocked down early on. The squad leader felt a chill all over his body and immediately led his men into the ship's cabins. The door to the hold's prison cell was wide open. There were signs of intense fighting everywhere inside and outside the cell, with deep gouges on the walls and splatters of blood. Damn it, it's that short-legged wiener. He broke out of his shackles and escaped. The squad leader's fists clenched until they cracked, his heart burning with rage. Brothers with bandaging experience, stay behind. Regardless of whether you're a doctor or not, follow the first aid methods we learned before and stop the bleeding for the seriously injured. First, prioritize the severely wounded, especially Big Brother Alberto. The rest of you, come with me. Immediately go onto the island and find the captain. Something terrible has happened. 34. Number 34, Captain's Decision. Chapter 34. The Captain's Decision. The hustle and bustle in the tavern hadn't completely died down yet. Sammy was enjoying this rare moment of relaxation, joking around with Aldo and the others who were slumped in their chairs, catching their breath. Bang! The tavern door was slammed open, and the procurement squad leader rushed in out of breath with a few subordinates, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Captain, it's bad, something big happened. Winna escaped. He broke out of his shackles. Big Brother Alberto was severely injured trying to stop him, and now he's barely holding on. Boom! It was as if a bolt of thunder had exploded over everyone's heads. The smile on Sammy's face froze instantly, and the relaxed look in his eyes was replaced by coldness. The other crew members in the tavern who were still laughing and joking also went silent in an instant. Back to the ship. Sammy uttered only those 4 words. He threw a stack of berries on the table and immediately rushed out of the tavern door. The drunkenness and smiles on the faces of the executives and crew members vanished, and they all grabbed their weapons and followed close behind. Most of the tavern, which had been bustling just a moment ago, emptied in an instant, leaving behind the stunned owner and other patrons when Sammy and his group rushed back to the swordfish at top speed. The heavy smell of blood and the oppressive atmosphere on the deck made everyone's hearts sink to the bottom. The lightly wounded who had stayed behind were assisting in caring for their more seriously injured companions, and low groans replaced the usual bustle on the ship. The 4 ship doctors were busy on the deck, dripping with sweat. They immediately rushed toward Alberto, who was surrounded in the center. Alberto was wrapped in gauze like a mummy. The bandages covered almost half of his body, yet dark red bloodstains continued to seep out. His face was bloodless, his eyes were tightly closed, and his breathing was so weak it was almost imperceptible. Only the slight rise and fall of his chest proved he was still hanging on by a thread. Sammy knelt down, his fingers lightly resting on Alberto's cold wrist, feeling that terrifyingly weak pulse. How is the situation? He looked up, his gaze first sweeping over the 3 ship doctors who had followed him since the West Blue, finally landing on Hirulik. Hirulik wiped the sweat from his forehead. Dangerous, very dangerous. He's lost too much blood, although we've done our best to suture and bandage the wounds and used the best hemostatic medicine on the ship. The blood loss is just too great, and his body's exhaustion is too severe. Right now, we can only maintain his basic vital signs. Whether he can pull through depends on his own will to survive and his body's recovery ability. The next 12 hours will be the most critical danger period. Hirulik did indeed know some battlefield first aid and surgical procedures. After all, he had treated Chopper in the original work. However, he lacked systematic medical training and had limited knowledge of internal injuries, infections, and diseases, relying more on experience and some unique therapies. Sammy slowly stood up, surveying the devastated deck and the wounded lying all over the place, forcing down the rage in his heart. What, exactly, happened here? A few lightly injured crew members endured the pain and recounted the events intermittently. Winna broke his shackles and suddenly attacked. Alberto rushed forward to intercept him immediately, and a fierce battle broke out. Other crew members tried to support him but were defeated one by Winna using his zone-type abilities. Finally, Winna took Alberto's sword, severely injured him, and rushed off the ship after Sammy finished listening. He remained silent for 2 seconds and looked around. Where's Leon? Is he not here? Captain, when we came back from procurement, we didn't see Big Brother Leon anywhere near the ship. Could it be that Big Brother Leon he was momentarily negligent, or he? Shut up, Aldo roared, interrupting him. Leon isn't that kind of person. Don't you fucking talk nonsense without evidence. Sammy raised his hand to stop the impending argument. Don't jump to any conclusions yet. The priority right now is to find Leon and Winna. I want them found, dead or alive. Isaac, take half of the navigation group brothers and stay behind to assist the doctors in caring for the seriously injured. Strengthen the ship's security to prevent that short-legged bastard from doubling back. Aldo, Kyla, take everyone else who can still move and spread out from the dock to search. Note that Winna has a bounty of 73 million berries and is extremely dangerous. If you find any trace, do not act rashly. Send a signal immediately. Yes, Captain. Soon, the crew members who had spread out to gather information returned with intelligence. Captain, someone saw Big Brother Leon at the dock. They said they saw Big Brother Leon fighting a big dog at the dock. That must have been Winna's transformation. Big Brother Leon heavily wounded Winna at the time, but that bastard Winna used civilians to create chaos and escape, while Big Brother Leon was arrested by Alabasta's royal guards. Arrested? Aldo said anxiously. Boss, we have to save Leon. He was targeted by the guards because he was trying to catch Winna. We must go save him. Yes, rescue Big Brother Leon. We can't leave him behind. Sammy closed his eyes and thought for a moment, his face devoid of much expression as he raised his hand to quiet the noise. Aldo, do you think I'm the kind of captain who would abandon his brothers just to save his own skin? Leon is our brother. Alberto is lying here, Leon has been taken, and that bastard dog Winna is still at large. I will settle these 3 accounts one by one. With interest. Kyla, take a few of the Sharper brothers and change into civilian clothes to find out where the guards are holding Leon. Scope out the guard rotation times, numbers, equipment, and patrol routes. Remember, only investigate, do not act, and do not expose yourselves. Report back immediately if you find anything. Marcus, take another team and continue searching covertly for Winna's tracks in the dock area and its surroundings. Focus on clinics, pharmacies, abandoned houses that can hide people, and sewer entrances. He's so badly injured, he'll definitely need treatment and a place to hide. Isaac, the ship's defense and care for the wounded cannot be neglected. Hans, Alabasta's magnetism might not be able to wait to be fully charged. Go to the market immediately and find a way to buy a log pose that is already fully charged. It's fine even if it costs more. At the same time, take stock of all supplies, fresh water, food, medicine, ammunition. Prepare for everything in case we are forced to leave Nanohana port early or even in a hurry. Our first priority is to find a way to rescue Leon while doing our best to search for Winna. But once Leon is rescued, or if the situation changes, we must be ready to evacuate Nanohana port at any time. Sammy glanced at the unconscious Alberto and the surrounding wounded, remembering another matter. As for the deal with Jillian, I'm afraid we'll have to play it by ear. 35. Number 35 Planning. Chapter 35. The scheme. Alabasta's climate is as extreme as any other desert region. It's unbearably hot during the day, yet the temperature drops suddenly at night. Marcus led a team of elite subordinates and searched the dock area and its surroundings several times after receiving news of Winna's escape. They searched for hours. At first they could track him via sporadic drops of blood, but after following those traces through a back alley, the clues vanished eerily, as if Winna had evaporated into thin air. They turned to the local residents for information, and a few porters claimed to have caught a glimpse of a blood-covered man running toward the commercial district to the north. The commercial district? A hint of doubt flashed in Marcus's eyes. There are so many people there, and plenty of patrolling royal guards. Would a heavily injured pirate really dare to crawl in there? Perhaps he just wants to blend into the crowd to lose his pursuers. Or maybe he has companions meeting him there? Companions? Where would he get companions in Alabasta? Just as everyone was at their wits' end and the search had reached a stalemate, a crew member sent to investigate the other side of the dock ran back, panting. Brother Marcus, a major discovery. At a remote berth in the northeast corner of the dock, there are two ships. The figurehead is a dog's head, although the pirate flag has been lowered. The design is identical to the group we robbed there, the dog pirates ships. The dog pirates, they actually came to Alabasta too? Let's go. Check it out immediately, stay hidden. Meanwhile, Kyla and a few of his sharpest subordinates had changed into Alabasta-style white robes and turbans purchased from the market, concealing most of their faces and hair color. Through various inquiries and careful observation, they determined the location where Leon was being held. To the east side of Nanohana Port, there was a square building made of heavy sandstone. That was the Nanohana Port prison. According to fragments of information gathered, all suspects who caused trouble, fought, or were captured in the port area were usually held here first for interrogation. But this time, because it involved pirates and injuries to many innocent civilians, the matter had blown up. It was said that reports were being prepared for His Majesty the King in the distant capital, Alubarna. Remember our mission. Observe only, no contact. Figure out the building's layout, all entrances and exits, the visible and hidden sentries, the patrol routes, and the shift change times. Then analyze where Leon is most likely being held. If you feel there's a risk of exposure or any unplanned movement, evacuate immediately along the predetermined route and gather back on the ship. Understood? The group nodded silently and then dispersed, using the shadows cast by buildings and stacked cargo to approach the sandstone prison quietly, from different angles. It wasn't until the first faint light of dawn appeared on the horizon that the two teams led by Marcus and Kyla returned one after another. The captain's cabin was brightly lit. Sammy and the executives stood before a table spread with a map of Nanohana Port. Kyla took off his disguised robe. Boss, the prison's defenses are a bit laxer than we expected. I even personally slipped inside to observe for a while. He pointed to a simple hand-drawn sketch. The first and second floors are mainly offices and guard rest areas. The cell area is in the basement. The entrance has an iron gate and is guarded by at least 2 sentries at all times. I didn't find an opportunity to sneak in and check the internal structure. The perimeter patrol is roughly every 15 minutes. With the strength and speed of our executives, there's a high chance we can rescue him without alerting the port garrison. Sammy studied the sketch carefully, nodded, and turned his gaze to Marcus. We didn't find Winna's hiding place. However, we discovered those 2 ships of the dog pirates. They're docked right in the harbor. Although the flags are down, the figureheads are unmistakable. There are still some people on board, but their security is very lax. They look a bit lazy, either because they feel safe in the kingdom's port or because their main force isn't on the ships. We didn't see Winna directly, but our brothers on lookout spotted sailors from the ships buying large quantities of bandages, disinfectants, and painkillers from the dock's pharmacy. It was a significant amount. It's unclear if it's for their own use or for Winna. Given Winna's escape and our fruitless search, my personal judgment is that Winna has very likely returned to his ship in secret. Listening to the intelligence, Sammy's eyes moved back and forth across the spread-out map, his fingers tapping the tabletop unconsciously. Isaac, how is Alberto doing? And what about Hans? Did he get the log pose for the next island that I told him to buy? Brother Alberto is still unconscious, but according to the ship doctor on duty, his vital signs have stabilized and are showing a trend of gradually strengthening. He's temporarily out of the most critical stage. Hans went out with the procurement team this afternoon, and everything has been bought. Also, he heard some rumors in the market that the fierce pirate who caused trouble at the dock yesterday injured many civilians and is being strictly guarded by the royal guards. It's said the matter has alerted His Majesty the King. This must be referring to Leon. Sammy nodded. All of this was within his expectations. Once Leon's identity as a pirate is exposed, the nature of the situation changes completely. It turns from a common port brawl into a pirate invasion of a kingdom's port and the harming of innocent civilians. to maintain their prestige and stability. The Alabasta royal family will definitely not let this go easily. We don't have much time left. He looked up, his gaze sweeping over all the executives. The action plan prioritizes capturing Winna, then breaking into the prison to rescue Leon. Isaac, pass the word. Recall all brothers still on shore immediately. This trouble won't be small, and we likely won't be able to stay here long. We must be ready to set sail at a moment's notice. Tell everyone the operation is tonight. All crew members out must return to the team immediately. Cancel all non-essential activities. Everyone check your weapons, replenish ammunition, no alcohol after dinner, and rest on standby. As for the specific actions for the capture and prison break, Sammy paused, looking out the window at the sky, which was already beginning to brighten. We won't need a large force this time. The target is too big, and it's easy to alert the enemy. I'll go with you executives to settle this quickly. Tonight, we'll finish both matters at once. Yes, boss. 36. Number 36. The End of the Short-Legged Dog. Chapter 36. The End of the Short-Legged Dog. Although the plan to break into the prison was set for the night, there was no time limit for the operation to capture Winna, so everyone took a brief rest and ate something to recover their strength before running directly toward the remote berth at the northeast corner where the dog pirates' ships were moored. By now, the morning light had completely dispelled the darkness of the night, and scattered early risers began to appear on the docks. But this area remained excessively quiet. As they approached the two ships with doghead figureheads, several figures could be seen moving on the deck, seemingly not yet fully awake. Captain LLL look. A sentry on one of the dog pirates' ships suddenly widened his eyes and pointed toward the dock. What are you doing? It's early in the morning, why are you suddenly stuttering? The crew member in front of him, who was yawning, turned around impatiently, and in the next second, he was wide awake. Why you, what do you want? Quote, several members of the dog pirates hurriedly gathered together. Sammy appeared below their ship's gunwale with several executives, with Marcus and Kyla standing on either side. Don't get excited, we're just here to take Winna away. Winna? Wasn't he taken away by you? Quote, a man who looked like a minor leader of the dog pirates shouted, plucking up his courage. Ha, he escaped. Sammy sneered. Quote, is he not on your ship? The dog pirates members looked at each other and then shook their heads in unison. Mind if I search? Sammy said, his gaze sweeping over the two ships. Everyone shook their heads subconsciously, then felt it wasn't right. But seeing the posture of Sammy's subordinates behind him ready to strike, how could the dog pirates dare to say no? They could only nod timidly. Sammy waved his hand, and his subordinates immediately boarded the ships to conduct a detailed search. Cabins, the hold, storage rooms, no corner where a person could hide was overlooked. However, after a thorough search, there was indeed no sign of Winna. While his subordinates were searching, Sammy leisurely watched the group of uneasy pirates before him. Why did you come here? And not enough supplies, we came here to restock. Oh? My subordinates heard that you bought a lot of medicine and bandages? The dog pirates members immediately clamored to show the scars on their bodies, raising bandaged arms or revealing wrapped wounds. It's from last time, wounds left from when you took Captain Winna. Many of our brothers were injured, that's why we bought medicine. Sammy nodded, seemingly accepting the explanation. I remember that I didn't leave you a log pose at that time. How did you find Alabasta? That. Everyone was suddenly speechless, their eyes darting around as they shoved each other and stammered, refusing to speak. Sammy lost his patience, his gaze suddenly turning cold, and the surrounding air seemed to drop a few degrees. Marcus and Kyla understood, stepping forward in unison. Marcus grabbed the minor leader's collar, and before his fist could fall, the other man was scared out of his wits and begged for mercy repeatedly. Don't hit me, I'll talk, it's a life card. Captain Winna made life card fragments and gave them to the executives. We have life card fragments on us, we relied on them to find our way here. Sammy held out his palm. Hand it over. A bruised and swollen minor leader tremblingly pulled a small, slowly moving white paper fragment from his breast pocket. Sammy took the small life card fragment. The movement of the paper was weak, indicating the target's vital signs were not strong, but the direction pointed toward the interior of the port. As I thought, Sammy narrowed his eyes. Quote, he didn't return to the ship at all, but is hiding somewhere in the port. No longer paying attention to the dog pirates members slumped on the ground, Sammy led his subordinates toward the direction indicated by the life card. They passed through the dock area, through the port streets, and between the gaps of warehouses and buildings. Ultimately, it led them to a tall building near the harbor square, the Nanohana Port Clock Tower. The clock tower was built of gray-white stone. It was not yet time for the bells to ring. The tower doors were closed, and the surrounding area was silent and deserted. Sammy and his group quietly approached the base of the tower. The main door was ajar, and the stairs inside spiraled upward. The life card vibrated more noticeably here. He's up there, Sammy said in a low voice, looking up at the observation deck and clock room at the top of the tower. Marcus, Kyla, follow me up. The rest of you guard all the exits below. Don't let even a single mouse escape. They sneaked up the narrow spiral stone stairs. The higher they went, the stronger the pull of the life card became. A faint smell of blood also began to waft down through the air. Finally, outside a small storage closet below the top-floor clock room, the wooden door was ajar, and heavy breathing could be heard from inside. Sammy made a gesture, and Marcus kicked the wooden door open with a bang. Ugh! A pained grunt, mixed with shock and anger, came from inside the room. In the narrow space, Winna was sitting against the wall. Although he was covered in bandages, blood was still seeping through. His face was ashen, and he tightly gripped a dagger, his eyes filled with terror and despair. He clearly hadn't expected that the enemy could track him down to this hiding place he considered secret so quickly. Morning light streamed in through the window apertures high in the tower, illuminating the dust motes dancing in the air, as well as Winna's distorted face and Sammy's cold, emotionless eyes. Found you. Sammy's voice rang out faintly within the empty tower. Saw Sammy. Let me go. Last time was my fault. I shouldn't have escaped without permission. We can talk again. These towns in Alabasta, we can really haul in more if we join forces. He brought up that old proposal again, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes as if it were his only life-saving straw. Sammy listened quietly, his face showing no emotion, not even bothering to show a hint of mockery. He just tilted his head slightly, gesturing to Marcus and Kyla beside him. It seems he still doesn't quite understand the situation. To Sammy, Winna's proposal was laughably naive. A low-class pirate who only knew how to pounce on defenseless towns like a hyena, a piece of sea scum who only dared to bare his teeth at sheep. Did he really think he was worthy of joining forces with him? When he first heard Winna's boastful talk, Sammy had concluded that this guy lacked the courage to challenge the strong and the ambition to sail to distant lands. He was just a short-sighted fool who would eventually get himself killed. Selling him to those collectors or gladiator arena masters in the Sabaody archipelago who liked to collect unique pirates in exchange for some berries was his only value. Joining forces? Winna, you're mistaken about two things. First, I never considered you a worthy partner. Second, your escape disrupted my plans, cost me a capable subordinate, wasted an entire night of my time, and forced me to personally come to a place like this to find you. Do you think a simple, let's talk Ogden can make up for that? Winna's face turned even more ashen. He could hear that there was no room for maneuver in Sammy's words. His survival instinct made him want to struggle, but Sammy no longer wanted to waste words on him. Do it. Marcus and Kyla pounced. Winna roared and swung his dagger with his last bit of strength, but Kyla easily dodged the blade, grabbed his wrist, and twisted hard. With a soft crack, accompanied by Winna's shrill scream, the dagger fell to the floor with a clatter. At the same time, Marcus stepped forward and landed a heavy punch on Winna's already injured abdomen. Arg! Winna's scream stopped abruptly, turning into a painful gasp as his body curled up like a shrimp. All his will to resist and remaining strength completely collapsed under this blow. He slumped into the pile of junk, his wounds bursting open and blood quickly staining the bandages red, leaving only painful moans and uncontrollable twitching from the intense pain. Why I was being sincere, I truly wanted to. Sammy walked up to him and looked down at the pirate captain. A deal is a deal. I've made an agreement with the people over at Sabaody to deliver a dog. Pirates captain. Your escape made things very difficult for me. He took some hemostatic powder from his breast pocket and roughly sprinkled it on Winna's burst wounds, then used a sturdy rope he carried to firmly bind Winna's hands and feet with a special technique, ensuring he could never break free on his own even if he woke up. Take him away. Sammy stood up and brushed the dust off his hands. Marcus slung the completely incapacitated Winna over his shoulder like a sandbag. Kyla scanned the tower up and down alertly, confirming they hadn't alerted anyone else. The three of them quickly returned to the base of the tower the way they came. The crew members waiting below saw them and immediately gathered around in a coordinated manner, forming a cover formation. The morning light was now bright, and the port began to grow noisy. Yet the group left the clock tower area just as they had come, using the shadows of the buildings to retreat quickly toward the swordfish. Sammy walked at the very front. The task of capturing Winna was finally completed, albeit outside the planned time. Next, it was time to rest and recharge, waiting for nightfall to solve another, more troublesome problem. To rescue his subordinate, Leon, who had caused even more trouble, from the Nanohana port prison. 37. Number 37 lies in a cage. Chapter 37. Lies in the cage. After throwing Winna into the cell at the bottom of the swordfish, Sammy ordered everyone to rest and quickly replenish their sleep and stamina. Soon, the only sounds left in the cabin were the rising and falling of snores, with only the crew members on rotating watch keeping a vigilant eye on the gradually bustling port from the deck. Time flew by in slumber. When Sammy opened his eyes again, the porthole was already filled with twilight, and Nanohana Port was enveloped in a night sky interwoven with deep blue and orange red. He rolled out of bed and stretched his limbs. Soon, the other executives also arrived at the captain's cabin one after another. Is everyone well rested? No problem, boss. Aldo clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking. Are all the brothers on the ship? Not a single one missing, they've all returned. We're ready to move at any time. Good, prepare to set off. Sammy walked over to the table and picked up a small den mushi. Fitch, your task is to find a high vantage point to provide us with remote observation and fire support. Take this den mushi and keep in touch with us at all times. Understood, boss. Fitch took the den mushi, shouldered his rifle, and ran towards the best observation point he had selected during the earlier reconnaissance. Isaac, Aldo, Marcus, Kyla, the four of you come with me to the prison to rescue Leon. 5 shadowy figures left the swordfish and stealthily made their way towards the direction of the gray-white sandstone prison. Not long after, the den mushi in Sammy's pocket vibrated slightly, transmitting Fitch's hushed voice. Boss, it's Fitch. My observation point here has a good view. A 4-man patrol team just went from the prison's main gate around to the side and is now heading towards the eastern warehouse area. The prison courtyard is temporarily clear. You can enter. Received. Stay in touch. Sammy cut the call and gestured to the 4 behind him. Using the shadows and the uneven surfaces of the prison's outer wall, they climbed over the wall and dropped into the courtyard. Kyla quickly led everyone to the entrance leading to the underground cells. As expected, there were 2 somewhat drowsy royal guards at the entrance. Sammy and Marcus struck with hand chops, and the 2 royal guards collapsed without even a groan. Isaac and Aldo quickly stepped forward, dragging the unconscious royal guards to a nearby corner piled with miscellaneous items to hide them. Kyla then took the keys from the waist of one royal guard, inserted them into the lock, and turned them gently. A soft click sound was heard, and the door opened. A stone staircase passage extending downward appeared before their eyes. The torchlight on the walls on either side was dim, barely illuminating the few steps ahead. The 5 of them filed in, gently closed the door behind them, and proceeded down the stone steps. After descending about the height of 1 floor, faint voices could be heard ahead. They immediately lightened their footsteps and quietly crept forward. Such a hassle, it's just a pirate, right? Why so nervous? They even made us increase the guard. Stop complaining. Just do as the higher-ups say. I heard that guy is fierce. He injured several of our brothers yesterday. And tomorrow morning, he's going to be escorted to Alubarna. Don't let anything go wrong on this last night. Sammy quietly peeked his head out and saw a slightly larger stone chamber ahead, which looked like a crude checkpoint. 3 guards were gathered around a small wooden table, chatting under the dim light of an oil lamp. Several large bunches of keys hung on the wall, with a few spare lanterns placed beside them. Sammy made an attack gesture, and the 5 of them instantly charged into the stone chamber. These ordinary royal guards were no match for them. They were knocked out cleanly almost the moment they met, without even having time to sound an alarm. Grab the keys, quickly. They continued forward along the main passage. Soon, cells separated by thick iron bars began to appear on both sides. They moved quickly, their eyes scanning the cells one by one, searching for Leon. Just as they passed a section of cells, rustling sounds suddenly came from the darkness on both sides. Hey, who's out there? Here to break someone out? Haha. Quick, let us out too. Yeah, let us out. Breaking out one is a breakout. Breaking out a bunch is also a breakout. Let us all out. That's right, let us out quickly. More and more prisoners rushed to the bars, shouting fervently, even starting to pound the iron bars with force, producing dull clang sounds. Sammy's eyes turned cold. If this continued, the noise would eventually attract guards from other areas. Shut them up. Aldo immediately stepped forward, growling at the nearest prisoners who were shouting the loudest. Stay quiet if you don't want to die. However, these desperados, locked up for so long, seeing a glimmer of hope, were unwilling to give up easily. Let us out, otherwise, we'll shout, we'll call all the guards. You don't want this to get out of hand either, right? Let us out, and we'll leave you alone. That's right, if you don't save us, we'll scream. Let's see if you can escape then. The prisoners' voices grew louder, and their emotions became more agitated. Sammy stopped, turned around, and his icy gaze swept over the distorted faces in the darkness. He suddenly grinned. Quiet, let me find the person I'm looking for first. After I find him, I'll throw the keys here, and you can get out yourselves. These words temporarily quelled the restless flames. The prisoners looked at each other and slowly quieted down. Sammy and the others soon found Leon in a cell near the end of the passage. At that moment, he was leaning against the corner, wearing a coarse alabasta prison uniform. Upon seeing Sammy and the others, he immediately struggled to his feet and rushed to the bars. "Boss, I knew you'd come. Are you okay?" "Just flesh wounds. Nothing serious. That bastard Winna already captured. Once we get you out, we'll leave Alabasta immediately. Everything is arranged." Isaac immediately stepped forward and, under the faint light, tried key after key to unlock the large lock on the cell door. "Hey, you found him, now give us the keys." "Don't rush, don't rush." Seeing this, the prisoners behind immediately grew restless again, their voices more impatient than before, and the force of their pounding on the bars grew heavier. Sammy's group protected Leon as they retraced their route. As they were about to exit the prison cells, Sammy stopped and looked back at the cells on both sides. He suddenly made an extremely exaggerated grimace. "You scum and degenerates, still dreaming of getting out? Keep dreaming." Before his words faded, he suddenly threw the large bunches of keys in his hand towards the direction of the stone chamber. "Go!" Sammy barked a low command, and the 5 of them, with Leon, rushed out of the stone chamber without a second glance, swiftly running up the stairs they had come from. Behind them, there was first a moment of dead silence, followed immediately by an explosion of roars mixed with despair and rage, curses, and the noise of madly banging on the bars. The entire underground prison instantly erupted into chaos. "Bastards, may you die a horrible death. Come back, find the keys." "Ah, what's that noise from the dungeon?" Quote, "Something's wrong, go check it out quickly." "Where are the royal guards at the dungeon entrance? Why is the door open?" Quote, lights in the upper levels of the prison began to turn on one after another, and the sound of chaotic footsteps and shouts came from all directions. Almost as soon as Sammy and the others burst out of the dungeon entrance and returned to the shadows of the courtyard, the Den Den Mushi in his pocket rang, and Fitch's voice came through. "Boss, all the prison lights are on, the guards are gathering. You've been exposed. Do you need me to fire and create chaos?" Sammy picked up the receiver, signaling his companions to prepare for a forced breakthrough, while speaking into the Den Den Mushi. "It's fine, Fitch. Leon has already been rescued. Don't worry now that we've found him, there's nothing to fear." He looked towards the prison courtyard ahead, where shadows of figures were beginning to appear, and a smile curled at the corner of his mouth. "We'll just fight our way out." 38. Number 38 Prison Breakout. Chapter 38, Prison Breakout Battle. What's going on? Quote, a roar came from the direction of the main prison building. A tall man wearing an alabasta officer's uniform strode out the door, hurriedly fastening his sword belt. "Lord Hashem, someone is raiding the prison. They've already broken into the dungeon." "What? They dare raid the prison? How bold." Dense crowds of soldiers swarmed from all directions, holding spears and shields, with musketeers and archers taking high positions in the rear. All exits were quickly sealed, trapping Sammy and his 5 companions in the center of the courtyard. However, not a trace of fear could be seen on the faces of those surrounded. Aldo even grinned, cracking his neck with a series of audible pops. "Who are you people? How dare you trespass into Nanohana Port's prison?" Warden Hashem pointed his heavy sword directly at Sammy. "We're here to save someone," Aldo shouted back defiantly, resting his mace on his shoulder. "If you know what's good for you, get out of the way, don't force our hand. They're accomplices of that pirate detained yesterday." A soldier recognized Leon, who hadn't changed out of his prison uniform. "Save someone? Everyone locked in this prison is a serious criminal. By storming the prison, you've already committed a grave crime. Surrender peacefully if you want to take someone out of this prison. You'll have to get through us first. Take them down." As soon as the command was given, the soldiers pressed forward. Hashem himself led the charge, his massive frame exploding with startling speed. His heavy sword, carrying a foul wind, swung down at Sammy with the force to split mountains and shatter stone. "Boss, leave it to me," Aldo roared, swinging his mace into a black whirlwind that met the descending heavy sword head-on without any fancy tricks. Heavy mace, battering ram, clang. The deafening sound of clashing metal made eardrums ache as sparks flew wildly between the mace's spikes and the heavy sword's edge. Hashem's body swayed slightly, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. His full-strength strike had actually been blocked. Aldo grinned sinisterly, giving the mace a sudden twist and shove. "Get back!" A massive force surged through, forcing Hashem to stagger half a step back, instantly creating a small clear area between the two. This guy's strength, no wonder they dared to look down on Alabasta's prison guards. Hashem glanced at Sammy standing behind Aldo. "I'm afraid this person is the strongest. This is going to be real trouble. Don't let them form a formation, scatter them." A squad leader roared, and more soldiers swarmed forward with him. HMPH, small fry shouldn't get in the way. In Marcus's hand, the Ryo Wazamono Ransakura traced streaks of cold light in the dim environment. Ransakura, sanguine blossoms. The blade was so fast it left only afterimages. Amidst a chorus of cracking sounds, the spearheads and short sections of the wooden shafts held by the front row of 5 or 6 soldiers were sliced off cleanly. The soldiers stood frozen in place, clutching wooden poles that had suddenly become much shorter. His sword. Watch out for his sword. Every flower has its reason for blooming, and of course, blood blossoms are no different. Kyla's figure cut into the group of soldiers attempting to flank from the right like a ghost. Facing several spears thrusting at once, he instead slid forward, his body entering the gaps between the shafts at a subtle angle. With a faint smile on his lips, he slashed out with his twin blades crossed. Gentleman's praise, Crimson Waltz. Before his voice faded, his body was already spinning rapidly, his twin blades transforming into a silver halo of light. Poochie poochie. The dull sounds of blades entering flesh echoed one after another. The 2 spearmen in the lead suddenly froze, looking down in disbelief at their heavy scale armor which had been sliced open. 2 deep, crossed wounds were gushing blood. Before they could even scream, Kyla had already flitted through them like a butterfly among flowers. His twin blades swirled, the blade light passing through the throat of a nearby shield-bearer and kicking up a spray of eye-catching blood mist. The unarmed Isaac guarded the flank of Sammy and Leon. Facing the thrusting blades and swords, Isaac didn't dodge. He simply threw a punch. Crushing rock. Collapse. Boom. With a dull thud, the ironclad thick wooden shield was actually shattered into pieces by that single punch. The soldier flew backward without even a groan. Isaac didn't stop, grabbing the back of a sword hacking from the side. With a forceful twist, he snatched the weapon away and immediately slashed down, knocking the ambusher to the ground. Battle erupted fiercely across the courtyard. The sounds of clashing metal, shouting, and cries of pain blended into one. Though Sammy's team was outnumbered, they continued to push forward through the thickening wall of human bodies. Don't be afraid, there are only a few of them. Archer's musketeers aim. Harem parried a heavy strike from Aldo and took the chance to roar, expecting arrows and lead bullets to pour down from above. However, the only response was a few scattered gunshots, followed by short screams and the dull thuds of heavy objects falling from high places. What's happening? Fire. PFF'd. A faint thud that was almost drowned out by the shouting and killing in the courtyard. Out of the corner of his eye, Harem saw an archer on the 3rd floor of the main building who had just drawn his bow. The archer's head suddenly snapped back, and his entire body slumped over the railing. What's going on? Quote, PFF'd PFF'd. 2 more soft sounds followed in quick succession. On the roof to the left, 2 musketeers reloading their matchlocks suddenly jerked. Blood blossoms erupted from their chests as they rolled off the roof with screams. It's a sniper. They have accomplices in the distance. From a high vantage point in the distance, light black smoke rose from the muzzle of Fitch's sniper rifle. The chaotic battle and dim light perfectly concealed his long-range sniping. Stop looking away, your opponent is me. Aldo attacked again, swinging his heavy mace. Stop them, charge. A man who looked like a squad leader led a group of men and charged forward. Leon, hide behind me. Sammy took a deep breath. A layer of pale purple venom rapidly gathered on the skin of his bare arms, which he then swung across the air in front of him. Poison waterfall, 1,000-needle rain curtain. In an instant, a massive amount of purple venom poured forward in a fan-shaped deluge. The venom covered a vast area, blanketing nearly 20 meters ahead. What is that? Quote, get out of the way. The cries of alarm instantly turned into screams of extreme agony. The soldiers hit directly by the venom felt intense, dense stings on their exposed skin and thin clothing, as if being pricked by countless fine needles simultaneously. This was followed by a burning sensation and pain. Their weapons dropped as they fell to the ground, rolling and screaming. This strike temporarily incapacitated the soldiers directly in front, creating a gap. Now's the time, break through toward the main gate. Hearing this, Aldo forced Harem back with a powerful horizontal sweep. Haha, I'm done playing with you, big guy. You bastards, you think you can leave? Stop them, don't let them escape. With blood at the corner of his mouth, Harem roared, still trying to give chase. PFF'd PFF'd PFF'd. A few more precise shots blocked their pursuit. 6 figures quickly vanished into the darkness of Nanohana port. Almost at the same time they reached the ground. From a high point in a nearby abandoned warehouse, Fitch packed up his sniper rifle and ran toward the harbor at an incredible speed. Damn it, go notify the nearby marines immediately. Our Nanohana port has been invaded by evil pirates. I must report this heinous incident to His Majesty the King. 39. Number 39. Dockside shooting. Chapter 39. Pier shootout. Bulu 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 bulu. In the dead of night, the ringing of a den den mushi echoed through the communications room of the Alabasta Outpost, an affiliate of Marine G2 branch. Hello? This is *Yon, the Alabasta Outpost of the Marine G2 branch. The den den mushi mimicked an anxious face. Hello, this is the Alabasta Kingdom's Nanohana port garrison. The port prison was just subjected to an armed invasion and jailbreak by evil pirates. The guards have suffered heavy casualties and the prisoners have been taken. They are heading toward the pier now, requesting immediate marine support. The operator's sleepiness vanished instantly. Understood. Received. The situation has been recorded. Please keep the line open. Support is departing immediately. The Marine who received the news looked stern. He quickly noted down the key information, then grabbed his logbook and rushed toward the base commander's room, knocking on the door. Report Colonel Brugala's emergency. A slightly lazy female voice came from inside the room. What is it? It's bad, Colonel Brugala's. We just received an emergency request for help from Alabasta's Nanohana port. A group of vicious pirates attacked the port prison and carried out an armed jailbreak. The door was pushed open, and a tall female marine officer wearing a yellow dress and tying a dark blue necktie walked out. What happened? The blonde colonel known as Brugala's raised an eyebrow. She gently pushed the sunglasses on the bridge of her nose up to the top of her head while taking the logbook and several attached bounty posters from her subordinate. Quite a large scale. Have you found out which pirate crew did it? Who's the leader? The Marine pointed at the posters and said, based on eyewitness accounts and cross-referencing remaining intelligence, it's confirmed that at least several high bounty criminals are involved. Predator Ribera Sammy, bounty 99 million berries. Iron Rudder Isaac, bounty 24 million berries. Bone Crusher Kate Aldo, bounty 40 million berries. Additionally, intelligence indicates that the captains of the Twilight Pirate crew and the Cormorant Pirate crew are also involved. So many? Colonel Brugalis's gaze swept quickly over the bounty posters, pausing for a moment on Sammy's poster, which featured a bloodthirsty smile. These guys, I remember some of their bounties were significantly raised recently after the Drum Kingdom incident. Seems like a bunch of restless troublemakers. Yes, Colonel, what's more troublesome is that according to current intelligence analysis, the Jellyfish Pirates, the Twilight Pirate crew, and the Cormorant Pirate crew have either temporarily merged into one force or formed some kind of pirate alliance. The enemy this time is likely formidable in both numbers and quality. Colonel Brugala's put her sunglasses back on and walked into the room, draping the Marine Justice cape over her shoulders. An alliance? HMPH, a rabble gathered together is still just a rabble, but we certainly can't be careless. Pass down the order. The outpost is to enter Level 2 combat readiness. Immediately mobilize all available warships in the base with maximum firepower. I want to see them ready at the port within half an hour. She stepped out of the room. At the same time, contact G2 branch headquarters to inform them we've mobilized and request long-range support if necessary. Target, Alabasta's Nanohana port. Let's go welcome these guests who don't know the rules. Yes, Colonel Brugala's. The Marine stood at attention, saluted, and quickly ran off to relay the orders. Once the Marine was far away, Brugala's slowly let out a breath. She walked to the window, watching the port below begin to stir. She took off her glasses and rubbed the bridge of her nose. 99 million? She curled her lips at her blurry reflection in the glass. Quote, better not be just a rabble or it'll be too boring. Alabasta Kingdom, Nanohana port. Sammy and his group rushed out of the dark alleys, heading straight for the swordfish moored at the berth. Immediately after, the sound of more intensive footsteps and the clashing of armor came from the main road of the pier. The port's regular garrison, having received the alarm from the prison, was swarming in on a large scale. Quick, get on the ship. Sammy took the lead, leaping onto the deck via the gangplank, with the others following close behind. Is everyone up? Fitch, boss, I'm here. Boys cast off, set sail. The crew members on the Swordfish, who had been on standby for a long time, immediately sprang into action. The mooring lines were cut directly, and the sails rose amidst the sound of friction between pulleys and ropes. Don't let them escape. Block the berth. Stop that ship. Fire. Aim for their sails and rudder. Soldiers holding flintlocks and bows quickly lined up at the edge of the pier, attempting a final interception. Bang, bang, bang. Gunshots rang out, and lead bullets rained down on the Swordfish's hull and masts, making dull thudding sounds. Boom! A dull roar came from the stern of the Swordfish as a cannonball whistled out of the stern gun, smashing hard near the position where the pier soldiers were lined up. The violent explosion shattered stacked wooden barrels and cargo. Several soldiers who couldn't dodge in time were flipped by the blast wave, falling to the ground with screams. Ah, haha, good shot, great cannon work, Big Brother Fitch. What are you still standing there for? Fire, let them taste our power. At Marcus's command, everyone also grabbed various firearms to return fire. These were all treasures they had borrowed from other pirate crews back on Small Garden. For a moment, the counter-fire from the Swordfish's broadside was no less intense than that of the garrison. Although most people's aim was poor, the momentum was grand. Rubble flew from the edge of the pier, forcing the soldiers to find cover, and the momentum of the pursuit stalled. Hey, move aside, look at the treasure I found last time, a crew member shouted excitedly, hauling a rugged-looking rocket launcher out of the cabin. He nimbly finished loading, shouldered the launcher, and took a rough aim at the flickering lights of the pier area. Everyone in Alabasta, taste this, here comes the big rocket. Boom! A thick dragon of fire trailing heavy smoke smashed hard into the cargo storage area near the jetty. An explosion even more violent than the stern gun rang out, accompanied by soaring flames. Although it didn't directly hit the center of the crowd, the wild air blast from the explosion instantly flipped over a dozen nearby soldiers. More critically, the splashing burning materials instantly ignited the stacked wooden crates and canvas. A roaring fire spread with a whoosh, turning that area into a sea of flames and completely blocking the assembly and pursuit routes of the pursuers. Ha ha ha, beautifully done. Aldo shouldered his mace and roared at the pier engulfed in flames and chaos. Bye bye, everyone in Alabasta, no need to see us off. This mocking farewell, mixed with the pirates' arrogant laughter, drifted back to the pier with the wind. Damn it, you pirates, just wait, don't you dare fall into my hands. 40. #40 Naval Encounter. Chapter 40. Encounter at Sea. The Swordfish had just set sail from Alabasta, and the entire ship was still immersed in the pleasure of the successful rescue, playing with their pursuers, and swaggering away. Haha, look at those guys jumping up and down on the pier. The captain is still the best. He said he'd storm the prison and he did, ha ha ha. Just then, a crew member in the crow's nest sounded the alarm. Captain, there's a silhouette of a ship ahead. No, it's a fleet. Sammy's heart tightened, and he snatched the telescope and rushed to the bow. Sure enough, the silhouettes of 3 ships appeared on the pitch-black sea horizon ahead, sailing towards them in an interception formation. Everyone on alert. As the distance closed, the images in the telescope became clear. 3 standard marine warships. It's the Marine, they came so fast. Sammy lowered the telescope. All hands prepare for battle. The Marine is ahead. Give me 120% of your focus. Marcus looked at the 3 steel beasts approaching in a pincer formation. 3 against 1, this is trouble. With the Marine blocking the way ahead and Alabasta behind. If they wanted to reach the next island, they had to break through this Marine line of defense. At the same time, a woman's voice, amplified by a Den Mushi, carried through the sea breeze. Pirate ship ahead. Take notice, this is the Alabasta Sea Patrol fleet under the Marine G2 branch. I am the commander, Colonel Brugalas. I order you to immediately lower your sails and stop your ship for inspection. I repeat, stop immediately, otherwise we will use force to sink you. Stop our ship? In your mother's marine dreams. Aldo spat fiercely. Boss, they've blocked the route. Should we turn? Sammy's gaze quickly swept over the 3 approaching warships, then looked back at the Alabasta coastline that was gradually fading away. Don't turn, turning will lose speed and make it easier to be surrounded. A mere Marine colonel. Full speed ahead, charge through. Isaac, lead the navigation team and be ready for damage repairs at any time. Fitch, artillery team in position. Fire at will to disrupt them. Aldo, combat team, prepare for boarding. If we want to get through, we have to run right over them. Yes. On the Marine flagship, Colonel Brugalas, the jellyfish pirates show no sign of slowing down. Instead, they are accelerating to charge our formation. Brugalas raised an eyebrow and pushed her sunglasses to the top of her head. Oh, trying to force their way through? Their courage is commendable, but also very foolish. Order the right wing ship accelerate to flank and cut off their retreat. The left wing ship maintain distance and provide suppressive fire. The main ship's main guns calibrate to their rudder and sails. Give them a greeting first. Yes, Colonel. They're in range. Fitch shouted on the Swordfish. Fire. At almost the same moment, the cannons of both sides roared. Boom, 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 boom. Dozens of flashes of fire intertwined in the darkness, the whistling of cannonballs connected, and columns of water exploded into the sky on the sea surface. On the deck of the Swordfish, Marcus and Nostra Kylo turned into 2 blurry flashes of blade light, splitting the cannonballs in midair as much as possible. Aldo was even more violent, roaring as he swung his mace, meeting the cannonballs head-on with brute force. Get the hell away from me. The flashes of explosions constantly appeared around him, the airwaves making him stumble, and the smoke blackened his rugged face. But he relied on his monster-like physique to stand firm with roar after roar. Despite intercepting most of them, several cannonballs still hit the Swordfish. Boom, crack. The bulwark is hit. The hull is slightly damaged. Repairs are underway. Don't stop, keep charging, keep firing, hit them hard. The Swordfish's cannons fought back with all their might, the gunners operating various cannons to explode fire on the target ships. However, whether it was shooting accuracy or fire continuity, there was a clear gap compared to the well-trained Marine artillery teams. More importantly, the Marine warships were mainly steel structures, which were much stronger than wooden sailing ships, so the damage caused by the Swordfish's cannons was relatively limited. HMPH, the artillery accuracy is better than expected. It seems they aren't entirely a ragtag bunch. A pity. Rugulas lowered her telescope, clearly having lost her patience. The game time should be over. All hands prepare for boarding combat. Let them see the difference between a regular army and sea bandits. The ships of both sides approached at high speed amidst the deafening gunfire and pervasive smoke, the distance closing rapidly. The Swordfish suddenly twisted its bow eerily, no longer charging at the central flagship, but instead lunging towards the warship on the left that was trying to flank it, looking as if it wanted to force a breakthrough from the relatively weak side. Fat chance. Rugulas instantly saw through their intentions. The flagship's command flag waved. The three warships flexibly changed formation and quickly closed in, instead trapping the Swordfish that attempted a side breakthrough within the encirclement. Throw the grappling hooks board the ship. At the Marine officer's command, countless ropes with iron hooks flew out from the two warships, firmly hooking onto the Swordfish's bulwark. Cut the ropes. But many Marine soldiers had already jumped onto the deck of the Swordfish with the help of ropes and gangplanks. For justice, take down these pirates. Brothers, fight our way out. The two groups of people were like two opposing torrents, crashing into each other fiercely. The clashing of swords, the roar of muskets, the shouts and screams instantly filled the deck of the Swordfish, and the smell of blood immediately permeated the air. In the midst of this chaos, a tall figure draped in a justice cape lightly leapt from the Marine flagship, landing steadily in the center of the Swordfish's deck after a few bounds. The white justice cape behind her fluttered in the wind, and her yellow dress was particularly eye-catching among the group of fighting men. I am the colonel of the Marine G2 branch, Rugulas. She adjusted her sunglasses. Give up your feudal resistance and surrender immediately. Your pirate path ends here. A female colonel? The pirates couldn't help but be stunned. In the West Blue, female Marine officers were truly rare, let alone such a young and beautiful field officer. Aldo shook his face, which was blackened by the gunfire. I don't care if you're a man or a woman. If you're Marine, don't talk nonsense, take this. He ignored the other party's call for surrender completely, swinging his mace in a horizontal sweep towards Rugulas's waist. Oh? Quite spirited, big guy. Facing this thunderous blow, Rugulas merely ducked with incredible flexibility and speed, the foul wind carried by the mace brushing past the tips of her hair. Immediately after, she performed a nimble and swift flip. At the moment Aldo leaned forward due to excessive force, her figure suddenly shot up, her long legs crossing like scissors, and she actually sat right on Aldo's broad shoulders, while simultaneously locking his neck in a death grip. If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel. Before you start listening, please don't forget to like. 41. Number 41 Ride Fruit, Rider. Chapter 41, Ride Fruit Rider. Aldo was stunned. This was the first time he had encountered such a response. The pirates on the deck who noticed this scene were also a bit dumbfounded. What kind of move was this? So jealous. Wait, what am I thinking? Quote, Aldo, shake her off. Quick, Marcus shouted urgently. Only then did Aldo snap out of his daze, reaching back in a rage. Get off me. However, Rugulas was faster. She pressed a hand onto the back of Aldo's neck like a bolt of lightning. Vroom. A strange ripple spread out, and a semicircular ring resembling a saddle handle actually emerged from beneath Aldo's skin. Rugulas firmly gripped the handle that had appeared out of nowhere. Good, Rugulas chuckled. Quote, then, you'll be my first mount. Charge, big guy. In the next second, a scene that shocked all the pirates occurred. Aldo's eyes looked slightly vacant as he actually turned his mace and swung it violently toward one of his own crew members who was about to ambush a Marine. Big brother Aldo, what are you doing? Quote, fortunately, that crew member reacted with lightning speed and threw himself to the ground. The mace grazed his back and smashed into the deck, leaving a deep crater. Watch out, big brother Aldo is being controlled. Stop him. Quick, no, get away. Several anxious pirates tried to rush forward to restrain him, but were instead sent flying by Aldo's violent sweep, falling into the crowd with screams of pain. Bastard, give Aldo back. Marcus's eyes were nearly splitting with rage as he drew his blade to rush over, only to be blocked by a swift figure. Your opponent is me, Mr. Pirate. A slightly flippant young male voice rang out. Blocking his path was a seemingly frail male Marine lieutenant commander, holding a pair of metal spikes that looked like giant acupuncture needles. Marine G2 Branch, Medical Officer in Special Operations Squad, Lieutenant Commander Colin, at your service. Get lost. Burning with rage, Marcus slashed his blade fiercely at Colin, but was parried by the other's exquisite thrusts. Amidst the clanging of metal, he found himself unable to break away for the moment. Meanwhile, the controlled Aldo had transformed into a terrifying beast of destruction on the deck, rampaging under Brugalus's command. He not only broke through the formation the pirates were struggling to maintain, but his indiscriminate, violent attacks forced his former companions to dodge in distress, unable to fully deal with the marine soldiers swarming around them. The battle situation took a sudden turn for the worse. Perched on Aldo's shoulder and looking down from above, Brugalus's gaze pierced through the chaotic battlefield and locked onto Sammy. Predator Sammy, are you still not going to act? Letting your subordinates kill each other is not the behavior of a competent captain. Sammy narrowed his eyes, staring at the handle in Brugalus's hand. It's a devil fruit ability paramecia type? Good eye. I am a rider who ate the ride fruit. Now, this big guy is under my command. Do you still intend to resist? A manipulation-type devil fruit. It seems I must get her off Aldo's body. But Brugala's was positioned too high, and she used Aldo's massive body and violent attacks as cover, making it difficult for ordinary attacks to reach her. You guys clear out the other Marines, leave this colonel to me. Before his voice had even faded, Sammy had already charged toward Brugala's like an arrow released from a bow. Capture the leader to capture the gang? A good idea, but too naive. Brugalas sneered, maneuvering Aldo to swing the mace down head-on. Sammy ducked and slid, narrowly avoiding the heavy blow, his venom-covered right fist striking directly at Brugalas. Brugalas reacted extremely fast, maneuvering Aldo to leap sideways and retreat, while Aldo's free left hand formed a fist and smashed toward Sammy. Sammy was forced to change his move to block. Bang! Fists and arms collided. Sammy was shaken back 2 steps, inwardly alarmed. After being controlled, Aldo's strength had become even more terrifying. It's useless, Predator Sammy. Just surrender, surely you don't want to fight your own companion. As she spoke, she controlled Aldo to launch an even more violent attack. The mace danced into a destructive black storm, forcing Sammy to dodge repeatedly. Unable to get close for the moment, the situation on the deck became increasingly unfavorable for the swordfish, with their core combatant Aldo switching sides. Although the members of the jellyfish pirates had higher individual strength, the Marine held an absolute advantage in numbers, coordination, and equipment. The pirates began to be split and suppressed, and casualties started to occur. It couldn't go on like this. Sammy's eyes turned fierce as a dangerous thought flashed through his mind. He stopped obsessing over attacking the high-up Brugalas and instead suddenly turned his target toward Aldo's lower body. Venom instantly condensed on his right foot, and with a low sweep kick as swift as a whip, he kicked hard toward the back of Aldo's knee. Although most of the force of this kick was blocked by Aldo's thick calf muscles, the attached potent paralyzing toxin took effect instantly. Aldo's massive body couldn't help but tilt, his balance instantly shattered, and his violent offensive followed suit by stalling. Now, Sammy seized this moment of lost control, ignoring Aldo's swinging giant arm, and covered his right arm entirely in venom. The whole arm turned a shiny purple-black as he stabbed directly at Brugalas on Aldo's shoulder. This was a life-risking strike to force her to defend herself. Brugalas's pupils contracted slightly. It was too late to maneuver Aldo into a full dodge. Making a split-second decision, she kicked off Aldo's shoulders with her legs, her slender body leaping back in a backflip. The moment she left, the eerie handle on the back of Aldo's neck vanished instantly. Sammy's venomous fist grazed Aldo's shoulder. The venom corroded his clothes and a bit of skin, but the resulting burning pain also snapped him back to his senses instantly. Aldo shook his head, looking blankly at the mace in his hand and the wrecked deck around him, before rage surged in his heart. Quote, "You insidious Marine. Step back, leave this one to me." Sammy stepped forward, blocking the path of the enraged Aldo, and formed a brief standoff with the lightly landing Brugalas on the deck covered in corpses and smoke. Brugalas landed lightly, but before her heels had even settled, Sammy had already pounced close again. Close quarters combat. This was exactly Sammy's area of expertise. Grapple ride. Facing the pouncing Sammy, Brugalas did not dodge, but instead actively met him. Her hands were like eagle claws, snapping toward Sammy's shoulders and neck with a lightning-fast grappling and throwing opening move, intending to use her technical advantage to instantly suppress him and re-establish a riding relationship. However, in the spark of a moment as he was being grabbed, jellyfish fruit partial beast form, the muscles and skin of Sammy's grabbed shoulders and arms instantly underwent a strange wriggling, and the surface became covered in a layer of extremely slippery, translucent mucus. Rugulus's sure-fire grip actually slipped off without any sense of traction. Not only did it slip, but Sammy also used the momentum of her unfinished forward charge, twisting his body and hips to whip out a long-prepared whip kick from below. This strike landed right between Rugulus's chest and abdomen. Bang! In a heavy thud, Rugulus's forward momentum came to an abrupt halt. Instead, she was shaken by the force of the strike into releasing her grip and stumbling back, her attempt to ride completely interrupted. She groaned, stumbling back several steps before barely steadying herself, her face showing a mix of pain and unbelievable shock for the first time. She looked up at Sammy in front of her. At this moment, Sammy's upper body had undergone significant changes. His arms had become flexible and elongated, and a translucent membrane-like structure flickered faintly at his shoulders and back, giving him an overall pale pink appearance. Cough as expected of a jellyfish who ate the zone-type human fruit, Rugulas lightly wiped the corner of her mouth, the light in her eyes growing brighter. Quote, I didn't expect your application of the ability to be so delicate that you can partially transform and use skill to overcome power. It seems I underestimated you, Predator Sammy. 42. Number 42 The Disgrace of the G2 Branch. Chapter 42. The Shame of G2 Branch. Off the coast of Alabasta, smoke filled the air, and the battle on the deck of the Swordfish had reached a fever pitch. Rugulas leapt back lightly, putting distance between herself and Sammy. To think that a creature as seemingly mild as a jellyfish could develop the human fruit to such a tricky level. You truly are something else, Captain Sammy. She adjusted her slightly crooked sunglasses. But unfortunately, your opponent is me. My ride fruit is best at mastering all kinds of mounts, including things you'd never expect. Before she finished speaking, she suddenly leaned down and pressed her palm heavily onto the wooden deck of the Swordfish. Writing mark. Ship. An invisible ripple rapidly spread out with her palm as the center. Immediately after, a shimmering handle emerged out of thin air in front of Rugulas's palm, identical to the one that had appeared on the back of Aldo's neck earlier. No number way? Quote, a sharp-eyed pirate realized something instantly and cried out in alarm. Rugulas grabbed the handle generated by her ability without hesitation. Almost simultaneously, a terrified shout came from the helmsman near the rudder. Captain, the rudder isn't listening, it's moving on its own. What did you do to my ship? Quote, Sammy's gaze instantly dropped to freezing point. The corner of Rugulas's mouth curled slightly. Just a simple greeting. The true power of the ride fruit isn't just limited to controlling animals or people. As long as an object is theoretically recognized as something that can be mastered or ridden, I can influence it. Although I can't fully master a massive steel creation like a warship yet, for a wooden sailing ship like yours it's easy to manipulate. Captain, look at those cannons, another pirate screamed. The bases of several fixed cannons on the deck made a creaking sound, and the muzzles actually turned on their own as if they were alive, aiming at the pirates on the ship. Your ability is truly disgusting. Sammy's aura became increasingly dangerous. Quote, I'm going to blast you off my ship. Come and try if you have the guts. Jellyfish Captain, Rugulas provoked. Boom boom boom. The controlled cannons suddenly opened fire. Sammy's figure flickered as he easily dodged the shells, but those shells all slammed into the hull, masts, and deck of the Swordfish. Wood splinters flew and screams echoed. The already battered Swordfish was now in even worse shape. You are dead. A furious roar drowned out the sound of the explosions. Sammy's speed in his hybrid form surged, his legs kicking off the deck like an arrow from a bow. His arms were now as flexible as whips, coated with lethal purple-black venom. With a piercing whistle as they cut through the air, they lashed out from the left and right like giant pythons, striking toward Rugulas. Jellyfish Jujutsu. Twin Whip Strangle. Rugulas didn't dare to be careless and immediately let go of the ship's control ring. Using Soru and Kami-e alternately, her figure flickered continuously on the deck, narrowly avoiding those tricky and vicious strikes. Sammy's offensive was like a torrential storm, giving her no chance to apply the writing mark again. I didn't expect a jellyfish like you to develop the human fruit to this extent. Rugulas's breathing was slightly hurried. The high-intensity continuous dodging was no small drain on her. HMPH. Sammy temporarily stopped his assault and returned to human form. You can't win against me. Why don't you just let us go now? It would be better for everyone. Impossible. When the Marine encounters pirates, there is only arrest or summary execution. There is no such thing as letting the tiger return to the mountain. Rugulas stood tall, her justice cloak fluttering in the sea breeze. In that case, Marine Captain, Sammy tilted his head, his killing intent spreading like something physical. Quote, have you decided how you want to die? Rugulas steadied her sunglasses, remaining unmoved by the death threat looming over her. HMPH, we'll see if you still dare to talk like that once you reach MPL down. Your ability, the ride fruit, is indeed interesting, but this is where it ends. What, do you want to taste being ridden yourself? Rugalus countered with a cold sneer. Your ability is useless against me. Sammy growled and suddenly pushed his fruit ability to its limit. Poison armor. Possession. This time, the light purple venom was no longer limited to his arms but seeped rapidly from the pores across his entire body. In an instant, Sammy looked as if he were wearing a liquid suit of armor that constantly dripped venom. He spread his arms provocatively. Come on if you have the guts, try and ride me. Rugalus's expression turned solemn. Being covered in venom made any direct physical contact extremely dangerous, which almost completely sealed off the use of her ride fruit ability. But she was a Marineford elite, after all, and made a decision in a split second. Since she couldn't rely on tricks, she would crush him head-on with absolute strength. Then as you wish, she gave a sharp cry and her figure suddenly vanished. The next moment, she appeared at Sammy's side, her fists, feet, fingers, and knees turning into countless afterimages, pouring over Sammy like a torrential storm. She utilized the essentials of the Rokushiki to the fullest, attempting to overwhelm him with pure strength, speed, and technique. In terms of combat technique, Rugalus, as a Marineford captain, was naturally superior, but in terms of physical constitution, Sammy had a slight edge. Furthermore, Sammy had no qualms at this moment. Relying on his poison armor, he abandoned almost all defense, every punch and kick carrying venom as he countered by trading blow for blow. Rugalus was constrained. Though her moves were skillful, she had to be extremely careful to avoid direct contact with the venom, which significantly hampered her offensive. As one side gained and the other lost, the difference became clear. Bang bang snap. Amidst the exchange of blows, no matter how careful she was, the toxins still quietly invaded Rugalus's body through physical contact. Rugalus's movements began to slow, her breathing became more rapid and erratic, and cold sweat broke out on her forehead, signs that the toxins were starting to take effect. Got you. The fierce light in Sammy's eyes surged. He actually tanked a sidekick, then grabbed Rugalus's thigh and landed a heavy punch squarely on her abdomen from below. Poison fang. Sting. Ugh. Rugalus's eyes snapped wide open, and all her movements instantly froze. This punch not only contained enough impact to shatter stone but also injected a highly concentrated paralytic toxin directly into her body. She opened her mouth but couldn't make a sound. Her vision blurred rapidly, and the strength in her body drained away like a receding tide. Under the terrified gaze of her subordinates, the proud Marine captain swayed and finally, unable to hold on, slumped slowly onto the deck. Before losing consciousness, the last thing imprinted on her retina was Sammy's fist, still dripping with venom. Captain, the surrounding Marines cried out in shock. Having defeated his strongest opponent, Sammy didn't stop for a moment and immediately turned his attention to the other Marines who had boarded the ship. Poison waterfall. Thousand Needle Rain Curtain, a large-scale spray of venom instantly paralyzed and took down a swath of Marine soldiers who were still fighting. Quick, tie up all these Marines who boarded. The morale of the Swordfish crew instantly soared to its peak. Roaring, they lunged forward, quickly subduing the Marines who had lost their ability to resist, and binding them tightly with ropes. Sammy stepped onto the highest point of the bow, holding the unconscious Rugalus high like a trophy. He gathered his strength and roared at the 3 Marine warships that were trying to close in. Again, look closely, all of you. Who is this? Quote, stop the bombardment, break the encirclement, or I'll throw her overboard to feed the fish right now. An uproar broke out on the 3 warships, and all cannon fire and encircling movements froze instantly. The commanding officer's face turned ashen, his fists clenching until they cracked. They could bear combat losses and endure failure, but they could never stand by and watch a Marineford captain be executed by pirates in broad daylight. Stop, everyone, stop. The captain is in their hands. Very good, now, make a path. For every minute you delay, I'll throw one person overboard. Amidst extreme reluctance and humiliation, the 3 warships slowly moved to the sides, opening a narrow passage. Now's our chance. Full sails, full speed ahead. The Swordfish, dragging its damaged hull, bulged its sails to the limit and charged out through the narrow gap left by the Marine warships. Once they were some distance away, Sammy immediately sent Isaac to check the ship's damage. The Marine bombardment, the earlier round of controlled cannon fire, and the boarding battle had taken a heavy toll on the Swordfish. Then, his gaze swept over the Marine captives tied in a bundle, finally settling on the unconscious Rugalus. Boss, what do we do with these Marine scum? Aldo wiped the blood and grime from his face, the fierce light in his eyes unconcealed. Several crew members also gathered around, clutching their blades. Kill them? No. Sammy glanced at the 3 warships trailing behind. The distance wasn't far. They were definitely watching closely with telescopes. Moreover, lifeguards weren't that rare. Even if they did the deed inside the cabin, once a lifeguard started burning, those warships behind would definitely pounce like mad dogs. In the Swordfish's current state, if it took 2 more rounds of volleys, let alone escaping, it would be a miracle if it didn't fall apart. Keep them? That wouldn't work either. With them on board, those 3 tails behind would keep following. They would report the Swordfish's position to the Marines in real time. In less than 2 days, it wouldn't just be these 3 warships chasing them, but an even larger fleet, or even attracting even more troublesome big shots. They couldn't be killed, and they couldn't be kept. A cold light flashed in Sammy's eyes. Aldo, Marcus. Here, boss. See our guests off. Sammy jerked his chin toward the ship's railing. Throw them far, and throw them separately. Aldo was stunned at first, then began to grin as if he'd suddenly realized something. Hay understood. He had been holding back a stomach full of anger. Marcus also nodded silently and stepped forward to grab another Marine. No, what are you doing? Quote, pirates, you'll die a horrible death. The captives realized what was about to happen and began to struggle and curse in terror. Sammy ignored them completely. He had calculated that the Marines would never abandon their colleagues. As long as these guys were thrown into the sea, the 3 warships behind would have to choose to stop the pursuit and put all their effort into fishing them out and saving them. Off you go. Aldo's arm muscles bulged, and like throwing a javelin, he hurled the first Marine soldier far into the sea. Splash, 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 splash. The sounds of falling into the water rang out one after another, and the sea surface instantly erupted into a mess of splashes and terrified cries for help. Bastards, they threw people overboard. Stop the pursuit quick. Lower the boats, save them, prioritize saving people. Just as Sammy had expected, when the commander on the warship behind saw this, he was so angry he almost spat blood, but he had to roar out the rescue orders. The orderly pursuit formation instantly disintegrated. The 3 warships scrambled to slow down and turn, lowering countless small boats, their lights scanning the sea surface frantically. Now's the time. Full sails, full speed, leave this sea area. The Swordfish seemed to sense the chance to escape. Its sails bulged to the extreme, and dragging its scarred body, its speed suddenly surged, racing into the distance and quickly leaving the chaotic rescue scene behind. It wasn't until he confirmed there was no sign of enemy ships behind that Sammy slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. Long after, under the anxious calls and rescue efforts of her subordinates, Rugelas, who had been fished onto the flagship, coughed violently, choking up several mouthfuls of seawater, and finally slowly opened her eyes. Then, with the support of her subordinates, she struggled to stand, her soaked justice cloak clinging heavily to her back. Although her abdomen still throbbed with intense pain and numbness, her gaze was fixed firmly on the direction where the Swordfish had disappeared. Comms officer record: all details of this operation mark the Jellyfish Pirate's last heading. Ship characteristics and details of personnel abilities immediately send a detailed alert and tracking request to G2 branch and Marineford. She gripped the ship's railing tightly, her knuckles turning white from the force. They won't get away. The sea breeze blew through her wet, disheveled blonde hair. She slowly took off those sunglasses, now covered in spiderweb-like cracks, and clenched them tightly in her palm. 43. Number 43 Flight Path Deviation. Chapter 43. Deviation of the route. Swordfish Grand Line waters. The Swordfish sailed at full speed until the silhouettes of those 3 Marine warships were completely swallowed beneath the distant horizon, and only then did the tension on the deck, which had been as taut as a string, suddenly relax. However, what followed was a tide of pain and fatigue. Quick, carry the seriously injured to the infirmary. Ship Dr. Mr. Hirulik, this side needs priority treatment. Big Brother Isaac, please take some men to check the hull for damage, especially where it was hit. Come give a hand, be careful, his leg might be broken. The deck was suddenly a bustle of activity, with shouts, the clanging of tools, and cries of pain intermingling. Sammy stood alone on the poop deck, silently watching it all. Although he was also injured, it wasn't serious. Under his extraordinary self-healing ability, the bleeding had already stopped. At this moment, he chose not to get in the way. After watching for a while, he turned and walked toward the wheelhouse. In front of the steering wheel, Hans was still fully concentrated, his hands steadily holding the direction. Hans, boss. Hans turned his head at the sound, his body still maintaining his steering posture. We've already lost them. Relax a bit. Once the steering wheel is locked, take a break. Where is the next island? Only then did Hans let out a long breath, his shoulders visibly relaxing. Boss, according to the current route and the log poses direction, the next recording point is an Autumn Island, Bolsay Island. At our current speed, if there are no major changes in wind direction and ocean currents, we should arrive in about 7 days. Bolsay Island? Hearing this, Sammy's brow furrowed imperceptibly. Quote, the next island, shouldn't it be Jaya Island? In his memory, the next stop after leaving Alabasta should clearly have been Jaya Island, after which they would reach the Sky Island via the Nok upstream. Was the current route different from the one decades later? Hans was stunned by Sammy's counter-question. He lowered his head again, carefully checking the readings on the permanent log pose against the sea chart, and then shook his head with certainty. Boss, you might be confused. After departing from Alabasta, the next island the log pose points to is indeed an autumn island, Bolsay Island. Only after completing the recording there will the needle recalibrate and point to the next stop, which is the Jaya Island you mentioned. Is that so? Sammy was silent for a moment. The navigator's judgment and the direction of the log pose would not lie. Perhaps he really remembered it wrong, or perhaps the roots of this sea itself hidden subtle differences that even time and space could not fully reconcile. Maybe I remembered it wrong. Let's follow the log pose's guidance and maintain the course. Yes, boss. Hans refocused his attention on the steering wheel and the sea chart. Sammy turned and left the wheelhouse, walking toward the noisy bow. Aldo, where is Aldo? Fitch, who was assisting in carrying the injured, looked up. Boss, Aldo said his whole body hurts. The ship doctor checked him and said that the overloaded outburst caused serious muscle tears and strains in many parts of his body, as well as some internal organ tremors. He's been forced to go to his cabin to rest first. Fine, let him lie down properly. Fitch, pass the word down for everyone to take the time to rest and recover. We have a 7-day voyage. Before we reach Bolsay Island, we must restore most of our combat strength. Understood, boss. Sammy said no more, turning to walk toward the captain's cabin at the stern. Closing the door, most of the noise from outside was cut off. He took a deep breath and sat at the desk, spreading out the logbook wrapped in waterproof oilcloth. Just as Sammy wrote down the date and the words, "Breakout battle off the coast of Alabasta," he suddenly remembered something, and his pen tip paused. The transaction with the middleman Jillian was originally scheduled to take place in Alabasta. Now that such a big commotion has been made, the entire territory of Alabasta is likely under high alert, so the transaction absolutely cannot be carried out there. The next port of call, Bolsay Island, might be a good choice. Sammy closed the logbook, his fingertips unconsciously tapping the wooden tabletop. The 7-day voyage was a precious recovery period, as well as a preparation period for future variables. Bolsay Island, narrator, in the Grand Line, where climate, magnetism, and currents are all treacherous and unpredictable, 7 relatively stable and fast mainstream routes have finally been formed through the exploration of countless generations of navigators at the cost of their lives. As long as one strictly follows the log pose and sails along one of them, one can reach the destination relatively safely. However, relative safety by no means means there are no variables. Once the established route is deviated from due to naval battles, storms, or other accidents, the ship may enter unknown waters outside the mainstream routes. At that time, the magnetic needle of the log pose will turn to point to an island with stronger magnetism, leading to a complete change in the entire heading. Just like many years later, Nami said that the next island after Alabasta was originally an autumn island, but because of Haine's pursuit, they deviated from the course, and the direction of the log pose was forcibly rewritten by the powerful magnetism of the Sky Island. Marine Headquarters, Marineford, Supreme Strategy Meeting Room. Beside the heavy solid wood long table, a dozen Marine officers draped in cloaks of justice sat upright. On the projection screen at the front of the meeting room, an emergency graphic report from the G2 branch was being played simultaneously, with the reporter being Colonel Nelson. The image finally froze on a blurred image of a 3-masted sailing ship breaking through a siege of smoke, along with a brief description of Colonel Brugalas being injured and captured. In summary, the above is the emergency combat report and preliminary threat assessment submitted by Colonel Brugalas of the G2 branch regarding the Jellyfish Pirates' armed prison break in Nanohana port of the Alabasta Kingdom, their violent attack on the kingdom's defenders and our marine patrol fleet, and their final successful breakout. Colonel Nelson, who was in charge of reporting, finished his statement, distributed several copies of the documents to the officers present, and at the same time fixed relevant scene photos and bounty posters to the tactical board with magnets. The one presiding over the meeting was the current Admiral, Kong. He stood at the head of the table with his arms crossed, his gaze sweeping over every face present. Regarding the emergency status report sent by Colonel Brugalas of the G2 branch, and the series of extremely malicious transnational attacks and confrontations with the Marines, recently created by the Jellyfish Pirates and Predator Rivera Sammy's group, what are your views? A brief silence followed, broken only by the rustling sound of documents being flipped. It's this Jellyfish Pirates again. Vice Admiral Ash Rald, wearing round-framed glasses, was the first to speak. Quote, "We haven't even fully handled the domestic protests and the world government's inquiry letters yet. Now, they've directly escalated to openly attacking another member nation, Alabasta, implementing an armed prison break, and frontally defeating a fleet commanded by a Marine colonel. Isn't this pace of action and speed of escalation a bit too fast? Vice Admiral Rawld, your wording is too mild. This is no longer a provocation or an escalation. This is an act of naked war." Vice Admiral Janir Bass, known for his tough style, slammed the table. "Attacking two world government member nations in succession and frontally defeating and capturing one of our commissioned officers, this is equivalent to declaring war on the world government's order and the majesty of our Marines. At the same time, I believe the urgent priority is to immediately and significantly increase the bounty on all their members to show the world the Marines' determination to exterminate these scoundrels. We must use a higher bounty to let all pirates know what the consequences are for touching this red line. Raising the bounty, I completely agree." Rear Admiral Shoddy, sitting opposite Bass, frowned and flipped through the files repeatedly. "But what concerns me more is this file about a year ago. This pirate group completely vanished until they reappeared recently in the Drum Kingdom. And after reappearing, their strength and dangerousness have shown leapfrog growth. During that missing year, where did they go? What did they experience? Is there some unknown power supporting them?" This question hit the mark, and several officers exchanged glances as the atmosphere became even more solemn. "The key point is right here." Kong's gaze sharpened, and he nodded slightly to Colonel Nelson. "Yes, Fleet Admiral Kong." Colonel Nelson immediately stepped forward and pointed his pointer at the Grand Line chart on the board. A route marked in striking red extended from the west blue, passed through Reverse Mountain, went through several islands, and then formed a point of stagnation at the location of Small Garden. Based on the route trajectory of the jellyfish pirates and cross-referencing multiple intelligence sources, it can be analyzed that during the year this pirate group disappeared, there is a very high probability that they remained on the special island where the log pose takes a year to fill with magnetism. Small Garden. Small Garden? Rear Admiral Gregor leaned forward slightly, an expression of disbelief on his face. Quote, "Isn't that place 44? Number 44 Naval Headquarters Attention. Chapter 44. The Attention of Marineford." "That's right." Nelson posted a yellowed wanted poster on the tactical board. "Open black lens bracket blue ogre dory, red ogre brogy bounty. 100 million berries close black lens bracket. Giant race great pirates with bounties over 100 million. 56 years ago, Vice Admiral Rawld took a sharp breath of cool air. His gaze behind his round-framed glasses filled with shock. A wave of suppressed gasps echoed in the conference room, and the expressions of several officers turned somewhat grim. The captains of the giant warrior pirates, Blue Ogre Dory and Red Ogre Brogy, it's actually them. A bounty of 100 million berries might not be considered top tier nowadays, but placed 56 years ago, that was a colossus formidable enough to intimidate an entire era. More troublesome is that, according to intelligence, these two legendary giants are still active on Little Garden to this day. The jellyfish pirates not only survived there for a year, Nelson paused, then continued pushing the analysis forward. Therefore, we cannot rule out the possibility that they have established some form of connection with those two giant captains, or even received protection or guidance. Furthermore, according to Colonel Brugelis's report, the combat proficiency and ferocity displayed by the ordinary crew members of the jellyfish pirates clearly exceed that of typical pirates. The colonel assessed that their individual combat strength has surpassed the level of Marineford's elite soldiers, with some even reaching the level of a petty officer. Combined with their background of staying on Little Garden for a year, it is reasonable to speculate they underwent extremely high-intensity survival competition and brutal elimination there, resulting in a sharp rise in overall combat power. Not only have their original crew undergone brutal screening, more importantly, they have also absorbed the top combatants from other pirate crews. Nelson did not stop, quickly posting several new photos and wanted posters. The photos were a candid shot of Alberto pinching his nose at Nanahana Port, and a frontal photo of Leon in prison garb. It has now been confirmed that the former captain of the Twilight pirate crew, open black lens bracket West Blue gentleman close black lens bracket, Kyla, and his key executive, open black lens bracket mute close black lens bracket, Alberto, who appeared during the Drum Kingdom incident, officially joined the Jellyfish Pirates after the Drum Kingdom incident, and the target they went so far as to stage an armed prison break to rescue in Alabasta. The former captain of the East Blue Cormorant pirate crew, open black lens bracket harpoon close black lens bracket, Leon, has also been successfully absorbed, becoming part of their fighting force. Nelson paused briefly, allowing this information to be fully digested. Then, he attached another wanted poster to the tactical board, placing it alongside the previous 3. Additionally, according to confessions from the remnants of the dog pirates we captured in Alabasta, their captain, short-legged Wiener, went missing after being defeated in battle by Leon. Considering the timing of his disappearance and the jellyfish pirates' demonstrated predatory style of efficiently absorbing defeated foes and turning them to their own use, we make a reasonable speculation. It is highly likely that short-legged Wiener has also fallen into Sammy's hands, and the possibility of him being controlled or even absorbed by the jellyfish pirates is very high. Vice Admiral Bass's brows furrowed into a tight knot. A single pirate crew, integrating at least 3 captains with bounties in the tens of millions and their core executives in a short period. This Sammy's ambition appears to be far greater than we estimated. The sheer volume of information plunged the entire conference room into silence. Kong's gaze finally fell upon the young Commodore at the far end of the long table, who had been silently reviewing documents. Sengoku, what's your take? Everyone's attention also focused there, where Commodore Sengoku of Marineford was seated. Though still young, his meticulous thinking and exceptional strategic vision had already made him stand out at headquarters. Sengoku set down the copy of the report he was holding, adjusted his glasses, and walked towards the tactical board. Synthesizing the available intelligence, I believe Vice Admiral Bass's judgment about increasing the bounties is absolutely correct, and I'm afraid it's already somewhat belated. This statement made several officers glance sideways. He picked up a pointer and indicated the locations of Alabasta and the Drum Kingdom. From Drum to Alabasta, they have attacked world government member nations. This is not the random pillaging of roaming pirates, but a conscious challenge to order itself. Their threat level has shifted from the sea to the land, escalated from plundering merchant ships to destabilizing kingdoms. This has already crossed the world government's red line. He paused, seeing several colleagues nod slightly before continuing. Secondly, we have been puzzled by their one-year disappearance. Now, the answer of Little Garden is worse than we anticipated. His gaze fell upon the 2 yellow giant wanted posters, and the atmosphere in the conference room grew heavy. They not only survived but also achieved a comprehensive upgrade in strength. More crucially, they very likely have established contact with the giants. This means the level they are accessing, the information they are obtaining, and even their potential allies have already touched upon the realm of the New World. Consider this. A team that can survive and thrive in such an environment possesses resilience, combat experience, and access to levels far beyond those of ordinary pirates in the first half of the Grand Line. Then, his gaze shifted to the photos of Kyla, Leon, and the others. And what alarms me the most is this Sammy's organizational ability. Sengoku's tone grew heavier. Quote, look at these individuals. Kyla, from the West Blue, known for his schemes. Leon from the East Blue, skilled in naval warfare. And that Wiener who likely fell into his hands. Different backgrounds, styles, abilities, yet all absorbed by him in a short time, and he can make them coordinate in battle, even launching a high-risk operation like a prison break for him. The integration capability and expansion speed demonstrated by this pirate crew are more alarming than mere power inflation. Whether seeking medical resources in the Drum Kingdom or rescuing members in Alabasta, it shows Sammy is intentionally building a complementary and highly loyal core team. This kind of strategic vision and planning ability already surpasses that of the vast majority of pirates. Finally, the pointer tapped on the blurry image of the swordfish breaking through. Their ability to cause incidents in 2 kingdoms consecutively and successfully escape also proves their actions combine boldness with meticulousness with extremely fast adaptability. This isn't luck, it's a reflection of comprehensive strength. Sengoku put down the pointer and turned to face the assembled officers. In summary, they are a fully formed organizational threat with a clear expansion model and extremely high growth potential. Therefore, we absolutely cannot treat them the same way we treat ordinary pirate crews. Significantly raising the bounty on their core members serves to show the world the level of our concern and also utilizes the rules of the pirate world. Higher bounties will attract greedier hunters and more internal strife, creating opportunities for us. Simultaneously, we must mobilize corresponding resources and prepare to target them as a long-term, high-priority objective. The conference room fell silent for a moment as everyone digested Sengoku's thorough analysis. Even Vice Admiral Rald, who initially had reservations, nodded slightly in agreement. Excellent, Kong nodded with satisfaction. Quote, Commodore Sengoku's analysis is incisive. This Sammy has indeed jumped out of the rookie framework. Raising the bounties is imperative. The specific amounts should be drafted by the General Staff Department as soon as possible, based on the jellyfish pirates' latest actions, threat assessment, and the original bounties of the related pirates, and submitted for approval. Additionally, notify the G2 branch and all surrounding marine units to raise their alert level, and strengthen surveillance and intelligence gathering on the jellyfish pirates' possible movements. Sengoku, you are responsible for the subsequent tracking and analysis coordination. Yes, sir. The meeting concluded, and the officers began to rise and leave one after another. As soon as Sengoku stepped out of the conference room, a large hand slapped him on the back with a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha, not bad. Sengoku talking so eloquently in front of the old-timers. The owner of the voice was the equally young monkey D. Garp, his face beaming with a bright smile that clashed with the serious atmosphere of the conference room. Sengoku staggered from the slap, steadied his glasses, and said helplessly, Garp, this is headquarters corridor. Mind your image. What does it matter? I'm starving after all that talking. Come on, come on. The cafeteria has barbecue today. It'll all be gone if we're late, ha ha ha. He hooked his arm around Sengoku's neck and, without further ado, dragged the young Commodore, who was still trying to maintain his composure, in the direction of the cafeteria. 45. Number 45 Trades and Bounties. Chapter 45. Deal and Wanted Poster. 7 days of sailing passed with unexpectedly calm sea conditions. The sun was warm, the breeze filled the sails, and the swordfish glided swiftly across the azure sea. Taking advantage of this precious time, the jellyfish pirates' crew members made emergency repairs to the ship's hull. Although the newly nailed planks and rough caulking made the ship look patched, Sammy didn't mind, as he had long planned to use his savings to buy a better ship once they reached Water 7. The berries saved over the years, plus the share he received after dealing with Winna this time, should be enough for a pretty good ship. Unlike the Straw Hat Pirates, Sammy's ship didn't have any communal funds. After all, being a pirate meant putting your life on the line, and no one knew if an accident would happen in the next battle, so they were more inclined to spend their money promptly. The spoils of each operation were distributed according to a pre-agreed ratio, and everyone managed their own share. This model gave Sammy absolute control over the ship, legally speaking, if pirates even had such a thing. Crew members with bandages could be seen training everywhere on the deck. Even Aldo was shirtless, his bandages still on, as he gritted his teeth and lifted 2 huge dumbbells above his head. Not far away, Kyla's twin blades turned into a dazzling silver light as he battled Fitch, who wielded a long staff. Other crew members sparred in pairs or engaged in endurance training, sweat dripping onto the deck, only to be quickly dried by the sea breeze. Oh, it's been surprisingly calm these past few days. The Grand Line doesn't seem as terrifying as the legends say. A sailor wiping the deck straightened up and stretched lazily. Yeah, his companion, doing push-ups, panted in response. It's practically no different from the West Blue. Haha, maybe our captain's aura is too strong, even the Grand Line gives him some face. The deck was filled with relaxed laughter. Meanwhile, the pilot house presented a different scene. Meanwhile, in the pilot house, Hans held the rudder with his left hand and the log pose with his right, his eyes fixed on the sea ahead. He occasionally turned his head to observe the direction of the clouds, the speed of the seawater, and then quickly scanned the few simple measuring instruments at hand. Hans, relax, the weather outside is pretty good, why don't you rest? You haven't closed your eyes in days. Marcus, passing by, leaned against the doorframe and grinned. Hans suddenly turned his head, his dark-rimmed, bloodshot eyes startling Marcus, who recoiled. Hans didn't even have the strength to retort, just staring at him with those hollow eyes. Boss, Bolsay Island is here, we can dock in 2 hours. Sammy nodded. After docking, no one gets off the ship yet. Hans, Fitch, Aldo, Kyla, you guys come with me. Bring Winna. Old rules, gag him and put him in a box. When the swordfish finally docked at Bolsay Island, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Finally here, just at this moment of relaxation. Ship doctor, come quick. Hans, he fainted. Everyone was startled and rushed to the pilot house. Hans was sprawled on the floor next to the helm, his face pale, but a long snore escaped his lips. Marcus squatted down to look and immediately found himself between laughter and tears. This guy, he's so exhausted he just fell into a dead sleep. Everyone looked at Hans's peaceful sleeping face, then recalled his ghastly appearance from the past few days, and for a moment, they didn't know what expression to make. Sammy shook his head. Carry him to his room to sleep. Afterward, Sammy and the others took the sealed wooden box containing Winna and quickly left the ship to go ashore. The port town of Bolsay Island was quite substantial, with stone houses stacked along gentle slopes, streets lined with shops, the aroma of wine wafting from taverns, and the hawking of vendors mixed with the chatter of tourists, making it lively and full of life. But Sammy's group paid no attention to this, quickly moving through the town's streets and alleys according to the information they had received beforehand. After several turns, they entered a noticeably quiet and dilapidated neighborhood, finally stopping in front of an inconspicuous, secluded house. After exchanging a secret signal, the door quietly opened. "Ha ha ha, my dear business partner, Captain Sammy, long time no see." Greeting them was a man with an exaggerated pompadour, Jillian. "Long time no see, Jillian. Business good lately?" "Not bad, just making a living." Sit, Jillian greeted enthusiastically. "But you, Captain Sammy, you really surprised me." "Oh? What do you mean by that?" Jillian didn't speak, but instead pushed a stack of newspapers and wanted posters toward them. Vicious pirates attack Alabasta prison raided. Marine fleet annihilated. Predator's bounty skyrockets. Marineford issues key pursuit warning. The one on top was Sammy's new wanted poster. Open black lens bracket. Predator Ribera Sammy close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Bounty 150 million berries close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Jellyfish pirates captain. Heinous criminal, dead or alive close black lens bracket. The wanted poster's photo captured Sammy releasing poison waterfall, 1,000 needle rain curtain to take down marine soldiers. The entire image filled with oppressive power. A faint gasp came from behind Sammy. Clearly, the executives were also excited. But since negotiations were underway, everyone suppressed their emotions. Sammy himself merely glanced at it indifferently and placed the wanted poster back on the table. "We can talk about this later. Let's make the deal first." Of course, Jillian's smile remained unchanged, but his tone shifted. "However, the amount needs to be adjusted." As soon as he finished speaking, the executives behind Sammy placed their hands on their weapons, and the atmosphere instantly tensed. Sammy narrowed his eyes, his voice betraying no emotion. "Jillian, we've been working together for 5 or 6 years. Are you trying to turn against me? Or are you eyeing my head?" No, you misunderstand." Jillian waved his hands repeatedly, though his smile still looked arrogant. He gestured for his subordinate to hand over another wanted poster, pushing it in front of Sammy. Open black lens bracket. Short-legged wiener close black lens bracket. Bounty 85 million berries. Original bounty 73 million berries. We agreed on 80 million for the deal, but now he's risen to 85 million. I won't take advantage of you. How about we settle for 90 million? Sammy stared at the wanted poster, silent for a moment. The executives behind him were also stunned. Winna's bounty had actually increased? Although they didn't understand why. Earning an extra 10 million berries was always a good thing. Sammy looked up at Jillian. "You actually could have said nothing and pocketed the difference at the original price." "Ha ha ha, I did think about it, but we've cooperated for so long, and you're so promising now. It's not worth ruining a good relationship over such a small amount of money." His words were blunt but honest. Moreover, Jillian was well aware of Sammy's vengeful nature. Years ago, Sammy was bullied by a gang in the West Blue, and after gaining strength, Sammy relentlessly pursued that gang for 3 whole years until they completely vanished from this world. "Good," Sammy also smiled. "Then 90 million. Happy cooperation." The wooden box was pushed over, the berries counted, and the transaction was clean and swift. "If you have such good goods next time, remember to find me." "Definitely." 46. Number 46 Celebration Night. Chapter 46, Night of Celebration. On the deck of the Swordfish, Sammy and the others quickly returned with the berries obtained from the trade. Before they could even steady themselves upon boarding, the crew members crowded around them impatiently. "The captain is back. How is it, boss? Did you get the money? You're back so soon." Everyone spoke at once, their faces full of anticipation for their share of the profits. They had already discussed how to spend the money while Sammy and the others were ashore for the trade. Sammy didn't answer immediately, only nodding to the executives behind him. Marcus took a step forward in understanding and cleared his throat. All the noise vanished, and every gaze focused on him. "Listen up, the new bounties for our boss and many of you have arrived." He paused intentionally, keeping everyone in suspense. Captain of the Jellyfish Pirates, Ribera Sammy, bounty 150 million berries. A silence lasting 3 seconds fell over the deck. The next second, boom, like a suppressed volcano finally erupting. The deafening roars and cheers nearly knocked over the Swordfish's masts. 150 million? Quote, "It broke 100 million, it really did. 100 million great pirate, our captain is 100 million great pirate. Jellyfish Pirates Banzai, Captain Sammy Banzai." The crowd went wild. Only then did Sammy slap a thick stack of brand new bounty posters onto the wooden crate in the center of the deck. "See for yourselves." Before he could finish, the crowd surged forward like a tide, scrambling to look through them. Sammy picked up the top one belonging to him, looking at the oppressive moment captured in the photo. Hey, Sammy's fingertips brushed over the staggering number, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. Quote, it has to be like this. This kind of photo is cool enough. 150 million. The Marines are truly pissed off this time, boss. Kyla appeared by his side at some point. This amount indeed exceeded my estimation, but it's exactly what I wanted. The captain is amazing, as expected of the boss. In the world of pirates, a bounty is a symbol of strength. The higher the bounty, the stronger the individual. The thick stack of bounty posters meant that almost all the executives had received significant increases this time. The most eye-catching among them were Aldo and Marcus. Both had broken the 50 million mark. Since the Drum Island incident, both their bounties had been locked at 40 million berries, and they had been competing openly and secretly for the position of second in command. Now, the result was revealed. Open black lens bracket, Bone Crusher, Kate Aldo close black lens bracket. Bounty, 55 million berries. Open black lens bracket, Ransakura, Teresa Marcus close black lens bracket. Bounty, 60 million berries. Ha ha ha, do you see that, Aldo? Quote, Marcus shoved his bounty poster almost right into the other's face. 60 million against 55 million. I'm the stronger one. The second in command spot is mine. Bullshit. Aldo snatched the bounty poster, staring at it intensely, then pointed at the saber at Marcus's waist. Ransakura? Bah, the Marines clearly recognized your Ryo Wazamono and changed your name because of it. You just got lucky with your weapon. What's there to be proud of? Without this Ransakura, your bounty might even be lower than mine. What do you know? Marcus slammed the sword, scabbard and all, onto the table. A famous blade chooses its master. Being recognized by Ransakura is part of my strength. The Marines changed my nickname because they know quality. It's the fame I carved out with this sword. If you're jealous, just say it. Jealous my ass, I rely on my own solid strength. Aldo stiffened his neck. So what if your bounty is 5 million higher? Next battle, let's see who takes down more enemies. That's who the real second in command is. You think I'm afraid of you? Quote, the two glared at each other like bulls. Although they were arguing fiercely, the veteran crew members around them only laughed. Everyone knew this was just the prelude to another contest. The bounties of the other executives were also found one by one, sparking waves of amazement. Open black lens bracket, gentlemen. Nostra Kylo close black lens bracket jumped from 23 million to 45 million. Open black lens bracket, Iron Helm, Isaac close black lens bracket increased from 24 million to 30 million. Open black lens bracket, Harpoon, Leon close black lens bracket skyrocketed from 14 million to 30 million. Open black lens bracket, Heavy Cannon, Blazefish close black lens bracket rose from 22.8 million to 35 million. Open black lens bracket, Mute, Alberto close black lens bracket doubled from 10 million to 20 million. Additionally, some outstanding battle squad leaders made the list for the first time or received minor increases. Although their bounties were mostly in the millions, it was enough for their companions to toss them high into the air, giving them a hero's welcome. Two moods immediately split the deck. Those lucky enough to be on the list were surrounded by their companions, becoming the focus of envious gazes and questions from their fans, while those currently without a bounty gathered around the rewarded ones, eagerly seeking advice. Sammy clapped his hands. Group 3 stays for duty today. Everyone else, ashore, empty out the tavern stock. We're having a celebration banquet on the beach of Bolse Island. Oh, as night fell, blazing bonfires on the beach of Bolse Island chased away the chill of the autumn night. The grand banquet had already begun. For those who drifted on the harsh seas year-round, nothing relieved stress better than a hearty revelry. Meat sizzled on the fires, fat dripping and filling the air with aroma. Barrels of alcohol were opened, and various liquids flowed down throats, igniting even more passion. Yo-ho-ho-ho, yo-ho-ho-ho. Someone started it, and the familiar melody of Bink's sake rang out, quickly sweeping across the entire beach. More and more people joined the chorus. Alcohol stripped away all technique. The rough and even out-of-tune voices instead gave the song a more surging vitality, with singing, crashing waves, and laughter intertwining. Ship Dr. Hirulik seemed particularly excited, having been trapped in the Drum Kingdom of Winter Island for years. Even after boarding the ship and spending time in Alabasta's port, stepping onto a pleasant autumn island and attending a beach banquet was a completely new experience for him. Holding his wooden cup, he clumsily swayed his body to the rhythm, the red glow on his face unsure if it was from the fire or the drink, smiling like a child. The executives also set aside their usual demeanor and fully immersed themselves in the revelry. One moment Aldo and Marcus were bickering over their bounties, and the next they were arm in arm, roaring along with the beat. Even the usually quiet Kyla was gently swaying his glass, humming along to the tune. In a corner of the banquet, Hawk's crash course on getting a bounty reached its climax. Hawk, the squad leader with a 3.7 million bounty poster sewn onto his chest, was currently surrounded by a group of eager, bounty-less crew members. You say you're good at fighting? What's the point of just being good at fighting? Hawk stood with one hand on his hip and gestured with the other, looking quite like a teacher imparting knowledge. Listen up, if you want a bounty, you have to make the Marines notice you when you fight. Your expression has to be fierce like this. He squeezed out a grimace he thought looked extremely vicious. Your gaze must be ruthless, roll up your sleeves, and have plenty of presence. Laughing? What the hell are you laughing at? You have to make the Marines think, wow, this guy is trouble, we need to keep a close eye on him. The watching rookies nodded repeatedly, and some even started to mimic his distorted expression and exaggerated posture. And another thing, Hawk got more and more into it, picking up a branch to use as a flintlock. The way you hold a gun matters too. You have to stand sideways like this, muzzle slightly down but ready to raise at any time. Yes, make your gaze more arrogant. Right, that I'm cool but can't be bothered with you. Feeling make the Marines think at a glance, whoa, this kid is definitely not ordinary, he's absolutely a master. The apprentice's eyes lit up, desperately trying to remember every detail. Exactly, practice just like that. Hawk tossed the branch aside, looking satisfied at the crowd stunned by his theory. Trust me, as long as you master the exclusive secrets of me, Hawkeye Hawk, one day, your names and portraits will be proudly printed on bounty posters too. Ha 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 ha. PFF'd, cough, cough. Cough. Not far away, Sammy suddenly spat out a mouthful of wine, choking and coughing so hard his eyes started to water. Boss? What's wrong? Marcus asked with concern from beside him. No, it's nothing. Sammy waved his hand, finally catching his breath, and glanced at Hawk, who was still talking incessantly in the distance, his lip twitching slightly. Hawkeye, you really have the guts to call yourself that, kid. He then pointed to the rough wooden cup in his hand, trying to change the subject. What kind of wine is this? The taste is quite unique. Oh, this, Aldo leaned in to look. It's a specialty of Bolse Island, persimmon wine. This crappy island only produces persimmons, and they don't store well, so the residents just turned them into wine to make them easier to sell. So sweet. I don't think much of it either, a slightly disgusted voice chimed in. It's cloyingly sweet. 47. Number 47. Misaligned ambush. Chapter 48. Misaligned ambush. Everyone turned to look. The speaker was a dark-skinned young man who was unceremoniously holding a wooden cup and tasting the persimmon wine from their barrel. Aldo glared at him. Hey now, who are you? You're over here freeloading on our food and drink, and now you're putting on airs? The young man wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he took another sip, smacked his lips thoughtfully, and shook his head. I'm serious, this wine tastes average, it's way too sweet. If you want real wine, it has to be the Wine King we drink during our Sweet Wine Festival. Sweet Wine Festival? That's right, it's an annual festival here on Bolse Island. The young man's eyes lit up. Quote, besides that, we have the Dried Persimmon Festival, the Persimmon Products Convention, the Persimmon Sacrifice. Good grief, Sammy couldn't help but laugh. You guys are really obsessed with persimmons. Can't be helped, it's what the island produces most. The young man shrugged. Quote, and our persimmons are different from other islands. We have honey fire persimmons with a caramel aroma, sea salt persimmons that are salty sweet, crunchy wood core persimmons. Sammy swirled the wooden cup in his hand, interrupting him. That Wine King you mentioned, where can I buy it? You can't buy it. The young man shook his head, pointing toward the town center. Quote, it's earned through competition. During the Sweet Wine Festival, dozens of wineries bring out their best wine to compete, and only the winning jar is worthy of being called the Wine King. It's not the name of a specific wine, it's the title of the champion. What a pity, Kyla sighed softly. It seems we won't get to drink it. How so? The young man smiled. Quote, in another half-month, the Sweet Wine Festival begins. Half a month, Sammy mused. Isaac leaned in and whispered into Sammy's ear. Boss, that kid Hans is about to fall apart from exhaustion. It's a good time to let him rest. Why don't we stay here for half a month? Let everyone catch their breath. How about it? Sammy looked at the swordfish in the distance, then swept his gaze over the expectant faces and nodded. Very well. Once Hans has had enough sleep, pick 2 smart ones from the navigation team to assist him. Have him use this time to teach them how to predict the weather and navigate extreme climates. We'll stay right here and wait for this Sweet Wine Festival. Half a month's time flowed slowly through the pleasant autumn days of Bolse Island. Hans slept for 2 full days before recovering. Afterward, he resigned himself to his fate and took 2 selected young crew members, spending every day pointing at the sky, seabirds, and crude instruments, pouring out the experience he had accumulated over many years bit by bit. The rest of the crew relaxed completely. Wounds healed faster in the warm weather, bandages were removed one after another, and their tanned skin took on a healthy glow. The crew members went ashore in 2s and 3s, using their allotted berries to buy new clothes, replenish personal supplies, or listen to locals boast in taverns, gradually blending into the island's daily rhythm. Until, on the day of the Sweet Wine Festival, the entire port town seemed to be set ablaze with excitement. Along both sides of the long streets, temporary stalls stretched endlessly. The air was a mixture of the charred aroma of roasted persimmon cakes, the cloying sweetness of candied fruits, and the mellow scent of various wines evaporating. In the main square, the stalls of dozens of competing wineries were arranged in a circle. Behind each stall stood a confident winemaker with their proudest creation displayed before them. The high platform in the center of the square was draped in red and colorful silks, where the island's elders and judges were already seated. Even more eye-catching was the wine tasting area at the edge of the square. Separated by red silk, 100 seats were waiting, and lots would be drawn to decide which lucky individuals would gain the qualification to judge. I heard that those chosen get to taste all the competing wines for free. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and go write down your names. Pick me, you have to pick me. Sammy and his group squeezed into the crowd, also infected by the pure festive atmosphere. The drawing begins. An elder on the high platform announced loudly. A large wooden box was shaken, and names were drawn and read out one by one. Number 87, Isaac. Kyla. Isaac, who was busy wrestling with a grilled fish, was stunned. The crew erupted in envious cheers. Amidst the teasing of their companions, the two were guided toward the wine tasting area enclosed by red silk. The 100 lucky winners took their seats one after another. Long tables were neatly arranged, with dozens of delicate small ceramic cups placed before each person. The tasting begins. At the command, the winemakers personally held their jars to pour the wine. Amber, golden orange, and deep red liquids were poured into the cups in sequence. Isaac picked up a cup, sniffed it seriously, then slowly drank it down, squinting his eyes to savor the aftertaste. Kyla, on the other hand, was elegant. He rinsed his mouth with fresh water after every taste and made a few notes in a booklet, looking every bit the connoisseur. Outside the area, Sammy and the rest were completely immersed in the sea of the festival. They wandered through the crowd at various stalls, tasting all kinds of persimmon products, watching street performers juggle, and listening to impromptu bands play. Hirulik and a few of the more outgoing crew members even joined the islanders' dance circle, clumsily stepping to the rhythm. No pursuers, no combat, no life or death tension. There was only food, fine wine, music, and long-awaited, burden-free laughter. The warm sunlight spilled onto their shoulders, and the sea breeze carried the sweet scent of persimmons across their cheeks. This was a rare moment of peace for everyone on the Grand Line. Meanwhile, in the waters near Jaya Island, a marine warship had been quietly anchored in a remote area far from the shipping lanes for exactly 15 days. On the deck, the soldiers' spirits were visibly flagging. Fresh water was strictly rationed, and fresh vegetables had run out 3 days ago. Now, every meal consisted of rock-hard dry rations and salted fish. Jaya Island had a unique location, far from any marine branches, making resupply difficult. Conducting a boring half-month ambush in such a place was a cruel drain on the will and physical strength of the entire ship's crew. A few sailors leaned listlessly against the railing, staring longingly at the distant silhouette of Jaya Island. There were supplies there, taverns, and soft beds, but it was a gray area under the world government's jurisdiction and a paradise for outlaws. Inside the bridge, Sengoku put down the denden mushi after finishing a call and rubbed the bridge of his nose. Even with his resilient body, half a month of high alert waiting had left him feeling a trace of fatigue. Commodore Sengoku? Withdraw. Sengoku stood up and issued the order. Withdraw? But Commodore, aren't we ordered to capture the jellyfish pirates heading for Jaya Island? Although they are much later than expected, perhaps. No need to wait. Sengoku interrupted him, walked to the sea chart, pointed his finger at Jaya Island's location, and then traced toward another route. Headquarters just sent word. A slave appeared at the Sabaody archipelago auction, and his identity has been confirmed as the former captain of the dog pirates. Short-legged wiener. Short-legged wiener? The adjutant was startled. Quote, wasn't he absorbed by the jellyfish pirates? How could he appear at the auction house? That's the issue. Would a pirate crew that didn't hesitate to stage an armed prison break-in Alabasta to rescue their companions, led by a leader like Sammy who has shown efficient absorption and integration capabilities, easily sell off a combatant of Wiener's level, especially one with devil fruit powers? Unless, following his logic, the adjutant gasped, unless they encountered a major upheaval, they might have met an irresistible enemy on the route to Jaya Island, or perhaps they were double-crossed by a more cunning force. Wiener being captured and sent to the auction house as a message. The jellyfish pirates likely no longer exist. Exactly. Based on this intelligence analysis, headquarters has downgraded the pursuit priority of the jellyfish pirates, while further confirmation is needed regarding their final status, whether they were wiped out or moved to another route. They won't be coming to Jaya Island anymore. The ambush has lost its meaning. Relay the order. The whole ship is to turn around and return to the waters near the nearest branch for resupply and rest. The warship slowly turned its bow, heading toward the nearest marine branch. The soldiers on deck breathed a sigh of relief, yet they felt an indescribable sense of frustration. After waiting bitterly for half a month, this anticlimactic conclusion was all they got. They would never know. At the very moment they turned to leave, far away on Bolse Island, Sammy was raising a glass of the champion wine, hailed as a miracle by Isaac and Kyla, to toast with the entire crew. Cheers rang out across the beach once again. To the Wine King, to Bolse Island, hurrah! 48. Number 48 Prelude to Gaia Island. Chapter 48, Prelude to Jaya Island. The swordfish sliced through the azure sea, sailing steadily toward Jaya Island. Marcus patted Hans on the shoulder and gave him a thumbs up. Hans, you're getting more and more comfortable at the helm now. Hans scratched his head in embarrassment. Yeah, it was like I suddenly had an epiphany when we were resting on Bolse Island. Sometimes when I hold the steering wheel, I can even sense the movements between heaven and earth, as if I've merged with the weather of this sea. Sammy turned his head with interest upon hearing this. Hans, could it be you've touched the threshold of that? Ha ha ha, I'm not sure either. Keep feeling it, ha ha ha. While everyone was laughing and joking, Aldo walked over carrying his mace. Boss, I heard Jaya Island is a pirate's paradise. Can we make a score? After staying on Bolse Island for half a month, the brothers have almost run out of money. Indeed, just buying that Wine King last time spent a lot of my funds. I hope the pirates there don't disappoint me. At the mention of the Wine King, Sammy and the others couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Just as the words fell, several cries of alarm suddenly came from the deck. The sky. What is that thing? Quote, every crew member on deck, whether training, chatting, or working, looked up in unison. In the clear blue sky, several massive, blurry black shadows were reflected, looking like giants that reached the heavens walking among the clouds. The absolute visual impact brought an instinctive fear to everyone on the ship. Monsters. They're even bigger than those two giants from Small Garden. Run, turn the ship, quickly. Marcus instantly gripped his sword hilt, preparing for battle. Facing such colossal existences that transcended common sense, even he felt a suffocating pressure. Hans was also badly frightened, but he forced himself to stare fixedly at those shadows, squinting to observe carefully for a few seconds. No, that's not right, everyone. Don't panic, it's a mirage. A mirage? Hans explained to everyone with a serious expression. That's right, a magical phenomenon that projects distant scenery to another location. Clearly, these are shadows of giants from somewhere else being projected here. The crowd was uncertain, but thinking of the various wonders of the Grand Line, it seemed to make sense. Sammy directly raised his hand and slapped the back of his head. Don't talk nonsense. Put your weapons away, those aren't monsters. They're just shadows. Shadows? Everyone looked at the sky in doubt. Sammy walked to the ship's railing and pointed at the massive black shadows that were slowly fading. What you just saw were the silhouettes of people living on a sky island. If you look closely, you should notice the shape of a pair of small wings behind those shadows. Indeed, behind those inhumanly large black shadows, two small, peculiar light shadows seemed to be attached. Sky Island? Kyla sheathed his twin blades, deep in thought. Quote, Captain, you mean? Yes, exactly what it sounds like. Islands suspended in the sky. That the sky has islands too? Quote, the expressions on everyone's faces were full of disbelief, even more exaggerated than when they saw the shadows. Of course, there are many suspended islands in the sky above the Grand Line, collectively known as Sky Islands. There are sea clouds where ships can sail, and island clouds where people can live and build houses. What we just saw were simply Sky Islanders high above. Their figures were refracted and magnified by certain special light or cloud layers, then projected into the low-altitude sea area where we are just a trick of light and shadow. Islands in the sky, people living on clouds. This story was too bizarre, exceeding the understanding of the vast majority of the crew. They looked at each other, faces filled with doubt, but the person who said this was their captain. Thus, the suspicion was gradually suppressed, replaced by discussions about the wonders of the Grand Line. A few days later, the silhouette of Jaya Island finally appeared on the horizon. Pirate ships, so many, Captain. This dock, as far as the eye can see, the dock is fucking packed with pirate ships. The crew member in charge of the lookout swallowed hard. Pirate ships with various flags filled almost every berth, and even the air seemed to drift with an aura of chaos and savagery. It has to be like this to be like a pirate's paradise. Sammy waved his hand. Quote, pull over. The cadres and I will head onto the island first to check the situation. After landing, the scene before them was somewhat different from what they had expected. On the streets, pirates with swords and guns at their waists could be seen everywhere, but at the same time, vendors pushing carts, women holding children, and old men mending fishing nets also moved among them. Shops were open as usual, drunken singing drifted from taverns, and one could even see a pirate arguing with an old fruit seller over a few berries. Although the atmosphere couldn't be called harmonious, at least no bloody conflicts with drawn blades had broken out. Is it this peaceful? I thought this place would be crawling with cold-blooded bandits. Isaac was somewhat surprised. Even pirates need people to provide services. Kyla adjusted his cuffs and chimed in. Quote, if they kill or scare away all the civilians, how can they enjoy their plundered wealth here? That's true. The group walked toward what appeared to be the largest tavern on the island. Sammy reached out and pushed open the wooden door, which was covered in blade and axe marks. The scene inside immediately came into view. A pirate was leaning over a table in ecstasy, sweeping a pile of berries into his pocket with a clatter. Ha ha ha, I won. His companion opposite him thumped the table in frustration. Damn it, just by a little bit. The moment Sammy's figure appeared at the door, countless gazes shot toward him simultaneously. The noise paused for a split second, followed by a deathly silence. The ecstasy on the face of the pirate who won the money suddenly froze. His movement of sweeping the money stalled in midair and berries slipped through his fingers. Clinking back onto the table, he stared blankly up at the doorway. His companion's hand, which was thumping the table, also hung suspended in the air. Cough 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 cough. In a corner, a pirate who was gulping down alcohol choked. His face turned red as he desperately covered his mouth, his eyes fixed on the tavern door, not daring to make too much noise. A pirate who had passed out on a table stood up. Hey hey hey, why did it suddenly get so quiet? The companion beside him immediately pulled him under the table. Shut up, you idiot. It's Predator Ribera Sammy. Someone shouted the name with a trembling voice. The great pirate with a 150 million berries bounty. Clang. The hand of a bartender pouring a drink shook and the tin pitcher fell, spilling ale all over the table. The jellyfish pirates are here. The ruthless character who attacked 2 allied nations in a row and escaped unscathed. Why would he come here? Quote, low exclamations and the sound of sharp intakes of breath echoed in every corner of the tavern. The originally noisy space was now so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Some quick-reacting pirates had already begun to worm toward the door inconspicuously, trying to slip away without drawing attention. A big shot you can't afford to mess with has landed on the island. They had to notify their own captain to leave immediately. Sammy rubbed his nose, a faint smile appearing on his face. Everyone, sorry for disturbing you. We're just passing through this island to stock up on supplies. With that, he led the cadres straight toward a large table in the center of the tavern that had just been vacated. The pirates and bounty hunters along the way moved aside to both sides. The tavern remained terrifyingly quiet, with only heavy breathing and a sense of oppression stretched to the limit. 49. Number 49 Baggins' Last Lesson. Chapter 49. Baggins' Last Lesson. The tavern owner almost shuffled forward with tiny steps, trembling as he edged closer to Sammy's table. Several distinguished guests. What would you like? Our shop has fine rum, and Sammy waved his hand casually. Bring some of the island's specialties. Barbecue, Aldo immediately added. Large portions bring plenty. Yes, right away. The owner bowed and scraped as he backed away, but tripped over his own feet as he turned and disappeared behind the door curtain. Before long, several large plates of sizzling, oily barbecue were served. Aldo laughed loudly as he grabbed a meat steak thicker than a palm and stuffed it into his mouth without reservation, chewing heartily. The pirates in the tavern observed in secret for a while. Hearing the slightly amused tone of Sammy's group as they chatted, they realized this big shot with a bounty over 100 million didn't seem as ferocious as the rumors suggested, and their tense nerves relaxed a bit. Clang! The tavern door was once again pushed open roughly, hitting the wall with a loud bang. Damn it, what are those cowards outside running for, as if they've seen a ghost? A group of pirates who looked like they weren't to be trifled with walked in cursing. They seemed completely oblivious to the unusual silence in the tavern and the lowered gazes, walking straight to the table next to Sammy that had just become vacant and sitting down, arrogantly. Old Sam, where the hell did you go? Serve the wine, the best rum, hurry up. The leader, a burly man with a scar on his face, gulped down a large mouthful of wine and slammed the wooden mug heavily on the table. Truly fucking bad luck we didn't get a damn thing this time out at sea, and almost ran into a marine patrol ship. It's really weird that there are still warships wandering around this ghost place. Their noise drew some uneasy side glances, but more people just buried their heads lower, wishing they could become invisible. Sammy's side of the conversation somehow drifted back to the shocking sight they had seen at sea not long ago. So, that was just a trick of light and shadow. The giant black shadow was just a shadow. Giant black shadow? Oh, you're talking about that big shadow in the sky? I saw it too. The scarred man at the next table turned his head, his eyes unashamedly scanning Sammy's table. Rare new faces, ordinary clothes, one look and you could tell they were country bumpkins who had just entered the Grand Line and hadn't seen much of the world. A mixture of local superiority and disdain for bumpkins immediately surfaced on his face. Making a fuss over nothing, that thing is just a natural phenomenon. Look at how scared you are. The scarred man's voice suddenly rose, intentionally letting half the tavern hear. Tisk, you guys must be greenhorns, getting spooked by every little thing. You still dare to hang around the Grand Line? As soon as these words came out, the pirates at the surrounding tables who knew Sammy's identity felt the hair on the back of their necks stand up, and cold sweat instantly soak their backs. Bagans, you idiot with a brain soaked in booze, shut up, don't talk to them. That's Predator Sammy, a great pirate with a bounty of 150 million. Besides the giant black shadow, there's something even weirder. Bagans was completely oblivious to the sudden chill in the air. Instead, his desire to talk grew stronger, posing as a senior. I'm telling you, on this sea, sometimes a whole ship will fall bang out of the sky. A ship falling from the sky? Isaac couldn't help but widen his eyes. Quote, doesn't that prove there might really be islands in the sky? The legend of Sky Island. Sky Island? Ha ha ha. Bagans laughed as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world, slapping the table. Brother, you've heard too many stories, haven't you? How could there be islands in the sky? That's all just a trick, kids. Then how do you explain the ships falling down? Is that even a question? Of course, there's something wrong with this part of the sea. This ghost place has knock-up streams appearing every now and then. One look at you and I can tell you don't know. Ships that encounter that kind of current are blasted high into the sky and then fall back onto the sea. It's because there are always unlucky bastards like that some fools make up crap about Sky Island, my ass. It's hilarious, ha ha ha. Hearing this, Sammy gently set down his wine cup and looked up at Bagans. No, you're wrong. Sky Island really exists. Bagans picked his ear. He hadn't expected this country bumpkin from out of town to dare contradict him, a local authority. Hey, what did you just say, kid? I'm wrong? He had been bragging in this tavern for 10 years based on this knowledgeable air. No newcomer had ever dared to embarrass him in public like this. The air in the tavern was strained to the limit. Some patrons wished they could stuff their heads directly into their wine cups. Bagans, if you fucking want to die, don't drag us down with you. One of his subordinates realized something was wrong in the tavern and quickly stepped forward to tug at Bagans' sleeve. Captain Bagans, why bother with a few greenhorns? It's not worth it. Let's just drink. Get lost. Bagans shoved his subordinate back into his seat. He stepped one foot onto the stool next to Sammy's table, leaning forward in an oppressive stance. Tell me then, where am I wrong if you can't give me a good explanation today? He simply pulled the stool directly in front of Sammy's table and sat down, blocking the way. Don't expect to walk out of this door on your own 2 feet today. In the sky, there are sea clouds where ships can sail, and island clouds where houses can be built. Sammy wasn't angry. He just used a matter-of-fact tone to describe scenes that sounded absurd to Bagans. But the more detailed his description, the more exaggerated the sneer on Bagans' face became, until it finally twisted into blatant mockery. Especially when Sammy mentioned that the people of Sky Island had small wings on their backs. Bagans finally couldn't hold it in. PFF'd. Ha ha ha, oh, my stomach. He laughed so hard he leaned back and forth, almost tipping over the stool. Listen to this, he's telling it like it's real wings? You think they're birdmen? Why don't you say they can throw lightning too? You've read too many storybooks. What are you laughing at? Sammy looked up at him. What am I laughing at? I'm laughing because you say it like it's the truth. Bagans wiped away the tears from laughing. Quote, how could something like a Sky Island exist in this world? If you're going to make up stories, at least make them believable. Sky Island exists, Sammy repeated. Quote, the giant black shadows appearing near Jaya Island are actually the residents of the Sky Island. Above, shadows projected by a special light and shadow effect. Ha ha ha, didn't I say from the start it was a natural phenomenon? After all that talk, aren't you back to what I said? A deathly silence fell over the tavern, with only Bagans' laughter echoing. You say it with such certainty. Bagans stopped laughing and tilted his chin provocatively. Quote, have you been there? If you haven't, why are you making things up? Taking rumors as truth, it's enough to make someone laugh their head off. 50. Number 50. A high five as a pledge. Chapter 50. High five to swear an oath. Sammy shook his head slightly, his expression looking like he was watching an obstinate child. It seems that words alone cannot convince someone who only believes their own eyes. Oh no. Someone who only believes in their own meager knowledge. What knowledge is even needed for this? Meager knowledge. These words stung Baggins's fragile self-esteem like needles, making him feel greatly insulted. There are no islands in the sky. Isn't that common sense even a 3-year-old knows? Hey, even if I'm illiterate and can't count past 100, I still know that what floats in the sky are clouds, not islands. Baggins had been provoked, and his anger flared up, his voice getting louder and louder. The pirates at the surrounding tables were already scared out of their wits, quietly moving their stools to try and stay away from this death-seeking jinx. Quiet, it was too quiet. This feeling of being the focus of the whole room was wonderful. This absurd delusion caused his vanity to swell to the extreme. He unconsciously straightened his back, trying to make his figure appear more imposing in everyone's eyes. Keep spinning your tails, go on Sky Island? Why don't you say the moon is an island too? With moon people living on it, why don't you fly up right now and show me? The pirates all kept their heads down, their eyes avoiding Sammy's table, but their ears were pricked up sharp. They wanted to hear the outcome but were also afraid of getting caught in the crossfire. Sammy's brow furrowed slightly. He knew that although the people in the tavern didn't dare say it out loud, they were probably more inclined to believe the local veteran's words. Sammy shook his head. These fools who lived in the sea of miracles yet scoffed at miracles. Using violence to shut them up? That would be too boring and wouldn't prove anything. Suddenly, a playful curve formed at the corner of his mouth. HMPH, forcing others to bow their heads is meaningless. Sammy leaned forward slightly, his eyes fixed on Baggins. Since you believe in common sense and I insist that mine is the truth, why don't we make a bet? I bet I can prove that Sky Island truly exists. A bet? You're not worthy. Our boss Baggins has been around Jaya Island for 10 years. What hasn't he seen? You think he'd be bluffed by a green kid like you? I'm telling you, if you can prove Sky Island exists. One of Baggins's tall, thin lackeys couldn't help but jump up, slamming his palm onto the heavy solid wood table to increase his momentum. I'll put it right here, if you can prove Sky Island exists, I'll eat this table. These words drew a burst of strange laughter and agreement from his companions. Baggins's drunkenness and competitiveness surged up together. Prove it? How will you prove it? Are you really going to go up to the sky? Of course. I will find a way to let you, and everyone else, see the evidence with your own eyes. Meanwhile, Kyla leaned close to Sammy's ear. Boss, they're just a bunch of local small-time pirates with no vision. Is there any need to argue with them? Sammy turned his head and glanced at Kyla. What, you don't believe me either? Kyla paused, a trace of embarrassment flickering across his face. It's not that I don't believe you, it's just. Isaac and Fitch also exchanged a look, though they didn't speak. Their expressions also revealed a bit of doubt. After all, common sense and the Mirage explanation seemed much easier to accept than an island in the sky. Sammy took in his subordinates' reactions and shook his head slightly. Good, the bet is on. At the same time, Baggins's anger was completely ignited. He slammed the table hard, making the cups and plates rattle. I've been on Jaya Island for 10 years. What kind of freaks and monsters haven't I seen? I've never seen anyone brag as elegantly as you. If you can't prove it. He looked around, deliberately raising his voice, then shout 3 times in this tavern. Sky Island and all that is bullshit. My grandpa Baggins is the smartest person in the world. Do you dare? Whoa, this stake was malicious and insulting enough. It was intended to completely crush the opponent's pride. Aldo and the others' faces darkened as they were about to explode in anger. But Sammy raised his hand to gently stop them, the playful smile on his face deepening. Deal. Sammy slowly stood up, though he wasn't tall. He brought an invisible sense of pressure to everyone, making the breathing in the entire tavern hitch. Then if I prove it and you lose? Lose? What? You don't dare? Sammy stared straight at Baggins. Or are you actually not that confident in your common sense? Baggins felt a bit unnerved by his gaze, but under everyone's watchful eyes, he couldn't back down no matter what. He stiffened his neck, acting on impulse. Lose? Impossible. I'll give you all my belongings and everything from this voyage, and then kneel down and apologize on the spot. Will that do? Quote, deal. Sammy agreed readily, as if those weren't even conditions worth considering. He held out his palm in the air. Then, let us high-five to swear the oath. It's a deal. Bagans steeled himself and slammed his large hand against Sammy's. Clap. The bet was established. The good show had only just begun. Sammy withdrew his hand. Within a year, I will return to this island. Bagans held his head high, not intimidated in the slightest. Fine, I'll be right here waiting for you. Let's see what tricks you can play. Sammy said no more and signaled his subordinates to continue their meal. After the meal, he left the money for the drinks and led the executives straight out of the tavern. They hadn't gone far from the door when, from inside the closed wooden doors of the tavern, a burst of exaggerated laughter and clamor erupted, nearly lifting the roof. Ha ha ha, did you hear that? Sky Island is real. A pirate used an extremely exaggerated and weird tone to imitate Sammy's calm statement. Ha ha ha, I'm dying. A great pirate with a bounty of 150 million berries is actually such a naive brat. Hey, Bagans, this bet is practically a steal. Who would have thought you'd have a day where a great pirate calls you Grandpa? Don't forget to treat us then. Amidst the noise, Bagans silently gulped down a large mouthful of wine, wiped his mouth, and suddenly asked a lackey beside him with a somewhat vacant look. Hey, that kid's bounty, how much was it again? Is it higher than mine? When the lackey heard about Sammy's bounty, his face turned pale instantly, and his lips trembled. Captain, his bounty seems to be. He couldn't help but swallow hard. 150 million berries, it's, more than 6 times yours. More than 6 times? Bagans mulled over this unfamiliar multiple, putting on an expression as if it were no big deal. Only someone of that level is worthy of betting against the great Bagans. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. The surrounding patrons were stunned for a moment, then burst into even weirder laughter. Anyone could tell that Bagans didn't actually understand what 150 million and more than 6 times really meant. In the street outside the tavern, Aldo clearly heard the rounds of mockery coming from inside, and his hand gripping the mace tightened further. Those bastards, I'm going back to shut them up. Sammy reached out to stop him. Forget it. It's only a year. We'll be back. When the time comes, we'll just slap their faces with evidence. Aldo barely suppressed his anger but still couldn't help muttering, Boss, can you really stomach this? It's not that I don't believe you, but Sky Island, what if? Aldo, Marcus was relatively calmer and pressed his hand on Aldo's shoulder. Don't you think it's strange? Boss has never insisted on something that doesn't exist. Isaac and Fitch also nodded silently. Sammy didn't look back, only slowing his pace slightly. Why do you think they're laughing? Aldo answered without thinking, because they don't believe us. Of course they think we're talking nonsense. There are some things you'll understand once you see them with your own eyes. This sea never lacks miracles. The louder they laugh now, the more interesting it will be when the evidence is right before them. I'm looking forward to seeing their expressions then. Meanwhile, the revelry inside the tavern continued. Bagans had been hailed as a warrior who dared to challenge a 100 million level bounty criminal. Rum went down glass after glass, and his boasting became increasingly outrageous. Burp, you guys didn't see it, but when that kid finally high-fived me, his palms were all sweaty. He was nervous. Bagans slapped his chest. A 1-year promise? I bet he's just looking for a way out this time next year. I'll be sitting right here, waiting for him to come and call me Grandpa. Ha ha ha. Captain Bagans is mighty. Make sure he says it louder then. Now Bagans' name is going to resound throughout Jaya Island. The laughter rang out again, filled with a merry atmosphere. No one really cared about that absurd-sounding bet. Even less did anyone think, what if that Sky Island really existed? That was beyond what their drinking mood and jokes could carry tonight. The tavern owner wiped a glass, listening to the noise in the room, and sighed softly. Having run the tavern for so many years, he had seen too many pirates coming and going here, boasting, fighting, dreams being shattered, or quietly disappearing. That young pirate who proposed the bet, perhaps he too would eventually follow in their footsteps? This sea had no room for naive children. As the night grew deeper, the tavern finally closed. Bagans, supported by his lackeys, walked unsteadily toward his pirate ship. He looked back at the pitch-black sea, then looked up dizzily at the star-studded night sky. An island in the sky? Bah! He spat. The trace of unease stirred by Sammy's calm gaze before leaving was drowned out by the alcohol. I'll be waiting for you. The good show had only just begun. If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel. Before you start listening, please don't forget to like. 51. Number 51 Gaia Island Import Day. Chapter 51. Restocking Day on Jaya Island. Back on the Swordfish, the crew members who had been waiting on deck for a long time immediately gathered around. Big Brother Aldo, how was the island? Did you see any big shots? Is there anywhere fun at the port? Facing the crew's winking hints about island entertainment, Aldo just waved his hand irritably. HMPH, I just went to a crappy tavern and nearly died of anger. I'm in no mood for anything else. Aldo let out a muffled grunt, pulled over a wooden barrel to sit on, and crossly recounted the encounter at the tavern, especially Baggins's arrogant face and the bet about Sky Island, adding plenty of color to the story. What, those small fry dare to doubt the captain? Quote, what's the deal with that Baggins? He's got some nerve. Found him a minor pirate with a bounty of 17 million. Many people were filled with righteous indignation and wanted to rush onto the island to beat him up, but some caught on to another key point. Wait, Sky Island? We aren't actually going to a place like that, are we? Go to the sky? How? The deck suddenly became noisy, but Sammy didn't join the discussion. He walked straight to the bridge. Navigator Hans was leaning over a nautical chart, marking something. Hans, boss. Sammy walked over to the chart. I want to ask you something. Do you know if there are any islands on the Grand Line with strong upward winds or giant upward currents nearby? Strong enough to lift an entire ship. Hans was taken aback by the question. He adjusted his glasses and looked confused. That there shouldn't be, right? I've never heard of such an island. Lifting a ship upward. It doesn't have to be continuous, Sammy added. It could be periodic, but the scale must be large enough. Periodic. Hans frowned and flipped through several navigation manuals and scattered logs. After a long while, he hesitantly pointed to a sea area near Jaya Island. Continuous ones there are no records at all. However, there are intermittent ones. For instance, near where we are now at Jaya Island, extremely violent upward currents often occur, but according to sparse records, each duration is very short, about only a minute or so. Moreover, they are completely unpredictable. Hitting one usually means the ship is destroyed and everyone dies, so no ships bother to record its exact patterns. Sammy nodded silently. He knew, of course, that Jaya Island had the knock-up stream, but the problem was that at this point in time, there was no one like Mont Blanc Cricket on the island who could spend 10 years researching this upward current. More importantly, Sammy's gaze swept across the crew members outside the window who were still excitedly discussing. His team wasn't a group of children of destiny, like the Straw Hat crew, nor did they have a monster-level navigator like Nami who could master all kinds of extreme weather upon first entering the Grand Line. Of course, this wasn't to say Hans was bad. Hans was indeed serious and responsible, and he was growing rapidly with every voyage. But facing a terrifying natural phenomenon like the knock-up stream, where the timing is fleeting and the margin for error is nearly zero, Hans could hardly guarantee that the swordfish would be safely delivered to the sky. The bet had to be won, but he could never risk the lives of the entire crew on such a massive gamble. Therefore, the option of Jaya Island's knock-up stream was temporarily ruled out. Sammy vaguely remembered that there seemed to be another relatively safe path to Sky Island, but it had been too long since he transmigrated, and he could no longer remember the specific name or location. He could only hope to find an island with a continuous updraft. Since even Hans, who was responsible for planning the routes, couldn't find any clues, it likely meant that such an island was not within any of the known major routes of the Grand Line. Unknown waters then? Islands with that kind of special strong wind were definitely one in a million, but since people in history had successfully reached Sky Island, there should be some clues or hidden rumors left behind. Speaking of hidden rumors, Sammy had a flash of inspiration. Jillian, as a middleman in the slave trade across the 4 seas and the Grand Line, had an information network spanning both the underworld and the legitimate world. Perhaps he could provide some special information. But before that, Kyla's figure soon appeared at the door. Boss, you wanted to see me. When we were at the tavern, did you notice any targets with suitable bounties? Hearing this, Kyla immediately took out his folder of bounty posters and flipped through it quickly. Found one. The Blood Axe Pirates, Ripper Roads, bounty of 51 million berries. Among the information collected at the tavern, this is the highest bounty and one of the most prominent pirate crews on the island. Only one over 50 million? There are 2 others who are close. Kyla pulled out 2 more wanted posters and handed them over. Quote, Iron Anchor Hawk, bounty of 42 million. Poison Wasp Vera, bounty of 38 million. Besides them, the others' bounties are a bit insignificant. 51 million, 44 million, 38 million inches. Sammy took the 3 wanted posters, glanced at the hideous faces on them, and shook his head. Attacking towns, slaughtering civilians. The quality of this pirate paradise is quite a bit worse than expected. Oh well, even small gains are still gains. These 3 will do. Send word out. Tonight, send a few clever, unfamiliar faces to the island to scout out the usual hideouts and activity ranges of these targets. Tomorrow, we start restocking. Yes, boss. I'll take the 51 million berry Ripper Roads. Marcus and Fitch will be one team, and you and Aldo will be another. Each take down one. Understood. Remember, Sammy paused and emphasized, try to catch them alive. Be careful with your force. It's best not to leave any serious disabilities or injuries that are hard to recover from. After all, damaged goods fetch a much lower price on the market. The next morning, the atmosphere on the deck of the Swordfish became a bit subtle. What? That 42 million berry iron anchor hawk is mine. Marcus and Aldo stared at each other, and the air seemed to crackle with electric sparks. Kyla stood in the middle with a helpless look, holding the two wanted posters that had become the center of attention. Marcus leaned against the mast with his arms crossed and let out a cold laugh. On what basis? In terms of bounty ranking, I'm higher than you. In terms of mission efficiency, when have I ever been slower than you? This target naturally belongs to me. Bullshit. Aldo slammed his mace onto the deck with a dull thud. Last time in Alabasta, I took down twice as many grunts as you did. You think you can handle it? Reckless bravado. Is clearing out grunts the same as capturing a captain? Who are you calling reckless? When I started following the boss, you didn't even know where you were. That's in the past. Now my bounty is higher than yours, so it's only right that I deal with the stronger opponent. Marcus's words were as sharp as ever, poking right at Aldo's sore spot. Seeing the tension between the two grow thicker, Kyla helplessly facepalmed and looked aside. Fitch sat leaning against a bollard, wiping his favorite gun. Just then, a glint flashed in Aldo's eyes, and a rare trace of cunning, completely unbefitting his rugged appearance, flickered across his face. He raised his voice toward the cabin behind Marcus, his face piling on an expression of resentment. Boss, you're just in time. Come and settle this. Marcus is trying to steal my boss. Marcus instinctively turned his head to look toward the cabin door behind him. It was empty. That was his moment. With lightning speed, Aldo snatched the wanted poster containing the detailed information on Iron Anchor Hawk. Haha, all is fair in war. I've got it. He clutched Hawk's wanted poster, turned, and dashed down the gangplank. Quote, boys, follow me, let's go grab the first credit. The group of battle crew members behind him, who were already itching for action, immediately followed with a roar. Fitch shook his head, picked up his gun, and chased after them at a leisurely pace. Aldo, you bastard, you actually cheated. Marcus realized what had happened. Seeing Aldo's back quickly disappear into the crowds at the pier, he was so angry his hand went straight to his sword hilt. He looked at the remaining wanted poster for Poison Wasp Vera in Kyla's hand. Although this target wasn't bad, he just couldn't swallow his anger. He glared fiercely at Kyla, who shrugged innocently, and turned to shout at his own crew members. What are you still standing there for? Let's go, move faster. We absolutely cannot let that reckless bastard Aldo get ahead of us. If we lose, everyone gets extra training when we get back. 52. Number 52 Crushing. Chapter 52. Crushing. At the West Coast docks, Aldo led the charge, carrying his mace on his shoulder. His heavy footsteps thudded on the wooden pier. Behind him, over 20 battle group members were brimming with murderous intent, their eyes flashing with excitement. Lads, see that? That broken ship flying the Iron Anchor flag. Charge over and knock them all down, empty out all the loot, and leave their captain to me. Yeah. The group rushed straight for the medium-sized brig moored at berth number 3. A few pirates on night watch were yawning. They were stunned for a moment when they saw the commotion. By the time Aldo stepped onto the gangplank, a tall, thin pirate rubbed his eyes and spoke. Hey, where are you guys from? It's early morning, don't you know the rules? He suddenly seemed to remember something and slapped his forehead as if he had just realized. Oh, I know, you want to join Captain Hawk, right? You. Bang. Before he could finish, Aldo didn't even bother to listen. His mace swept out with a vicious wind. The pirate flew out like a broken kite, hitting the gunwale with a tooth-aching sound of breaking bones. Talks too much. Aldo spat and strode onto the deck. Knock them all down if they dare touch a weapon. Break their hands if they dare glare. Break their legs. Enemy attack. Help, Captain, someone's attacking. The deck immediately fell into chaos. The bleary-eyed pirates scrambled to fight back, but against the elite battle group led by Aldo, it was almost a one-sided crush. Clang! The captain's cabin door was kicked open. Iron Anchor Hawk rushed out with his muscular upper body bare, wearing only a coat. His eyes were bloodshot, and he held an anchor-shaped weapon that matched his nickname. From the cabin behind him came the panicked cries of a woman. Which blind bastard dares to run wild on my ship? Tired of living? Quote, Iron Anchor Hawk roared, instantly locking onto the most conspicuous person on deck, Aldo, the giant who was currently embedding his first mate into the deck. Hey, finally decided to crawl out. Aldo grinned. He kicked away the unconscious first mate and turned around, dragging his mace. I'm taking your 42 million bounty. This is a matter of my pride. Arrogant die. Hawk swung the anchor weapon with both hands, smashing it down toward Aldo's head. This strike had once crushed the heads of countless pirates and the keels of enemy ships. Aldo didn't dodge. His muscles bulged as he swung his mace upward with force. Clang! A deafening metallic clash exploded, and sparks flew wildly where the two weapons met. Hawk felt an unmatched force travel from the anchor handle. The web of his thumb throbbed with numbing pain, and he was actually shaken off his feet by this irresistible power, stumbling back 5 steps before barely steadying himself. How is this possible? Quote, Hawk looked at his trembling hands in disbelief. The strength he relied on for his fame was actually completely suppressed? Interesting, it's not over yet. Aldo gave him no room to breathe. He stepped forward, his mace turning into a black whirlwind, smashing down on Hawk like a torrential storm. Bone crusher. Chaotic wind. The shadows of the mace loomed over him. Hawk had no choice but to hurriedly raise his anchor and grit his teeth to take the hits. Clang, clang, clang. 3 consecutive hard clashes. Each collision was like striking iron, making the bones in his arms go numb. His arms felt heavier and heavier. The 4th time, when Hawk swung his anchor to block, he clearly stumbled, his movement half a beat slow. Damn, my legs are weak. The after effects of his fierce battle with those 2 bars girls until dawn finally showed their consequences. How could the battle-hardened Aldo miss this fleeting opening? His wrist flicked, changing the mace from a smash to a sweep, heavily striking the side of the anchor Hawk had hurriedly brought back to defend. Bang! Hawk felt a massive force. He could no longer hold his weapon. The anchor flew out of his hands, whistling through the air as it smashed through the gunwale and fell into the sea. He himself was sent stumbling back by the residual force, his back slamming hard against the mainmast. A sweet taste rose in his throat, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Before he could struggle to his feet, Aldo's mace was already against his forehead. The cold metallic touch made his whole body stiffen. Come on, again. Battle-hungry fervor surged in Aldo's eyes. Quote, show me some real skill, entertain me to your heart's content. Despair appeared on Hawk's face. He knew he was finished. On the docks, more and more people were attracted by the commotion. Go, the pirates are fighting again. The street vendors didn't even bother to pack up the stalls they had just set up. They dove straight into the alleys. My god, that's Iron Anchor Hawk's ship. Close the windows, shut the doors, don't get caught up in it. Meanwhile, the pirate ships at other berths were in an uproar. Fellow pirates craned their necks over the gunwales to watch the show. My god, Hawk is actually being beaten so badly he can't even fight back. Who is that big guy? So fierce. That's Bone Crusher Kate Aldo, an executive of the Jellyfish Pirates. One of Predator Sammy's men? An executive as this powerful? Quote, I heard he's not even the strongest. In the Jellyfish Pirates, the strongest is Ransakura Teresa Marcus. Marcus? How much is his bounty? 60 million, 5 million more than Aldo. As soon as those words were spoken, the sound of people gasping for air echoed across the decks. At almost the same time, at the northern mouth of Jaya Island, the estuary. The water here was relatively calm. Over a dozen small and medium-sized pirate ships were moored in this harbor. Morning mist swirled around. It should have been a peaceful scene. But at this moment, on the deck of a sloop with a honeycomb pattern carved on the bow, the murderous intent was so thick it couldn't be dispersed. Opposite him was a woman with a hot figure, wearing what could barely be called clothes, poison wasp Vera. Although she still looked charming, the wrinkles on her face that could not be covered up exposed her age. Ha 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 ha. Marcus suddenly chuckled low, his tongue licking the corner of his lips, his eyes full of undisguised mockery. Auntie, you're getting on in years. Why are you wearing such revealing clothes to practice swordsmanship before dawn? Aren't you afraid the sea breeze will be too strong and hurt your old back? On. Kai. Quote, Poison Wasp Vera's face instantly turned ashen, her knuckles turning white as she gripped her 2 short swords. What are you shouting? A woman is always 18, you death-seeking pretty boy. I'll tear that foul mouth of yours apart first, then chop you up to feed the fish. Before she finished speaking, her figure turned into an afterimage and lunged forward. Her twin swords danced, bringing a flurry of greenish poisonous light straight for Marcus's throat and heart. Yo, quite the temper. Marcus spoke flippantly, but his wrist suddenly flicked. Ding ding. 2 crisp sounds, sparks flying. Ransakura parried the twin swords. The force wasn't great but carried a clever knack, making Vera's wrists go numb. Failing her first strike, Vera immediately changed her move, her body twisted like a spirit snake, her short sword stabbing from various tricky angles. Even more viciously, in the gaps of her spins, steps, and even retreats. Poison needles as fine as cow hair suddenly shot out from her sleeves, waist, and boot heels. Swish swish, swish. Marcus's eyes narrowed, and Ransakura danced into a silver curtain of light. Ransakura. Scattered petals. Ding, 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 ding. A series of crisp sounds like heavy rain hitting banana leaves rang out. All the poison needles were cut down, scattering across the deck. Nice hidden weapons, but unfortunately, Marcus parried a thrust and took the opportunity to cut into Vera's center. Too slow. Vera's pupils suddenly constricted. She desperately retreated, but she was still a step too slow. Rip rip rip. The meager leather armor on her chest was slashed with 3 cuts, and 3 lines of blood instantly seeped out on her snowy skin. Ah! She cried out in pain, a ruthless glint flashing in her eyes. Ignoring her injuries, she crossed her twin swords and stabbed fiercely at Marcus's abdomen, a completely suicidal style of fighting. Marcus snorted coldly, narrowly avoiding the sword tips, while Ransakura flicked upward from below. Clang! PFF'd. The short sword in Vera's right hand was parried away, spinning through the air before embedding itself into the mast. Her left sword was also half a beat slow and was kicked away by Marcus. Auntie, still want to fight? Next time, I'll be cutting more than just your clothes. On the docks, some pirates and brave residents who had heard the news had already gathered. Why is there a fight here too? Quote, that's Poison Wasp Vera, she's up against Ransakura Marcus. The jellyfish pirates again, are they going to turn Jaya Island upside down today? Quote, Vera has a bounty of 38 million, yet she's being suppressed. Are the executives of the jellyfish pirates all monsters? 53. Number 53 Dimensional Reduction Attack. Chapter 53. Dimensional Strike. Central District, Jaya Island, Tropical Grand Hotel. This 3-story building, constructed of white stone and tropical wood, usually exuded a relaxed vacation vibe, but at this moment, it was replaced by a tense atmosphere like a storm about to break. Ripper Rhodes sat on a leather sofa, the cigar between his fingertips already burnt to ash, reflecting his sinister face. Several of his confidants were surrounding him, anxiously trying to persuade him. Captain Rhodes, let's leave quickly. That predator Sammy really has come to the island. Yes, Captain, that guy has a bounty of 150 million. He's an outlaw among outlaws. Moreover, he's a lunatic who attacked 2 world government member nations in a row without even blinking. He's absolutely a lawless character. Rhodes' expression grew uglier. He slammed his cigar into the expensive crystal ashtray with a soft sizzle. Enough all of you. Shut up. He slammed his palm onto the mahogany coffee table, making the cups and saucers jump. He just arrived on the island yesterday, and today I have to run away in disgrace under his intimidation? You were all at the tavern yesterday too. You saw him get into a dispute with that idiot Bagans. In the end, didn't he do nothing to Bagans? Don't you understand yet? Rhodes stood up and looked around at his subordinates. Bounty amounts don't represent absolute strength or weakness. He has such a high bounty mostly because he attacked member nations consecutively, crossing the world government's bottom line. I'm different from him. He tore off his ornate silk coat, revealing muscles as lean and tough as steel and crisscrossing scars. My 51 million bounty was earned through genuine killing. It was built up blade by blade, gun by gun, with the lives of countless pirates and marines. A fierce light flickered in Rhodes' eyes. If he dares to come, I'll let him know what a real pirate is. Before his voice could fade, creak, the hotel's ornate teak doors were gently pushed open by a fair, slender hand. Morning light flooded in, outlining a silhouette against the light. Yeah, hey, the environment here isn't bad. Sammy walked in with a leisurely pace, looking around at the decor as if he were a guest on vacation. Yo-ho, sorry for the intrusion. The lobby fell into instant silence. Predator Ribera Sammy. Rhodes' pupils contracted violently. This hotel is really nice, decorated with great taste. Stop putting on an act. Rhodes grabbed 2 menacingly shaped scimitars leaning against the sofa. Today, let me see just how much fluff is in that 150 million bounty of yours. His confidants beside him also drew their weapons one after another. Though they were terrified, their captain's ferocity and the prestige he had accumulated over time gave them a sliver of courage to fight for their lives. Go! Rhodes roared and charged out first. He crossed his twin blades, carving a crimson cross in the air. Before the blades even reached, a sharp killing intent was already pressing down. Disembowelment, cross-slash. The smile on Sammy's face faded. He didn't meet the attack head-on. Instead, with a light tap of his foot, his figure slid away to the side and rear like a ghost. Boom! Wow! So fierce. The cross-slash hit where Sammy had originally stood, tearing 2 deep gouges into the marble floor that extended all the way to the wall, leaving a shocking X-shaped wound. Failing to hit with one strike, Rhodes swung his twin blades into a blood-colored storm, madly attacking Sammy. His cleaving, hacking, slicing, and upward slashes, every strike aimed for vital points with tricky and ruthless angles, carrying a madness that sought to hack his opponent into pieces. The wind from the blades whistled, causing the curtains and decorative paintings in the lobby to flap and tear. Hey, 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 don't create a burden for the owner. Sammy wove through the blade light. His movements didn't look fast, even appearing somewhat like a leisurely stroll, but he always avoided the blades by a hair's breadth at the moment of contact. Is all you can do hide? A great pirate of 150 million only has this much skill? Quote, unable to land a hit for a long time, the veins on Rhodes' forehead throbbed. His offensive grew even more frantic, yet he still couldn't touch the corner of Sammy's clothes. This sense of powerlessness made him increasingly agitated. Hide? After dodging another diagonal slash from the twin blades, Sammy no longer retreated. Instead, he lunged forward. His right hand's 5 fingers spread open, and a layer of purple so faint it was almost invisible instantly covered his palm as it struck directly toward Rhodes' chest. Rhodes was greatly shocked. It was too late to change his move, so he could only barely turn his body to block with his left arm. Rhodes felt a strange force transmit, not just impact but a cold, numbing sensation that instantly seeped into his skin, spreading rapidly along the blood vessels of his arm. Poison? Despicable. His face turned pale with horror as he tried to pull back and retreat. But Sammy's speed completely exploded at this moment. He slid past Rhodes' blade into his guard, his left hand clamping onto Rhodes' right wrist like iron pincers, and that strange faint purple emerged again. A piercing pain and numbness came from Rhodes' right wrist, and the scimitar fell from his hand for the second time. Immediately after, Sammy bent his knee and delivered a vicious knee strike squarely into Rhodes' unprotected abdomen. Blarg! Rhodes' eyes bulged. Gastric juice mixed with blood sprayed out as his whole body hunched like a shrimp. Sammy took the opportunity to raise his hand and deliver a chop to the side of Rhodes' neck. Rhodes' eyes rolled back, and his massive body crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The battle, from start to finish, had lasted less than 3 minutes. Sammy flicked the poison off his hand and looked at Rhodes' confidants, who were already dumbfounded with fear. Their faces were deathly pale as the layer of faint purple slowly receded. He looked at Rhodes' several confidants, whose weapons had long since dropped to the floor. Their lips trembled. They couldn't say a single word. Sammy ignored them and instead surveyed the messy lobby. 2 oil paintings were slashed, a blue and white porcelain vase was shattered on the floor, and the leather sofa was torn, revealing its stuffing. He sighed, walked over to the unconscious Rhodes, and actually sat directly on him. He then gave the terrified subordinates a smile that could be described as kind. I say, is the treasure on your captain's ship enough to pay for the renovation costs here? If it's not enough, I'll just have to sell you, and your captain, to the slave traders together. At the same time, in the dock area, on Baggins' ship. This is bad, boss, this is bad. A pirate rushed into the captain's quarters on all fours, making such a racket that Baggins, who was still suffering from a hangover headache, almost drew his sword. What are you screaming for? I'm not dead yet. That the jellyfish pirates, they've made a move over at the docks. Who? What thing? Baggins didn't react for a moment. It's the jellyfish pirates right there at the docks, boss. Let's run. If we don't run now, it'll be too late. The pirate reporting the news was so scared that tears and snot were flowing, and his crotch was already wet. Looking at his subordinate's cowardly state, Baggins' anger flared. What the hell are you talking about? I'll go see for myself. He kicked his subordinate aside, grabbed his coat, and staggered onto the deck. The early morning sea breeze carried a chill, making him slightly more sober. He squinted toward the direction of berth number 3 and happened to see a scene he would never forget. Aldo was jumping down from Iron Anchor Hawk's ship, carrying a person with one hand. The person being carried was covered in blood, his nose bridge was crooked to one side, his mouth was swollen like a sausage, and one arm was unnaturally twisted. He was almost unrecognizable, with only his signature attire barely allowing identification. Who is that? Baggins' voice was dry. B-boss, that's Hawk. Iron Anchor Hawk. Hawk? Baggins' voice suddenly rose, his drunkenness mostly gone. Quote, that Hawk with the 42 million bounty? My god, how did he get swollen into a pig's head? Quote, 3 months ago, Baggins and Hawk had a conflict over a berth. Hawk had single-handedly beaten down 5 of his subordinates and finally pinned him to the edge of the dock, forcing him to apologize in public. That was one of the many humiliations Baggins had suffered in his 10 years on Jaya Island. Now, that Hawk who once made him suffer was being carried like a dead dog. Who are these people to even do that to Hawk? Baggins swallowed hard. Another lackey tremblingly pulled out a crumpled wanted poster, which bore Aldo's ferocious face. B-boss, this is an executive of the jellyfish pirates, Bone Crusher Aldo, bounty 55 million berries. Just an executive and he's this powerful? At this time, the pirate who first reported the news approached again. Boss, I remember yesterday you seemed to have made a bet with the captain of the jellyfish pirates. Even one of their executives is this strong, not to mention the captain. Let's run before they come looking for us, before they remember this matter. He had actually recklessly made a bet with the captain of these monsters yesterday. Baggins' legs went weak, and he almost collapsed onto the deck. He held onto the ship's railing, panting heavily, the color completely drained from his face. Run? The moment this word entered Bagan's ears, his heart skipped a beat. To be honest, he was tempted, frantically tempted. Facing monsters who could treat Hawk like a punching bag. To hell with pride and bets, staying alive was what mattered most. Only, now could he still escape? Would that young captain really let him go? 54. Number 54 Long Island Tour. Chapter 54. The appointment at Longring Island. But another slightly older pirate stepped forward to object. No, we can't run. What kind of crazy talk is that? Didn't you see even Hawk, who's worth over 40 million, go down? Quote, exactly. Don't tell me you're planning to wait for the boss to get taken out by the jellyfish pirates so you can take over as captain? Quote, as soon as those words were spoken, Baggins's face darkened instantly, and he cast a dangerous gaze at the subordinate who suggested they shouldn't flee. The subordinate was so terrified he waved his hands repeatedly. No number, that's not what I meant. Big brother Baggins, think about it. The captain of the jellyfish pirates has such a high bounty. If he really wanted to take us out, he could have easily done it in the tavern yesterday, right? But he didn't. What does that tell you? Could it be? Baggins rubbed his chin, looking thoughtful. He forgot? No, big brother Baggins, it means he acknowledges the bet he made with you. The more the subordinate spoke, the more sense it seemed to make to him. He's keeping us around because of that bet. If we run now, what if he thinks we've broken the contract? Great pirates like them value face and promises the most. Even if we want to leave, we should at least wait until they leave this island. A pirate group as big as theirs could never stay in a small place like Jaya Island forever. Baggins looked at Hawk, who was being displayed like a trophy by Aldo in the distance, and then felt the 17 million bounty poster in his coat. Sammy's calm gaze from the tavern yesterday surfaced in his mind once again. For a moment, his head felt like it was buzzing. Right, we can't run, Baggins murmured, unsure if he was convincing his subordinates or himself. He suddenly straightened his back, trying to regain some of his captain's momentum. Actually, when I made that bet, I already anticipated they might take action against the pirates on the island to establish dominance. But don't worry, everyone. He looked around at his subordinates, seeing their confused expressions. His mind raced as he forced out a story. We'll just wait here. Great pirates like them value promises above all else. A bet is a bet. As long as we don't leave Jaya Island and don't take the initiative to provoke them, they won't care about small fries like us. On the contrary, if we run, that's when it truly becomes dangerous. People who break their word have no credibility on the sea. The more he spoke, the more reasonable it sounded, even to the point of fooling himself. A smile appeared on his face as if everything was under his control. Ha, to be honest, from the first moment I saw them, I thought of this strategy: use the bet to stabilize them and let them clear out the other nuisances first while we watch the tigers fight from the mountain. Ha. The subordinates looked at each other, but seeing the boss so confident and remembering that Sammy indeed hadn't attacked on the spot yesterday, they gradually began to believe him. So that's how it is. As expected of Boss Baggins, such foresight. I knew it. How could the boss really go head to head with a great pirate worth 150 million? It turns out he had it all calculated. Baggins listened to his subordinate's flattery and gave a few dry laughs, while his hands hidden behind his back quietly wiped away the cold sweat on his palms. He looked toward the harbor, where Aldo had already tied Hawk up securely. The other members of the jellyfish pirates were carrying chests of treasure from the Iron Anchor pirate ship and throwing them onto a flatbed cart. Baggins swallowed hard and prayed silently in his heart. Captain Sammy, you're a magnanimous man. You must keep your promise. Our bet still has a year left. Please don't come looking for me early. Inside the captain's quarters of the Swordfish, the sea breeze blew in through the porthole. The commotion on the deck had settled, replaced by orderly work and a faint sense of excitement. The three teams had returned successfully, not only bringing back their targets but also scavenging quite a bit of loot. Isaac was leading the men in taking inventory. Bulu kacha. The Den Mushi's eyes opened, its facial muscles quickly simulating an arrogant expression. It looked as if invisible hair gel was holding up an exaggerated pompadour hairstyle, the signature look of the middleman, Jillian. Oh my. The voice from the Den Mushi was exactly the same as Jillian's own slick tone. Look who it is, my dear god of wealth. Captain Sammy, even the morning sun shines brighter because of your call. Well, what kind of surprise gift package have you prepared for me this time? 3 people. One worth 51 million, and the other 2 around 40 million each. Whoa. The Den Mushi's expression lit up instantly. A grand gesture. 3 10 million class guests in one go. Captain Sammy, working with you, my heart rate hasn't dropped below 180. So, the old place. Or do you want to designate a new auspicious spot? You decide the location. But before that, answer me a question. Sammy leaned forward slightly, his gaze falling on the Den Mushi. Quote, in the Grand Line, where is there a persistent updraft strong enough to send a ship into the sky, or a regular vertical current? A strong upward wind? A vertical current? Captain Sammy, that's quite an obscure question. If I may be so bold, why are you asking about this? I'm going to Sky Island. The Den Den Mushi fell into a silence that lasted for half a minute. Captain Sammy, Sky Island. Do you know what kind of place you're talking about? It's not on any of the 7 routes. It's not even recognized by mainstream nautical charts. It's a forbidden realm that exists only in the ramblings of drunks and ancient legends. I know. That's why I need accurate intelligence. Intelligence I have it, but that place, Sky Island, is very, very dangerous. I have no problem telling you the path I know, but I, Jillian, value long-term business. I really don't want a high-quality partner like you to perish in a place like that. After hearing this, Sammy's face showed no sign of wavering. State your terms, Jillian. Fine, if you insist on going, I can tell you what I know. But intelligence of this level cannot be measured in ordinary berries. How about this? Of the 3 guests you're bringing this time, give me 1 for free. Secondly, you must promise that if you really make it up there, you'll bring back some local specialties for me. Specialties? Sky Island slaves? Sammy's brow furrowed slightly. Quote, if it's about capturing Sky Island residents as slaves, I'm not very interested in that. Ha ha ha, of course not. While Sky Islanders are rare, if they don't have a high bounty on their heads, they're only worth $1 million or so. I have no interest in such small business. Jillian laughed loudly, the Den Den Mushi's expression looking very arrogant. What I'm truly interested in are sky shells, unique things that exist on Sky Island. Sky shells? Yes, all kinds of sky shells. Tone shells that can record and play back sound, wind shells that store wind power, flame shells that spit fire, and even impact shells that are said to produce shocks. These are rare wonders seldom seen in the Grand Line for certain collectors, scientists, and even weapon developers. Their research and collection value far exceeds their weight in gold or diamonds. If you can get up there, I hope you can bring back as many as possible for me, especially rare types and large specimens. Those are my terms, using Sky Island specialties, sky shells, in exchange for the intelligence to reach Sky Island. Of course, the purchase price for the sky shells you bring down will definitely satisfy you. This was a typical Jillian-style gamble, using a piece of intelligence to bet that Sammy could return alive with dreamlike resources. If he won, the profits would be immeasurable. If he lost, there was no real loss, and he'd still get a slave for free. Deal. We can discuss the intelligence and specific purchase prices in detail once I have the sky shells. Now, tell me, where are we trading these 3 men? Splendid. What is your current location? Jaya Island. Jaya Island. It only takes 2 days for a log post to fill up with magnetism there. In that case, how about we meet in the waters near Longring Island? Agreed. Longring Island. I look forward to your arrival, Captain Sammy. I wish you a smooth voyage. The Den Den Mushi winked, showing a meaningful smile, and then returned to its dormant state with a kacha. 55. Number 55. Long Island Wonder. Chapter 55. The Wonders of Longring Island. As the swordfish slowly docked, a vast grassland that was incredibly flat came into view. What kind of island is this? Aldo was the first to jump off the ship, stepping on the thick, soft meadow beneath his feet. Where are the trees? The mountains? There isn't even a decent rock. This ground is so flat it could be a racetrack. Look, what on earth is that? Quote, following the direction of his finger, a brown bear was leisurely walking upright, or rather, a giraffe bear would be more appropriate. Its torso looked normal enough, but its neck and limbs were incredibly long, making it look like a giant yarn puppet. My god, such a long bear? Quote, ha ha ha, oh, I can't take it. Look at the way it walks, ha ha ha. Longring Island, as its name suggests, seemed to have all its living creatures follow a bizarre evolutionary rule where longer is better, forming a strange and slightly comical ecosystem. Boss, the needle points here. Looks like we're in the right place. But it seems Jillian and the others haven't arrived yet. Yeah, Sammy looked away from the strange creatures. Alright, don't just stand there gawking. According to the intel, nomadic tribes live on this island. Everyone, split into squads and scout the surroundings. Stay alert. Yes, sir. The crew members moved quickly, splitting into several squads and heading deep into the grassland, reporting to the captain. No sign of people to the east, only animals. We found some abandoned dome houses in the center of the island. They're empty, with no signs of recent life. Same for the west, south, and north. No signs of people found either. It seems they've migrated elsewhere. Just as well, saves us the trouble. Everyone, use those empty houses as temporary quarters. Keep them as they are. Don't break anything. Oh, the crew cheered. Staying in ready-made houses was much better than sleeping in tents. After settling in, their abundant energy naturally needed an outlet. A patch of grassland was designated as a temporary training ground. Come on, place your bets. Once the bets are placed, they're final. A quick-witted crew member had found a small wooden crate from somewhere to serve as a temporary gambling table, shouting at the top of his lungs. Latest odds, the captain's bullet dodging special training. Latest payouts. If the captain is hit more than 3 times, 1 to 1.5. Less than 3 times, 1 to 2. Perfect dodge, 1 to 3. Come on, don't miss this chance. The atmosphere quickly became lively. Crew members gathered around laughing, and berries and miscellaneous personal items soon piled up into 2 small mountains next to the wooden crate. I'll bet 1,000 that the captain gets hit twice at most. Give me a break. Johnny's marksmanship has improved rapidly lately. I'll bet 500 he gets hit at least 5 times. I'm betting on a perfect dodge. Why? Because the captain is awesome. Leon also leaned in and watched the betting with interest for a while, then noticed Hans sitting alone on a nearby grassy slope. Hans was sketching the sky and the distant long-necked animals with a notebook and pen, oblivious to the noise behind him. Leon walked over and sat down next to him. Hans, why aren't you joining the fun? It'd be great to win some money and treat us to a meal. Hans didn't even look up, just pushed up his glasses. They said my guesses were too accurate and have unilaterally blacklisted me as an unwelcome gambler. PFF'd. Ha ha ha. Leon couldn't help but laugh, patting him on the shoulder. Quote, really? So, do you think the captain will get hit this time? Hans finally stopped writing, glanced at Sammy, who was blindfolding himself in the center of the clearing, and then at Johnny, who was carefully checking his guns on the other side. I'm not telling you. You'll know when the results are out. Hey, keeping it a secret, are we? Leon nudged him with his elbow. Quote, come on, how do you guess so accurately? What's the trick? Teach me, so I can earn some pocket money next time. Hans didn't answer immediately. Instead, he looked thoughtfully at the strange animals on the grassland. A feeling. Probably after observing a lot, you get a sense of it. A feeling that a certain outcome is more likely. Leon listened, only half understanding. Look, it's starting, someone shouted, and everyone's eyes focused on the center of the clearing. Sammy had already tied a black cloth tightly over his eyes. He stood there quietly, entering a state of extreme perception. 20 paces across from him was Johnny, the fastest rising young marksman in the jellyfish pirates, who was currently loosening up his wrists and fingers. Captain Sammy, are you ready? Just a heads up, my guns are fast. Bring it, Johnny. Sammy's blindfolded face turned slightly toward Johnny. Let me see just how fast you are. In the next instant, bang 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 bang, the twin pistols spat fire almost the moment they were drawn. The gunshots were so dense they almost merged into one. No gap could be heard between them. Even more terrifyingly, Johnny started running the moment the first shot rang out. He moved at high speed in an irregular zigzag pattern, pulling the trigger from different angles and positions. Lead bullets tore through the air, flying toward the blindfolded Sammy from all directions. Sammy's head tilted slightly, and his body followed with small, subtle movements. Swaying, sidestepping, leaning back. The first shot, the second, the third all missed. Nice. Go for it, Johnny. I've placed a heavy bet on you. Don't let me down. A flash of excitement crossed Johnny's eyes, and his movement and shooting rhythm suddenly accelerated. 2-finger style. Hummingbird. His fingers became a blur on the triggers, reaching a terrifying frequency. The bullets sprayed even more densely, cutting off most of the evasion space from various angles and forcing Sammy into larger movements. Faced with such multi-angled, high-intensity attacks, Sammy's movements gradually lost their fluid grace. After all, relying purely on hearing and perception for prediction and evasion put an immense strain on both his mind and body. PFF'd. A bullet grazed his arm, drawing a spray of blood. Then his shoulder, his thigh. Sammy's body swayed slightly with the impacts. Thanks to the powerful vitality and self-healing abilities granted by the jellyfish fruit, he could almost ignore flesh wounds of this level. The gunshots finally ceased. Johnny stopped, panting heavily, wisps of blue smoke still rising from the muzzles of his guns. Such high-intensity mobile rapid fire was also a huge test of his stamina and focus. Sammy also stopped and untied his blindfold. He squinted. Several bleeding wounds were particularly prominent on his dark clothes, but the bleeding had mostly stopped. Damn, it's still not good enough? Where's the problem? But he quickly adjusted his mindset and looked at Johnny with an appreciative smile. Not bad, Johnny. Sammy stepped forward and patted his shoulder. Quote, the transition in your mobile shooting, the sudden rhythm changes, and those last few shots where you anticipated my dodging habits to pin me down, your progress is very obvious. Especially using irregular movement to create blind spots. That was a great idea. With a flick of his wrist, Johnny skillfully twirled his guns and holstered the still hot pair. Thank you for the praise, Captain. I'll keep pushing my limits. Good. Go get some rest. Yes, sir. As if he had received the highest honor, Johnny walked toward the crowd with his head held high and a light step, greeted by cheers and whistles. Wow, Johnny, the captain praised you personally. That was so cool. Johnny, tell us, how do you do that high-speed rapid fire? Teach me. Surrounded by his companions, Johnny's vanity was greatly satisfied. He proudly raised his hands, showing off his 10 long and flexible fingers to everyone. Then, he began to make them move like sea snakes, waving, rapidly flexing, and even bending in ways that seemed to defy the limits of his joints. The secret? It's in these hands. See this? This dexterity, this power, these finger joints that can flex 7 times per second. This is the result of countless days and nights of hard practice. If you can have hands like these. Then one day, the smile on Sammy's face instantly froze. He clearly saw the looks in the eyes of the crew members around Johnny shift from admiration and envy to a bizarre expression filled with question marks and gossip. Johnny, shut up. I was praising your tactical awareness and rhythm control, not your finger dexterity. And don't use those weird descriptions and even weirder movements to make it seem like I have some strange fetish. Although it felt like 10,000 Den Mushi were screaming inside him, Sammy maintained his composure as captain on the surface. However, Johnny's fingers were still twisting tirelessly. He was completely immersed in his own world. Do you feel the leaping vitality in these fingertips? This is ahem. Sammy coughed loudly, deciding to immediately end this conversation that was veering off course. Alright, break it up. Training continues today. Everyone adds a set of physical conditioning. Johnny, he pointed to the seemingly endless coastline in the distance. Go run 10 laps around the island right now. Immediately give that excess energy of yours somewhere to go. Yes, Captain. Johnny had no complaints. He even felt this was proof that the captain held him in high regard. He hooted like a monkey released from a cage, moving so fast he kicked up a trail of dust on the grass. Sammy watched his youthful retreating figure and shook his head helplessly. Whatever. At least the training atmosphere is quite lively. He glanced at the crew members, who were letting out odd chuckles from time to time, and felt a dull ache in his temples. Let's hope this liveliness doesn't spawn any weird shipboard culture. 56. Number 56. The Summit of the Western Heaven. Chapter 56. The Summit of High West. A few days later, in the waters of Long Ring Island, a merchant ship even larger than the Swordfish slowly approached Long Ring Island. Its figurehead was shaped like a grinning gold coin. It was the Gilded Dice, the vessel of the middleman Jillian. The two ships pulled up alongside each other. Although the Swordfish was a 3-masted sailing ship capable of long-distance voyages, it indeed looked a bit small compared to the other vessel, which focused on cargo capacity. Ha ha ha, Captain Sammy, punctuality is the greatest virtue, and you are always so pleasant. Jillian's figure, sporting an exaggerated pompadour, appeared at the ship's railing, followed by 2 tall guards. Enough small talk. Let me see how my dear guests are doing. Bring them up. The trade was swift and clean. Rhodes, Hawk, and Vera, all tightly bound, were personally escorted and handed over by Isaac. As they passed Jillian, he didn't even give them a second look. Several heavy wooden crates were carried onto the Swordfish by his crew, filled with neatly stacked, freshly printed berries that still smelled of ink. The usual rules, count them up. The process of counting the massive amount of cash was also completed quickly, with both sides demonstrating efficient professionalism. But at this moment, everyone knew that the real deal was only just beginning. Information. Of course, my dear partner. This is the main event. Jillian's smile faded slightly as he gestured for a subordinate to hand over a sealed, waterproof copper tube. He took out a sea chart from inside and slowly unfurled it on the spacious table in the Swordfish's captain's cabin. This is a perfect 1-to-1 replica. I can't bear to let go of the original. It's my most prized possession. On the chart, a route marked in red ink deviated from all 7 conventional routes, winding deep into a blank area of the sea. The end of the route was a place specially marked in ornate script. High West. Sammy read the name aloud. Exactly. The junction between the sea and the Sky Island, the summit of High West, High West. Jillian tapped the mark heavily with his finger. This island didn't have a formal name at first. It's not on the 7 main routes, stuck in the gap between 2 major currents, a forgotten sea. High West is the name given by the sailors lucky enough to have had contact with the Sky Island, and it was later recognized by the Sky People. His fingertip moved along a route marked with a dashed line, finally stopping at a cliff illustration on the west side of the island, marked with a symbol of a violent whirlwind. The key is right here. On the west coast of this island, there's a vertical cliff hundreds of meters high. Below the cliff is a bottomless trench. And there, an updraft that rushes straight into the clouds constantly lingers along the cliff. Its scale and power are enough to lift small and medium-sized ships to the Sky Island. Only small and medium-sized sailing ships? Sammy frowned. Although his swordfish was smaller compared to Jillian's ship, it was still a standard large three-masted ocean-going vessel, capable of comfortably accommodating over 100 crew members and several months of supplies. That is indeed the case. Jillian showed a slightly awkward expression. While that air current is fierce, its lifting force has a limit. For a hull that's too large, both weight and wind resistance become issues, and the success rate plummets. But don't worry. According to intelligence, there are villages on High West Island with shipwrights. They are said to be descendants of survivors from a failed attempt to ascend to heaven long ago. Among them are craftsmen who pass down a special technique, the Heaven Ascending Boat. Heaven Ascending Boat? A specially made light sailing ship. The materials are unique, and the sail design is meant to handle vertical air currents. It sacrifices most of the cargo hold and comfort for extreme lightweight and structural strength. It's a tool born specifically for charging upwards. At this moment, Aldo, who was standing nearby with his arms crossed, couldn't help but interject. What? We have to switch ships? Then what about all these people and supplies? Are we supposed to huddle on a small boat and eat the wind? It's a temporary transfer. Your swordfish can be safely moored in the harbor of High West. You can switch back once you return from the Sky Island, if you can return, that is. Kyla sharply caught that last sentence. You just said, if you can return. That doesn't sound like you're 100% sure. Jillian rubbed his hands together. I told you, this path is a narrow escape from death. First, sailing to High West itself is no easy task. Deviating from the main route means unknown sea conditions and more risks from sea kings. Secondly, even if you get there, riding the updraft into the sky, that's gambling your life against the extreme weather of the Grand Line. There are no charts in the sky, and no landmarks. It all depends on the navigator's skill, the captain's decisiveness, and a bit of luck. As far as I know, of the ships that try to go up this way, if 1 in 100 arrives safely at the Sky Island, it's considered a miracle. These words made the expressions of the surrounding executives turn solemn. 1 in 100? Are we still going with those odds? Sammy was silent for a moment. I understand the risks. How do we get to High West? I knew you'd ask. Jillian seemed to breathe a sigh of relief as he took out a log pose from his coat and pushed it forward along with the sea chart. Starting from Long Ring Island, the next recording point is Rongrong Island, a spring island. Once the log pose is fully magnetized at Rongrong Island, the needle will point to the next island. After that, you'll need to use this chart and the pointer to steer toward High West. From Long Ring Island to Rongrong Island, at the swordfish's speed, it will take about 15 days. These 15 days will be your final preparation period. I'll take the information and the pointer, Sammy said, taking the chart and the log pose. Quote, as for the sky shells, we'll talk when I get back. Well then, good luck, Captain Sammy. I look forward to you bringing back specialties that will open my eyes. Jillian gave a farewell bow and returned to his large ship, feeling a hint of regret at potentially losing a high-quality source of goods. After the two ships separated, Sammy immediately summoned all the executives to the captain's cabin. The chart was spread out in the center. Hans was already hunched over it, quickly cross-referencing with a compass and the navigation log. Hans, what have you confirmed? Hans pushed up his glasses. Boss, the coordinates of the known islands marked on the chart basically match the data I have. This part should be reliable. As for the part pointing to High West, there are no known references, so it can't be directly verified, but judging by the drawing style and notation, it's very likely real. The new log pose points to Rongrong Island, and the magnetism is stable. No problems there. He paused and added, from here to Rongrong Island, based on current currents and common wind directions, it will indeed take about 15 days. This means we need to stock up on enough supplies before we arrive. The abundance of animal resources on Long Ring Island is a good opportunity. After hearing this, Sammy's gaze swept across the faces of every executive. There was solemnity and doubt, but even more so, there was excitement ignited by the challenge. You've all heard. The way to the Sky Island has been found. The first step is to successfully reach Rongrong Island and complete the recording. Before that, we must make full use of Long Ring Island. Brothers, before we officially set off for the sky, let's have a proper hunt on this grassland. First we need to stockpile enough meat for the journey ahead. Ooh, Aldo was the first to roar, his mace already resting on his shoulder. It's about time I stretched my legs. Leave it to me. I guarantee the prey we bring back will fill the warehouse. Sammy assigned the tasks directly. Aldo, take a team to the eastern pasture. Marcus, take people to the west. Kyla, Fitch, take people to scout the north and south. Keep an eye out for water sources and potential large herds. Isaac, take all non-combat personnel and immediately check the Swordfish's hull, rigging, and warehouse to ensure everything is in perfect condition. Leon, you're familiar with fishing and hunting. Take some people to the shore in the river mouth. We can't be short on fish and fresh water supplies either. Yes, Captain. 57. Number 57 G12 Branch Pursuit. Chapter 57. Pursuit of the G12 Branch. A few days later. Marine G12 Branch Jurisdiction. 3rd Patrol Area. The sun was blazing, the sky was cloudless, and the sea was as smooth as a mirror, reflecting a dazzling white light. A standard single-masted patrol ship was following its set route, carrying out its daily patrol mission. On the deck, Lieutenant Roman Peck leaned against the railing, sipping hot coffee freshly brewed by an orderly. In such beautiful weather, even this officer, known for being rigorous and even rigid, couldn't help but sigh in relief. It really is so calm, it's refreshing. After 3 full days of patrolling, they hadn't encountered a single pirate, or even a suspicious fishing boat. It seems the petty criminals in these waters all know the majesty of our G12 branch and don't dare show their faces. Lieutenant Peck's tone carried a hint of self-pride. The private first class attending him quickly agreed. Yes, Lieutenant. I heard that because these trade routes have been much more peaceful lately, several merchant guilds have sent letters of appreciation to the branch. HMPH, naturally. Maintaining justice and maritime order is the duty of the Marine. However, Lieutenant Peck puffed out his chest and then habitually looked up, sweeping his gaze toward the crow's nest. Paul, even if today is the last day of patrol, don't slack off in the crow's nest. Stay sharp. The more it's like this, the less we can afford to let our guard down. Cough. Why yes, Lieutenant. In the crow's nest, Paul, the observer who was secretly feeding breadcrumbs to gulls, was startled. He hurriedly stood up straight, grabbed the binoculars on his chest, and began scanning the sea surface pretentiously. HMPH. Lieutenant Peck gave a satisfied snort and took another sip of his coffee. It's always right to remain vigilant. The calmer the sea surface, the more turbulent the undercurrents beneath might be. You're right, Lieutenant, but this patrol has been really smooth. It looks like we'll be able to return to port for rest and refit soon. Before the private first class could finish, he was interrupted by Paul. Report, Lieutenant. Unknown vessel spotted ahead 10 o'clock direction. Wait, that flag. Lieutenant Peck's eyes narrowed. He placed his coffee cup on the small table nearby and walked quickly to the bow. Can you see the flag clearly? Is it a merchant ship or? Report, it's the pink jellyfish skull flag. It's the jellyfish pirates. What? Quote. Peck's heart sank, and a chill mixed with an unspeakable excitement shot up his spine. He snatched the high-powered binoculars handed to him by his adjutant. Through the lens, a sleek 3-masted sailing ship was racing northwest with its sails full of wind. On the sail, the pink jellyfish skull pattern was blindingly clear in the sunlight. The jellyfish skull flag predator, Ribera Sammy. It's the jellyfish pirates. A low murmur broke out on the deck. The one whose total crew bounty exceeds 400 million berries. Weren't they rumored to have been wiped out near Jaya Island? How could they appear here? Quote, the extreme villains who attacked the Drum Kingdom and Alabasta. 400 million berries. This figure was simply astronomical for a medium-sized patrol ship like theirs on a routine mission. The highest combat power currently on the ship was only a branch lieutenant. Lieutenant, what should we do? Lieutenant Peck was an experienced officer after all. He forced down the stormy waves in his heart, allowing his mind, which had been heated by the massive bounty and fearsome reputation, to cool down quickly. All hands to battle stations. Gunners in position. Load live ammunition. No one is to fire without my command. Helmsman, change course and follow the jellyfish pirates. Caution, maintain a safe distance. Absolutely do not enter the effective range of the enemy's main guns. Then, he shouted in a low voice, communications officer, contact the base immediately. Emergency communication. Marine G12 branch. This marine branch, built on a large cluster of reefs, guarded several busy nearby routes. Its daily duties were monitoring the sea area, cracking down on ordinary pirates, and protecting the safety of trade routes and surrounding islands. At this moment, it was bathed in the scorching afternoon sun. Several medium-sized warships were quietly anchored in the port. Everything seemed orderly, even a bit lazy. In the base commander's office, Rear Admiral Gail Baskerville was dozing off, facing the training ground outside the window. Bang! The office door was slammed open. The communications officer on duty burst in before even having time to knock. Rear Admiral Baskerville, emergency military intelligence. The snoring stopped abruptly. Rear Admiral Baskerville opened his eyes and slowly stretched. The afternoon sun made him a bit groggy. This sun makes one. What is it? Speak, Jan. Lieutenant Peck has sent emergency intelligence. They discovered traces of the jellyfish pirates in the 3rd patrol area. It's confirmed to be Predator Ribera. Sammy and his gang, they are sailing northwest. What? Quote, Rear Admiral Baskerville stood up abruptly, the remaining sleepiness instantly dispelled. The jellyfish pirates? That group of lawless villains? Didn't headquarters have intelligence speculating they might have been wiped out? Quote, without any hesitation, he snatched his justice cloak from the hanger, draped it over his shoulders, and strode out. Sound the battle alarm. All ships on standby in the port. Complete departure preparations within 10 minutes. Target, 3rd patrol area. As he walked, he added to the communications officer following closely behind. Notify Peck's patrol ship to stay glued to them, but they must maintain an absolutely safe distance, strictly forbidden from making contact or opening fire. Those guys aren't something a single patrol ship can handle. Tell that rigid fellow Peck, this is an order. Yes, Rear Admiral. The battle alarm echoed throughout the port base, instantly shattering the afternoon's tranquility. 3 medium-sized warships quickly raised their sails, and sailors swarmed onto the decks like a tide. Rear Admiral Baskerville strode onto his flagship, the sea breeze making the justice cloak behind him snap and flutter. It seems headquarters' previous judgment was too optimistic. This group of dangerous scum hasn't disappeared at all. Fine, this time, my G12 branch will put an end to their atrocities in the name of justice. Full speed ahead. In stark contrast to the tense atmosphere on the Marine patrol ship, on the deck of the Swordfish under the sun, Kyla stood before a group of crew members, patiently demonstrating various simple gestures. Pay attention. This movement represents a large number of enemies discovered ahead. This one represents a dangerous situation, suggesting a quick retreat, and this one represents a need for support here. Kyla's main purpose was to allow everyone to engage in basic communication with Alberto, who could not speak, through this set of simplified sign language. However, the effect was not very significant. This is so complicated. Aldo scratched his head. Quote, I learned these movements today, but after a night's sleep, I forget most of them. It seems being a mute, someone who can't speak, makes daily communication quite a hassle. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he turned to the ship doctor who was drying medicinal herbs nearby. Hey Hirulik, aren't you a doctor? Think of something. Help Alberto speak again. Isn't that better than learning sign language? Yeah, Dr. Hirulik. Several crew members, whose heads were aching from being tortured by sign language every day, also crowded around. Even if the doctors in the West Blue were stumped, the Grand Line is so big, there must be some folk remedies or magical ways, right? Exactly, learning every day and always forgetting is too much trouble. 58. Number 58. Shake off the pursuit. Chapter 58. Shaking off the pursuit. Huh? Quote, Hirulik was startled by this sudden, heavy responsibility, and the trumpet-shaped medicinal herb in his hand almost fell to the ground. No, this kind of congenital aphasia. Conventional medical means simply maybe. Well, you haven't even looked at him, and you're already saying it's impossible? Aldo was a blunt man who spoke his mind, completely failing to notice the doctor's embarrassed expression. But congenital diseases have very complex causes. With current medical knowledge I'm really not sure. Surrounded by everyone, Hirulik's face flushed red instantly. He seemed both ashamed of his incompetence and somewhat annoyed by Aldo's layman-like demands. Just then, Sammy's voice cut in, breaking the slightly awkward atmosphere. Don't be too hard on Hirulik, Aldo. Everyone looked toward the approaching captain. Sammy patted Alberto on the shoulder. The latter watched him quietly. In this world, nothing is impossible. Even if conventional medicine can't meet the requirements right now, somewhere in the Grand Line, or even the New World, there might be special methods or miraculous items that transcend common sense. As long as we keep sailing, we'll find hope one day. He then turned to the flustered Hirulik, his eyes filled with encouragement. Hirulik, you can also try researching in this direction. Isn't the frontier of medicine expanded by overcoming one impossible problem after another? Perhaps a hurdle that others can't clear will finally be unlocked by you. When that time comes, you won't just be a ship doctor. Hirulik was stunned, murmuring a repetition. Not just a ship doctor. By then, you'll be a great medical scientist recorded in the history books. A great medical scientist? Can I really do it? Hirulik stood dazed, a flash of confusion in his eyes, along with a tiny flame ignited by the vision described deep within those words. There's nothing you can't do. On this sea, under this flag, nothing is impossible. Just like the Sky Island we're heading to. The world says it's a fictional legend, yet there's countless intelligence and physical evidence proving its existence. Jillian wants sky shells. If Sky Island didn't exist, where would these specialties come from? So, by that logic, Captain, a shout from the crow's nest interrupted the discussion on the deck. 5 o'clock. Unidentified ship tailing us. Looking at the silhouette, it seems to be a marine patrol ship. The relaxed atmosphere on the deck vanished instantly. Sammy climbed the poop deck in a few strides, took the binoculars handed over by a subordinate, and looked back. On the horizon, a small black dot was unhurriedly following the swordfish. "It's a marine patrol ship," he said, lowering the binoculars. Quote, "Only one," keeping a very cautious and safe distance. Aldo approached, clenching his fists until his knuckles cracked. "Boss, let's turn back and beat them. It's just one patrol ship. I can tear it apart by myself." Sammy shook his head. If they really wanted to fight, they would have caught up long ago. Keeping their distance now means they've already called for reinforcements, and a large force is likely on its way. Turning back to engage now is just a waste of time. Besides, patrol ships are fast. If they truly decide to run, we might not catch them, and we'll just be stalled instead. He turned toward the bridge. "Hans." "Boss." Hans was already on standby by the helm. "We have a tail. Check the charts. Is there any terrain nearby suitable for shaking them off? Somewhere that can block their line of sight or has complex hydrology would be best." Hans quickly leaned over the charts, his fingers tracing across various markings. A few seconds later, he looked up and pointed east-northeast. "About 20 nautical miles in this direction, there's a small cluster of reefs and islands." But he pushed up his glasses. "This area is a regular marine patrol route. Their familiarity with the surrounding reefs, undercurrents, and shallows likely far exceeds ours." Sammy's brow quirked slightly. "Oh, you mean playing hide and seek on their home turf won't work?" "Yes, boss." Hans nodded, his finger landing on the marking of a larger island on the easternmost side of the reef cluster. "Therefore, we need some unexpected maneuvers. Look at this island. Although the eastern cliffs are steep, there's a relatively gentle shoreline. We can head straight for this island, creating the illusion that we intend to force a landing. When the enemy is misled by our course," his finger traced an arc along the island, hugging the coast tightly. "We suddenly sail right up against the island's cliffs, using the mountain to instantly cut off their direct line of sight. As long as we can round the back of the island before they react, we can use the mountain's cover to gain a window of time to escape if we're lucky. That brief time difference will be enough." "Good, let's do that. Change course. Full speed toward that reef cluster. We'll use that big island to shake off this tail." Report, Lieutenant. The target pirate group has suddenly turned heading northeast, straight for the reef cluster where Blade Ridge Island is located. They likely realized they're being followed and intend to use the terrain to evade us. Lieutenant Peck immediately raised his binoculars, staring intently at the swordfish's turn. "Trying to play hide and seek in the reefs? Keep your distance and stick to them. Don't get too close. Watch out for hidden rocks." Report. The target's course changed to Rear Admiral Baskerville immediately. "Now hard to starboard. Full speed. Get close. Keep the hull as close to the cliff as possible, and round to the east side." The swordfish's helm was slammed all the way over. The hull carved a sharp arc across the sea, cutting into the deep shadows cast by the eastern cliffs of the island. The next second, the entire ship vanished behind the mountain. Lieutenant. The target vessel suddenly made an extreme turn, hugging the eastern cliff of Blade Ridge Island. "They've ducked behind the island. We've lost visual." Lieutenant Peck's heart sank. In his binoculars, there was only the empty sea and the silhouette of the island. "Cunning bastards, they definitely spotted us. They want to catch us off guard behind the island. We can't follow their path." "Helmsman, hard to starboard. Pull away from the island. We'll take the long way around to the waters north of the island. Stay alert. The enemy is likely hiding in the shadows behind the island." However, he completely misjudged the swordfish's intentions. The moment the mountain broke the marine's line of sight, Hans issued a new full-speed command. The swordfish took a northwest direction, completely different from the Marine's prediction, leaving Blade Ridge Island far behind and thoroughly escaping the Marine Patrol ship's tracking radius. By the time the Marine Patrol ship cautiously rounded to the expected position north of Blade Ridge Island, only the vast, open sea lay before them, shimmering under the afternoon sun. Seagulls glided lazily by, and waves gently lapped against distant reefs. There wasn't a single trace of the swordfish. Report, Lieutenant. No sign of the target vessel in the northern waters or the surrounding area. "What? That's impossible." Lieutenant Peck rushed to the bow, scanning back and forth with his binoculars. Could they be hiding in a small cove on the island? Clinging to a final shred of hope, the patrol ship cautiously approached the island and conducted a meticulous search, but still found nothing. Lieutenant Peck's face turned livid, and he slammed a heavy fist against the bulwark. "Damn it, we lost them." His expression became very ugly as he realized he might have been fooled by a simple visual trick. The other party never intended to tangle with him around the island. Their goal from start to finish was simply to shake off the marine ship. Lieutenant Peck took a deep breath and picked up the Dendenmushi. My apologies, Rear Admiral Baskerville near Blade Ridge Island. The target pirate group used the island's cover to instantly break our line of sight and successfully evaded our pursuit. We have currently lost all track of them. The tracking mission has failed. Rear Admiral Baskerville listened to the report from the Den Den Mushi for a few seconds. Not much surprise showed on his face. Understood. You did your best. They are cunning individuals who managed to escape an ambush by an allied nation and a headquarters fleet. It's not surprising they shook off a single patrol ship. Your mission is to patrol. Continue your scheduled route and stay alert. I will dispatch 2 more patrol ships to conduct a cross-search of the area where they disappeared. Keep your communications open and be ready to provide on-site intelligence at any time. Yes, Rear Admiral. Without the expected harsh reprimand, a hint of life returned to Lieutenant Peck's voice. After hanging up with the patrol ship, Rear Admiral Baskerville didn't hesitate and immediately had the communications soldier connect an encrypted line to Marineford. This is Rear Admiral Gal Baskerville, base commander of Marine G-12 branch. Urgent intelligence. Our unit has confirmed the sighting of the jellyfish pirates, Predator, Ribera Sammy's crew, in the 3rd patrol zone of our jurisdiction. The pirate group has demonstrated high counter-reconnaissance awareness and excellent sailing capabilities. Our patrol ship had brief contact and attempted to track them, but they skillfully evaded using complex terrain. Our unit has now dispatched additional vessels to conduct a search in the relevant waters. He paused, his finger unconsciously tapping the route on the sea chart. Furthermore, judging by their course, the target pirate group seems to be deviating from the 7 conventional fast routes. Their final destination is currently unclear. Over. Intelligence received, G-12 branch. Maintain tracking and information updates. Headquarters will coordinate with the relevant areas to keep watch. Rear Admiral Baskerville put down the receiver, his brow furrowed. Deviating from the regular routes? Where on earth are these lawless fellows trying to go? Could there be something hidden in those waters that's attracting them? 59. Number 59 Rongrong Island. Chapter 59, Rongrong Island. Marineford Sengoku's office. Sengoku sat behind his desk, his fingers interlaced and resting against his chin. The round-framed glasses on the bridge of his nose reflected the white light from the documents on the desk, hiding those habitually thoughtful eyes behind the glare. He had just finished reviewing the urgent report from Rear Admiral Baskerville of the G-12 branch, compiled by the Intelligence Department, along with the attached patrol ship observation records and sea route analysis. A thick stack of documents was spread out before him, and Sengoku's face showed little emotion. Crunch, crunch. On the sofa opposite him, Garp sat casually, happily munching on rice crackers, completely out of place in the room's heavy atmosphere. Predator Sammy's appearance has been confirmed once again. The location is in the waters on the edge of the G-12 branch's jurisdiction. Sengoku picked up a sea chart where the approximate area where the swordfish was spotted and disappeared was marked in red ink. Furthermore, according to the G-12 branch's observations and route analysis, they aren't following any of the 7 conventional fast routes. Instead, they are moving away from the conventional routes toward an unknown destination. Oh, Garp had finished the bag of rice crackers at some point. He patted the crumbs off his hands and sauntered over to the desk. Is that the kid you guys have been analyzing over and over in the meeting room? To slip away from the net Sengoku, meticulously laid once, and then disappear right under the branch's nose? He's quite the troublemaker. It seems the sea is getting a lot more lively. Ha ha ha. Sengoku's brow furrowed imperceptibly, although the actual judgment hadn't been his. As the leader of the mission at the time, he couldn't and didn't intend to shirk responsibility for the error. Thus, he didn't counter Garp's teasing, but simply pushed the route analysis map forward. Garp, Sammy's group has been a pirate crew for nearly 7 years. In those 7 years their strength has shown geometric growth. Now, according to the G-12 branch's report, their navigator is highly skilled and can use complex terrain to instantly lose a pursuing warship. They have ambition, strength, resourcefulness, and superb sailing skills. A team with such a clear development trajectory and organizational ability would never wander aimlessly. There must be a reason why they've abruptly deviated from the main routes with convenient supplies and headed for other waters. Garp picked his nose and flicked away some invisible small object. Could you be overthinking it, Sengoku? They're pirates. It's common for them to change course on a whim. Maybe they just heard about treasure in some remote corner, or they're simply lost. You think too much of pirates. Many times they're simpler than you can imagine. Simple? Sengoku looked up. Quote, a team that could survive in Small Garden for a year and grow significantly stronger, cause trouble in the Drum Kingdom and Alabasta and escape, and easily evade marine patrol ship Sias's Impul. Garp, do not underestimate them. Sengoku's gaze swept over the Drum Kingdom, Alabasta, and Jaya Island on the sea chart, finally stopping on the area mentioned in the G12 branch's report. Logic, Garp. Look at the logic behind their previous actions. Their trip to the Drum Kingdom can be explained as seeking top-tier medical resources to secure their team. Attacking Alabasta's core goal was to rescue their recruited executive, Leon, demonstrating their cohesion and decisiveness. Logically, these two actions served the team's survival and expansion. So, what's the purpose of deviating from all known routes and heading into unknown waters this time? If there isn't a deeper plot behind this, it doesn't fit the predatory, highly efficient growth pattern they've shown so far. Garp also put away some of his playful expression. You mean they're looking for something? Does it have to do with their year in Small Garden? What do those giants know? That possibility can't be ruled out. Small Garden is an island from the prehistoric era, and the two captains of the giant warrior pirates are living legends. What Sammy's crew gained there might not just be combat experience. Perhaps they came across some ancient records, heard certain legends, or received some information from the giants. This deviation from the route might be in pursuit of that goal. What could attract them in those waters? Ancient weapons? Lost history? Sengoku, you're even starting to consider things like that? Garp skillfully pulled open a drawer in Sengoku's desk. As expected, it was stocked with his snacks. He pulled out another bag of rice crackers and tore it open. With a brain like yours, it's a pity you don't write adventure novels. Exclude all impossibilities, and whatever remains, no matter how incredible, may be the truth. The G12 branch patrol ship lost them, but I will issue orders to coordinate with nearby branches to expand the reconnaissance range in that blank sea area to the northwest. At the same time, we'll increase information gathering on relevant legends and unofficial routes. Sammy's crew must be put back on the high-priority monitoring list. The office fell silent once more, save for the occasional rustle of Garp rummaging through the bag of rice crackers and the scratching of Sengoku's pen across the paper a few days later, in the waters near Rongrong Island. After successfully shaking off the marine pursuit, the swordfish continued sailing northwest for several days. The sea breeze gradually grew warmer, and the air became increasingly humid. Captain an island has been spotted ahead. Hans nodded after checking the sea chart and log pose. The coordinates match, and the climatic features fit the description. Boss, that should be Rongrong Island up ahead. Men, prepare to dock, replenish our fresh water and gather supplies. Sammy's command triggered a long-awaited cheer on the deck. The swordfish dropped anchor in a bay with a gentle coastline. The moment they stepped onto the island, everyone involuntarily took a deep breath. Rongrong Island was entirely an island of mushrooms. The vegetation was incredibly lush, and beneath various shades of green lay a dizzying variety of mushrooms. But the most eye-catching thing was the supergiant mushroom in the distance, a true landmark. It stood in the center of the island, its cap blotting out the sun and casting a shadow that covered nearly half the island. My God, what a huge mushroom. What's with this island? There are mushrooms everywhere. Look, that tree is covered in tiny mushrooms too. Who cares, we're finally on land. I've been eating fish for days. All I want now is meat charge. Let's go hunting. Hey, take it easy. Don't act like you're starving ghosts, Kyla reminded them while straightening his cuffs. Quote, intelligence says people live on this island. Don't scare the locals. Sammy arranged for Isaac to stay behind with some men to guard the swordfish, while the other executives each took a squad into the jungle to hunt. Then, he looked at Kyla and Hirulik, who was curiously observing the mushrooms on the ground. Kyla, you're experienced. Take the cooking and medical teams to gather edible fruits and vegetables and identify safe mushrooms. Hirulik, keep a close eye on this. I don't want to see anyone ending up in the infirmary because they ate the wrong thing. Hirulik immediately straightened his back. Yes, Captain. Just then, a commotion broke out from the direction of Marcus's hunting squad nearby. Catch it, don't let that boar get away. Holy crap, how is this pig so fast? Quote, it's running that way after it. Sammy shook his head. Be careful, you guys watch out for poisonous mushrooms. Got it. 60. Number 60 Forgotten Roots. Chapter 60, The Forgotten Root. A rabbit with multicolored fur darted out from the bushes. Before anyone could react, a swifter black and yellow shadow pounced from the side in midair. Bang! Aldo's mace struck first, smashing that shadow to the ground. Everyone looked closely and saw it was a vigorous leopard, but its fur was covered in eerie patterns. On its shoulders and back, several clusters of grayish-white coral like small mushrooms grew, trembling slightly with the leopard's weak breaths. Aldo scratched his head, poking at the unconscious leopard with his mace. Mushrooms growing on a leopard? This thing, is the meat still edible? Hearing this, the expressions of several crew members who had gathered around turned somewhat subtle. Will eating it cause diarrhea? Could it be if we eat its meat, will mushrooms start growing on us too? Sammy was also in the group. He squatted down to carefully examine the mushrooms on the leopard. They might be parasitized. Parasitized? Quote, exactly. Some special plants in nature can invade animal bodies, using the host's tissues for nutrition, and may even affect or manipulate the host's nervous system. They manipulate the host's behavior, perhaps to make the host move to a place more suitable for spore dispersal. The mushrooms on these animals are likely that kind of parasitic mushroom. Their brains and behavior might not be entirely under their own control anymore. What? Several crew members backed away half a step in fright. Quote, then if we eat their meat, will we be parasitized too? Turn into mushroom people? Quote, gosh, this island is too sinister, how can anyone actually live here? Quote, just as everyone's spine chilled at this terrifying conjecture, Aldo, who had been silent all along, suddenly stiffened and turned around extremely slowly. Even more horrifying, at some point, a bright red spotted mushroom was perched on top of his head. I have also been parasitized, now I'm going to parasitize you all. Ah, ha 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 ha. Aldo couldn't hold it in anymore. He plucked off the mushroom he had just picked from a tree and laughed until he doubled over. You guys actually believe this stuff? How dare you go out to sea with such little courage? Ha ha ha. Holy crap, big brother Aldo, scaring people can kill them. Captain, you're teaming up to scare us, aren't you? This island is already eerie enough. In this atmosphere of lingering fear. Are you the Chamber of Commerce personnel who came to purchase mushrooms this year? A hesitant voice with a thick local accent came from behind a giant fluorescent blue mushroom that was as thick as two people's embrace. Following that, a middle-aged man with a ruddy complexion wearing simple linen clothes cautiously poked his head out. Most importantly, on top of his head, there was a large red and white mushroom. Ah, a mushroom person, a real mushroom person. Several crew members who had just been scared by Aldo reflexively drew their weapons, blades and muzzles all pointing at the man. Whoa! The man was startled by their reaction and waved his hands repeatedly. Don't get excited, this is just a decoration, look. He quickly took off the mushroom, revealing normal short black hair underneath. I didn't turn into a mushroom. Phew, scared me to death. The crew members finally breathed a sigh of relief and resentfully put away their weapons. In this ghostly place, do people like to wear mushrooms when they go out? The man also breathed a sigh of relief, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and curiously sized up Sammy's group of outsiders, whose temperament was very different from a merchant caravan. Where are you from? The Chamber of Commerce seems to have come a bit earlier this year than usual, and you don't really look like the usual managers. We are just voyagers passing through here by accident to resupply. Sammy stepped forward. Quote, are you a local? Yes, I live in the mushroom village ahead. You don't look like bad people, come with me. The village chief is very knowledgeable and should welcome you. Led by the man, Sammy's group passed through patches of strangely shaped mushroom forests and arrived at a village located in the center of the island. The villagers here directly utilized the thick and hard stalks of giant mushrooms, hollowing out their interiors to transform them into houses for living. The man explained that this special mushroom variety is called the column A giant mushroom. Its flesh is as tough as wood, waterproof, and moth-proof. After reaching a certain age, it stops growing, making it a natural building material bestowed by the heavens. The group was led to the largest mushroom house in the center of the village. An elderly man with white hair but a kind face received them. Welcome to Mushroom Village, guests from afar. I am the village chief here. Everyone can call me Old Mushroom Head. The old man smilingly brewed a pot of tea for them. The tea was amber in color, emitting a unique aroma similar to a mix of truffle and herbs. This is brewed from our fragrant tea mushrooms after being dried and ground. It can refresh the mind and dispel the dampness from the sea. Give it a taste. Sammy took a sip. The flavor was rich, and there was indeed a cool sensation that rushed straight to his head. Good tea. Village chief, we came here to ask about a place, High West. Have you heard of it? Old Mushroom Head's movement of drinking tea paused slightly. High West, what a familiar yet strange name. I'm afraid it has been decades since any outside guest has mentioned it. He looked up at Sammy with a complex gaze. You are planning to go to Sky Island, aren't you? Sammy keenly detected the tone of dissuasion in the village chief's voice. You don't seem to recommend that we go? Sigh. Old Mushroom Head let out a long sigh. Quote, take my advice, forget it. Don't go. Why is that? Old Mushroom Head put down his teacup and began to explain the past history to Sammy. According to the records passed down through generations in our village, about 300 years ago, our Rongrong Island was much more prosperous than it is now. Because our geographical location was exactly on the route to High West, this place became one of the important transit supply stations. Back then, large numbers of merchant ships stopped here for supplies and then headed to High West, attempting to trade with the Sky Island people. Although the success rate of reaching Sky Island wasn't high, often only 2 or 3 out of 10 ships would safely make the round trip, the profits were staggering. Huge interests drove batch after batch of chambers of commerce to follow one after another. The village chief's tone shifted, carrying a sense of lament. However, starting from about 300 years ago, the situation changed. Fewer and fewer chambers of commerce were willing to go to Sky Island, and this route gradually became desolate. Until several decades ago, no chamber of commerce mentioned going to High West anymore. Old Mushroomhead picked up the now slightly cool tea and took a sip. According to news brought back by the last few batches of returning merchants, a war broke out on Sky Island, and it was a monumental war that has lasted for hundreds of years. Because of the war, Sky Island became extremely xenophobic and dangerous. Blue sea ships going for trade, that is, ships from the Grand Line, were no longer seen as merchants, but were often treated by both warring sides as spies or enemies from unknown forces, suffering indiscriminate and fierce attacks. The losses of the chambers of commerce became more and more heavy, with less than 1 in 100 surviving gradually. The risks and gains were no longer proportional, and no chamber of commerce was willing to do such a losing business anymore. This route just broke off like that. High West was also gradually forgotten by people. Old Mushroomhead looked at Sammy and the others with earnest concern. You must be adventurers who heard the legends of Sky Island's existence and came looking for it, right? Take my advice and turn back. Going there now isn't an adventure, it's seeking death. Sammy nodded inwardly. This timeline and description should be the long war that lasted 400 years between the Shandian people and the Sky Island natives over a pondo. This basically matched the original information. Just then, several crew members responsible for purchasing ran back excitedly, carrying several baskets of fresh mushrooms and some local dried goods in their hands. Captain, things here are so cheap. Look, we bought such a large pile of mushrooms for a few hundred berries, and the quality is exceptionally good. There's also this healing mushroom. The villagers say that mashing it for external application can speed up wound healing. Seeing this, Old Mushroomhead chuckled and said, we don't have much else here, but we have plenty of mushrooms. They're all over the mountains and fields. Everyone is just earning a bit of hard-earned money. In another 2 months, when the mushroom outbreak period begins, the prices will be even cheaper. At that time, a few chambers of commerce will come to purchase. Other than them, the ones who come most often on ordinary days are pirates. Adventurers like you who specifically ask about High West are rare. Before the village chief could finish speaking, village chief, something's wrong. Several young villagers holding muskets rushed in hurriedly. We found a pirate ship on the West Beach. If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel. Before you start listening, please don't forget to like. 61. Number 61 Invaders on the West Bank. Chapter 61. The invaders of the West Bank. The atmosphere inside the mushroom house instantly became tense due to the villagers' urgent report. Upon hearing the words pirate ship, Aldo almost reflexively gripped the mace leaning beside him. However, Sammy, who was beside him, reached out and calmly pressed down on his shoulder, shaking his head slightly. The western beach, we landed from the southeast, so it seems these are another group of uninvited guests. Aldo received the signal from his boss's eyes to stay calm. Although he was somewhat puzzled, he resentfully suppressed his impulse to break out immediately. By now, the emotional look on Old Mushroomhead's face had been replaced by deep concern. He sighed heavily, as if he were long accustomed to such sudden trouble. Speak of pirates, and they appear. Quick, sound the alarm, tell all the villagers out gathering to return to the village. Immediately, where's the patrol team? Assemble at once, bring your gear, and prepare for defense. Old Mushroomhead skillfully issued orders, then turned to Sammy and the others with a bitter smile. Guests from afar, I'm sorry you have to see this. But don't worry, although we are just ordinary people who grow mushrooms. Rongrong Island has been living with mushrooms for years, and we've developed a defense system using the island's special mushrooms. It's enough to deal with some great pirates worth 30 or 40 million. I just hope this group's strength. Sammy saw the worry and the forced composure on the village chief's face. Village Chief Old Mushroomhead, we've just enjoyed your hospitality and heard some information about Sky Island, which saved us a lot of trouble. If you can't handle these uninvited pirates, we can help defeat them. Unlike the gentle southeast coast, the west coast was mostly made of jagged rocks, with waves crashing against them and splashing white foam. A pirate ship, its entire body an unhealthy grayish-green, forcefully crashed onto a relatively flat rocky beach in a nearly pathetic manner. A skull pattern with a mushroom in its mouth was painted on the pirate ship's sail. "Hey Captain, we've finally found this legendary island." A pirate as thin as a bamboo pole looked toward the lush mushroom forest on the island. "Yeah, to find this Rongrong Island, how many islands did we search? How many storms did we endure? And how many brothers did we lose?" Sob sob. Several sallow and emaciated pirates nearby actually started crying with their heads in their hands. Their sorrowful appearance didn't look like fierce pirates, but rather like refugees who had survived a shipwreck. Their emotions infected those around them, causing many to have reddened eyes. Clearly, this journey to find the island was filled with unimaginable hardships. "What are you crying for? Pull yourselves together." An excited voice suddenly rang out, drowning out the sounds of grief. The crowd parted, and a man wearing medieval captain's attire walked out. "We've gone through untold hardships, crossed mists and storms, and endured hunger, thirst, and illness to finally arrive here. Look at this place, endless mushrooms. This is the cradle of my dreams, the cornerstone of our new era. Next, we will occupy this place and rule it. We will establish a great kingdom belonging to me, Morris." His words were highly inflammatory, and combined with his fanatical posture, they made the subordinate pirates temporarily forget the hardships of the journey, as greed and ambition rekindled in their eyes. "Long live Captain Morris. Occupy Rongrong Island. Establish the Mushroom Kingdom." However, just then, the lookout slid down from the mast, scrambling. "Captain Morris, the Marines, that warship is also approaching." "The Marines? Those annoying flies, we just can't shake them off. They've been chasing us for so long, I haven't had a proper meal in days." As if to confirm his words, the sound of rumbling stomachs rose and fell among the crowd. "What's the panic?" Instead of panicking, Morris became even more excited. He licked his chapped lips and actually started laughing softly. "They've come at the right time. This is my home turf now. Even if a Marine Admiral comes, I'll dare to fight him." He waved his hand sharply. "Let's go, follow me onto the island before those annoying marine flies arrive. We need to get that thing first." Led by Morris, the group of pirates quickly left the beach and entered the dense and eerie mushroom forest. As soon as they entered the forest, Morris's entire aura changed. He no longer seemed like an impatient invader, but like a pilgrim returning to a holy land, a monarch returning to his throne. He took a deep breath of the damp forest air, his face full of intoxication. He reached out a trembling hand and gently stroked mushrooms of various shapes. "Ah, wonderful, simply wonderful. Do you hear them? These mushrooms, they are whispering, cheering, they are singing. They have been waiting for their true king to arrive." An executive approached and whispered, "Captain, these seem to be fairly common non-toxic or low-toxicity varieties, though their numbers are staggering." "Of course I know that, but there must also be countless rare, powerful, and even unrecorded species sleeping here." However, Morris's hand suddenly shot up, pointing toward the center of the island, toward that supergiant mushroom. "Our main target now is that thing. Once I get it, no matter who comes, whether it's the Marines or other blind pirates, as long as I'm on this island, I'll be the strongest. I will be the undisputed king of this mushroom island. Ha ha ha." Boom boom crack. Heavy running sounds and the crisp noise of trees being snapped, accompanied by a beast's roar mixed with anger and pain, approached from afar. Like muffled thunder, it shattered Morris's intoxicated speech and the newly ignited fanaticism of his subordinates. What's that sound? What's going on? An earthquake? The members of the Morris pirates looked up in alarm, glancing around. The huge canopies blotted out the sun, and the light in the forest was dim. With only scattered lamp mushrooms as light sources, it was difficult to discern the specific source of the sound. Boom! Right in front and to their side, at the edge of a forest clearing where fluorescent blue giant mushrooms grew, the tall fungal stalks and bushes suddenly exploded outward. A behemoth charged out like an out-of-control chariot. It was a wild boar of exaggerated proportions. Its shoulder height when standing was likely over 3 meters, and its length was nearly 7 meters. It was covered in steel needle-like dark brown bristles, and 2 curved, hideous, pale tusks protruded from the corners of its mouth. Yet at this moment, this giant beast, which should have been the overlord of the forest, looked quite pathetic. Its robust body was strikingly covered with several deep, bone-deep sword wounds with mangled flesh. The smooth cuts were clearly the work of extremely skilled swordsmanship. Blood was continuously gushing from these wounds, staining half of its body dark red. The intense pain and the weakness from continuous blood loss had driven it into a complete frenzy. Its small red eyes had long since lost all reason, leaving only the mad instinct to charge blindly. The direction it charged was straight toward the position where Morris and his group were. Wah! Get out of the way quick, get out of the way. Morris's subordinates were scared out of their wits and scrambled to dive to either side. But the giant boar's speed was simply too fast. Bang crack. Two unlucky pirates who couldn't dodge in time were hit head-on by that massive body and terrifying impact. They flew out screaming and crashed heavily into the distant mushroom thickets. Without even a pause, the frenzied boar crashed into the pirates' loose ranks, scattering the group. Bastard! Morris was both shocked and furious as he saw this rampaging giant boar about to completely disrupt his carefully planned landing operation. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes as he pressed both hands onto the ground covered with mycelium and fallen leaves. Don't be so arrogant, you suicidal beast. I'll show you who the master is on this island. 62. Number 62. Three parties converge on Rongrong Island. Chapter 62. Three parties converge on Rongrong Island. Mushroom web binding. Morris activated his ability. Where his palms touched, the natural mycelium networks that had been quietly crawling on the ground and several types of small climbing ground mushrooms seemed to be instantly injected with wild vitality. The grayish-white mycelium thickened at a speed visible to the naked eye and suddenly shot up from the ground. The slender stalks of several nearby ghostvine mushrooms also whipped violently, working with the proliferating mycelium to wrap layer upon layer around the giant pig's injured and bleeding hind legs. These instantly activated and strengthened mycelium and mushroom bodies were exceptionally tough. Although they couldn't completely block the giant pig's frantic momentum, they greatly restricted its speed, causing it to struggle and twist madly in place in anger, sending mud and broken mycelium flying everywhere. Well done, Captain. It's been stopped as expected of Captain Morris. The pirates, their nerves slightly settled, cheered at the sight and were about to muster the courage to step forward and help the captain subdue this heavily injured giant beast. Just then, a swift figure chased from the direction the giant pig had charged out from at an even faster speed, landing lightly on the thick stalk of a nearby mushroom after a few leaps. The newcomer was Marcus. He frowned as he glanced at the giant pig entangled by the mushrooms. Then his gaze coldly swept over the group of disheveled, unfamiliar faces below. Islanders? No, this get-up pirates? Tisk, its vitality is quite tenacious. It managed to run this far after taking so many slashes. Marcus muttered to himself, his tone carrying a slight dissatisfaction that the prey wouldn't just collapse obediently. He completely ignored Morris and the others, his gaze locked only on the giant pig. His figure flickered again, disappearing from the mushroom stalk, and in the next moment, he appeared at the side of the struggling giant pig. This farce should end now. He gave a low shout and pushed the sword guard with his thumb. Swish! A silver line so thin it was almost invisible flashed through the air in an instant, appearing on the giant pig's exposed neck. Thud! The giant pig's massive body shuddered violently, its crimson eyes quickly losing their light. Without even a grunt, it crashed to the ground, kicking up a large cloud of dust mixed with spore powder, completely losing consciousness. Only then did Marcus land softly, brushing off non-existent dust. Looking at the fallen trophy, a satisfied expression appeared on his face. He turned and shouted to the panting team members behind him, "Hurry up, ha ha ha, see that? This pig is enough to feed the whole ship for at least 2 days. That kid Aldo definitely didn't catch one this big. Drag it back. We're having an extra meal tonight. You guys." Morris snapped back from the series of lightning-fast shocks, looking at the fallen giant pig and his injured subordinates, and then seeing Marcus's attitude of completely ignoring them. A surge of wicked fire arose within him. He was Mushroom Tyrant Morris, a great pirate with a bounty of 43 million berries, the future monarch of the Mushroom Kingdom. These guys who popped out of nowhere dared to, are you blind? Didn't you see us here? Injuring my men and stealing my prey. You've got a lot of nerve. Exactly, you bastards have no eyes? Your prey ran into our people. Do you know who our captain is? Kneel and apologize. Leave the pig. Only then might Captain Morris show mercy and spare your lives. Marcus seemed to only notice them now, his cold gaze sweeping over Morris and his group of shaken subordinates. You? Judging by your appearance, you must be pirates too. We were the ones who hunted and wounded this pig first. As for the collision, he glanced at the 2 pirates groaning on the ground. I don't need to explain anything to you. If you hear this kind of commotion in the forest and don't know how to evade in advance, you can only blame your own slow reactions. Ha ha ha. The team members behind him also started laughing. These matter-of-fact words, which even carried a bit of a lecturing tone, completely enraged Morris. Bastard, do you know who I am? I am a great pirate with a bounty of 40 million. Mushroom Tyrant Morris. This forest, this island, will all be my territory soon. Who do you think you are? Quote, ha ha ha, there's actually someone who calls himself a great pirate. How thick-skinned. A murderous light flickered in Morris's eyes, and the surrounding air seemed to warp slightly with his anger. The quiet mushrooms on the ground and trees also seemed to be faintly restless. It seems if I don't show you some color, you won't know who the master here is. Give me. Just as Morris was about to activate his ability to attack, the scarred executive beside him hurriedly grabbed his arm tightly. Captain Morris, calm down. Our current state is too poor. Don't forget our primary goal, getting entangled with these people of unknown background. If we get delayed and the main force lands on the island, it'll be trouble. Besides, the executive looked warily at the sword sheathed at Marcus's side and the team members behind him, who, though panting, had already taken up advantageous positions. They look like they're not to be trifled with. Morris's chest heaved violently. He glared fiercely at Marcus, then looked toward the center of the island, forcibly suppressing the urge to strike immediately. HMPH, consider yourselves lucky. I have more important things to do right now. However, everything on this island, including the pig you hunted today, will be mine sooner or later. Let's go. He gave Marcus one last sinister look, as if trying to memorize his face, then waved his hand and led his subordinates around the fallen giant pig and Marcus's squad, hurrying toward the towering giant mushroom in the center of the island, quickly disappearing into the depths of the mushroom forest. Marcus watched them leave, his previous mockery slowly fading. His brow furrowed imperceptibly, and a flash of thought crossed his eyes. Mushroom Tyrant Morris? Never heard the name. His ability is controlling mushrooms? On this island, that's a bit of a nuisance. Big brother Marcus, those people seem to be heading for the center of the island. They're acting suspicious. Should we follow them and take a look? No need to bother with them. Our mission is to hunt for supplies. Our priority is to complete our task first. Marcus withdrew his gaze and instructed, process the prey first and transport it back to the ship as quickly as possible. As for other matters, we'll report them to the boss when he returns. The scene shifts back to Mushroom Village. Under the direction of Village Chief Old Mushroom Head, the villagers had completed their defensive preparations. Chief, latest news. A young villager responsible for outer reconnaissance came running back. That group of pirates that landed from the west, about 30 or 40 of them, they didn't stop at all after landing and headed straight into the mushroom forest. Looking at the direction, they're heading for the center of the island. The center of the island? Old Mushroom Head's brow furrowed tightly. Quote, there's nothing there. What are they going there for? Chief, there's more good news. Not long after that pirate ship docked, a marine warship arrived. It's now anchored at the Western Reef Bay, and marine soldiers are coming ashore. They must be here to catch those wicked pirates. The Marines are here? Quote, really? That's great. It's the Marines we're saved. 63. Number 63. Evacuation from Mushroom Village. Chapter 63. Evacuating Mushroom Village. Just as the villagers were cheering at the news of the Marines' arrival, Sammy and his group, though their faces also bloomed with smiles, had a cold light flashing deep in their eyes. The Marine are here? That is indeed quite reassuring. Sammy echoed with a laugh, but his brain was rapidly analyzing this sudden variable. The Marine landing on the island might be a form of protection for Mushroom Village, but for them, as pirates, it was not a good thing. However, the log pose's magnetic force wasn't fully stored yet, so setting sail now wasn't safe. Still, staying near a village that would clearly become a marine activity zone was obviously not a good idea. While he wasn't worried about the consequences of fighting the Marine, there was absolutely no reason to have a conflict with them. His goal was Sky Island. There was no need to cause unnecessary trouble. They had to evacuate, and they had to do it naturally, without raising any suspicion. After all, in the eyes of these villagers, they were still just a group of curious adventurers. The thought flashed by in a split second, and the expression on Sammy's face became more vivid, even carrying a hint of perfectly measured worry. He walked up to the village chief, Old Mushroom Head, and pointed toward the forest with a frown. Chief, something is bothering me. After that group of pirates landed, they didn't plunder the village, nor did they seem to be looking for supplies. Instead, they dove straight into the depths of the forest. This is too abnormal. I feel like they might be plotting something dangerous. So, I plan to take my people over to check it out. We absolutely cannot let those suspicious guys run wild on the island. If they cause any destruction that threatens your village, it would be terrible. What? Quote, Old Mushroom Head and the other villagers were all startled and waved their hands repeatedly. You mustn't, young man. Those are vicious pirates. It's far too dangerous. You should stay here and leave it to the Marine to handle. Don't worry, Chief. Sammy patted his chest and revealed a confident smile. Since we dare to sail the Grand Line, we have at least some ability to protect ourselves. Even if we can't win, we're confident we can make a clean getaway. We can't just stand by and watch something bad happen without doing anything, can we? That's not the style of an adventurer. Aldo and the others behind him also straightened their backs in coordination, emitting an aura of excessive justice and decent strength, playing the role of a hot-blooded adventure team to perfection. Old Mushroom Head looked at this group of high-spirited young people. The words of dissuasion on the tip of his tongue turned into a sigh. He could see that their minds were made up. Sigh, since you insist you must be careful. If you find that things aren't right, run back immediately. Don't worry, Chief, we'll be careful. By the way, Chief, just to ask, about how long does it take for the log pose here to finish storing its magnetic force? The magnetic force of our Rongrong Island is recorded very quickly. Just 1 day is enough. 1 day? I see, thank you. Soon, under the worried and blessing-filled gazes of the villagers, the brave adventurers shouldered the large and small bags they had bought in the village, mainly dried mushrooms and local specialties, and resolutely set foot on the path leading to the island's central forest, their figures gradually disappearing into the mushroom-shaded woods. What a group of brave and kind young people. I hope they'll be safe, the villagers discussed amongst themselves as they watched them depart. However, once they had gone some distance into the forest and confirmed they were completely out of the villagers' sight, the hot-blooded expression on Sammy's face instantly vanished. He made a gesture and the team stopped immediately. Change direction. Full speed back to the swordfish. Yes, boss. Without further explanation, this team that had just been passionately heading toward the island's center instantly changed direction and sped toward the southeast coast where the swordfish was anchored. Rongrong Island west coast. Colonel, look over there, it's the Mushroom Pirates ship. Colonel Ronald of the G-10 branch stood at the bow of the warship, his sharp gaze sweeping across the messy stone beach. That pirate ship, entirely grayish-green, was tilted and stranded there like a dead fish. Colonel Ronald was about 40 years old with a resolute face and a shallow scar on his chin, a mark left by many years of suppressing bandits at sea. He narrowed his eyes, his cold face showing no surprise. As expected, they fled here, that madman Morris. He muttered to himself, then decisively waved his hand. First reconnaissance squad, board and inspect. The rest of you maintain vigilance and prepare to land. Yes. A squad of elite marine soldiers quickly took a small boat to the shore and boarded the silent pirate ship. A moment later, reporting to the colonel, the ship is empty, with only a few miscellaneous items that weren't taken in time. It is judged that everyone has landed, no more than 2 hours ago. HMPH, a deathbed struggle. Colonel Ronald snorted coldly. Quote, all hands land, advance into the island's interior in combat formation. Morris's fruit ability might be enhanced on this island. Everyone stay alert and watch for any abnormal fungal activity. Our mission is to capture or annihilate Mushroom Tyrant Morris and his cronies, uphold justice, and eliminate the cancer. Yes, for justice. Rongrong Island southeast coast, Swordfish. On the deck, the outing team had all returned and were exchanging their respective situations. Ha ha ha, Aldo, we almost brought back the entire forest. Marcus crossed his arms and leaned against the mountain of prey piled up nearby, taking the initiative to tease him. Look at you with empty hands, don't tell me you didn't even catch a single hair? Bull. Aldo's eyes widened, and just as he was about to retort, Sammy's voice came over. All right, stop messing around. The situation has changed. The Marine have arrived on the island. The Marine? Marcus frowned, instantly putting away his joking expression. Is it that warship from a few days ago? Could it be we didn't shake them off properly and they followed us here? No, it's another group, landing from the west coast. Their target isn't us, it's another pirate group. The warship is chasing them. Another pirate group? Isaac said thoughtfully as he walked out of the cabin. Quote, it seems Rongrong Island is indeed very lively today. Another pirate group? I did indeed see another group of pirates on the island. Marcus then gave a brief explanation of the encounter with Morris's group in the forest earlier, and the ability they displayed to control mushrooms. That group was in bad shape, but they talked big, and they were muttering something about becoming the masters of the island. The ability to control mushrooms. Sammy frowned and lightly tapped on the ship's railing. Could it be the mushroom fruit? No way, the mushroom fruit isn't something from the main plot. Oh right, the captain of that pirate group also announced his name, Mushroom Tyrant Morris, claiming to be a great pirate with a bounty of 40 million. 64. Number 64. Sammy's unease. Chapter 64. Sammy's unease. Kyla quickly found the target from the bounty posters he carried. Open black lens bracket Mushroom Tyrant Morris close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket bounty. 43 million berries close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Paramecia type, mushroom fruit user. Specializes in utilizing and catalyzing various fungi for combat. Extremely dangerous. Dead or alive. close black lens bracket. Kyla's expression became somewhat solemn. This island is practically a tailor-made paradise for Morris. No wonder he risked his life to flee here even while being chased by the Marines. Sammy took the bounty poster, glanced at it, and nodded. Indeed. Although Morris's bounty is only 43 million, considering the characteristics of his mushroom fruit and the unique environment of Rongrong Island, his danger and actual combat power likely far exceed that figure. He paused and added, for certain ability users, the environment is a power multiplier. Sammy looked up, his gaze piercing through the gaps in the forest, looking once more at the mountain-like giant mushroom in the center of the island, the words of Old Mushroom Head and the villagers repeating in his mind. The pirates who landed in the west went straight toward the center of the island. There's nothing in the center of the island. Tisk, it's really unsettling, Sammy murmured in a low voice. Boss? Sammy retracted his gaze and turned to look at the executives beside him. Aldo, Marcus, Kyla, you three come with me. Everyone else. He turned to Isaac and the remaining crew members. Keep an eye on the ship and maintain maximum alertness. Hans, keep a close watch on the log pose. Notify us immediately once the magnetic force is full. We'll be quick. Understood. Boss, what are we going to do? Aldo shouldered his mace, a look of confusion on his face. Aren't the Marines already dealing with that group of pirates? Why are we getting involved? I have a bad feeling. That Morris, let's go take a look. It would be best if the Marines can handle him smoothly. But if he didn't finish, but the coldness in his eyes made Aldo and the others understand the unspoken words. The four-man team quickly left the ship, disappearing once more into the colorful yet peril-filled mushroom forest, stealthily advancing toward the giant mushroom at the heart of the island. Meanwhile, deep in the mushroom forest, Morris's group, unlike the Sammy team's cautious and rapid movement, although Morris and his group continued toward the island's center after their unpleasant encounter with Marcus's team, the atmosphere of their group grew increasingly dismal, and their pace became much heavier. The light in the forest was dim, and the air was thick with the scent of spores, dust, and damp humus. Prolonged hunger and exhaustion were constantly eroding what little morale these pirates had left. Ow, I can't, Captain, I really can't walk anymore. A sallow-faced pirate finally couldn't hold on and slumped onto the muddy ground, clutching his growling stomach, barely having the strength to speak. Useless, get up. Morris turned back and barked, his eyes bloodshot. Captain, I can't either. I have to relieve myself. All of you are useless trash. Morris glanced at the subordinates slumped on the ground, irritably scanned the surroundings, and casually tore a large piece off a grayish-white umbrella mushroom nearby, throwing it over without even looking. Eat, you'll have strength after you eat. There's food everywhere on the island. The pirate took the mushroom, and looking at the unknown umbrella mushroom in his hand, his expression became even worse. Raw mushrooms. Ag again, Captain. We've been eating various raw mushrooms for nearly 10 days straight now. As soon as I smell this, I want to blah. Yeah, Captain. Another executive nearby echoed with a bitter face. Even if these mushrooms aren't poisonous, eating them raw like this is cold and fishy. My stomach has been aching constantly these past few days, and I've been having such bad diarrhea that my legs are weak. Can't we find a place to start a fire and roast some meat? Even just roasting some mushrooms would be fine. Can't eat it? It's just 2 days of raw mushrooms. What's so hard about that? A fierce glint appeared in Morris's eyes. He snatched the piece of mushroom from his subordinate's hand and viciously stuffed it into his own mouth, chewing forcefully a few times. Cough. Morris's stomach also cramped reflexively. He wiped the corner of his mouth, hiding that moment of embarrassment. Forget it, just hang in there a bit longer. We're almost there once we arrive and drive off those annoying marine flies behind us. All the resources on this island will be ours then. You can eat whatever you want, however you want. Roasted whole pig? Venison stew? Whatever you like, but for now, everyone pull yourselves together. However, the only responses were the even more listless groans and pleading gazes of his subordinates. Not everyone can maintain their drive on empty promises alone when in a state of extreme weakness and discomfort. Morris's patience soon ran out, and he coldly scanned his swaying subordinates. Since you can't walk, then stay here. Those who can still move, follow me. You guys, stay here and don't move. We'll come back for you after we've handled things. Captain, the Marines are chasing us. Captain, don't abandon us. Pleading voices rang out, but Morris ignored them. With the remaining 10 or so members who were in relatively better condition, he headed toward the massive shadow ahead that looked like a pillar holding up the sky. Without looking back, similar scenes played out repeatedly along the way. Every so often, 1 or 2 pirates would collapse from hunger, diarrhea, or pure exhaustion, only to be ruthlessly abandoned in the forest by Morris. Shortly after, the tracking squad from the Marine G-10 branch, under the command of Major Fox, quickly discovered the first batch of pirates abandoned by Morris on the roadside. "Don't move, Marines, drop your weapons." These guys didn't even have the strength to run. They could only slump there groaning. The well-trained Marine soldiers quickly secured these captives who had lost almost all ability to resist. They didn't even need to use torture. After a simple interrogation, these abandoned pirates quickly spilled everything they knew. Morris is in terrible shape, but he still abandoned his weak subordinates and is heading straight for the giant mushroom in the center of the island with a few members. Major Fox's brow furrowed as an ominous premonition rose in his heart. He immediately ordered the entire force to speed up. "Pick up the pace, we must stop him before he causes irreparable damage." All of this was witnessed by Sammy's team, who were quietly tailing them from behind and using the complex forest environment to hide their presence. The Marines have caught up to them. They're quite efficient. Morris abandoned his dead weight, so he's definitely moving faster. Combined with the intelligence the Marines gathered, his goal in risking his life to come to this island is likely that giant mushroom itself. A mushroom fruit user wanting to control the largest and oldest mushroom on the island. Sammy didn't speak, but only looked toward the shadow of the giant mushroom that blotted out the sky, his gaze becoming increasingly grave. 65. Number 65. One person can form an army. Chapter 65. One person is an army. Morris and his group finally arrived at the foot of that supergiant mushroom. It looked towering from afar, but up close, it was so shocking it left one speechless. The thick stipe alone would probably require dozens of people to encircle it with their arms, and the massive cap blotted out the sun, casting a shadow that enveloped the entire forest clearing. Ha 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 ha. Morris opened his arms, looking up at the spectacle and letting out a laugh that bordered on madness. The fatigue and wretchedness of the past few days seemed to vanish instantly. I've finally arrived, Ronald. Let's see how you stop me this time." At this moment, Sammy was leading his squad, trailing behind the Marines, when he suddenly came to a dead stop. An indescribable sense of crisis made him look up instantly, his gaze piercing through layers of forest leaves toward the giant mushroom. That mushroom seems to be moving, almost simultaneously, in the Marine ranks ahead. Captain Ronald also seemed to sense something, and his expression changed drastically. "Something's wrong, attention everyone, abandon concealment. Full speed ahead, target the center of the island, move out." Hearing this, the Marine soldiers ignored the forest obstacles and sprinted with all their might toward the shadow of the giant mushroom. However, when they finally burst out of the dense forest panting and reached the open ground at the foot of the giant mushroom, the scene before them took everyone's breath away. Morris was already standing calmly directly in front of the sky-propping giant mushroom, leaning against its rough stipe. Beside him were only the last 2 or 3 executives in relatively good condition, guarding him as if facing a great enemy. "Captain, the Marines, they're here." Morris slowly turned around. His face was even paler and gloomier than before, but the fanaticism and excitement burning in his eyes were terrifyingly bright. Morris, Captain Ronald stepped out from the crowd, his snow-bright blade pointing at the other man. "You are surrounded. There is no escape. Surrender immediately. This is your last chance." "No escape? Surrender? Ha ha ha." Morris twitched the corners of his mouth into a distorted smile. "You Marines are always so laughably naive. Just how many times do I have to say it before you understand?" He suddenly threw his arms wide as if to embrace the entire forest, his voice abruptly rising. "It's not that I have no escape, it's you who have broken into my kingdom now. It's you who are surrounded by me." Before his voice finished, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes, and he pressed his hands heavily against the stipe of the giant mushroom behind him. "Feel what a true kingdom of fungi is. Great proliferation." With his full-throated roar and the activation of his ability, the entire Rongrong island seemed to tremble. It wasn't an illusion. Rumble, rumble, rumble. With that super giant mushroom as the center, a dull roar like rolling thunder came from deep within the earth, and the gravel and fungal leaves on the ground began to jump uneasily. Then, under the horrified gazes of all the Marine soldiers, that giant mushroom, which seemed to have existed since ancient times, actually began to shake violently at a visible rate, accompanied by the shaking of the giant mushroom. Endless spore dust beneath its incredibly vast cap poured down like a waterfall. The coverage of this spore dust was extremely wide, instantly enveloping the large area at the foot of the giant mushroom, along with Morris, his remnants, and the Marines who had just formed the encirclement. Within their field of vision, everything was a blanket of white. Cough, wh, what is that? Quote, "Spores. The giant mushroom is erupting spores. Watch out, cover your nose and mouth, it might be poisonous." The Marine line, which had just been standing ready, was deterred by this terrifying sight. The soldiers instinctively covered their faces, and the originally tight encirclement inevitably showed a hint of commotion and chaos. However, the even more terrifying part was yet to come. In just a few breaths, those spores that hit the ground formed humanoid creatures made of spores with silhouettes 70 to 80% similar to Morris, and stood up from the ground. Then a second, a third, a tenth, a hundredth in the blink of an eye. Hundreds and thousands of figures condensed from spores stood up. As fast as the spores fell, that was how fast these spore soldiers were born. Their numbers instantly exceeded the number of Marines present several times over, and with the continuous replenishment of spores falling from the sky, that terrifying number was still growing exponentially. Looking around, they filled almost every inch of space under the giant mushroom, counter surrounding the Marines in the center. What the hell are these things? Quote, clones? They're spore clones. Damn this number, it's simply endless. Does he want to drown us with absolute numbers? Quote, the scene before him had completely exceeded Captain Ronald's worst expectations. He forcibly suppressed the shock in his heart and shouted loudly, trying to stabilize the troops' morale. Don't panic, these are just puppets made of spores. They're all show. Morris is a mushroom fruit user, and these spore clones are most afraid of fire. Flamethrower team, step forward immediately. Everyone else, maintain a defensive formation and prioritize attacking Morris's main body. Capture the leader to catch the bandits. Ha 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 ha, do you see it? Ronald, do you see it? My spore army. Morris stood in the sea of troops, backed by the giant mushroom. Although his face had turned pale from overactivating his ability, his laughter was full of the madness and pleasure of controlling everything. Here, my soldiers are endless. I can wear you down to death. Go, crush these ungrateful intruders. He waved his hand suddenly. In the next moment, the boundless spore army, with slightly stiff steps, launched a charge against the Marines' circular defensive line. Although individual spore soldiers weren't fast, the overwhelming sense of pressure built up by absolute numbers still made the Marine soldiers' scalps tingle. Fire, free fire. Bang bang bang. Gunfire rang out like popping beans as the Marine soldiers fired with all their might. Bullets could easily disperse a spore clone. The hit spore soldier would instantly explode, turning back into a cloud of drifting dust. However, this small loss was like taking a ladle of water from the ocean for the entire spore army. As soon as the soldiers in front fell, the ones behind stepped over their companions' remains expressionlessly and continued to surge forward. Ha 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 ha, do you feel despair? On this island, I am God, I am the kingdom. Morris's wild laughter sounded particularly piercing amidst the sounds of battle. Marines? Never mind a mere captain like you. Even if a Marine admiral were here today, I would dare to fight them on this Rongrong island. Captain Ronald's face was ashen, his saber swinging like the wind, hacking apart several spore soldiers that had broken through the fire net, getting covered in dust. But his heart had already sunk. Although flamethrowers were effective, ammunition was not infinite and had to be used in the most critical spots. Yet the enemy's numbers. Sammy's squad witnessed this scene of one person becoming an army, and even a reckless man like Aldo, who feared nothing, could not help but gasp. My goodness, this spectacle, no wonder he didn't even bother to care about his own subordinates. With this kind of skill, who needs subordinates? Kyla also turned to Sammy with a solemn expression. Boss, these Marines are in big trouble. This numerical gap is too huge. It's not a confrontation on the same level at all. Sammy's gaze was fixed on the battlefield, especially on Morris's pale yet fanatical face and the giant mushroom behind him that seemed to have come to life. He slowly shook his head. Let's wait and see. Although these spore clones are terrifying in number, the individuals are too weak. I doubt the Marines will just sit and wait for death, and Morris maintaining an ability of this scale must cost him significantly. 66. Number 66 Decapitation Operation. Chapter 66. Decapitation Strike. Facing the surging army of spores like a tide, Colonel Ronald forcibly suppressed the shock in his heart. The saber in his hand flashed coldly, slashing several spore soldiers that lunged close into drifting dust. He twirled the saber sharply, the cold light reflecting his resolute face. All units, hear my orders. First squad, take the left flank. Use crossfire to suppress the assault. Second squad, the right flank. Flamethrower team, you are under my direct command. Follow me and await my order for a wide area sweep. Yes, Colonel. Remaining squads, clear any flank interference for me and the flamethrower team. Ronald's gaze was fixed on Morris, who was leaning against the giant mushroom behind the spore army in the distance. Morris's consumption to maintain an ability of this scale must be immense. His main body is his greatest weakness. As long as we take him down, these spore creations will naturally collapse. The decapitation strike, I will execute it personally. Before his voice could fade, he suddenly exerted force through his feet. Soru. Only a fading afterimage remained in place, along with the dust that exploded under his feet. Utilizing the explosive speed of the six powers, Soru, Ronald instantly bypassed his subordinates who were exchanging fire with the Spore vanguard, boldly charging into the front lines of the Spore army. Stop him. Seeing this, Morris's pupils suddenly constricted. Under his mental command, more Spore soldiers converged toward Ronald from all directions like a swarm of ants smelling blood, attempting to build a wall with their bodies. However, Ronald's speed was too fast. Tempest cut. The moment the saber swung, even the air emitted a shrill scream. This was no ordinary slash. It was a flying slash technique Ronald had created by perfectly integrating the essence of the six powers Renkyaku, the principle of generating vacuum, slashes through ultra-high-speed friction with the air, into his own tempered swordsmanship. A half-moon-shaped, pale blue vacuum wave shot out from the blade, slicing dozens of Spore soldiers in a fan-shaped area ahead clean in half, instantly exploding into Spore dust. This single strike cleared out a blank zone. Quick, keep up with the colonel. Behind him, the flamethrower team composed of a dozen elite soldiers opened fire with all their might. Over a dozen scorching, dazzling tongues of flame roared out, turning the Spore swarms attempting to close in from the sides into a blazing wall of fire and ash. They advanced along the gap Ronald had torn open, trying to carve out a scorching path toward the giant mushroom. Damn it, don't even think about getting close. Seeing this, the madness in Morris's eyes intensified. He knew he absolutely couldn't let this powerful Marine colonel get close. He suddenly lifted his hands from the giant mushroom's stalk, his fingers like claws, and made a grasping motion toward the direction of Ronald's advance. Fungal bind. Hell's snare. In an instant, the ground beneath and in front of Ronald, which was originally covered with thick mycelium and fallen leaves, surged violently. Countless gray-white activated mycelium burst from the ground like living tentacles, instantly forming a mycelial net covering over a dozen meters, descending upon Ronald from all sides. Facing this overwhelming net, Ronald's eyes were cold, showing no sign of panic. He gripped the hilt with both hands, his waist sinking slightly, and at a speed faster than the eye could track. He instantly unleashed over a dozen crisscrossing pale blue vacuum slashes at the lunging mycelial net and the still surging Spore soldiers. Storm slash. Chaos. Swish, 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 swish. The storm of sharp slashes instantly shredded the mycelial net, and the Spore soldiers exploded in large swaths. Taking advantage of the opening created by the slashes, Ronald once again closed the distance to Morris. Bastard. Seeing how difficult he was to deal with and how he was pressing closer step by step, Morris finally felt panic. He could feel that maintaining the Spore army, the activated mycelium, the multitasking control was draining his stamina and mental energy, like a floodgate being opened. His face was already as white as paper, and his breathing began to falter uncontrollably. No, I absolutely cannot let him get any closer. Morris, your crimes end here if you surrender now. You still have a chance to go to Impel Down. Protect the captain. Seeing this, the last two executives by Morris's side stepped forward from the left and right. They knew they absolutely couldn't let this terrifying Marine colonel get near the captain. Get lost. Ronald's eyes sharpened. His charge did not slow down. Instead, he accelerated once more at his limit. The executive on the left swung a heavy mace down. Ronald's footwork shifted subtly at high speed. His body slid sideways like a ghost, dodging the mace head by a hair's breadth, while simultaneously thrusting his blade out with a backhand. Storm slash. Pierce. At the tip of the blade, highly compressed and condensed slash air currents formed a spiral drill vortex, instantly piercing through the executive's chest and bringing out a spray of blood. Immediately after, Ronald's right hand holding the blade pulled back to parry. Clang. The executive on the right's machete was blocked by the saber, and Ronald's left fist, like a cannonball, slammed hard into the executive's abdomen. Blarg. The executive's eyes bulged, and his whole body curled up like a shrimp as he flew backward, crashing into the giant mushroom's stalk. Having dealt with the last two obstacles, there were less than 20 meters between Ronald and Morris, with only a few rows of hastily assembled Spore soldiers left. The wild laughter on Morris's face had long since vanished, replaced by paleness, shock, and anger, along with a trace of undeniable weakness. He frantically activated his ability, causing more spores to fall from the giant mushroom's cap, attempting to condense a thicker barrier in front of him. It's useless. Morris, your tricks end here. Colonel Ronald exhaled sharply, his speed increasing once more. He gripped the sword with both hands, pouring all his strength into the blade, causing it to hum slightly. 6 Powers secret technique, storm decapitation. He leapt high. This strike was no longer the high-frequency slashes from before, but a condensation of all his power, speed, and the principles of the Renkyaku vacuum slash into the next blow. The saber turned into a brilliant, earth-shattering arc that seemed capable of cutting even light, slashing down decisively toward Morris. Before the blade even arrived, the matchless sharp aura already made Morris almost choke. Victory or defeat seemed to hang on this single strike. A hint of madness flashed in Morris's eyes. Damn it, you forced my hand, no one can stop me. Awaken, giant mushroom guardian. Rumble. This vibration far exceeded the previous ones. The entire super giant mushroom emitted a low roar from its base to its cap. Under the horrified gazes of Ronald and all the marine soldiers, the flesh of the massive stalk, several meters above the ground, writhed and bulged violently. Two massive fists made of hardened fungal flesh, comparable in size to small houses, boomed into existence. Take this punch. 67. Number 67. The Oriole is behind. Chapter 67. The Oriole stalks behind. Just as Colonel Ronald brazenly launched his Tempest Slash and Morris furiously spurred the giant mushroom to counterattack, shaking the earth inside Mushroom Village. Wow, what is that? Quote, a villager pointed towards the center of the island. They saw the massive cap of the Kachira giant mushroom in the distance, the one they had revered for generations as the island's symbol and protector, trembling slightly, and terrifying bulges were vaguely visible on its immensely thick stalk. The Kachira giant mushroom is moving? Quote, a miracle, the god of mushrooms has revealed himself. Some elderly villagers immediately turned toward the giant mushroom and dropped to their knees. With a thud, quick pray to the god of mushrooms. As if to confirm his words, distinct tremors began to shake the ground beneath their feet. The ground is shaking, is it an earthquake? Quote, what's going on? What in the world is happening? Quote, it must be those foreign pirates, they angered the Kachira giant mushroom, they provoked the god of mushrooms. The elders continuously kowtowed, prompting more frightened villagers to kneel towards the giant mushroom and begin mumbling prayers while knocking their heads. Pray quickly, beg for the god's forgiveness, lest he punish us. How is that possible? How can the Kachira giant mushroom move? I've never heard of such a thing. Exactly, this is far too strange. Everyone get up, what are you doing? Quote, old Mushroom Head, the village chief, was so angry his beard trembled. He slammed his cane against the ground. This is no miracle, this is clearly a disaster, those damned outsiders are causing trouble, snap out of it. However, fear and ignorance could not be dispelled by a few shouts. Most villagers remained kneeling and praying, with only a few young people standing in shock and uncertainty, their gazes toward the giant mushroom filled with unease. Rongrong Island Center, facing the massive fungal fist, which was the size of a house, Colonel Ronald, suspended in midair with nowhere to exert force, felt his pupils contract sharply. He was not proficient in moonwalk, so he was currently unable to dodge. He could only place all his hope and strength into the single, maximally condensed strike in his hand. Tempest Slash. He roared, and his saber transformed into a brilliant rainbow tearing through the sky, resolutely slashing toward the incoming giant fist. Crack. Splat. There was no loud clang of metal on metal, only the dull ripping sound of a sharp blade slicing into tough, woody material. Ronald's desperate strike, condensed with his spirit and energy, was indeed astonishingly powerful, managing to sever the massive fungal fist right at the wrist. The severed giant fist crashed to the ground, shaking the earth again, sending spore dust flying. However, breaking through that punch had nearly exhausted his momentum and remaining strength from launching himself into the air. Another giant fist, which had been gathering momentum, suddenly slammed toward him, carrying the might to crush everything. Iron Mass. In the nick of time, Ronald roared, his entire body's muscles tensing and hardening like steel, pushing the defensive ultimate technique of the Marine 6 styles to its limit. Boom! The giant fist smashed squarely into him, and the terrifying impact sent him hurtling toward the ground like a meteor. Thump! A shallow crater was formed in the ground, and spore dust, gravel, and dirt exploded outward in a violent, circular blast wave. Colonel, the Marine officers and soldiers fighting fiercely against the remaining spore soldiers in the distance had their eyes splitting with rage. As the dust slightly cleared, Ronald was seen lying at the bottom of the crater, a trickle of blood escaping his lips. Relying on the formidable defense of Iron Mass, he had withstood the fatal blow. Although his internal organs were shaken, his injuries were not yet severe enough to lose fighting capability, and he struggled to get up. But Morris's furious counterattack was not over. They saw the fungal tissue at the cross-section of the severed giant fist writhing wildly. In the blink of an eye, an equally massive fist had fully regenerated. Marine aura, giving Ronald no chance to breathe. The newly regenerated fist, along with the other fist, began a fiercely continuous pounding on the figure at the bottom of the crater. Like a piledriver, boom 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 boom. Facing the alternating bombardment of the two giant fists, Ronald was like rice cake on a cutting board, desperately maintaining Iron Mass while enduring blow after heavy blow at the bottom of the crater. Morris leaned against the giant mushroom stalk, his pale face twisted in hysterical laughter. just as all his attention was focused on controlling the giant fists and enjoying the thrill of crushing the Marine. A ghostly figure silently approached Morris from behind. The hand rose, the palm fell. A heavy handblade struck Morris's undefended back of the neck. Ugh! The hysterical laughter on Morris's face abruptly stopped, and the frantic light in his eyes instantly scattered. He didn't even have time to turn around and see who it was before his body slumped softly onto the thick fungal mat at the base of the giant mushroom, unconscious. As the ability user lost consciousness, all the spore army units created by his power instantly turned into ordinary spore dust, scattering and dissolving into the air. The activated, wriggling hyphae quickly lost their luster and vitality, reverting back into inconspicuous jungle ground cover. And the two giant mushroom fists that had been pounding furiously also lost all their strength and activity, drooping down beside the stalk. Sammy glanced at Ronald, who was momentarily motionless in the dust at the bottom of the distant crater, then at Morris, who lay unconscious at his feet. He reached out and touched the massive fist of the Kachira giant mushroom beside him, which had returned to stillness. That is truly an exaggerated scale and level of control. Don't move, who are you? Quote, at this moment, the remaining Marine soldiers finally recovered from the shock of the spore soldiers disappearing. Although all of them were injured, they still forced themselves to raise their muskets and swords, pointing them uniformly at Sammy and his group, who had suddenly appeared. The jellyfish pirates? That's Predator Sammy. A sharp-eyed soldier recognized Sammy's face. Oh dear, I've been recognized. My apologies for interrupting you Marine elites while you carry out your duties. Sammy scratched his head, seemingly embarrassed, but this seemingly casual action caused the Marine soldiers who were gradually gathering around to treat him like a formidable enemy. They quickly racked their bolts, and dozens of dark muzzles locked firmly onto him. Drop your weapons, surrender immediately. Don't get agitated, Marine brothers. Sammy spread his hands, signaling that he had no hostile intentions. In any case, I just helped you solve a big problem, didn't I? If I hadn't intervened, your brave colonel would probably have turned into mushroom fertilizer. Doesn't that count as indirectly saving all of your lives? Is this how Marines on the Grand Line treat helpful citizens and lifesavers? The Marine soldiers exchanged glances, their eyes filled with suspicion and uncertainty. Sammy's words were undeniable, but they showed no intention of lowering their weapons. Standing before them was Predator, a man with a bounty over 100 million and a notorious reputation. His danger level was likely higher, not lower, than that mushroom maniac from earlier. A pirate's help is only ever for your own benefit. Don't think you can deceive us like this. Attention, everyone. Maintain formation. Wait for the colonel's command. Their eyes anxiously dart toward the bottom of the crater, hoping Colonel Ronald would immediately stand up and take charge of the situation. Sammy took in their reactions completely. The look of helplessness slowly faded from his face, replaced by a hint of mockery. Alright, it seems the role of helpful citizen doesn't quite suit me. Since you don't acknowledge this favor, never mind. But we traveled all this way, we can't go back empty-handed, so sorry about this, it's a robbery. 68. Number 68. Clean up the battlefield. Chapter 68. Cleaning up the battlefield. Before his words even finished, his arms were already raised, pale purple venom swiftly coating his palms. Poison waterfall. Thousand-needle rain curtain. A wide area of venom sprayed out in a fan shape, covering a large expanse ahead. Watch out, it's venom scatter, URK. The Marine soldiers' warning was abruptly cut off. The Marine soldiers hadn't expected Sammy to act so fast. The distance was too close, and the venom's coverage was too wide. The vast majority couldn't react in time, immediately feeling a burning pain and intense numbness on their skin. They grunted and collapsed limply to the ground. Although conscious, their bodies were stiff and immobile, only able to glare in futile anger. Damn pirates, cowards. Aldo, Marcus, Kyla, don't just stand there. Confiscate all usable weapons, ammunition, medicine, anything valuable or useful. Be quick, we don't have much time. Aldo, carrying his mace, walked forward. Looking at the spoils temporarily immobilized on the ground and the scattered equipment, he grinned and laughed. Haha, got it, this is what they call the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind, and we're also taking the sheep while we're at it. But boss, there's so much stuff. How are we gonna carry it? And these big guys. Aldo kicked a heavy flamethrower on the ground. What about this thing? Take it too? Sammy glanced at those heavy flamethrowers and decisively shook his head. Forget the flamethrowers. Too bulky, not useful on our ship, and resupplying that specialized fuel is a hassle. Prioritize lightweight, easy-to-use weapons and ammunition. Alright, however, a problem soon arose. They had come lightly equipped for reconnaissance and hadn't brought many bags. Boss, there's too much stuff, just the guns alone number in the dozens. There's no way we can pack them all. Marcus frowned, speaking A small mountain had already piled up in front of him. Hearing this, Sammy's gaze slowly turned towards the Marine soldiers on the ground, glaring but unable to move. A mischievous smile gradually appeared on his face. Bags ready-made material, aren't they right here? The Marines. Quote, hey, this fabric's not bad, quite durable. Haha, this guy's wearing a patterned shirt underneath. Take the belt off too, we'll use it to tie things up. The boots, forget the boots. The scene became rather chaotic and filled with dark humor. Everyone skillfully sorted the confiscated firearms and ammunition, using the stripped Marine uniform jackets to make simple bundles and pack up the spoils. Throughout the whole process, the paralyzed Marine soldiers on the ground could only watch, helplessly, unable to even move a finger. Sammy walked straight towards the shallow pit, his gaze falling on the still unconscious Colonel Ronald. Sorry about this, Colonel. You sleep, I'll do my thing. Saying this, Sammy bent down and began searching Ronald's person for any possible valuables or useful intelligence. When his hand reached Ronald's waist, his fingers touched a cold, hard object. Without much thought, Sammy casually tried to pull it off as part of the loot. However, the moment his fingers grasped the metal ring, an indescribable feeling of weakness instantly swept through his entire body. Sammy felt as if he had suddenly been thrown into deep water. His strength was rapidly drained, even breathing became difficult. His legs went weak, and he actually knelt on one knee right in the pit. "Urk," Sammy grunted, letting go as if electrocuted. He staggered backward, sitting heavily on the ground, gasping for breath, cold sweat instantly beading on his forehead. "Boss?" Quote, Aldo and Marcus nearby noticed the abnormality and immediately dropped what they were holding to gather around. It's nothing. Sammy panted a few times, waving his hand to signal them to relax. That terrifying feeling of weakness quickly subsided after he let go, but a lingering discomfort and palpitation still clung to his heart. He looked with shock and suspicion at the pair of shackles around Ronald's waist, which gave off a unique matte sheen in the faint light. Could it be? A thought flashed through his mind. Sammy, unwilling to believe it, this time carefully avoided the metal rings. He only pinched the middle chain connecting the two rings with his fingers. No reaction. A glint flashed in his eyes. He tried again, quickly touching the edge of one of the rings. That familiar, detestable feeling of weakness surged up again. Although much milder due to the extremely brief contact and small area, Sammy still felt his vision darken, almost collapsing again. He immediately let go, propped himself up on his knees, and took a few more breaths before fully recovering. Ha ha ha. Sammy chuckled lowly, his eyes burning as he looked at the unconscious Ronald. To think such an unexpected windfall. Seastone handcuffs. This is good stuff you can't necessarily get easily even with money. Colonel, you go out to capture a 43 million berry pirate, yet you carry such a powerful weapon on you. You've really given me an enormous gift. He removed the entire set of shackles from Ronald's waist, carefully wrapping them securely in a piece of cloth torn from a Marine. Boss, what's that thing? You're treating it like a treasure? Aldo leaned over, curiously looking at the small cloth bundle. Seastone, Sammy said succinctly. Seeing Aldo's still confused expression, he added, a special stone that can render devil fruit users utterly weak. Not only is it incredibly hard, but it's also rarer than diamonds. It's specifically used to deal with ability users. Soon, Sammy and his group finished their battlefield cleanup. Each had one or several bulging bundles made from Marine uniforms strapped to their backs. Filled with loot, they took one last look at the messy battlefield, casually picked up the unconscious Morris, and prepared to withdraw. However, before leaving, Sammy looked at the Morris in his hands, and a flash of inspiration struck his mind. He suddenly stopped, turning to his executives beside him and loudly exclaiming in a tone full of admiration, "Ah, what an incredibly powerful devil fruit ability. Did you all see that? Those fists as big as houses." Even the Marines' elite colonel was pummeled without being able to fight back. This mastery over fungi is truly one of a kind in the Grand Line. He patted Morris's cheek. Such a rare talent, wandering outside, chased by the Marines like a stray dog. It's such a pity. It's simply a waste of a treasure. I've decided I must recruit him into our jellyfish pirates. Nurture him properly, make him an indispensable, powerful combatant on our ship. Ha ha ha. Today's trip was really worth it. This thirst for talent declaration reached the ears of the Marines lying paralyzed not far away. Boss? Aldo was momentarily stunned, not quite following Sammy's train of thought. You really want to recruit this guy? Sammy didn't answer immediately, just winked at him, a meaningful curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. Then he shouldered a bundle. Let's go back to properly entertain our new companion." The group, with their loot and captive, quickly disappeared deep into the mushroom forest, leaving behind only a scene of devastation and a group of Marines whose minds were in turmoil. 69. Number 69. Sammy's plan. Chapter 69. Sammy's scheme. Half an hour later, hiss so cold have I reached the Yellow Springs? Colonel Ronald's consciousness struggled to surface from a sea of darkness, the bone-shattering agony making him gasp sharply. Colonel Ronald, you're awake. The anxious calls of his subordinates gradually became clear in his ears. He forced his heavy eyelids open with difficulty, the first sight greeting him being several faces etched with concern, his soldiers. However, their appearance was rather peculiar, with most of them wrapped in large leaves. Am I still alive? Memories flooded back into Ronald's mind like a tide. Spore soldier, animated mycelium, the giant mushroom's fist, terrifying blows, and then boundless darkness. What about Morris? Did we capture him? Ronald tried to sit up abruptly, but the movement aggravated his injuries, causing him to grunt in pain as cold sweat dripped down. Reporting, Colonel Morris, he was taken away. Taken away? By whom? Quote, Ronald's heart tightened. It was the jellyfish pirates Predator Ribera. Sammy and his crew, they appeared suddenly, took advantage of us being trapped by Morris's ability and you being knocked out, ambushed us, knocked Morris unconscious, and took him and our weapons and equipment, all of it. The officer lowered his head in shame as he finished speaking. What? The jellyfish pirates? How could they appear on this remote island? Quote, Ronald felt his mind go buzz. The situation had developed completely beyond his expectations. He had originally thought this was just a pursuit mission targeting a specific dangerous ability user. How did it end up involving a great pirate with a bounty over 100 million and an even more fearsome reputation? Could it be they were lurking nearby all along? The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Quote, Colonel Ronald's face turned extremely grim. Also, Colonel, another soldier hesitated for a moment but added. Before that Sammy left, he shouted loudly, saying Morris's ability is very strong, and he must recruit Morris into the jellyfish pirates. Recruit Morris? Quote, for a moment, Ronald felt his brain could barely keep up with this absurd turn of events. Morris was defeated by Sammy, and then Sammy wants to recruit him? What kind of nonsense is this? Talent acquisition among pirates? He forced himself to calm down. The target, Morris, had been snatched by an even more dangerous pirate. His own forces were utterly defeated, their equipment looted. The enemy even openly declared they would absorb the target to expand their power. Just then, a cool breeze blew over his almost naked upper body. Ronald suddenly realized something and frantically felt around his waist. That was where his sword should be hanging, and those crucial shackles. Empty. He looked down again. Apart from his marine-issue dark blue shorts, all his other clothing and equipment had vanished without a trace. My handcuffs, the seastone handcuffs. Ronald's face instantly turned ashen, and he punched the ground hard. Bastards. It's over. This is truly over. Mission failure, target captured, troops heavily damaged, equipment all lost. These were serious, but they could be explained and mitigated. But the seastone handcuffs, those were strategic materials strictly controlled by the world government. Their G10 branch only had 3 pairs, absolute weapons for dealing with ability-using criminals, and now they had been stolen from him by pirates, falling into the hands of vicious great pirates. This wasn't just a major loss, it was a severe dereliction of duty. Once reported, he would face far more than just a reprimand. Jellyfish pirates. Sammy, good, very good. Ronald gnashed his teeth, his chest heaving violently. However, now was not the time to vent. He forcibly suppressed the rage that was almost erupting and took several deep breaths. Clean up the battle. Never mind. Tally the casualties and losses. Those who can move, assist each other. Take all the wounded and withdraw to the warship immediately. This place is not safe to stay. Yes, Colonel. Ronald lay back on the ground, looking up at the sky half obscured by the canopy of the Kachira giant mushroom, his heart ice cold. This operation on Rongrong Island not only failed to eliminate mushroom tyrant Morris but also cost them precious equipment. Moreover, it allowed Predator Sammy to profit from the conflict and grow stronger. How should he write this report? Meanwhile, aboard the Swordfish, Sammy and his crew had safely returned to the ship. He handed the carefully cloth-wrapped shackles to Kylo. Use these to handcuff that Morris. Then throw him into the brig in the bottom hold. We'll sell him to Jillian along with the skyshells later. Yes, boss. Aldo, scratching his head nearby, watched Morris being dragged away and couldn't help asking, Boss, didn't you say in the forest that you wanted to recruit that guy? Why did you change your mind after coming back? Upon hearing this, Sammy shook his head, a sly smile appearing on his face. Recruit? I did consider it. His ability is very troublesome in specific environments, and his potential isn't small. He turned around, leaning against the ship's railing. But upon careful thought, this guy is crazy and obsessive. For his Mushroom Kingdom dream, he'll stop at nothing, even forcing his followers to eat mushrooms raw and go crazy with him. That kind of personality doesn't really fit with our crew. The risk is too high. He walked to the side of the ship, looking at the receding outline of Rongrong Island, and continued, "Moreover, I said those things publicly mainly for the Marines to hear." For the Marines to hear? Both Aldo and Marcus looked over. That's right. Do you remember Short-Legged Wiener? Not long after we captured him, his bounty increased. Although the exact reason isn't clear, I suspect it was because the Marines thought we were going to recruit Short-Legged Wiener. This time, we showed up, defeated, and explicitly stated we intended to recruit Morris, who had just defeated a Marine Colonel head on. Guess how Marineford will assess Morris's threat level and bounty after receiving that report? They'll think that an opponent deemed worthy of recruitment by Predator Sammy must possess strength and danger far exceeding his original bounty, especially since Morris demonstrated combat ability capable of severely injuring a Marine Colonel. To counter a potential powerful alliance and to incentivize other bounty hunters or internal competition, the Marines will likely significantly increase Morris's bounty. Exactly. Sammy snapped his fingers, his smile widening. Morris directly defeated a Marine Colonel. That record is more convincing than Wiener's, who was defeated by us. His bounty increase will likely surpass Wiener's. When we sell him to Jillian, we'll get a cut based on the higher new bounty. Marcus fully understood now. So, boss, you never truly intended to recruit him. You deliberately sent that signal. Once his new bounty poster is issued, the value of the Morris we have in hand will rise accordingly. Selling him to Jillian will net us even more. Aldo was dumbfounded, finally managing to blurt out after a long pause, "Boss, your calculations are way too sharp. Ha ha ha, just a little experiment. We'll have to see how the Marines actually react." Just then, Hans poked his head out from the wheelhouse. "Boss, the magnetic field of Rongrong Island has been recorded. Excellent everyone, to your stations set sail." At his command, the swordfish cut through the azure sea, heading toward a new course. Sammy stood on the Sterncastle, taking one last look at the still imposing shadow of the giant mushroom at the island's center. Morris the mushroom fruit Marine Colonel Seastone handcuffs. This sea truly never gets boring. 70. Number 70 Daily Life on a Ship. Chapter 70. Daily life on board. The swordfish sailed across the azure waters of the Grand Line. The sun was just right and the sea breeze was gentle. It was a rare and pleasant day. Sammy was lying leisurely on a cushion specially laid out on the roof of the poop deck. Wearing a pair of sunglasses, he enjoyed the afternoon sun, with the soft sound of waves and the distant shouts of the crew members in his ears. Come on, last set of weighted squats. Everyone get low 30 reps rest when you're done." "Ah, big brother Aldo still more? Big brother I can't feel my thighs anymore." "Less talk if you want the numbers on your bounty posters to look good in the future. You have to train hard now." Continue 29, 30 good rest for 5 minutes. Then we do bench presses. "Ah." Just as the crowd was wailing, a crisp sound accompanied by shouting came from the other side of the deck. Clang 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 snap. Ouch. A pirate who was sparring with Marcus crouched down, clutching his head. Marcus finished his stance, the wooden sword in his hand performing a flourish. "Your footwork is more flexible than last time, and your parrying timing has improved. 30 moves, 5 more than last time. Among those who use swords on the ship, you are considered talented. Keep practicing and don't slack off." The crouching pirate heard this and raised his head while rubbing his noggin. "Yes, thank you, big brother Marcus, I will keep working hard." On the deck, there was a scene of vibrant training. Everything seemed so peaceful, even a bit dreamlike, until, boom, a dull explosion suddenly came from the middle of the cabin, even making the ship's hull vibrate slightly. Sammy frowned and pushed his sunglasses to the top of his head. He propped up his body and squinted in the direction of the explosion. That was the location of the ship doctor's room. A cloud of black smoke, mixed with the smell of gunpowder and some strange herbs, was billowing out from the windows and door cracks of the medical room. Sammy was silent for 2 seconds, sighed helplessly, and lay back down, pulling his sunglasses back to cover his eyes. Sigh. "Here we go again, this guy Hirulik. I really don't know if giving those things to him was helping him or just looking for trouble for ourselves." This matter had to be traced back to a few days ago when they had just left Rongrong Island. At that time, Sammy had given some samples of special mushrooms marked with medicinal value, purchased from Mushroom Village, along with the Rongrong Fungi Encyclopedia, which contained drawings of hundreds of mushroom species on Rongrong Island and brief descriptions of their characteristics, and several volumes of simple notes passed down through generations of villagers recording medicinal experiences with various mushrooms. To the ship doctor Hirulik. "Hirulik, you're the ship doctor. These are materials about the mushrooms on that island. Some might be useful, so take a look. By the way, use them to enrich our ship's medical library." That was what Sammy had said at the time. At first, everything was fine. These medical books were extraordinary for Hirulik simply because it was so boring for a ship doctor at sea. As the ship doctor, he didn't have to fight, nor did he have to participate in the crew's sailing duties. So he could only exchange medical cases with the several ship doctors from the West Blue in the medical room, or flip through the books in the room. But those books were stolen by Sammy from the Drum Kingdom. Most of them were basic medicine of the Grand Line, and Hirulik had already read them several times. Strangely enough, back at the Tower of Healers, medical books were within reach, yet Hirulik had looked down on them. After coming out and trying to buy medical books elsewhere, he found they weren't even as good as the few on the ship. Although these from Rongrong Island were not as profound, to him, it was like finding treasure. In the following days, apart from daily consultations, Hirulik spent almost all his time immersed in those notes and mushroom samples. The crew members were also happy to see this. After all, the more the ship doctor knew, the more their lives were guaranteed. But the change happened 3 days ago in the afternoon. While everyone was doing their daily exercise on the deck, Hirulik, who hadn't been out for several days, was pulled out for some fresh air by his partners from the logistics team. Together, they performed basic physical training on the deck, such as jogging, stretching, and push-ups. Ship doctors, chefs, and apprentices are collectively referred to as the logistics team. After all, most members of the logistics team were non-combatants, and their training intensity naturally could not compare to the tough guys in the combat team. As usual, the tough guys of the combat team, during the intervals after completing a set of high-intensity training, began to intentionally or unintentionally show off their training results in front of their jogging logistics team colleagues. Hey, look at these lines, this is what you call exercise. A sailor with well-developed pectoral muscles flexed his chest hard, and his chest began to twitch and jump. Exactly, with that kind of running you're doing, when will you ever look like us? Another man with arms as thick as thighs struck a classic pose to show off his biceps. The sunlight hit those full muscles, almost reflecting a dazzling light. Ah, so dazzling. Hirulik was jogging with several other thin ship doctors and navigation apprentices at the time, but he was so blinded by the muscular glare that he subconsciously raised his hand to block his eyes. He looked at the companions around him, then looked down at his own thin arms and flat chest, his expression a mix of helplessness, envy, and resignation. Similar expressions appeared on the faces of the other members of the skinny party. After all, the gap in strength and physique was not something that could be bridged overnight. Damn it, so what if your muscles are big? That's just brute force. Exactly, we rely on brains and technology. Another ship doctor adjusted his glasses. Even so, in the face of absolute visual pressure of strength and the other party's blatant showing off, this kind of rebuttal seemed quite weak. Guard from the combat team directly reached out and grabbed 2 members of the logistics team next to him. Forget it, running like that is too inefficient, don't train by yourselves. Let me teach you. Whoa, guard, you. Let go. It's all sweat, my clothes, my newly changed clothes. The 2 who were suddenly attacked immediately cried out, struggling to break free. But how could they contend with Guard's strength? The damp sensation pressed tightly against them, and the heavy smell of sweat instantly made them hold their breath. Don't be polite, we're all brothers. Guard was completely oblivious, instead hugging them even more excitedly and making a few gestures. As soon as the 2 gained their freedom, they jumped away, looking at the obvious wet stains on their shoulders and backs with disgust. One of them even picked up the corner of his clothes and sniffed it, making a bitter face. Guard, my white coat that I just dried you guy are too much. I want to challenge you to a duel. If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel. Before you start listening, please don't forget to like. 71. Number 71, a little episode during the voyage. Chapter 71, an episode during the voyage. I want to challenge you to a duel. As soon as those words were spoken, even the speaker himself was stunned for a moment. The surroundings instantly fell silent, as if the pause button had been pressed, followed by a burst of laughter several times louder than before. Ha ha ha, Dr. Davis wants to duel Captain Guard. Captain Guard, you're finished, you've annoyed the ship doctor. Be careful next time you're injured. He might give you the bitterest medicine. Ha ha ha. Guard also scratched his head and laughed honestly. Oh, sorry, I really didn't mean it, a duel, let's forget it. How about I help you do your laundry? Yo, what's going on? Why is everyone laughing so happily? Sammy heard the commotion outside and walked out of the captain's quarters. Captain Dr. Davis said he wants to duel Captain Guard. A crew member who loved to watch the chaos unfold laughed and chimed in first. A duel? Sammy's gaze swept over the 2 men with their vast difference in physique, a playful look appearing on his face. Unarmed against swords and blades? Ha ha ha, Captain. Even if Dr. Davis was holding a blade, he probably couldn't beat Captain Guard unarmed. True. Sammy nodded. Quote, the gap is indeed too large. Although Davis's strength is decent compared to ordinary people, he's still quite far behind the combat personnel on this ship. If he used a gun, there might be a slim chance. Pure hand-to-hand combat won't work at all. This analysis further confirmed the chasm in their strength, drawing another round of laughter. Hirulik, who had witnessed the whole scene from the side, subconsciously glanced at his own thin arms. Even though we are logistics personnel, we are still members of a pirate crew after all. No one can guarantee we'll never have to join a fight. Build muscle? Like Guard? That kind of strength increases too slowly. Is there no other way to enhance combat capability? Firearms, that's a good idea. Range and power can compensate for many deficiencies. The captain also said there's a slim chance if a gun is used. But if firearms are used for combat practice, the risk of casualties is too high. What if the damage caused by bullets could be drastically reduced? For example, making the bullets lose their lethality? Anesthesia. The thought flashed through his mind like a shooting star. If lead bullets could be modified into special anesthetic rounds, the person hit would only fall unconscious. Wouldn't that ensure safety while maximizing the simulation of a real shooting experience? This way, not just the logistics team, but even the combat team members could undergo more realistic and safer firearm combat training to gain practical shooting experience and evasion training. Hiruluk's eyes grew brighter and brighter. He felt as if he had pushed open the doors to a new world. The more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. His mind was filled with the concept of anesthetic bullets. Thus, from that day on, carrying a complex mix of feelings, wanting to improve the ship's safety, training and proving that the logistics team also had combat wisdom, Hirulik devoted himself entirely to the great undertaking of developing anesthetic bullets. The first source of anesthetic material he thought of was Captain Sammy. He asked Sammy for some venom samples with paralyzing effects for research. But he soon discovered that this biological venom was extremely unstable. It quickly lost its activity under high temperatures and was very difficult to refine. His initial attempt ended in failure, so he turned his attention to the mushroom samples and notes brought back from Rongrong Island. Torparis parasol mushroom, a rare species that actively releases anesthetic spores at night. Records say it was used to make anesthetic blow darts. This is it. Hirulik immediately began extraction experiments on this mushroom, trying to combine its anesthetic components with gunpowder and projectiles. In the initial stages, it was just relatively mild calculations on paper, boiling potions, and small-scale tests. No one paid much attention, as Hirulik often tinkered with strange medicinal formulas. Until bang, enemy attack? Quote, cannon fire? Where is the cannon fire coming from? Quote, all hands on alert, all hands on alert. The crowd training on the deck instantly switched from a relaxed state to a combat posture, reflexively grabbing the weapons at hand. Aldo even shouldered his mace and rushed to the ship's railing in one stride, eyes wide as he searched the sea for enemies as if facing a great foe. Sammy also rushed out of the captain's quarters. He also thought they were being ambushed by an unknown force, but looking as far as the eye could see, there was only their ship on the sea. Finally, following the thick smoke and strange smell, everyone's eyes turned in unison toward the billowing smoke coming from the ship doctor's room. In the middle of the cabin door was pushed open from the inside, and even thicker black smoke poured out. Immediately after, Hirulik staggered out, his hair still emitting wisps of blue smoke. Coughing, he stuck out his blackened face and hurriedly waved his hands to disperse the smoke. Cough, 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 it's fine, don't be nervous. Everyone, it's me doing an experiment. Cough. Cough, just a small accident, a small accident. Hirulik wiped a handful of black ash from his face, revealing an incredibly awkward smile. Everyone, memory ends. Cough, 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 damn it. The ratio was wrong again, the stability is still no good. Hirulik waved away the last bit of residual smoke and sat dejectedly on the floor, sighing at the pile of charred experimental equipment and pungent-smelling residue in front of him. Leon, sitting on a nearby bollard fishing, raised an eyebrow. Hirulik, this commotion of yours doesn't look like you're developing anesthetic bullets. It looks like you're building an anesthetic cannon. Are you planning to knock out the entire ship's crew just to prove the logistics team's strength? Hirulik somewhat indignantly adjusted his glasses, which had cracked in the explosion. What do you know, Leon? This is science, ba. I mean medicine and epic making. Great invention that can enhance the safety of the entire ship's combat training. A guy like you, who only knows how to use cold weapons, wouldn't understand. Whether it's great or not, I don't know. Aldo passed by with his mace on his shoulder, exaggeratedly fanning the air in front of his nose. I just know that ever since you started tinkering with this thing, my ears have been getting a workout. Now, when the lookout yells, enemy attack, I have to check first if your ship doctor's room is smoking again. Haha, but seriously, Hirulik, if this entertainment program of yours ever stops, the brothers might actually not be used to it. Ha ha ha. The surrounding crew members also let out a burst of laughter. The crew member responsible for cleaning the deck came over with a bucket while laughing, skillfully washing away the few stains that had splashed outside the door. Clearly, Hiruluk's medical research had long since become an indispensable and alternative form of entertainment during the Swordfish's voyage. Everyone had grown accustomed to the strange smells that wafted out from time to time in the ship doctor's soot-covered face that seemed to have a new pattern every day. Faced with everyone's teasing, Hirulik seemed somewhat unconvinced. Just you wait, I've already got a lead. I'll succeed very soon. Aldo shouldered his mace and grinned. Alright, Hirulik, if you really pull it off, training will be a lot more interesting in the future. Even Leon put away his fishing rod, walked over, and patted him on the shoulder. Take your time. Whatever materials you need, I'll help you find them at the next island. Even Sammy poked his head out from the upper deck. Alright, clean up the ship doctor's room first. You can apply for whatever materials you need the next time we dock. Yes, Captain. 72. Number 72. An empty chessboard. Chapter 72. Kong's chess game. Marineford, Marine Headquarters. Knock, knock, knock. The office door was knocked upon. Come in, Fleet Admiral Kong. You asked for me? Commodore Sengoku pushed the door open and saluted. Inside the office, the current Admiral, Kong, was sitting behind the desk, reviewing a document. Seeing Sengoku enter, he put down the report, a slight smile appearing on his face, and gestured for him to approach. Sengoku, you've arrived at the perfect time. Come over and take a look at this. He pushed the document at hand toward the other side of the desk. Sengoku walked forward and picked up the report. The cover was stamped with an urgent marker and the name of the G10 branch. After the last strategy meeting, you were tasked with coordinating the follow-up tracking of the jellyfish pirates. This report was rushed from the G10 branch, and the intelligence department has already done a preliminary analysis. Take a look first. Sengoku nodded, his eyes quickly scanning the report. He read quickly. Moments later, his originally calm expression turned serious. Finished reading? Tell me your thoughts. Kong leaned back slightly, waiting for the analysis from the young Commodore known for his strategic wisdom. Sengoku put down the report and briefly organized his thoughts. The situation is becoming more complicated. First, regarding Mushroom Tyrant Morris. According to the report from Colonel Ronald of the G10 branch, and the testimonies of the soldiers present, the combat ability Morris displayed on Rongrong Island, especially his manipulation of giant fungi using the island environment to launch attacks, far exceeds his original bounty level of 43 million berries. The fact that he could directly heavily injure or even defeat Colonel Ronald means this level of strength cannot be underestimated. He paused, then continued his analysis. It's therefore not surprising that Sammy has taken an interest in him. A devil fruit user capable of demonstrating such power is an extremely attractive addition to the fighting force of any pirate crew aiming to expand. If Sammy truly succeeds in recruiting Morris, then with the power of the mushroom fruit, the jellyfish pirates will see a significant enhancement in their ability to create chaos, control areas, and engage in special terrain combat. Is that all? More than that. Sengoku adjusted his glasses and walked over to the map of the Grand Line on the wall, his finger tracing over Drum Kingdom, Alabasta, and Jaya Island, finally stopping at Rongrong Island. Combining the latest intelligence gathered a few days ago on Jaya Island with the information obtained this time on Rongrong Island, the objective of the jellyfish pirates can be confirmed. They plan to head to Sky Island. This also explains why he deviated from the main shipping route. He turned around to face Kong. However, this raises a question. Did he choose this route merely to win a bet with local pirates? Or is there something on Sky Island that is attracting him? That is the most perplexing point for me. The High West route is extremely high risk, practically a death trap. Ribera Sammy would not risk taking this route simply to win an absurd bet. There must be something on Sky Island that we don't know about, something attractive enough to him. It's a pity that Sky Island is a blind spot in our marine intelligence system, with very few records. Kong nodded slowly, his expression also becoming solemn. That is also what concerns me. Sammy's actions appear flamboyant, but every step is clearly utilitarian. From seeking medical resources in Drum Kingdom, to rescuing executives and consolidating strength in Alabasta, and now targeting Sky Island, his pattern of action is highly purposeful and predatory. Choosing a high-risk route abandoned for decades must mean he has a sufficient reason he deems worth the risk. Your judgment aligns with mine. Sengoku returned to the desk. Quote, currently, there is too little intelligence to determine Sammy's specific goal. But what is certain is that his trip to Sky Island is definitely not a whim. They are a pirate group with clear strategic goals, efficient organizational capabilities, and a strong desire for expansion. Although they are currently only operating in the first half of the Grand Line, we cannot let down our guard. Kong's expression grew even more serious. Indeed, the G10 branch suffered heavy losses this time, and the disappearance of the Seastone handcuffs is an even more serious incident. We must immediately respond to the strength and danger posed by Sammy's crew. So, Sengoku, based on the current intelligence, how do you think we should respond? First, we must immediately and significantly increase Morris's bounty. This is to reflect his true combat power level, as well as the potential threat increase resulting from Sammy's interest in him. I recommend raising his bounty to over 70 million berries. Second, we should simultaneously increase the bounties of the other executives of the Jellyfish Pirates, especially Ribera Sammy, adjusting based on his recent performance and the overall threat level of the crew. Sengoku clenched his fist, producing a slight clicking sound. We need to send a clear signal to the outside world that the Marine will never stand by and watch a highly organized and growing pirate crew expand recklessly. Finally, we must order the G10 branch and all Marine units in the surrounding sea areas to heighten their vigilance, closely monitor the movements of the Jellyfish Pirates, prioritize reporting upon detection and attempt tracking, but avoid unnecessary direct conflict. Kong listened to Sengoku's proposal and nodded in agreement. Your suggestion is sound and adheres to standard response procedures. However, I have a slightly different idea. Sengoku was slightly taken aback. Fleet Admiral Kong? Kong stood up, walked to the window, and looked out at the busy Marineford harbor. Sammy is so persistent in wanting to go to Sky Island. Perhaps there are secrets hidden there that we don't know about. Although that route is dangerous, based on the strength and navigation skills they have shown so far, the probability of successful arrival is not low. We have been disconnected from Sky Island for decades. If it weren't for Ribera Sammy, we would have almost forgotten this place, Sky Island, an area where our intelligence is almost blank. What exactly is there? What is Sammy's true goal? He turned around, his gaze fixed piercingly on Sengoku. Perhaps we could be more proactive. Sengoku seemed to understand something. Are you suggesting? Kong returned to his seat, clasping his hands together. Sending in undercover agents. Since Sammy has publicly announced his intention to recruit Morris, this is an excellent signal. It demonstrates his ambition for expansion and the Jellyfish Pirates' inclusiveness and recruitment capability. It is a stance, a threat, and also an opportunity. That is too dangerous. The core cohesion of Sammy's pirate crew is extremely strong. Sending people in rashly will not only result in a low success rate, but if exposed, the consequences would be unimaginable. The risk certainly exists, but it is worth attempting. Kong did not deny the danger of the action, but his expression told Sengoku that this was a well-thought-out plan. Based on calculations of their route and timing, the Jellyfish Pirates' next logpost destination after leaving Rongrong Island is likely Kikarae's Island. I will select suitable personnel to appear there in a plausible manner and create an opportunity for them to be accepted by the Jellyfish Pirates. The first thing we must do is, when the next batch of bounties is updated, not only must we significantly increase the bounties of Morris and the other main executives of the Jellyfish Pirates, but we must also include several bounty posters for our undercover agents among those bounties. Kong walked over to Sengoku. These undercover personnel must be carefully selected. Their backgrounds must be flawless, their abilities prominent enough but not too conspicuous, and most importantly, they must have the resolve to sacrifice themselves for justice. At the same time, I will arrange for additional support on the island to help them successfully join the Jellyfish Pirates. Once successful, we will obtain first-hand intelligence regarding the internal workings of the Jellyfish Pirates and the direction of their Sky Island operation, a value far exceeding a simple military siege. Sengoku fell into deep thought. He knew Kong's decision was extremely bold, but it was not entirely unreasonable. I understand. Sengoku finally nodded. Quote, so, regarding the coordination between the bounty posters and the undercover plan? The overt and covert lines will proceed simultaneously. Kong returned to his seat and picked up a pen. Quote, the bounty updates will be released as usual, the undercover plan will be secretly launched, and the candidates and strategy will be personally formulated by me. You are responsible for coordinating the various branches, strengthening surveillance of the relevant sea areas, and providing necessary intelligence and evacuation contingency support for the undercover operation. Yes, sir. 73. Number 73. New Bounty in the Tavern. Chapter 73. New Bounties in the Tavern. A few days later, near Ferris Valley Town on Kikara's Island. Captain, an island has been spotted ahead. Good. The usual rules. Take down the pirate flag and prepare to dock. 2 hours later, the Swordfish slowly sailed into a busy port. Completely different from the quiet and strange Rongrong Island. The scene before them was bustling with life. This was Kikara's Island, home to the Astria Kingdom. It was an autumn island, but unlike others, it was dotted with numerous ancient volcanoes. However, most of them had been dormant for many years, with only a few showing residual signs of activity. Over the years, those dormant volcanoes accumulated rainwater and seeping seawater, forming deep and clear lakes. Viewed from above, these azure sinkholes resembled stars embedded in the earth, which is where the Astria Kingdom earned its reputation as the Star Nation. These volcanoes granted the land incredible fertility, resulting in bumper harvests for the kingdom every year, especially high-quality coffee, various fruits, and agricultural crops. Ferris Valley Town, where Sammy and his crew docked, was a prosperous small town within the Astria Kingdom, primarily focused on agriculture and trade. Merchant ships came and went at the docks, warehouses stood tall, and the air was filled with a mixture of coffee, fruit, alcohol, and sea breeze. Wow, this island is so lively. It's completely different from the last island. Pay attention, everyone. This is a world government affiliate nation and a major commercial hub. There are many royal guards and informants. Don't be too conspicuous. Return as soon as you finish purchasing supplies. Got it. Big brother Isaac. Hey, Dr. Hirulik, wanna come with us to the market? Let's go. Let's go. Let's go together. I was just looking to replenish some medicinal herbs. Hirulik adjusted his glasses and excitedly followed the procurement team. On the other side, Alberto suddenly twitched his nose, then waved his hand in front of his face and immediately looked at Sammy, gesturing a drink motion. Boss, looks like Alberto has sniffed out some good alcohol. What do you say? Wanna go try some good alcohol? Then we certainly can't miss it. Aldo, Fitch, let's go grab a drink. Haha, boss, I was waiting for you to say that. As he disembarked, Aldo deliberately shouted up toward the ship. Hey Bowlegs, thanks for taking care of the ship today. Marcus, who was polishing Ransakura by the ship's rail, froze, and a vein popped out on his forehead. You bastard, do you want to die? Get lost. Aldo laughed loudly as he slid down the gangplank and turned back to make a face. See y'all later. Following Alberto's lead, the group walked through the bustling streets and arrived at the town center square. It was even livelier here than at the docks. Shops lined the square, vendors gathered, and the sounds of hawking, haggling, and children laughing interwove into a vibrant marketplace symphony. But what was most impressive was the aroma of alcohol that permeated the air. The fragrance wafted from all directions. Even without Alberto's extraordinary sense of smell guiding them, anyone stepping into this area would instantly be captivated by the strong scent of wine. Country. Holy cow. Aldo closed his eyes and took a deep breath. What kind of wonderful place is this? I haven't passed out in a rum barrel and dreamed I'm in heaven, have I? Quote. Fitch playfully slapped his back. Stop spacing out, you drunkard boss, and the others are already inside. Huh? Damn it, they didn't even call for me. Aldo snapped back to reality and saw that Sammy, Kyla, and the others had already entered a rather elaborate-looking tavern on the edge of the square, so he quickly strode in after them. The interior of the tavern was even livelier than it looked from the outside. Wooden tables and chairs were filled with various customers, and the air was a mix of alcohol and food aromas. Sammy and the others had already taken seats at a long table near the window, each holding a wooden mug and sampling their drinks. Hey, you guys are too fast. Aldo squeezed over, shouting, and plopped down onto the long bench, causing the table to shake slightly, then grandly waved his hand. Boss, bring me a barrel of the best rum. The bartender heard the call and walked over, handing a menu to Aldo. Welcome. Which specific type of rum would you like? I just want rum. Why do you? Sir, we have over 20 kinds of rum available, varying in origin, vintage, and flavor. Aldo took the menu, glanced at it, and his eyes widened even further. Holy hell, there are so many varieties of rum? The text is tiny. He scratched his head and simply pushed the menu away. Alright, I can't read it, just bring me a barrel of your absolute most signature rum. Of course then, I recommend our house specialty, the premium white rum, Zabard al-Bahar. It's brewed from locally selected sugarcane and spring water filtered through volcanic rock layers, offering a crisp taste perfect for heavy drinking. 1 barrel, correct? I'll arrange it right away. Yes, that's Zabard al-Bah something. Bring me a barrel. Fitch, sitting next to him, also raised his hand. Please bring me a pitcher of the same thing. Very well. Sirs, 1 barrel of Zabard al-Bahar, Plus 1 pitcher, please. Wait a moment. Your fine drinks will be right out. The bartender noted the order and turned toward the kitchen. Soon, the drinks ordered by the two men were brought over. Aldo couldn't wait, pouring himself a full mug and gulping down a large mouthful. Ha, that hits the spot. This really is a great place. I love it. Sammy swirled the deeper colored wine in his glass, watching the bustling crowds come and go in the square outside the window, and hearing the satisfied sighs and clinking mugs of his companions. His lips couldn't help but curl into a slight smile. Kikare's Island looked like it would be a good place for a rest. Boss, what are you thinking about? Aldo downed another mug and wiped his mouth. This liquor is really good. Should we buy more before we leave? We can. Later, I'll have the procurement staff check it out. Buying about 80 barrels should match our ship's capacity. Long live the boss. Cheers to the boss. Just as Aldo tilted his head back to gulp down his second mug and let out a satisfied breath, the guests at a nearby table, several men who looked like merchants, seemed to have gotten drunk, and their conversation drifted over with the smell of alcohol. So, after this run, I plan to rest for a few months. Rest for a few months? Old Charlie, that doesn't sound like you. Hasn't the profit on this route always been good? Sigh, no matter how good the profit is, you need to be alive to spend it, right? I have some connections with the Marine. I ran into him at sea a couple of days ago, and he secretly gave me a warning, saying this area of the sea has been troubled recently. Troubled? Pirates? Which crew is so arrogant that the Marine specifically warned you about them? My old friend didn't go into detail about the specific reason, but I heard that these guys just pulled off a major operation somewhere else and caused trouble for the Marine. Old Charlie shook his head. Anyway, the gist of it was that he advised me to avoid sailing in this area for the next few months and lay low. I trust him, so this trip I plan to stock up a bit more cargo, and then I'll stay safely on shore until things quiet down. Whoa, that's serious? Even the Marine is warning people to stay away? Are there bounties out? There sure are. As if to back up his claim, old Charlie reached into the inner pocket of his clothes and carefully pulled out a stack of folded wanted posters. He slipped them to me, saying they were just for reference, and to be careful. I glanced at them, and the bounty amounts are quite high. 74. Number 74. Eyes in the Shadows. Chapter 74. Gaze in the Shadows. Sammy's hand shaking the wine glass paused slightly, then he turned his head and gave Kyla, who was diagonally opposite, a meaningful look. Understanding the signal, Kyla raised his hand and lightly pressed down his top hat, letting the shadow of the brim cover the upper half of his face. He beckoned the bartender over and whispered a few instructions. The bartender glanced at the merchants at the neighboring table with a hint of confusion, but eventually nodded. A moment later, the bartender brought several glasses of specially mixed drinks to the merchants' table. Gentlemen, these are a treat from the guest at the next table. The merchants were clearly surprised. Looking in the direction the bartender pointed, they saw Kyla raising his glass in a toast towards them, then walking over with his glass in hand. Excuse me, gentlemen, sorry to bother you. This friend, you are? Old Charlie looked this stranger with the low-brimmed hat up and down. Ah, don't mind me, I'm just an ordinary guest in this tavern. Kyla smiled and lowered his voice slightly. It's just that I accidentally overheard you mentioning the new bounties issued by the Marine. As you know, people like us who sail often need to know more about the situation to have some peace of mind. So I've come to take the liberty of asking if it's convenient to let us take a look. Hearing this, a look of hesitation appeared on old Charlie's face. My friend, I'm afraid this isn't very convenient after all. A Marine friend gave this to me privately. Understandable. Kyla wasn't annoyed by the refusal. He reached into his coat, took out a small stack of berries, and gently pushed them across the table. A small token of appreciation. Consider it a round of drinks for you all. I hope you can do us a favor. Old Charlie's gaze fell on the stack of berries. Judging by the thickness, it was about 3,000 or 4,000 berries. For this stack of bounty posters that cost him almost nothing, this was undoubtedly a windfall. Moreover, these bounties would spread through every street and alley in a few days, and by then, they would be worthless. His expression changed rapidly for a few seconds. Then, a warm smile broke out on old Charlie's face. He handed over the bounty posters with one hand and quickly tucked the berries into his coat with the other. Oh my, look at what you're saying. It's not easy for anyone out here. We should help each other out. You're being too formal, ha ha ha. Thank you. Kyla took the stack of bounties, said his thanks, and turned back to Sammy's table. He placed the stack of bounties in the center of the table, and Sammy's group immediately gathered around. It was a thick stack of posters, over 20 in total. Besides the members of the Jellyfish Pirates, it also included many other pirates and wanted criminals. Whoa, boss. Aldo was the first to exclaim in a low voice. Although he kept his voice down, the shock in his tone couldn't be suppressed. Your bounty, it's risen to 180 million inches. The corner of Sammy's mouth curled up, and he made a gesture to stay calm. Keep it down. What about yours? Aldo searched eagerly and soon pulled one out. Haha, mine went up from 55 million to 60 million. Now I'm the same as Marcus. Then you're celebrating too early. Kyla slowly pulled another sheet from the stack and pushed it in front of Aldo. Look, Marcus's went up from 60 million to 63 million. Damn it. Aldo thumped the table, drawing glances from several nearby tables. He quickly pulled his head back. He's ahead of me again. Kyla's own bounty had also risen from 45 million to 49 million. Fitch and Alberto searched carefully but didn't find their new bounties. It seemed the Marine hadn't adjusted their amounts. At that moment, Alberto picked up a bounty poster, held it up in front of everyone, and gestured excitedly with "Abba Abba" sounds. It was Morris's. Open black lens bracket mushroom tyrant Morris. Bounty. 80 million berries. Executive of the Jellyfish Pirates. Extremely heinous, dead or alive. Close black lens bracket. PFF'd. Aldo spat out his wine, his eyes wide and round. 80 million? This is too ridiculous. It's almost doubled. The increase is even more exaggerated than that short-legged wiener back then. It's alright, pretty much what I expected. Sammy took the bounty poster from Alberto and carefully examined Morris's gloomy face. Given the strength he displayed, plus the threat bonus from being recruited by us, it's reasonable for the Marine to give this price. Fitch leaned in, looking at the line "Executive of the Jellyfish Pirates," and clicked his tongue in wonder. Executive boy, he's become the #1 person in bounty under the boss now. It seems the Marine is even more cooperative than we imagined. Sammy gently set his wineglass on the table, a playful smile on his face. In that case, we'll accept this generous gift with pleasure. Ha ha ha. To our rising worth. Cheers. In the distance, the top floor of the Ferris Valley Town Clock Tower. The view here was wide, offering a panoramic view of most of the port and the central square. At this moment, in the attic that should have been empty, dozens of Marine soldiers were observing the members of the Jellyfish Pirates through telescopes. Clearly, this had become a temporary surveillance point. Target A, Sammy, and his 4 core executives are still in the tavern. Target B, Procurement Group, split into 3 small teams, have entered the Medicinal Herb Market, Food Wholesale Area, and Sundries Street respectively. Target C, Leisure Group, scattered throughout the central square's casinos, game stalls, and snack stalls, behaving normally, showing no signs of gathering or alertness. Wait, some are heading towards the red light district. In the center of the attic, a middle-aged man wearing a marine coat sat on a temporary soft sofa. This person was none other than the branch commander of the G10 branch, Wolverine Rear Admiral Saul Hack. He was resting with his eyes closed until hurried footsteps came from the stairs, and he slowly opened his eyes. The people who came up were actually old Charlie and his merchant companions who had just traded with Kyla in the tavern. At this moment, there was no trace of merchant-like slickness on their faces. Instead, they had the efficiency of soldiers. Reporting to Rear Admiral Hack. Mission accomplished. The bounties have been handed over to the core members of the Jellyfish Pirates through the preset contact method. The contact process was natural and did not arouse the other party's suspicion. Rear Admiral Hack nodded slightly, but there wasn't much of a smile on his face. Very good. You've done well. Go down and rest. Continue to play your roles and move on to the next step. Remember, do not show any flaws in any detail. Yes, sir. Old Charlie and the others saluted again and quickly retreated, merging back into the bustling town below as if they had never appeared. Silence returned to the attic, save for the slight sound of telescope barrels turning. Rear Admiral Hack stood up and walked to the window, his gaze fixed on the few faintly visible figures by the tavern window in the distance. His fist slowly clenched at his side, his knuckles making a slight cracking sound. Plundering the equipment of my G10 branch, wounding over 100 of my soldiers, taking away the precious seastone handcuffs, he whispered to himself, every word squeezed through his teeth with fury. Ribera Sammy, you, I will remember you. The adjutant behind him couldn't help but take a step forward. Rear Admiral, we currently hold the geographical advantage, and there are garrison troops on the island. If we take them by surprise and concentrate our forces to raid the tavern or the docks, we might not necessarily fail to. Shut up, Rear Admiral Hack interrupted him. Do you think I don't want to? I want to rush down right now more than anyone, crush that jellyfish ruthlessly, and turn him into a cold jellyfish salad. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his surging killing intent, and turned his gaze toward the more distant sky. But the strategic mission assigned by the Admiral is higher than personal grudges. Moving against him now would only alert the enemy and make everything go to waste. He turned around, shadow covering half of his face, making his gaze appear even deeper and more inscrutable. Let him go. Let him follow our guidance to the Sky Island he's so set on. Let him think everything is under control. Let him continue to swell with pride. The corner of Rear Admiral Hack's mouth curled into an arc. When he comes down from that sky island, no matter what he finds, I will be waiting for him there. The shame of the G10 branch must be washed away with blood. At that time, I will personally send him and those proud executives of his, every single one of them, to impel down. Rear Admiral Hack's cold words echoed in the monitoring tower, casting a shadow over the seemingly happy and peaceful holiday below. 75. Number 75. A Man Named Barnes. Chapter 75. The Man Named Barnes. The sun was setting, and the group had been drinking merrily in the tavern for several hours, each face wearing the pleasant flush of mild intoxication. Seeing that everyone had drunk their fill, Sammy signaled it was time to head back. Alright, that's enough. It wouldn't be good to get drunk. Let's call it a day and head back first. Okay, you guys go ahead. I'll catch up in a moment, Aldo shouted, turning and rushing towards the counter. Boss, give me 2 more barrels of that zabbered whatever white rum of yours. I'll take them back to drink. Under the helpless gazes of the others, Aldo hoisted a sealed small barrel onto each shoulder and cheerfully squeezed out of the tavern door. This should last me a while. The group walked along the streets, still bustling in the evening. The mild buzz made their steps light, and this rare moment of leisure put everyone in a good mood. This place is really nice. The goods are good, the drinks are good. If we can pass by again next time. Aldo, carrying the barrels, hadn't even finished his sentence when he was interrupted by the sound of hurried footsteps and shouts coming from the street intersection ahead. Make way, everyone, make way. They saw a man wearing a brown leather vest darting through the crowd at an astonishing speed. Behind him were 7 or 8 people wearing the uniforms of the Astria Kingdom Royal Guards. The guards were chasing with all their might, but he kept increasing the distance. Stop, Ryan, you can't escape. The man called Ryan even had ample time to turn his head and flash a grin at the pursuing guards, though the smile was visibly mocking. His steps were light. With a sideways shift, he slipped through the narrow gap between 2 fruit stalls, casually grabbing an apple and taking a bite. Hey, thanks. He waved the apple at the stall owner and, amidst the owner's curses, ducked to avoid a tackle from a guard in front, then smoothly executed a forward roll. By the time he got up, he had already left that guard behind, his movements as fluid as if they had been rehearsed. Stop him, you guys, flank from over there. Surrender, you can't get away. Ryan weaved left and right on the busy street with incredible speed. Just when it seemed he was about to be caught, he would always slip out of the encirclement by the narrowest of margins, eliciting gasps from the passers-by. Adhering to the principle of avoiding unnecessary trouble, Sammy and the others moved aside, clearing the main path. Whoa, this guy can really run. Aldo widened his eyes, watching the figure slip through the gaps of several lunging soldiers. Once again, yeah, 3 teams in a row tried to flank him, and they still couldn't stop him. Fitch commented, arms crossed. It's just this guy looks familiar, like I've seen him somewhere before. Kylo said doubtfully, then took out that stack of wanted posters from his pocket and began flipping through them. Ah, found it. Gale Ryan, bounty 34 million berries. Charges: attacking a kingdom merchant convoy, stealing military supplies. A lone thief, active in the nearby seas, known for his speed and agility, having escaped multiple captures. His nickname is Gale? No wonder he's so good at running. At that moment, Ryan seemed to have his path blocked by another team of guards who had heard the commotion, but he wasn't flustered. He glanced around, his gaze locking onto the awning extending from a nearby tavern. He took 2 running steps, kicked off the wall, grabbed the edge of the awning with one hand, and executed a neat flip onto the roof. Standing on the roof ridge, he dusted off his hands, looked down at the panting guards below, and instead of fleeing immediately, he leisurely took another bite of the apple, even provocatively giving a thumbs-down gesture. Then, with a flicker, he disappeared behind the roof ridge, leaving the guards below shouting in frustration. This guy is a bit arrogant. Fitch stroked his chin. Sammy took in the entire scene. 34 million, no wonder he can escape captures so easily. Interesting. Good luck to him. He shook his head. Quote, let's go. To Sammy, he was just a skilled but ultimately limited thief. A wanted criminal of this level wasn't worth his personal intervention. The group also quickly put the matter out of their minds, treating it as just a minor episode on the way back, and continued towards the dock where the swordfish was moored. By the time they returned to the dock, the setting sun had dyed the sea surface a brilliant golden red. However, the scene on the deck instantly sobered them up. The relaxed smiles vanished from everyone's faces, replaced by gravity and solemnity. The crew members responsible for watching the ship lay scattered across the deck, weapons strewn everywhere. Amidst this mess, a man sat cross-legged, his back to the dazzling sunset. Hearing their footsteps, he slowly opened his eyes and stood up. Are you the boss of this ship? His voice wasn't loud, but a trace of unruly smile played on his face, and an aura of undeniable presence emanated from him. Sammy's expression was calm, but his eyes had turned terrifyingly cold. Yes, that's me. It seems my crew has been under your care. Them? I asked them where you were. They wouldn't say and even tried to fight me. I was just acting in self-defense. Are you looking for me? The man shrugged, his tone casual. My name is Barnes. I came from the neighboring island. Since I set sail, I haven't met anyone who could defeat me. He cracked his knuckles. Just now at the casino, I heard a few of your crew bragging, saying their captain is a great pirate with a 150 million bounty. I wanted to see for myself what a so-called great pirate is really made of. And incidentally, I wanted to gauge my own strength to see what level one stand at on these seas. Damn it, which idiot's mouth is so loose? Aldo angrily thumped the barrels he was carrying onto the deck, but Sammy smiled. So that's how it is. His smile held no warmth. However, you barged onto my ship directly and injured my men. I think you must have already prepared yourself for the consequences, right? At that moment, Hans, sporting a large bump on his head, struggled to get up. Boss, be careful. This guy is ridiculously strong. Even Marcus. Marcus? Sammy's eyes sharpened. Quote, right, where is Marcus? Oh, you mean the guy with the sword, right? Barnes casually pointed his thumb towards the cabin direction, where the wooden door was now shattered and broken. That guy's skills were decent, but still far from mine. I knocked him into the cabin. I reckon he won't be getting up for a while. The chill in Sammy's eyes deepened completely. I originally thought I was in a pretty good mood today. He slowly took off his jacket and tossed it to Fitch beside him, cracking his neck. But you, Sammy stared directly at Barnes. The sea breeze blew his bangs aside, revealing the sharp eyes beneath. Have really pissed me off. Then let's find a place and have a proper fight. Predator Ribera. Sammy, 76. Number 76. The Composure of the Crusher. Chapter 76. The Crusher's Composure. On a desolate, uninhabited island about 2 nautical miles northwest of Ferris Valley town, Sammy and Barnes stood dozens of meters apart, facing off on the fine white sand beach. The sea breeze whipped up sand and dust, forming a hazy barrier between the two. Out on the sea in the distance, the Swordfish was anchored at a safe distance. Executives like Aldo and Fitch, along with Marcus and other injured crew members supporting each other, were all gathered on the bow deck, their eyes fixed on the two figures on the small island. Marcus, what's wrong with you? You actually got taken down so easily? Marcus didn't talk back or mess around as usual. He touched the bandages on his chest, his gaze more solemn than ever before. That guy is strong. His power, his speed. I was careless, but it wasn't an unfair defeat. Seeing Marcus's reaction, Aldo also cast aside all his lightheartedness and looked toward the island with a serious expression. On the island, Sammy rolled his wrists and neck, looking around. It's spacious and remote enough. I won't have to feel bad if anything gets broken. Barnes grinned, revealing an excited smile. Exactly what I had in mind. Don't let me down. Great pirate worth 150 million inches. Bang! The moment the words left his mouth, Barnes's figure suddenly vanished from where he stood. The sandy ground where he had been standing abruptly exploded into a shallow pit. Almost simultaneously, he had already lunged in front of Sammy, throwing a straight punch that was unadorned yet contained terrifying kinetic energy. The wind from the punch tore through the air, letting out a sharp, cannon-like whistle. Cannon punch. What an explosive burst of speed. On the ship, Aldo's pupils constricted. However, facing this incredibly swift surprise attack, Sammy actually didn't dodge or evade, meeting it with a right punch that was equally simple and direct. Boom! The fists collided, producing a dull, thunderous sound like a giant drum being struck. A visible ring-shaped shockwave violently exploded outward with the two as the center, blowing up the surrounding dust. A flicker of surprise flashed in Barnes's eyes as he used the momentum to leap back gracefully. He shook his somewhat numb fist, the contempt in his eyes decreasing slightly, replaced by an even more fervent fighting spirit. To be able to take a punch with 70% of my power head on, not bad. It seems your bounty isn't entirely made up. Your strength isn't bad either. As expected of Mad Shark Barnes with a 99 million bounty. In my opinion, your strength is worth far more than that price. Sammy paused, the corners of his mouth curling up. However, you seem to care a lot about the amount of the bounty? How interesting. Can a martial arts fanatic like you be troubled by a worldly price tag? Time rewound to about 2 hours ago, when the Swordfish was preparing to leave port. Sammy was assigning personnel, as some needed to stay at the Ferris Valley town docks to meet the procurement and leisure teams who hadn't yet returned. Kyla and Alberto were singled out to stay and handle this matter. Before parting, Kyla handed a bounty poster to Sammy. The person on the poster was precisely Barnes. Open black lens bracket Mad Shark Barnes close black lens bracket Bounty, 99 million berries. Crimes, attacking martial artists and marine officers. A loner with a fierce temperament. Capture alive recommended. Boss, please be careful. His crimes are different from the usual pirates who raid towns. His threat to civilians is limited. This bounty might not fully reflect his true combat strength. Honestly, Sammy shook his head with an almost pitying tone. Your strength and this bounty are really mismatched. It's truly a shame, but I happen to have a way to help you raise your value. Clearly, Sammy was somewhat bothered by the fact that the other party hadn't broken into the 100 million range. Enjoy these last moments of freedom. This will also be your final moment in the spotlight. Huh? What nonsense are you babbling? Quote, Barnes's brow furrowed, an inexplicable irritability and chill creeping up his spine. Sammy's gaze made him feel like he was no longer a challenger, but a fish on a cutting board. Stop boasting, take this. Furious shark fist style, wavebreaker. The muscles in his arms suddenly bulged, the sandy ground beneath his feet exploded again, and he pounced towards Sammy with the momentum of crushing waves. Bring it on, Sammy shouted low, advancing instead of retreating, throwing a punch of his own in direct opposition. Boom. Another head-on clash of pure power. As soon as Barnes closed in, he didn't give Sammy the slightest chance to breathe, his fist techniques unfolding continuously like a raging sea. Raging wave barrage. His fists, palms, elbows, knees, and legs turned into a blur of afterimages in an instant, completely enveloping Sammy like a surging tide. Bang 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 bang. Dense impact sounds like falling rain rang out, and Sammy's figure was completely swallowed up by this violent offensive. What's the matter? Is this all a great pirate worth 150 million can do? Barnes's attacks grew even faster, his wild laughter filled with contempt. Quote, you can't even dodge this? On the swordfish, Aldo and the others watched with burning anxiety. The boss is being suppressed. Is this guy really that strong? Quote, Hans, with bandages wrapped around his head, stared intently at the battlefield and said in a deep voice, no. The boss's strength is definitely above Barnes's. The reason he isn't dodging. On the island's beach, at the center of the battle, Sammy's voice, carrying a hint of playful amusement, pierced through the violent sounds of striking, is because my intuition tells me there's no need to dodge at all. The moment the words fell, Sammy ignored the shadows of fists attacking him from all sides. His right fist pierced through Barnes's airtight offensive with an almost barbaric posture, striking straight toward the other man's chest. This earth-shattering blow was unadorned, yet it gave Barnes the illusion that he would be hit no matter which way he dodged. Barnes's pupils shrank violently, and all his attacks were forced to stop. He could only cross his arms and desperately shield himself. Thud. Barnes felt his arms go numb as an irresistible force surged from them. He was pushed backward rapidly by this power, plowing 2 deep trenches several meters long into the sand before he managed to stabilize himself. As the dust slowly settled, looking at Sammy again, he simply patted the areas where he had been hit as if brushing off dust, then shook his head at the slightly pale Barnes. The massage technique is quite subpar. Mad Shark, your skill is passable, but your power is zero. I won't be paying for this kind of service. The sea breeze blew sand against Barnes's face. This slight sensation snapped him out of his momentary shock. He slowly lowered his somewhat numb arms and shook his wrists. The contemptuous and manic expression on his face completely faded, replaced by an unprecedented solemnity. The power of that punch just now, and the other man's attitude of doing nothing while taking his raging wave barrage head-on. Zone type, human fruit. His low self-muttering was only audible to himself. To think physical enhancement could reach such a level, how troublesome. Barnes lowered his waist slightly, his fists clenching again. His fighting spirit, instead of waning due to the setback, surged even higher. It seems we need to get serious. 77. Number 77. The True Nature of Jellyfish. Chapter 77. The Jellyfish's True Form. On the beach of the deserted island, Barnes slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. The physical boost from a zone type is indeed amazing, but unfortunately, you're just an ordinary species. The gap between you and the ancient or mythical zone is far too wide. He bent his knees slightly, assuming a starting stance that was vastly different from his previous wild style. Now, I will let you witness the true realm of my Furious Shark Fist style technique, which I have honed to the absolute limit. Oh, Furious Shark Fist style? Sammy raised an eyebrow. Quote, the name sounds quite imposing. Although Sammy's words were light-hearted, he still maintained a posture of extreme alertness. Furious shark fist style. Secret technique. Barnes let out a low growl, and as he began to build up power, his momentum suddenly surged to its peak. Whoosh! His figure vanished, like a giant cannonball fired from its barrel, instantly crossing the distance between the two. Boom! Barnes stepped heavily onto the sandy ground in front of Sammy. For a moment, countless grains of sand shot into the sky, obscuring Barnes's movements. Now at some point, Barnes's figure appeared behind Sammy's side. His tactic had succeeded. From the thunderous feint at the front, to using the dust to strip away vision, and then moving into the blind spot at extreme speed, all of this was to create the one and only, and best, opportunity to attack. Sea-severing, sky-rending fist. Without any hesitation, all the power accumulated in Barnes's body erupted like a mountain flood. That fist of true secret technique, capable of severing the sea and rending the sky, tore through the lingering dust and struck directly at Sammy's defenseless back. This punch surpassed all his previous performances. This punch was the true sea-severing, sky-rending. Got him. Good timing. Sammy's pupils constricted slightly. He had noticed Barnes's movement, but it was too late to dodge. In that split second, Sammy made his choice. Jellyfish fruit. Soft body form. Just before Barnes's fist touched his body, Sammy's physical form underwent a drastic change. His body instantly expanded, softened and deformed, his skin taking on a translucent, gelatinous luster. Barnes's ultimate punch, powerful enough to sever the sea and split the waves, landed solidly in the center of Sammy's soft and elastic umbrella-shaped body. PSH. An extremely strange muffled sound rang out, as if a heavy hammer had struck deep water. Sammy's body showed incredible flexibility and force-dissipating properties. The struck area sank deep, rippling violently like water waves, neutralizing Barnes's punch power layer by layer. Even so, the residual impact still sent him flying backward, crashing heavily onto the beach and kicking up a cloud of dust. All the spectators on the bow of the swordfish held their breath. He hit him? Quote, the captain. No, it can't be. Is the captain going to lose? Ha ha. Barnes maintained his punching posture, panting heavily. This punch had consumed a huge amount of energy. Although he had hit Sammy, there was no joy on his face. Instead, it was filled with shock and doubt. Did I hit him? But this feeling, there was no crisp sound of bones breaking, no solid thud of fist hitting flesh. It felt more like a full-force punch landing on something bouncy and elastic. He stared fixedly at the dust screen ahead that had not yet dispersed, not daring to relax in the slightest. Whoosh! A sea breeze blew past, and the dust cleared slightly. Just then, a huge shadow slowly stood up from within the smoke. It's been so many years. You're the first person to force me into using this form. A giant, translucent pink jellyfish appeared before everyone's eyes. Beneath its rounded bell, dozens of tentacles of varying thickness and length hung down, supporting it as it floated above the sand. What is that? Quote, my god, is that the captain's true form? It's huge. Big brother Aldo, have you seen the captain like this before? Someone couldn't help but ask. Never. Aldo was equally dumbstruck. Quote, this is also the first time I've seen the boss turn into such a huge one. The edge of the giant jellyfish's bell rippled slightly, and Sammy's voice came from somewhere within the massive body. Your strength is indeed decent. I'm almost tempted to recruit you as a subordinate. Barnes was stunned for a moment, then grinned with a cruel smile. This is your true form? Hey, it's quite hideous. The giant jellyfish fell silent for a moment, filled down pointing triangle dish hash. You asked for this. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Over a dozen tentacles whistled through the air, lashing down at Barnes from different angles. The range was so large that it covered almost all his evasion space, even though Barnes pushed his speed to the limit, dodging repeatedly through the gaps in the whip like shadows. There were unfortunately too many tentacles and they were too fast. Whack! A tentacle grazed his shoulder. There was no intense pain, only a trace of imperceptible stinging. Immediately after, a numbing sensation like an electric current surged from that point through half his body. Oh no, poison? Quote, Barnes's heart sank, and his movements inevitably began to stiffen. This instant was the moment that decided victory and defeat. Whack 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 whack. More tentacles took advantage of the opening, lashing his arms, waist, and legs in succession. Every hit was not just a physical blow, but also a layering of toxins. Barnes felt his vision begin to shake slightly, and his limbs became increasingly heavy. The speed and power he was so proud of were being frantically eroded by the toxins. He tried to punch back, but his movements were several beats too slow, and his fist was easily coiled by a tentacle. It's time to end this. The next moment, the tentacles in the air closed in, wrapping around him like giant pythons. They tightly bound the severely slowed Barnes, lifting him into the air and bringing him beneath the massive bell. As the toxins continued to be injected, Barnes's struggling grew weaker and weaker. Finally, when Sammy threw him onto the ground, he could only kneel halfway, panting heavily. Your poison is really annoying. Ha ha ha, this is a jellyfish's instinct. Every creature has its own talent that it relies on for survival. The giant jellyfish's form began to shrink and change. A few seconds later, Sammy returned to his human form. He stood there, gently moving his shoulders. The spot on his back where he had been hit was still slightly swollen, but his powerful recovery ability was quickly smoothing out the discomfort. Then, he calmly walked over to Barnes, looking down at the challenger who was struggling to maintain his kneeling posture. You win. Barnes looked up, sweat soaking his forehead, but his eyes showed that he had not completely yielded. What do you plan to do with me? Well, Sammy rubbed his chin, and a bright smile suddenly broke out on his face. Naturally, I'm going to help you prepare for your highlight moment. You? Quote. Before Barnes could react, Sammy's handblade struck the back of his neck. His vision went black, and Barnes completely lost consciousness. Sammy turned toward the distant swordfish and raised his arm high, waving it vigorously. It's over, come pick us up. The swordfish quickly approached. Aldo was the first to jump off the ship, rushing to Sammy's side. Looking at the unconscious Barnes on the ground, he was both excited and curious. Boss, the way you looked just now was so cool. Ha ha ha, you have good taste. Boss, what should we do with this guy? Bind him tightly with chains. This guy is quite strong. Lock all his joints so he can't even move a finger. Throw him into the hold cell. Later, we'll package him up with that Morris and sell them to Jillian. 2 high-priced executives from the Jellyfish Pirates should fetch a good price. At this time, Marcus, wrapped in bandages, walked over. He looked at the unconscious Barnes with a complex expression, then lowered his head and turned to Sammy. Boss, Sammy raised his hand and patted his shoulder firmly, interrupting him. Don't worry about it, Marcus. It's not your fault. This guy's strength level is beyond what you can handle right now. If we have to find a reference, his actual combat ability is probably a notch higher than a regular Marine branch captain. Losing to him is no disgrace. Sammy smiled, his gaze sweeping over the gathered crew members. Let's head back for now. The supplies should be about ready. Let's take a good rest at Kikare's Island for the next couple of days. Yes, Captain. 78. Number 78. Reputation, Fame and Morality. Chapter 78. Credibility, Reputation, and Morality. The swordfish slowly pulled back into the docks of Ferris Valley Town. The setting sun had almost completely sunk below the horizon, leaving only a streak of dark red afterglow in the sky. Brother Kyla, the captain, and the others are back. On the pier, Kyla and the crew members who had finished the procurement had been waiting for a long time. Seeing the ship return, everyone breathed a visible sigh of relief. Kyla stood up from the stacked cargo crates, adjusted his top hat, and walked quickly to meet them at the gangplank. Boss, how did it go? Kyla asked with concern. Quote, that kid. Sammy was the last one to walk down the gangplank, patting away non-existent dust from his clothes. That guy's strength isn't weak, but I still took him down. Don't just stand there. First, move the purchased supplies onto the ship. We'll talk about the details once we're on board. Understood. Kyla nodded and immediately turned to direct the crew. Quote, move fast, get everything up there. Soon, the swordfish finished storing the supplies, and the silence of the harbor mooring was restored. However, inside the cabin, it was exceptionally lively. The crew members who had gone to watch the battle and those who had stayed behind for procurement merged, and a heated discussion immediately broke out. Hey, how come you guys are all banged up? Is that guy really that tough? One person took on your whole group? A cook who had just returned looked at the bruises and bandages on his companion's face, his eyes widening in disbelief. Pa, he's only a little bit strong. He's far from our captain's level. A crew member with gauze wrapped around his head immediately retorted. You guys really missed out by going ashore for supplies this time. You didn't see the scene. What scene? Tell us quickly. The members of the procurement team immediately gathered around. The captain's true form, it was this big. A crew member exaggeratedly spread his arms to demonstrate. It was a full 3 stories high. For real? Quote, he's wrong. Another crew member squeezed in and corrected excitedly. I measured it with my own eyes, estimated it was at least 20 meters. It was translucent all over, pinkish no. It was powerful yet elegant. Dozens of tentacles whipped out. Shoo, and tied that mad shark up like a rice dumpling so he couldn't move. My god, so that's what the captain is really like. Poison. The tentacles also have poison. That guy went numb the moment he was touched. Where's the guy now? He's locked in the bottom deck cell, as a neighbor for that Morris. In contrast to the noise below, the atmosphere in the captain's cabin was much more serious. Sammy sat leaning back in the main chair, with Aldo, Marcus, Kyla, Fitch, and other core executives sitting around him. This Barnes, Sammy spoke first. His strength has likely been seriously underestimated by the Marines. If we sell him for 99 million, it's a huge loss in my opinion. Based on the level he showed today, combined with that pure martial obsession and potential, he's worth at least 130 million. 130 million? Quote. Aldo's eyes lit up, and he slapped his thigh in excitement. Then let's use the old method, spread the word that we've taken a liking to him and want him to be an exec. He paused, his eyes darting as a more brilliant idea occurred to him. Oh no, executive isn't enough. Let's say we want him to be the first mate. Once the Marines hear that, they'll freak out. The bounty will definitely skyrocket. After speaking, he crossed his arms and shook his head smugly, waiting for everyone's praise. The smile on Sammy's face vanished instantly, replaced by a speechless expression bordering on shock. First mate? This word also caused the brows of the others present to furrow almost simultaneously. They exchanged incredulous glances but did not speak. No, absolutely not. Sammy rejected the proposal categorically. Marcus followed up immediately. Exactly, Aldo. Use your brain. That trick we used on Morris, it was fine to fool the Marines, since they are an enemy force. But if we publicly announce that we are giving Barnes such a high position, it won't just be the Marines hearing the news. Civilians, other pirate crews, underworld merchants, everyone will know. He paused, his gaze sweeping over everyone. What is a first mate? It's the position second only to the captain on a ship. It's a brother who shares power and whom you trust with your back. If we turn around and sell him, how will people see us? The jellyfish pirates will become a group of bottomless scoundrels who would even sell out their own first mate. Our credibility would plummet across the entire circle, becoming a stain that can never be washed away. When that time comes, what decent talent would dare join us? What partners would dare deal with us? Being rejected by both Sammy and Marcus in succession, Aldo suddenly looked like a deflated ball. He scratched his hair and muttered, I just wanted to make a bit more. There was no anger in his eyes from being rejected, only regret that his brilliant plan hadn't been adopted. Marcus continued. Aldo, you must understand that there are several core laws for survival in this world besides strength. The most important are credibility, reputation, and morality. Even for us pirates, it's no exception. Kyla took over the conversation and continued. I think Marcus is right. It's true that this world is survival of the fittest, but it also values reputation and morality. The intent to recruit and granting a high position of power are two different things. With Morris, we only expressed appreciation and an intent to recruit. The Marines over-interpreted it themselves and elevated him to an executive. We didn't actually give any promises, and besides, only the Marines knew, so if we fooled them, we fooled them. In my opinion, we don't need to give him any official title. We just need to cleverly guide the outside world to mistakenly believe that this Barnes is of great value to us, and that will be enough. Tisk, fine, fine. Aldo rubbed his face hard, and the joking tone in his voice lessened. Since everyone says it won't work, then it's definitely a bad idea. Marcus, Kyla, what you said makes sense. I was thinking about it the wrong way. The reputation of our jellyfish pirates is much more valuable than selling someone for a few extra tens of millions of berries. We can't do something stupid that ruins our brand. Sammy nodded approvingly, propping his elbows on the table and interlacing his fingers. Exactly. Making him first mate is too stupid. We only need to send people to taverns, casinos, and street corners to praise this Mr. Mad Shark Barnes for his shocking strength and the little bit of trouble he caused us. He leaned forward slightly and lowered his voice. The key is to praise him realistically, specifically, and even with a hint of lingering fear. He leaned back into his chair again, a smile appearing. As for what the Marine big shots think after they hear it, Sammy spread his hands, that's up to them. Kyla, I'll leave this matter to you. I believe you can handle the degree of it well. 79. Number 79 Seaweed Project. Chapter 79. Project Seaweed. The bottom hold of the swordfish. Splash splash. Hey, wake up, wake up. A slightly raspy voice kept drilling into Barnes's ears. His heavy eyelids felt as if they were filled with lead. Barnes used all his strength just to barely force them open. His vision was a blur, with only the dim yellow halo of an oil lamp swaying in his sight. He instinctively tried to get up, only to find his body tightly bound by something hard. Except for his neck, he couldn't even lift a finger. Clang! The sound of chains rubbing against each other came from the side. Barnes struggled to turn his head toward the source of the noise. Behind the bars of the adjacent cell, a thin man with messy hair was staring intently at him, his face pressed between two iron bars. You're awake. Seeing Barnes open his eyes, the man's voice carried a hint of excitement. Barnes's vision gradually focused, and by the dim light, he recognized that face. Although his complexion was much worse, the contours gradually aligned with the gloomy photo on the wanted poster. You are Mushroom Tyrant Morris? You know me? Morris was taken aback, then immediately looked as if he had grasped a life-saving straw. Yes, I'm Morris Mushroom Tyrant Morris. Are you new here? Why were you locked up too? Are you an ability user as well? Did they say they were going to sell you too? A flurry of questions hit him, but Barnes didn't answer immediately. He narrowed his eyes and sized Morris up. Didn't you join the Jellyfish Pirates and become one of their executives? Barnes asked slowly, his tone full of inquiry. Was this some trick Sammy was playing, or he hoped it wasn't the latter? Ha, executive? Quote, Morris acted as if he had heard the world's biggest joke. It started as a chuckle, then turned into an uncontrollable, frantic laugh before his voice suddenly rose. Who said that? Which bastard started that rumor? Ever since I was knocked out in a sneak attack by that damn Sammy on Rongrong Island, I've been locked in this hellhole like a fucking dog. They only told me they were going to sell me to the Sabaody archipelago as a slave executive? Ha. What? How can this be? Barnes's voice dropped. It wasn't fear, but the helplessness of a situation spiraling out of control. What recruitment? What thirst for talent? It was all rhetoric Sammy had deliberately spread. It turned out this was a meticulously designed scam from start to finish. This Morris had been nothing more than a commodity from the beginning, and as for himself, what else could it be? Quote, Morris was emotional, shaking the seastone shackles on his body, which let out a dull clanking sound. If I weren't locked up by this ghost of a thing, making it so I can't use an ounce of strength, I could break out of a shitty cell like this in a minute. Damn it, those bastards, they better not fall into my hands. Barnes tried to exert force to stand up, but the layers of chains binding him made him immobile. If not for these chains, forget it, brother. Morris shook the seastone shackles on his wrists. I'm locked by these things, and right now I'm weaker than an ordinary person. As for you, he looked at Barnes, who was wrapped up like a zongzi. You look even worse off than us. It seems we really can't escape. I just hope that slave trader named Jillian can find us a slightly better master. Woo. Shut up, Barnes barked in a low voice, his eyes flashing with intense unwillingness. How could I possibly go and be someone's slave? Maybe there was still a chance. He took a deep breath and began to use the strength in his waist, combined with subtle twists of his shoulders, to roll laboriously across the floor like a clumsy insect. Hey what are you doing? Morris stopped sobbing and watched his cellmate's bizarre movements in stunned silence. Barnes didn't answer. It took him a full 2 or 3 minutes to barely adjust his body so his back was to Morris, aiming his rear at the gap in the iron bars. Listen to me. Barnes's voice was kept extremely low. In the pocket behind my butt, I've hidden a miniature den mushi. This is our only chance. Try and see if you can pull it out. Ad den mushi? Quote, a glimmer of hope instantly erupted in Morris's eyes. He immediately lay flat on the ground, struggling to reach his hand through the gap at the bottom of the bars to grope around Barnes's rear. There's nothing there. Did you remember wrong? Morris panted, trying again unwillingly, fumbling for a long time in all sorts of awkward positions. Finally, he stopped and slumped on the ground, the fire of hope that had just been lit in his eyes completely extinguished. Are you playing with me? There's absolutely nothing there. The pocket is empty. What? Quote, Barnes felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His last hope was gone. Could it have been searched and taken? Of course. How could they not have performed a body search? That sole communication tool he had hidden had likely already fallen into the enemy's hands while he was unconscious. Barnes's voice was dry. His last bit of luck had shattered. The plan had deviated from the very start. Not only had he failed to get close to the core, but he had become a prisoner about to be sold as cargo. Woo, I knew it wouldn't work. We're still going to be sold as slaves. Ferris Valley Town Clock Tower Surveillance Point. Report. A Marine intelligence officer in plain clothes walked quickly to the top floor of the clock tower, standing at attention and saluting Rear Admiral Hack, who was gazing out the window at the harbor. Rear Admiral Hack didn't turn around, merely raising a hand to signal the other to report directly. Rear Admiral Hack, based on the fragments of intelligence we've gathered from the scattered conversations of ordinary Jellyfish Pirates crew members in taverns, casinos, and elsewhere, comprehensive analysis allows us to preliminarily confirm Colonel Barnes from headquarters has successfully made contact with and joined the Jellyfish Pirates. The contact process matched the preset script, with a violent conflict occurring between both parties. Although the outcome of the battle was slightly different, the final result is consistent with our deductions. Rear Admiral Hack slowly turned around, his expression unreadable. Continue. Yes, according to the consistent descriptions from the target crew members, Colonel Barnes displayed formidable strength far exceeding his current bounty during the battle with Predator Sammy, even briefly forcing Sammy to reveal his giant biological form. The intelligence officer paused and added, although the crew's descriptions contain some embellishment, it is sufficient to prove that Colonel Barnes's strength has been highly recognized by the opponent, especially Sammy himself. Based on this, it is highly likely the captain will bypass the peripheral observation phase and directly enter the core decision-making circle of the jellyfish pirates. Directly entering the core circle, Rear Admiral Hack rubbed his chin, his eyes flashing with sharp light. This was moving faster than expected. Does Sammy have any suspicions about him? There are no signs of it at present. All intelligence indicates that Sammy views Colonel Barnes's challenge as a purely martial contest. Rear Admiral Hack walked to the hanging sea chart, his gaze falling on the black marker representing the jellyfish pirates. Very good. Colonel Barnes has done well. Although the opening was a bit risky, the results are significant. However, we cannot pin all our hopes and intelligence sources on Colonel Barnes alone. We can't put all our eggs in one basket, especially in front of a cunning opponent like Sammy. He turned, his gaze sweeping over the intelligence officer and the other officers in the room. Other groups of Project Seaweed continue operations according to the predetermined plan. Yes, 80. #80 The World in the Newspaper. Chapter 80. The World on Newspaper. The sun was shining brightly on the deck. Sammy lay alone in a lounger, squinting as he watched the white clouds drift by, feeling a bit disgruntled. Those guys Aldo, Marcus, every one of them ran off to the island to have fun, and they actually didn't invite me. Under a sunshade not far away, several crew members who had stayed behind to watch the ship were huddled together, their heads close as they excitedly discussed something in low voices. Did you see? The Celestial Dragons are on tour again. It's the front page headline in the world. Global news. Which country is the unlucky one this time? Shush, keep it down. The Roger Pirates are going wild, my goodness. Their bounties are rising way too fast. Bounties rising fast? Can they be faster than rocks? I'm his die-hard fan. Give it a rest. How long has it been since there was any news of rocks? If you ask me, the most popular one right now has to be the current vice captain of the Kuja Pirates, Shaki. She's a true unattainable flower. Shaki? She's my idol. Last time, I spent a fortune to get a limited edition combat photo of her, even though it's just a shot of her back. What? You have a photo of Shaki? Quick, let me admire it. I'll definitely return it to you tomorrow. In your dreams. This is my family heirloom. Sammy was drawn by the commotion over there and simply stood up and walked over. What are you all shouting about? What good stuff are you looking at? Let me have a look too. He casually picked up a newspaper from the wooden crate the group was surrounding. It was the World Global News that had just been delivered to the ship today. Author's note. This is a custom newspaper. The World Economic Newspaper has not appeared yet in the current timeline. World Global News, an official newspaper issued by the world government throughout the 4 Seas and the Grand Line. It has the largest circulation among existing newspapers and is known for its absolute authority. Unfolding the thick newspaper, the massive headline and accompanying photo on the front page instantly dominated his vision. Open black lens bracket. Wahalan Kingdom joyfully welcomes the visit of Saint Antigonus of the Celestial Dragons. National celebration, an unprecedented grand event. Close black lens bracket. In the photo, a celestial dragon wearing a transparent bubble helmet was raising his hand, while the king before him lay prostrate on the ground in the most standard kneeling salute. The article was filled with flowery rhetoric describing the luxury of the welcoming ceremony and the spontaneous, fanatical cheers of the people, with every line overflowing with infinite reverence for the world nobles. Sammy's brow furrowed imperceptibly as he quickly flipped the page. The second page, the third page, several consecutive pages were in a similar style. Marine G3 branch, under the brilliant leadership of Commodore Garp, successfully wiped out the giant axe pirates, effectively maintaining the safety and justice of the sea routes. A glance at the benefits for world government member nations: marine protection, legal trade, cross-sea navigation, the Lavali, the tragedy of non-member nations, chaotic seas, rampant bandits, and destitute livelihoods. Joining the world government is the only way out. After flipping a few more pages, he finally saw some different content. The vicious Roger Pirates have appeared again. Their cruelty towards civilians and destruction of order are too numerous to count. Citizens in the rear are urged to stay vigilant. The Marines are in full pursuit. Sammy flipped faster and faster, the paper rustling loudly. For over 10 pages, it was almost entirely this kind of formulaic official propaganda, singing praises for the world government and the Marines, repetitive attacks on pirates, and repeatedly emphasizing the heaven and earth difference between member nations and non-member nations. Tisk, he finally lost his patience and threw the thick stack of newspapers back onto the wooden crate. Utterly boring, it's all whitewashed junk. After all these years, there's still nothing fresh in this newspaper. How can you say that? I think it's quite good. Sammy curled his lip, his tone full of disdain. Don't these people running the newspaper know what everyone actually wants to see? A celestial dragon going out for a stroll is worth 2 full pages of praise? Other than the massive pomp, what else is there to see? Shish, Captain. A young crew member nearby, who had been arguing about the photo just now, turned pale in an instant. He hurriedly lowered his voice and looked around with terrified eyes. Quiet, that's a world noble if those words were heard by others. I just don't get it. Sammy scratched his head. Quote, am I wrong? Don't you know what their reputation is like? Everyone has to kneel and welcome them just for going out, and the newspaper has to follow along with the flattery. Isn't that a fact? Do you guys really think they have a good reputation? Captain, I beg you, stop talking. Sammy raised an eyebrow and looked at the overreacting crew member. You seem particularly afraid of them? The crew member swallowed hard, looking as if he were gathering a great deal of courage. When I was a child, on my home island, I personally witnessed a celestial dragon's procession once. His eyes were somewhat hollow, as if he had fallen into a memory he didn't want to recall. They didn't look strong, they even looked a bit ridiculous. But when you actually stand on the side of the street and watch them sitting on the backs of slaves, scanning the crowd with those eyes that look at people like insects, you'll understand what that kind of feeling is. His voice began to tremble. They don't need any reason to execute someone. Their existence is the greatest reason. Your life and your dignity depend entirely on their mood at the time. One wrong look or one wrong word could be deemed great disrespect, and then, everything is gone. In the places they pass through, everyone must kneel, and no one can even raise their head. They are surrounded by marine officers and world government officials. That kind of oppressive feeling that even made the air stagnate, that kind of despair where you know they are wrong, yet you can't even muster a single thought of anger. Everyone can only be afraid. I will never forget that feeling. The order and power they represent make it impossible to even have the thought of resisting. It's too terrifying. Sammy listened in silence, without saying a word. He naturally knew what kind of existence the celestial dragons were, and he knew even better what kind of suffocating privilege and order the seemingly ridiculous bubble helmet represented. The celestial dragons were like the Brahmins of India. These hierarchical notions were already deeply seared into the marrow of many commoners, even becoming a kind of instinct. Overthrowing them wasn't impossible. This was the thought that flashed through Sammy's mind. Of course, such a thing couldn't be said to the crew members. They were too faint-hearted. He looked at the crew member's still pale face and the other companions nearby who also showed unease, knowing that this fear originating from the top of the world was not something that could be dispelled with just a few words. Ultimately, he just reached out and firmly patted the crew member's shoulder. Alright, don't think about those things anymore. Remember, right now you are on the Swordfish, on the ship of our jellyfish pirates. In this sea, he paused, his gaze sweeping over the crew members. We only follow our own rules. Just as the atmosphere on the deck turned a bit subtle, Aldo's trademark booming voice broke the silence. Boss, we're back. Sammy looked up and saw Aldo and Marcus walking at the very front side by side, followed by several executives and crew members who had also gone out to have fun, everyone's face wearing the satisfaction of returning fully satisfied. And beside Aldo, there was also an unfamiliar face. If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel. Before you start listening, please don't forget to like. 81. Number 81 New crew member Saggins. Chapter 81. New crew member Sargans. How was your time out? Sammy walked over to meet them, his gaze instinctively falling upon the stranger. And who is this? Haha, boss, this is a kid I met while I was out having fun, Sargans. Aldo patted the boy next to him on the shoulder. Sargans, quickly, address the captain. Captain. The youth's voice was very low, and he buried his head even deeper. What's the story here? Sammy didn't respond to the boy, instead directing his question to Aldo. Boss, listen to me. Let us rewind time 3 hours to Ferris Valley Town. Ha, big brother Aldo, follow me. I found a place where the liquor is incredibly strong. Is that so? Lead the way. Aldo, accompanied by several brothers, was excitedly following the crew member leading the way through the crowd. Just as they were passing a park, a burst of harsh laughter made him stop in his tracks. In a corner, a few thuggish-looking youths were surrounding a figure, shoving and mocking him. It was a boy who looked to be in his teens, wearing a faded white linen shirt and brown trousers, with an old jacket over them that was clearly a size too large. His face was covered in bruises, and there was still wet blood smeared on his temple. Although his appearance was so ordinary that he would be impossible to find once lost in a crowd, his eyes drew attention. They were vacant, devoid of any expression, as he woodenly endured the shoving and ridicule. Pa, an idiot is an idiot. He doesn't fight back when hit or talk back when cursed. Hey, Sargans, how about a dog bark? If you bark well, I'll give you a piece of bread, ha ha ha. Seeing the boy's numb expression, a surge of nameless anger flared up within Aldo. Your mother, the kid is already simple-minded, and you're still mocking him? Quote, with a thunderous roar, Aldo charged straight over. Before the youths could react, they were hoisted up by Aldo's massive, fan-like hands and tossed into a trash heap outside the park in short order, resulting in a chorus of wails and howls. Get lost if I see you bullying people again, I'll break your legs. Having driven off the punks, Aldo turned and looked at the boy who was still standing there, blankly, feeling both angry and helpless. He patted the boy's shoulder firmly. Hey, kid, you're built so big, how can you let them bully you? Listen, next time someone bullies you, you hit them, use your fists, understand? Quote, the boy slowly raised his head, his hollow eyes meeting Aldo's, and then he gave an extremely slight nod. Hey, as long as you've taken it to heart. Seeing this, Aldo felt much better and, without thinking much more of it, called his subordinates to continue on. Let's go, don't let this delay our drinking. However, when they walked into the tavern, Aldo happened to look back and found that the boy named Sargans was following closely behind the group, stopping a few meters away to stand blankly outside the tavern door. Big brother Aldo, that kid has been following us. Aldo frowned and walked back, his tall silhouette looming over the boy. What are you doing? Aren't you going home? Sargans shook his head. What, you want to follow me? Aldo raised an eyebrow. Sargans shook his head again. Then what exactly do you want to do? A third shake of the head. Aldo lost his temper at the boy's stubborn silence and simply waved his hand. Fine, if you want to follow, then follow, just don't block people's business. After saying that, he turned and entered the tavern. The waiter outside glanced at the poorly dressed, vacant-looking Sargans and naturally barred the loiterer from entering. Inside the tavern, the noise continued as usual. Aldo and his brothers toasted and drank, and with the strong liquor downing, they soon put the little episode outside out of their minds. About an hour later, while Aldo was drinking heartily, his gaze accidentally drifted to the door, only to see that thin figure still standing there motionless, completely out of place with the liveliness inside. Aldo beckoned the bartender over and pointed outside. Hey, boss, do you know that kid at the door? The bartender looked where he was pointing. Oh, him, Sargans, he's a well-known fool around here. His head, the bartender pointed to his own temple. It's broken. A few years ago, a group of mountain bandits raided his home and killed his parents right in front of him. This child was well, the shock was probably too much. When he woke up, he was like this. He doesn't cry or cause trouble, and he doesn't speak much. He doesn't seem to remember things from before, either. Family? Any relatives? None left. He's the only one, all alone. Kind people in town occasionally give him a bite to eat, and he just wanders the streets every day like this. He gets bullied by punks from time to time. He doesn't resist anyway, just curls up if they hit him too hard. Aldo felt a strange pang in his heart. His hand tightened around his glass, but he said nothing. Just then, another burst of laughter came from outside. A few other drunken men, likely thinking that finding amusement in a fool would add to their drinking pleasure, surrounded Sargans again and began to get physical, trying to snatch his tattered jacket. Aldo's brow furrowed, and he was about to set down his glass and stand up, but the following scene made him pause. As he was being pulled at, Sargans' hollow eyes didn't seem to change, but he suddenly reached out and grabbed the wrist of the drunkard who was grabbing his clothes. Then, under everyone's stunned gazes, this seemingly dull and frail boy's arm suddenly surged with power. The drunkard only had time to let out a startled cry before his entire body, like a light, tattered sack, was swung up by Sargans with one hand. One slam to the left, the drunkard's spine crashed against the hard ground. One slam to the right, the wooden crates on a nearby stall were smashed to pieces. Sargans' movements were completely unrefined, even somewhat clumsy, but that pure, terrifying brute force was laid bare. He was like a child swinging an ill-fitting toy, grabbing that 100-plus-pound adult man and smashing him left and right. The ground vibrated slightly with muffled thuds. The drunkard's other companions were so scared they sobered up instantly, retreating in a scramble with pale faces. Madman, this fool has gone crazy, he's attacking people. Inside the tavern, Aldo's eyes lit up. He downed the dregs of his liquor in one gulp, slammed the glass heavily onto the table, and an excited smile appeared on his face. Hey, this kid, he actually took my words to heart. He licked his lips. Interesting, this brute strength is something else. He settled the bill and strode out of the tavern, arriving before Sargans, who had returned to his standing state after the fight. The drunkard on the ground had long since passed out, foaming at the mouth. Aldo looked him up and down, more satisfied the more he looked, and slapped him hard on the shoulder. How about it, kid? Want to come with me? I'll take you out to see the world. I guarantee that from now on, no one will dare bully you as they please. What do you say? Sargans slowly raised those eyes that still lacked much luster, looked at the hearty smile on Aldo's dark face, and then, slowly, gave a nod. At the bow of the ship, Sammy finished listening to Aldo's animated narration, and his gaze fell back upon the youth named Sargans. The boy still had his head down, his expression obscured, but his exposed forearms indeed had firm lines that didn't match his thin appearance. That's how it is, boss. Aldo put his arm around Sargans' shoulder and chuckled. I like the look of this kid. Although his head isn't very sharp, he's very honest, and most importantly, he's strong enough, so I brought him back. What do you think? Let's keep him. Sammy didn't answer immediately, just quietly observing Sargans, then looking at the eager Aldo. After a moment of silence, Sammy spoke softly. His past reminded you of your former self, didn't it, Aldo? The smile on Aldo's face faltered for a second, and then he nodded. Yeah, boss. Back in the West Blue, I was just like him. My parents were killed when I was in my teens, and I had no one. It was you who brought me onto the ship and gave me a way to live. I know the bitterness of it. Back then, you gave me a hand, boss. Now I want to give him a hand too. Just for that, is it okay? The deck grew quiet as the few crew members watching also sobered their expressions, looking toward their captain. Sammy's gaze lingered on Aldo's face for a moment, then swept over Sargans' figure. If that's the case, the corners of Sammy's mouth curled into a slight arc. Then he can stay. Thanks, boss. Aldo excitedly gave Sargans a heavy pat on the back. Did you hear that, kid? The captain approved. From now on, you're one of us in the Jellyfish Pirates. Quick, say it again, thanked the captain. Sargans slowly raised his head. This was the first time he had truly looked Sammy in the eye. In those eyes that still appeared somewhat hollow, a very subtle ripple seemed to flash by. Thank you, Captain. 82. Number 82. Aldo's Disciple. Chapter 82. Aldo's Disciple. The newly joined youth, Sargans, quickly became a unique sight on the ship alongside Aldo. Just as Aldo had said, the boy was unusually quiet in his daily life, even appearing a bit dull, and almost never initiated conversation with anyone. He was like Aldo's shadow. Wherever Aldo went, he followed. When Aldo ate, he would sit quietly to the side with his bowl. When Aldo trained, he would squat by the gunwale and watch silently. Yo, Aldo, this new little follower of yours is really obedient. Passing by, Fitch smiled and reached out, wanting to ruffle Sargans' hair. Sargans suddenly recoiled, agilely dodging the hand. Go get lost. Aldo spoke dismissively, but a smile hung on his face as he casually pulled a fruit from his robe and tossed it to Sargans. This kid is way better than you glib-tongued rascals. He does whatever he's told. As time passed, everyone on the ship gradually became familiar with the boy who always followed behind Aldo. A few days later, the rest period ended. The Swordfish set sail, heading toward its next target. The next destination was the island where High West was located, which was also the final stop before heading to Sky Island. The perspective shifted to the surveillance point at the top of the clock tower in Ferris Valley Town. Rear Admiral Hack, a Marine in plain clothes, reported as he climbed the stairs, confirmed that the target has set sail for the next island. Our undercover personnel have successfully infiltrated as planned. Rear Admiral Hack stood by the window, watching the ship's silhouette gradually shrink on the distant horizon, and nodded slowly. The setting sun painted half of his face a dark red, while the other half remained hidden in shadow. Very well. His voice was calm, devoid of emotion. Quote, notify the other teams, the first phase of the mission is complete. Withdraw according to the plan, maintain radio silence, and wait for further instructions. Yes, sir. Aldo gathered the crew members on the deck for daily training, and Sargans followed him as usual. Old rules. Warm up first to get your muscles and bones moving then. Today we start with basic strength. Aldo leaned his spiked mace aside, grabbed 2 massive dumbbells himself, and dropped into a standard horse stance. Watch closely, especially you. Sargans' squats build leg strength. If your lower body is stable, you won't wobble during a fight. Follow my movements closely. Sargans blinked, seemingly trying hard to understand the instruction, then copied Aldo, gripping the dumbbells tightly and squatting up and down methodically. Right, just like that. Keep your back straight, sit back with your hips. A satisfied smile appeared on Aldo's face, clearly surprised by this student's ability to mimic and his physical control. The other crew members also grabbed their equipment and began exercising to the rhythm, and the deck was suddenly filled with shouts. 1 set, 2 sets, 3 sets. Many ordinary crew members were already starting to pant slightly, and their movements began to lose form. However, Sargon's expressionless face didn't even show a hint of a flush. His breathing was as steady as if he were just taking a leisurely stroll. Good stop. Aldo put down the dumbbells and patted Sargon's on the shoulder. The force was so great that the boy wobbled, but the look of appreciation in Aldo's eyes grew stronger. Good lad, you've got a great foundation. Come on. Let's move on to the next one. This time we'll practice swings. You need to strike with smooth power. Aldo changed his posture, taking a longer dumbbell, gripping one end with both hands and resting it on his shoulder, assuming a preparatory stance similar to swinging a spiked mace. Imagine there's a nasty fellow in front of you. You need to use all your strength to swing the club in a full circle and smash him. Power comes from the waist and abdomen, driving the shoulders and arms like this. Ha! With a low growl from Aldo, the heavy dumbbell traced an arc with the sound of rushing wind, the movement full of power. Sargons followed his example, picking up the corresponding equipment. His imitation was still a bit awkward, but his incredible base strength made every swing whistle with heavy wind, looking quite formidable. Aldo put down his own equipment, walked over to Sargons, and placed his large hands directly on the boy's lower back and arms. Here, the point of exertion is wrong. You're just using arm strength. The waist, you have to use your waist power to drive it. Relax your shoulders. Yes, like that. Again, he patiently adjusted Sargon's posture, looking exactly like a personal trainer, a far cry from his usual careless self. Sargons nodded silently. His hollow eyes now seemed focused on the weapon in his hands as he repeated Aldo's movements over and over. His swings were initially just a release of brute force, but under Aldo's repeated corrections, the prototype of a proper striking technique gradually began to emerge. After several rounds of combined strength and endurance training, many crew members were on the verge of exhaustion. Looking at Sargons, although sweat had appeared on his forehead and back, his hands gripping the heavy club remained steady. Aldo glanced at his slumped subordinates and then at Sargons, who was still seriously adjusting his posture beside him. He roared in frustration at their lack of effort. Look at you, how long have you been training? Huh? Every one of you is like a limp shrimp. Look at Sargons. He's only just arrived and he's already better than you. You still want a bounty increase? You still want to make it in the new world? Isn't it embarrassing? Everyone get up, 5 more sets. Amidst a wave of wails and Aldo's hearty, joking scolding, the basic training came to an end. After a brief rest, Aldo pulled Sargons to the relatively open aft deck and began to impart his own unique combat insights. Listen, kid. Aldo sat cross-legged and signaled for Sargons to sit opposite him. Fighting, to put it simply, comes down to a few words. Don't be a coward, aim true, and take the bastard down. He struck a simple offensive pose. Don't worry about anything else. Just charge forward as soon as an enemy enters your attack range. Swing your club and give them a hard one. Knock them all down. He performed several swift vertical chops and horizontal sweeps. Though simple, they were filled with killing intent. As pirates, what we fight with is ruthlessness. The more you're afraid, the faster you die. Sargons listened quietly. When Aldo simulated attacking an imaginary enemy, he also tightened his empty hands as if gripping an invisible weapon, then swung his arm through the air. Aldo looked at his still clumsy club swinging motion and ruffled his hair forcefully. Yes, that's it. Remember what I said. Later, I'll slowly teach you more. Dinner's ready. Aldo stood up, stretched, and patted Sargons on the shoulder. Come on, let's go eat. You need a full stomach to have the strength to keep training. I wonder what good stuff Briu has cooked up this time. Ha ha ha. 83. Number 83. The Smiling Infiltrator. Chapter 83. The Smiling Infiltrator. One after another, everyone brought their bowls and chopsticks to the dining room. Yo, Briu, the food looks great today. Aldo sniffed the air and grinned. The head chef, Briu, wearing an apron, poked his head out of the kitchen window. It's big brother Aldo. Eat up while the freshly supplied ingredients are still fresh. Keep up that good mood, because when the food isn't fresh anymore in a while, don't feel too bad. Ha ha ha, I've been used to that for years. Aldo waved his hand dismissively. Give the youngster behind me a bit more, he's still growing. After getting their food, everyone found a place to sit. The dining room had limited space and couldn't accommodate all the crew members at once. Moreover, during the voyage, someone always needed to be on duty on the deck keeping watch or at the helm, so they also ate in 3 shifts. Aldo naturally brought Sargons to sit at the executives' table. Seeing this, Isaac teased, Aldo, I heard you took on a disciple? Ha ha ha, Aldo laughed proudly. Marcus, his mouth stuffed full, chimed in indistinctly. Old Third can actually take a disciple? Huh? Aldo's eyes widened. Quote, what do you mean by that? Kyla swallowed his food and slowly added a jab. He's not old third, he's old fourth now. At this rate, I'm afraid he'll become old fifth in a couple of days. Ha ha ha. Aldo turned his head away, deciding not to stoop to their level. Hello, I'll have a serving of rice first. Today's soup smells delicious. Coming right up. Here's your rice. Please wait, who are you? Quote, swish. The dining room fell silent instantly, and almost everyone's gaze turned toward the serving window. A man wearing a brown leather vest stood before the head chef, a bright smile on his face as if he were just a crew member arriving late for a meal. Gale Ryan. Kyla called out his name in a low voice. Indeed, it was the agile thief they had seen being chased by the kingdom's royal guards on the streets of Ferris Valley town a few days ago. Almost all the crew members instinctively reached for their weapons, and the sound of chairs scraping against the floor began to ring out. It's me. Ryan raised his hands, a sunny smile on his face. Quote, don't be nervous, friends, I mean no harm. How did you get on our ship? Aldo had already picked up the spike mace leaning against the table. Well, Ryan scratched his head, a perfectly timed look of embarrassment appearing on his face. It's a bit embarrassing to say. The commotion in town last time was quite big, and the kingdom's royal guards and the nearby marines seemed to have their eyes on me. The port and the town were being searched too strictly, and I really had nowhere to hide, so I just slipped onto a random ship, hoping to leave that sea area by hitching a ride with you all. I just want a ride to the next island. I definitely won't cause any trouble. I can pay for the passage if I've caused any distress. I'm very sorry. After saying that, he gave a solemn bow. His sincere attitude, combined with his cheerful and open manner, caused the tense atmosphere in the cabin to loosen slightly. Everyone looked at each other, unable to make a decision, and could only turn their gaze toward Captain Sammy. Sammy quietly observed Ryan. This guy had a sincere attitude and natural behavior. His sunny appearance really didn't look like that of a bad person. Most importantly, the fact that he was currently deep in enemy territory alone showed a level of courage and poise that commanded respect. After a moment of silence, Sammy spoke up, in that case fine. Our next stop is Lyashida Island. We can drop you off there. Really? Thank you so much. Ryan's eyes lit up, and he immediately pulled a small handful of gold jewelry from his pocket and placed it on Sammy's table. Quote, please, you must accept this small token of my gratitude. Sammy wasn't polite either, signaling a nearby crew member to take the items. For the next 2 days, Ryan perfectly played the role of a considerate passenger. He proactively helped clean up the dishes after meals, and while chatting with the crew members on deck, he spoke of the wonders and anecdotes of the Grand Line as if they were his own, quickly winning over many people with his humorous and witty conversation. When the topic of bounties came up, he rubbed the back of his head with some embarrassment. He seemed to have a natural charm that made people relax. His cheerfulness and easygoing nature gradually washed away the initial awkwardness of being an intruder. Until late one night, Ryan left the cabin on the pretext of not being able to sleep and going to the deck for some fresh air. After confirming no one was around, his gaze sharpened. Relying on the ship's layout he had secretly observed over the past 2 days, he avoided the night watch crew and found the hidden passage leading to the lower cells. Logically, he shouldn't have taken such a risk, but since boarding the ship, he hadn't seen a trace of Barnes, and even Morris, rumored to be the strongest executive of the Jellyfish Pirates, was nowhere to be found. An uneasy premonition had been growing in his heart, becoming more intense. By the dim, flickering light of the oil lamps in the passage, he reached the deepest part of the hold. When he saw clearly who was locked inside, his pupils shrank. It was Morris, wearing sea stone shackles, and Barnes, who was bound by chains like a caterpillar, unable to move. Barnes, Morris, how did you two? The two in the cell were startled awake. The moment Barnes saw Ryan, an urgent light erupted in his previously dull eyes. Ryan quickly notified. I say, Gale. A playful voice suddenly came from the entrance of the passage, interrupting Barnes. A thief is a thief. A leopard can't change its spots, can it? Why do you love poking around everywhere so much? Ryan's hair stood on end, and the color drained from his face instantly. For the first time, his expression, which always overflowed with a sunny smile, showed a look of terror. He whipped his head around, only to see Sammy leaning against the passage entrance at some unknown time, arms crossed with a half-smile on his face. Behind him, executives like Aldo, Marcus, and Kyla slowly stepped out from the shadows like walls, silently blocking all his paths of retreat. Sammy shook his head, his tone tinged with a bit of regret. I saw that you performed quite well these past 2 days. If you had honestly stayed until the next island, it wouldn't have been impossible to let you go, just to make a friend. What a pity, tisk tisk. Ryan opened his mouth but found that any explanation at this moment appeared pale and powerless. He understood that he was completely exposed. Sammy didn't bother to look at his shifting expressions any longer and waved his hand toward Aldo with lack of interest. Lock him up, let him keep those two company. Aldo stepped forward with a cruel grin, carrying the chains he had specifically brought. The fire of hope in Barnes's eyes in the cell was completely extinguished. While Morris seemed to have no reaction to gaining another cellmate, Sammy ignored the sounds of the struggle behind him and the clanking of chains as Ryan was being bound, and slowly walked up the stairs to the deck. The cool sea breeze blew the stray hairs on his forehead. He leaned against the ship's railing, looking at the broken silver surface of the sea under the moonlight and whispering to himself. 34 million, it's a bit low, but bundled with two big items, Jillian's side should probably take him too. 84. Number 84 Surfer's Haven. Chapter 84, Surfer's Haven. A few days later, the Swordfish sailed into a violent stretch of sea. Good grief, what kind of hellhole is this? Quote, Aldo stumbled, nearly blown over by the oncoming gale. In a panic, he gripped the wooden railing of the gunwale tightly to barely steady himself. The wind was unnaturally fierce, whipping seawater directly into people's faces and making it impossible to keep one's eyes open. The Swordfish's hull rocked violently amidst the raging waves, the sails were pulled taut, and even the thickest mast creaked under the immense strain. It's more than just the wind, look at these waves. Fitch had barely finished half his sentence when a mountain-like wave crashed down onto the deck with overwhelming force. Boom! Amidst the deafening roar, seawater instantly flooded past everyone's ankles, and several crew members with slower reactions were washed away, tumbling across the deck. Everyone could only cling desperately to mooring bits, hatch doors, or any other fixed object. Captain, ahead I can see the outline of an island. It's confirmed, it's Lyashida Island. Hans's voice roared from the direction of the bridge, using every ounce of his strength to be heard over the deafening cacophony of the wind and waves. But the charts show there's a vertical cliff to the west and reefs to the north. Only to the east there's a cape jutting out into the sea. Maybe we can try to dock there. Sammy stood inside the bridge, his body swaying heavily along with the ship. He narrowed his eyes, his gaze piercing through the swirling mist toward the faint black silhouette at the intersection of sea and sky in the distance. Everyone hold on to something, Hans. Adjust course and aim for that cape. This is the final stretch of our journey to High West. Hold on tight. The time that followed was a long and arduous struggle against the ocean. The helm spun wildly in Hans's hands. Finally, after a fierce battle with the sea, the ship slowly approached the cape on the eastern side of the island. Miraculously, as the Swordfish finally turned into the lee of the cape, it felt as if they had suddenly passed through an invisible barrier. The destructive roar of the gale outside abruptly diminished by more than half. Although the waves continued to surge and dip due to inertia, the force with which they struck the hull was much gentler. Here, within the embrace of the cape, was a peaceful haven protected from the elements. The surviving crew members collapsed onto the wet deck, gasping for breath. Before them was a small pier built into the natural terrain of the cape. Several vessels were moored at the pier, but they were starkly different from common merchant or cargo ships. Most were lightweight, streamlined, and vibrantly colored. Even more eye-catching was the shallow water near the pier. It was teeming with small sailboats and surfboards. Dozens of agile figures were skillfully maneuvering them, using the wind and regular swells still present in the bay to hold surfing competitions. It seemed this uniquely gifted natural windbreak had long since become a paradise for surfing enthusiasts. As the Swordfish slowly pulled up to the pier, everyone finally got a good look at this peculiar island town. Looking around, almost every building in the town that was even slightly large had windmills of various sizes perched on its roof. The sea breeze became gentle after passing the cape, serving as the perfect power source to drive these windmills. The sound of rotating blades intertwined with the sound of the waves, bathing the entire town in a unique, leisurely atmosphere. All right, let's not waste time. Sammy withdrew his gaze and clapped his hands. Leon, Fitch, take half the men and stay with the Swordfish. Check for damage and replenish our fresh water. The rest of you, fan out and find out where we can buy a heaven-ascending boat. Sammy himself took Aldo, Kyla, and the other executives to begin searching along the pier area. However, after asking at several places in a row, none had heaven-ascending boats for sale. Soon, they came to a shop hanging a large oak anchor sign. The sounds of wood planing and hammering came from inside. It looked like a shipyard. Pushing open the door, they were greeted by the scent of wood and paint. The interior was spacious but cluttered, filled with logs of various thicknesses, semi-finished keels and ribs, rolls of canvas, and a dazzling array of pulleys, locks, and figurehead models. Several bronze-skinned young men in their 20s and 30s were buried in work at their respective benches. Aldo walked straight up to the young man closest to the door, patted his shoulder, and asked directly, "Hey brother, I've got a question. Where on this island can we buy a heaven-ascending boat?" "A heaven-ascending boat?" The young man stopped his work and looked up, a hint of surprise on his face. "Are you serious? That thing." He set down his saw and wiped his sweat. "People are still looking for those these days? No shipyard has made them seriously for 800 years. Is it the same again? Alright, sorry to bother you." "Wait." The young man looked over Aldo, Sammy, and the others behind them. He scratched his head, sensing that this group didn't seem to be joking, so he turned toward the back of the shop and shouted loudly, "Pops, come here for a second. There are customers who want to buy a heaven-ascending boat." The door curtain was pulled back by a large hand covered in sawdust, and a middle-aged man in his 50s walked out. "Who wants to buy a heaven-ascending boat?" "We do. We need a heaven-ascending boat." The middle-aged man's brow furrowed deeply as he scrutinized them once more. "You guys are planning to go to heaven?" Although the owner's phrasing sounded strange, he still nodded. Quote, "Yes, we're going to Sky Island." Sky Island. The middle-aged man repeated the words in a low voice and then waved his hand. "I'm not trying to discourage you, but Sky Island? No one has gone to Sky Island for decades. That's why we stopped making heaven-ascending boats here long ago. I doubt any other legitimate shipyard on the island has stock left. Everyone builds sailboats and surfboards suited for playing in this windbreak bay." The middle-aged man pointed to the brightly colored vessels in the bay outside the window and paused. "If you absolutely must find one, perhaps there's one more place that might have it." "Where?" The middle-aged man pointed toward the west side of town. "Follow this main road all the way west. Don't turn. Go to the very end of the road, near the cliff edge. You'll see a dilapidated large windmill. Underneath the windmill is a rundown shack. A strange old man named Barry lives there. He might still have a prototype heaven-ascending boat tucked away. But let me give you fair warning." The middle-aged man's expression turned serious. "I can't guarantee he'll sell it, and I certainly can't guarantee that ship can still fly. To be honest, it's practically an antique that belongs in a museum." 85. Number 85. Barry the boatman. Chapter 85. Barry the shipkeeper. Following the shipyard owner's directions, the group headed west. The road beneath their feet gradually veered away from the bustling dock area. The windmills on both sides of the road still turned slowly, but they lacked the lively atmosphere of the docks. Only the monotonous sound of blades cutting through the sea breeze remained, and a sense of wilderness loneliness descended upon them. "Boss," Aldo said, scratching his head as he walked, his voice booming, "are we really going to find that old man Barry? Those ships are decades old. It's hard to say if they can even fly. What if it's just a piece of junk? Won't we have come all this way for nothing? We'll go and see first. If it really doesn't work, we'll just have to commission a shipyard here to build a new one based on the blueprints. But if we do that," Sammy paused, "I'm afraid we'll be delayed on this island for a long time." Talking as they went, the group soon reached the western end of the town. At the end of the road was a towering black cliff, facing the distant, shimmering outer sea. In the lee of the cliff stood a solitary, dilapidated shack that looked ancient. On its roof, a massive, old-fashioned windmill creaked and groaned as it slowly turned in the never-ending sea breeze. "This is the place." Kyla adjusted his top hat, taking in the lonely scene that felt so out of place with the rest of the town. Sammy stepped forward and knocked on the rickety-looking wooden door. "Coming, who is it?" After a moment, there was a rustling sound from inside, followed by a slightly raspy voice. The door cracked open, revealing a weather-beaten face. It was an old man who looked to be in his 70s or 80s. His face was etched with deep wrinkles, and beneath his messy, ash-white hair were eyes filled with suspicion. "Hello, you must be Mr. Barry? We heard you might still have a heaven-ascending boat here. If it's still functional, we'd like to buy it. We need it to reach the Sky Island." "Sky Island?" Barry's half-closed eyes suddenly widened. He opened the door fully, his gaze scanning Sammy, Aldo, Kyla, and the others. His eyes lingered for a moment on Aldo's imposing size and mace before returning to Sammy's face. "You want to go to the Sky Island?" His tone was filled with disbelief and an indescribable, complex emotion. "Don't you know how dangerous it is up there? No one has gone up in decades." Aldo puffed out his chest. "Dangerous? Old man, do we look like people who are afraid of danger? We're very strong. It's just a Sky Island. We're definitely going if you won't sell. We'll just go to the shipyard and have them make a new one." Barry ignored Aldo's bluster. He simply looked at them in silence for a few seconds. Finally, the expression on his face softened slightly, and he stepped aside, making a gesture for them to enter. Come in and talk. The interior of the shack was unexpectedly tidy, contrasting sharply with its dilapidated exterior. Various shipbuilding tools were neatly arranged on tool racks against the wall. Although they looked a bit old, the edges of the tools showed they were well maintained. Barry motioned for them to sit on a few simple wooden stools while he slowly brought over several cups of fresh water. It's been decades since anyone mentioned going to the Sky Island. Barry sat down himself, clutching a coarse ceramic cup, his voice somewhat distant. I never thought that before my old bones were buried, I'd hear someone say that again. Since no one has asked about it for decades, Sammy said, taking the ceramic cup without drinking, his gaze sweeping over the polished tools. Why do you still insist on keeping them? Even maintaining them so meticulously? I'm not like them. Barry's voice suddenly became firm, carrying a stubborn pride. The Lyashida Island of the past wasn't this island that only knows how to build small sailboats and surfboards back then. The most famous and best-selling thing here was the Heaven Ascending boat. Old Barry's eyes grew misty, as if he were lost in memory. Back then, 8 out of 10 shipyards on the island relied on this for their livelihood. Merchant ships and adventurer ships came in an endless stream. From morning till night, the docks were filled with vessels from the 4 seas and the Grand Line. That's how this island should be, a place full of hope and dreams. He shook his head, his voice lowering with deep regret. A pity, since a few hundred years ago, when a great upheaval supposedly occurred up there. No one can say exactly what happened. Anyway, fewer and fewer people went to the Sky Island. This place doesn't have any other specialties, so merchant fleets stopped coming, and no one needed Heaven Ascending boats anymore. One by one, the shipyards either went bankrupt or changed trades, and the craft of making Heaven Ascending boats was lost. Then why do you still insist on keeping it? Kyla asked softly. Ha ha ha. Old Barry suddenly laughed. Me, I've been stubborn since I was a kid. My grandfather made Heaven Ascending boats. My father did too, and when it came to me, this is all I know how to do, and all I'm willing to do even if no one's buying, I feel. He took a deep breath, a faint but persistent spark igniting in his eyes. Whether it's wars or upheavals, after fighting for hundreds of years, there has to be a day when it stops, right? Is this path to the sky really cut off forever? I don't believe it. The craft of making the Heaven Ascending boat cannot be allowed to end like this, so I stayed here, guarding the last few ships, maintaining and inspecting them every year, waiting for the day when perhaps someone would need them again. He looked at Sammy with burning eyes. If you truly want it, I can give you a very cheap price. But I have one request, or rather one condition. Please, say it, if you are certain you're going. Barry's voice trembled slightly with excitement. Please take me with you. What? Everyone was stunned. Without waiting for them to question him, Barry continued urgently. I've spent my whole life making Heaven Ascending boats, drawing countless blueprints, and I can describe every part of its structure with my eyes closed, but in all my life, I've never actually ridden one to the place it's meant to go. To see that legendary Sky Island, it's been decades, and your group is the only one I've waited for. I think if I don't seize this opportunity, I'll never have another chance in this lifetime. Even if I die on the way up, I'll accept it. At least I'll die on the ship I built with my own hands, heading toward a dream. Silence filled the shack, broken only by the turning of the windmill outside and the faint sound of the waves. Sammy exchanged a look with the others. They all saw the surprise in each other's eyes. After a moment, Sammy nodded slowly. Very well, Mr. Barry. If you insist, we are willing to take you with us to the Sky Island. Barry's face instantly looked 20 years younger, and he nodded repeatedly. Good, thank you. However, Sammy shifted the topic back to practical matters. We first need to confirm the current condition of your Heaven Ascending boat. Is it still capable of handling such a dangerous voyage? Don't you worry about that. The ship is in the shed out back. Although it hasn't been to sea in decades, I carefully inspect, maintain, and replace aging parts every year, reinforcing where it needs reinforcing and oiling where it needs oiling. I won't say it's brand new, but it's definitely in 70 to 80% condition. I'll take you to see it right now, the old man said as he stood up impatiently, leading Sammy and the others toward the back of the shack. 86. Number 86 Lark. Chapter 86, The Skylark. Sammy's group followed Old Barry to the taller workshop behind the shack. Old Barry stood before the entrance, placing his hand gently on the wooden door and taking a deep breath. Everyone, please take a look at what a true Heaven Ascending boat really is. Before his voice even faded, he pushed open the heavy wooden doors with both arms. Dust danced in the shafts of light, and everyone involuntarily held their breath. In the center of the workshop sat a ship unlike any they had ever seen before. This is the Heaven Ascending boat? Aldo's eyes widened, and he was the first to let out a cry of surprise. So cool, ha ha ha. The ship before them was sleeker than a common sailing vessel, its entire body presenting an extremely smooth, streamlined hull. There were no redundant edges or decorations. Every curve flowed seamlessly from the bow to the stern. Its design was a complete imitation of a falcon's body, presenting a posture full of power and speed. There was no figurehead at the bow. Instead, it merged with the bird's head, tapering at the front into a sharp beak shape, with only a simple bird pattern outlined on the beak. This design was clearly intended to minimize wind resistance as much as possible. The hull appeared to be about 18 meters long and 6 meters wide, larger than Luffy's Going Merry, but its waterline was very shallow, no more than 60 centimeters. Most eye-catching were the two large wing-like structures attached to both sides of the hull, supported by tough wood and special alloy frames. Even though they were currently folded, everyone could already imagine what they would look like when deployed. In the middle of the hull was a straight mast, currently bare, with the mainsail not yet hung. A much smaller mast stood at the stern, carrying a delicate lateen sail. Unbelievable, Kyla murmured softly. This design was born entirely for flight. The concept of a traditional ship has been completely overturned here. Come on, let's go up and take a look. Sammy took the lead, ascending the deck via the gangway Old Barry had set up. The feel of the deck was different from a traditional wooden deck. It was denser and smoother, with gaps so fine they were almost invisible, clearly treated specially to reduce friction and resistance. The deck was exceptionally clean, with almost no extra facilities, only a few fixed bollards and several hatch covers with latches. Everything appeared extremely functional. They quickly found the entrance leading to the wheelhouse and the cabins. The wheelhouse was located at the top front of the hull, a protruding semicircular transparent observation window structure. Pushing the door into the wheelhouse, the interior space was surprisingly empty. There was no massive steering wheel like on traditional ships. Instead, there were several sets of linked control levers and winches, each connected to different sail rigging systems by color and markings. A few simple compasses, thermometers, and barometers were fixed to the wall, but there was nothing else. Old man, Isaac asked after looking around, unable to help himself, where's the ship's wheel? Wheel? Hearing this, a smile appeared on Old Barry's face that said, I knew you'd ask that, and he shook his head. There is no wheel. A heaven-ascending boat doesn't need such a thing. What? Aldo's eyes went wide. No steering? Then how do you sail this ship? How do you control the direction? By willpower? Haha, of course not. Under everyone's astonished gazes, Old Barry pointed to both sides of the hull. Look, the wings on both sides, their opening angles and tilt can be adjusted, just like real bird wings. This is the key to controlling lift and lateral balance. The mainsail on the central mainmast can swing significantly to the left and right, working with the changing angles of the wings to adjust the course and provide primary thrust. The small lateen sail at the stern handles fine-tuning and stability. These three sail systems work in tandem, and by manipulating the cables, this ship can perform any maneuver needed between the sky and the sea. Old Barry walked to the side of the ship, affectionately stroking the smooth hull. All course control for the heaven-ascending boat, advancing, turning, ascending, descending, turning around is achieved entirely through precise manipulation of the sails, using this indoor system of levers and winches. Generally, it requires at least two people working together here, one for primary control and one for auxiliary observation and fine-tuning. What about below? Aldo pointed to the stairs leading to the main cabin below. He found such precise operations a headache. There should at least be a place to sleep and eat, right? Come down and see for yourself. Old Barry smiled and led everyone down the stairs. The moment they stepped into the main cabin, the sight before them once again gave them a feeling bordering on shock. Empty. It was an extremely spacious cabin that ran from the bow all the way to the stern. Aside from the necessary keel support structure, a few rows of simple shelf straps fixed to the cabin walls, and a small storage compartment near the bottom of the wheelhouse, it was completely empty. There were no partitions, no beds, no kitchen, and no traces of any living facilities. The only furnishing was a giant pillar in the center of the cabin, rising from the bottom keel and appearing as if it had grown together with the hull. That was the base of the mainmast they had seen outside. This is really a ship? Isaac couldn't help but mutter. Why is there nothing? Where do we sleep? Where do we eat? Where do we put our things? Sammy, however, reached out thoughtfully, his fingertips grazing the smooth cabin wall as his gaze slowly swept across this extremely minimalist, or even crude, interior space. Old Barry's voice echoed in the empty cabin. Since ancient times, the primary purpose of a heaven-ascending boat has been to reach Sky Island. The air currents at high altitudes are complex, and the lift and speed required for the ascent are vital. Every bit of unnecessary weight added to the hull reduces the chance of success. Furthermore, heaven ascending boats have always served as special merchant ships for Sky Island, to carry as much cargo as possible. Cannons, reinforced hull plating, comfortable cabins, independent warehouses, kitchens, and even fixed beds, all non-absolutely essential items, are discarded. Long-distance merchants or adventurers usually carry no more than 20 days' worth of dry rations and water, with cargo piled within this empty cabin. He walked to the seamless mast keel in the center and patted it heavily, producing a dull resonance. Look at this wind-perching wood trunk. It is both the keel and the mast, grown as one from the keel, 12 meters high. Its connection to the keel is seamless, without a single rivet. It is the strongest part of the entire ship. Even if other parts are damaged, it will absolutely not bend or break. Old Barry spread his hands, pointing to the empty surroundings. Everything is designed to reduce weight to the extreme, leaving all structural strength for resisting updrafts and maintaining flight stability. The only trade-off is that its hull is relatively fragile, with impact resistance far inferior to ordinary sea ships. It has no armaments. If attacked on Sky Island, it can almost only rely on maneuverability to evade, as it cannot fight back. It wasn't designed for long-term life at sea, so the comfort level is basically zero. Isaac carefully inspected every corner of the ship before returning to the deck to report to Sammy. "Boss, there are no problems. The ship is well maintained, but the operation method is different from our ship. It'll take some time to practice." Sammy's gaze once again fell upon the lifelike bird pattern at the bow, and a smile appeared on his face. "Old man, does this ship have a name?" Old Barry looked in the direction of his gaze, his eyes becoming incredibly soft, as if he were looking at an old friend. "Yes. Her name is the Skylark." "The Skylark," Sammy repeated softly, his smile deepening. "A good name. Well then, Old Man Barry, when can we start learning how to master this Skylark?" "Right now. She and I have both waited for this moment for far too long. Let's go to the dock, and I'll demonstrate it for you personally." 87. Number 87. Passenger List of the Lark. Chapter 87. The passenger list of the Skylark. Over the next few days, the crew members of the Swordfish began intense and novel training around that uniquely shaped Skylark. Although Old Barry's back was no longer straight, whenever he spoke about his ship, his eyes glowed with the brilliance found only in the young. "Watch closely. This red one controls the opening and closing angle of the left wing. This blue one manages the right wing. These two linked bronze rods are responsible for adjusting the left and right swing of the main sail. Remember, the wind blowing up from high west is the channel. The wings and sails are the Skylark's rudder and oars." Hans and Leon studied the most diligently. With his experienced control of ship navigation, Hans quickly understood the linkage between the various control mechanisms. Leon, being calm and meticulous, excelled at observation and fine-tuning, perfectly complementing Hans. With one as the main controller and the other as backup, they repeatedly practiced retracting and extending the wing membranes, swinging the main sail, and using the tail sail to maintain balance under the old man's guidance. "No kid Leon, the sail is swinging too fast." Hans adjusts the wing angle again. "It's catching too much wind right now." However, time waits for no one. While personally demonstrating a link maneuver for a sharp turn, Old Barry moved a bit too forcefully. With a loud crack, he immediately clutched his lower back and froze in place, unable to move. "Old man." Everyone was startled. I strained it." Old Barry grimaced in pain, cold sweat instantly breaking out on his forehead. Hirulik was urgently summoned. After an examination, he wrapped Old Barry's waist in thick bandages and warned him that he must rest in bed and avoid any major movements. "But the training?" Old Barry grew anxious. "We've got the training." Hans patted his chest. Quote, "Old man, you just give orders from the side. We guarantee we'll practice every movement to perfection." Thus, the subsequent training sessions turned into Old Barry leaning on a lounge chair, hissing in pain while providing remote guidance through words. Hans and Leon's coordination became increasingly seamless. From their initial clumsy cooperation, they eventually reached a point where they could smoothly move and turn the Skylark within the harbor, and occasionally even drift using the strong sea winds. A few days later, their operational training was basically proficient, and it was time to decide on the candidates for the trip to the Sky Island. That evening, the Swordfish's dining hall was temporarily used as a meeting room. Everyone knew that although the Skylark's interior was designed to be extremely spacious, it didn't mean they could take over 100 people. Excessive weight would severely affect takeoff performance and navigational safety. Sammy sat in the head seat, looking at everyone gathered in the dining hall, and spoke directly. "Everyone knows the situation with the ship. The Skylark is not the Swordfish. We can't take everyone. This means a large group of people will have to stay behind to guard the ship. Similarly, not all the executives can go. So we have to make a choice. Who goes, and who stays? The silence lasted only a second. The boss definitely has to go, that goes without saying. Aldo was the first to shout, then jerked his thumb toward himself. Then I definitely have to go. I'll go wherever the boss goes. Besides, how can such a big occasion happen without me? Before he could finish, a silent figure had already stood quietly behind his chair. Aldo grinned and threw a large arm around Sargon's shoulder. Look, my apprentice is here too. The two of us are a package deal. Marcus crossed his arms and snorted. The situation on the Sky Island is unknown. As the second-ranked primary combatant on the ship, I naturally must go to ensure the captain's and the passage's safety. He pointedly glanced at Aldo. Compared to some people who only know brute force, someone with brains is needed to keep watch. Screw you. Who gave you the title of second? Aldo glared. That's enough. Sammy raised his hand to stop the argument from escalating. Hans, Leon, you two are the pilots. You must go. Sammy's gaze turned to the old man on the lounge chair. According to our prior agreement, Mr. Oldberry must board the ship. Oldberry was so excited he tried to sit up, but he aggravated his back injury and hissed in pain. Good, thank you, Captain. Then Hirulik must follow as well, Sammy said, looking at the ship doctor who was writing and drawing in a notebook. Ah, I have to go too? Hirulik was stunned and adjusted his glasses. The old man's back injury needs constant care. In high-altitude flight, where air pressure and temperature change suddenly, unknown illnesses might be more troublesome than known enemies. You have to go, just in case. All right, for the safety of the old man and everyone else. I'll go prepare plans for high-altitude sickness and emergency medical care right away. Good, Sammy nodded. Quote, now, we have me, Aldo, Sargons, Marcus, Oldberry, Hirulik, Hans, and Leon. 8 people. His gaze turned to the remaining people. Isaac, what are your thoughts? Isaac, who had been silent, looked up. Captain, I'll stay. The swordfish needs someone to oversee it. Sammy gave him a deep look and nodded. All right, the swordfish and the brothers staying behind are in your hands. Kyla took over the conversation. Isaac is right. If we all leave, it'll be too dangerous with only these young ones left on the ship. So I'll stay too. Alberto nodded silently from the side, pointed at himself, and then at the deck beneath his feet, clearly indicating that he would also stay to watch the home. Fitch stood up at this moment. Captain, I want to go to the Sky Island. My marksmanship should be useful in long-range and complex environments. Plus, I'm used to dealing with unexpected situations. Sammy thought for a moment. Okay, you're in. As soon as he finished speaking, the crew members in the dining hall, who had been quiet, suddenly erupted into a commotion. The assignments for the executives had been decided. All that remained were the precious slots for the crew members. Going to the Sky Island, this might be the only chance in their entire lives. Captain, let me go. Captain, pick me. I have good eyes. I'm great at lookout and reconnaissance. Take me with you. Captain, I've dreamed of flying since I was a kid. And me. Pick me. For a time, please rose one after another, and almost everyone stood up. The dining hall was instantly filled with clamor. Aldo was a bit overwhelmed by the scene and scratched his ear. Whoa, everyone's so enthusiastic. Enthusiasm is a good thing, but we can't fit too many people. After a thorough selection process, the number of people going to the Sky Island was finally set at 18. Sammy stood up, his gaze sweeping over everyone who had been chosen and those staying behind. Those staying behind, look after our ship. I'll use the Den Den Mushi to call you once we reach the Sky Island. Don't slack off while I'm away. Those going to the Sky Island, get yourselves ready. We depart in 3 days. Yes. 88. Number 88 Cloud Sea Landing. Chapter 88. Landing on the Sea of Clouds. 3 days later, the moment for the Skylark to set sail finally arrived. All supplies were firmly secured within the cabins, ensuring they wouldn't shift even during violent turbulence. The main sail, tail sail, wings, winch system, all facilities had undergone one final inspection. Before departing, Sammy called Kyla aside. After we leave, the swordfish will be in your hands. Keep the remaining brothers in check and try to stay low-key on the island. Don't cause trouble. Most importantly, before we return, it's best not to be targeted by the Marines. Most of the executives are away now, so if something really happens, the pressure on you will be immense. Kyla nodded and said, I understand, boss. Rest assured, I'll keep everyone in line and ensure the swordfish remains safe and sound. Sammy patted his shoulder and said no more. The Skylark was slowly steered out of the harbor, rounded the cape, and arrived at the western side of Lyashida Island. This was a completely different world from the serene harbor. The never-ending, violent westerlies howled continuously, whipping up seawater to crash against the cliffs, shattering into a sky full of white foam. This wind, it's too much. Aldo gripped the ship's railing tightly, feeling like even breathing was a struggle. We need to borrow its power, Old Barry said, protected by Sammy at his side. Quote, only this kind of wind can push the ship through the resistance and onto the high-speed sky route. The Skylark gradually adjusted its direction. Directly ahead of the bow was the vertical cliff on the western side of Lyashida Island. Now's the time. Old Barry's voice was exceptionally loud, filled with excitement that had been suppressed for decades. Hans Leon, full sails, adjust the wing membrane angle to the maximum lift position, aim for the cliff, full speed ahead. Understood. Hans and Leon glanced at each other, took a deep breath, and pushed the control levers simultaneously. The Skylark's slender, streamlined hull shuddered slightly. The main sail was instantly filled by the westerlies, and the tail sail adjusted its angle to provide initial thrust. This vessel, born for the sky, instantly surged to an incredible speed, turning into an arrow shot from a bow as it charged toward that cliff. The fierce westerlies were no longer resistance but had become the most powerful boost. The cliff rapidly grew larger in their field of vision, the oppressive feeling of death rushing toward them. We're going to crash, we're going to crash. Hold steady now. Pull the lever, press down the trailing edge of the wing membrane, lift the bow. Veins popped on Hans's forehead as he used all his strength to push the main control lever. Leon stared intently at the angle scale of the side wings, making fine adjustments. Hold on, Sammy shouted sharply. Quote, everyone, hold tight, we're taking off. Just an instant before the bow was about to hit the rock face, the Skylark's hull shuddered slightly. Using the terrifying forward speed and the angle adjustment, it actually broke free from the sea surface at the critical moment. The bow suddenly rose high, and in a posture that almost defied common sense, it began to sprint upward against the steep rock face. Except for Hans and Leon, who were secured in their pilot seats by seatbelts, everyone else gripped the cabin wall handrails tightly. Sammy shielded Old Barry in his arms with one hand and tightly gripped the strap of the main mast's base with the other. Boom! The sound of waves crashing suddenly receded, and their field of vision rapidly rose. The outline of the island shrank drastically beneath them. The harbor, windmills, and town became insignificant specks. Everyone felt a powerful force pinning them against the deck or cabin walls, as if their blood were flowing backward. We were flying. Leon stared ahead, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Don't relax, we're on the high-speed sky route. Old Barry, though pale from the turbulence, still stared intently ahead. Hans, Leon, keep the direction steady. You must not deviate from this wind path. This is too much, I can't see the road at all. Aldo tried hard to open his eyes wide, but before him, there were no reference points except for the rapidly flowing blurred scenery and the increasingly thin azure. Go by feel, Old Barry shouted. Quote, piloting a heaven-ascending boat is 70% wind power and 30% the helmsman's intuition. Trust the ship. Feel the wind. This is the hardest step in the climb. Hans's back was already soaked with cold sweat, although he had heard the old man explain the concept of the high-speed sky route repeatedly during training. Actually being in it, piloting a ship upward through a void, the panic of losing all visual references almost overwhelmed Hans. He could only stare intently at the instruments before him in the empty path ahead, trying to catch traces of the road from the wind speed, the ship's tremors, and the feedback from the control lever. Should I go left a bit? Hans muttered to himself, as if sensing that the wind pressure on the right was slightly stronger. At this moment, when his nerves were strained to the limit, a gentle male voice abruptly sounded in his ear, strangely drowning out all the wind and roaring. No, just keep it like this. The voice came so suddenly that Hans shuddered, and as if possessed, he stopped his fingers from moving the control lever. Okay, he responded in a low voice subconsciously. Strangely enough, after this brief instruction, the churning anxiety and panic in Hans's heart were actually smoothed over a bit. He began to focus more on adjusting his breathing and following that feeling. Clouds, there are clouds ahead, Fitch shouted through the observation window. Directly ahead, a vast and thick layer of clouds appeared, and in the center of the clouds, there was a huge hole torn open by the violent airflow. It's a gap opened by the skyway. Old Barry's voice carried excitement. Quote, we're on the right track now, go through it. The Skylark plunged headlong into the vast white cloud hole. In an instant, the surroundings were enveloped in milky white fog, with only the sound of the wind remaining. A few seconds later, they broke through the clouds, and the view before them suddenly opened up to an even clearer high altitude. However, just as everyone was about to breathe a sigh of relief, the upward thrust began to noticeably weaken at this moment. The ship's speed slowed down, and it even began to experience some turbulence. What's happening? Quote, not enough power? Quote, did we deviate from the skyway? Quote, Mama, I'm going to fall. Thud. A dull and soft impact was felt from the bottom of the ship, accompanied by a strange swaying. The Skylark had stopped. Inside the cabin, there was dead silence, save for everyone's heavy breathing. Did we land? Hirulik asked softly and uncertainly. Aldo was the first to react, letting go of the handrail and rushing toward the cabin door. Let's go out and see. Everyone stumbled onto the deck and was immediately struck speechless by the sight before them. White, a boundless sea of pure white clouds stretched to the end of their vision. They were moored steadily atop this layer of clouds. Above them was a sky so azure it seemed almost unreal, with sunlight spilling down unimpeded, illuminating this deserted yet magnificently pure white world. After a brief silence, ecstatic cheers erupted like a volcano. Several crew members who had been huddled together previously were on the deck, letting out meaningless shouts at the magnificent sea of clouds all around. Wow! The entire process, from the sprint to the landing, had actually lasted only a few minutes, yet it felt as long as having gone through a cycle of life and death. We succeeded. Ha ha ha. Inside the cockpit, a massive sense of exhaustion and lingering fear washed over Hans, followed immediately by uncontrollable joy. He slowly loosened his fingers from the control lever, only to find them still trembling slightly and uncontrollably. Hans looked at Leon beside him and saw that his face was also pale. Not bad, Leon. Hans managed to give Leon a thumbs up. As expected of an executive, you've got guts. When the ship took off, I was scared to death, but you actually managed to observe and command without flinching. If you hadn't reminded me to maintain the direction, I might have really messed up the adjustments. Leon was wiping cold sweat from his forehead with his sleeve. Hearing this, he froze and turned his head in confusion. Huh? But I didn't say anything? I was terrified too in that situation. Just staring at the instruments and the front took all my energy. How could I have had the mind to command? Hans's hand stopped in mid-air. Then that voice just now. He looked at Leon's confused face and could only shake his head in bewilderment. Alright, maybe I was too nervous and misheard. 89. Number 89 Sky Island Law Lesson 1 Chapter 89 The first lesson of Sky Island's laws. Arriving at the Sea of Clouds, the boundless world of pure white before them left everyone briefly speechless, followed by a sky-shaking cheer. Clouds, they're really clouds. Are we really sailing on top of clouds? Quote, several crew members rushed to the gunwale and reached out, cautiously touching the dense, sea-like water below, only to find a strange texture that was moist and soft to the touch. More people crowded around excitedly. Some even found oars and wooden sticks to tentatively poke at the sea of clouds. The stick sank in easily with almost no resistance, as if inserted into a liquid, and the cloud layer flowed with it. Hey, these clouds actually have a feel to them? It feels just like water? Let me try. Aldo pushed through the crowd, grabbed a harpoon, and threw it hard into the sea of clouds. The harpoon spun and vanished silently into the cloud layer, without even a splash being kicked up, not even a plop. This stuff seems a bit different from water. Can this stuff actually support a ship? Even the usually steady Marcus couldn't help but be curious. He drew Ransakura and lightly sliced the tip of the blade across the cloud surface. The blade sank in without any obstruction. When he pulled it back, the blade was covered in wet dew, but the cloud surface left no trace at all, as if it had never been touched. It's amazing even common sense on Sky Island is different from down below. On the deck, the crew members ran around shouting and yelling. Some even lay on the gunwale trying to scoop up a handful of cloud water, while others shouted into the distance, listening to their echoes dissipate in the boundless world of pure white. Sammy also walked to the bow and took a deep breath. Air with a strange freshness flooded his lungs as he gazed at this world that transcended imagination. However, the high spirits did not last long. The movements of several crew members who were shouting and jumping suddenly slowed down. Their faces turned pale, and they clutched their chests as they slowly sat down. It was like the first domino falling. One after another, more people began to feel difficulty breathing, as if a giant rock were pressing on their chests. Aldo shook his head, feeling that the pure white world before him was swaying slightly. Even Sammy felt a sudden surge of heart palpitations, and a slight throbbing pain came from his temples. Thump, thump. A few crew members with weaker stamina collapsed directly onto the deck, gasping for air. What's happening? Enemy attack? Quote, Hans and Leon, who had just been in the wheelhouse, saw this scene and their expressions changed drastically as they rushed out immediately. Aldo managed to raise a hand and wave it. No enemy, just chest is tight, can't catch my breath. Sammy knelt on one knee, enduring the dizziness. He began to adjust his breathing, feeling the subtle changes as his body gradually adapted. The altitude is too high, and the air is too thin. Don't panic, everyone. Adjust your breathing slowly and give your bodies some time to adapt. Under his comfort, everyone gradually calmed down and followed the instructions to take slow, deep breaths. Sure enough, the feeling of suffocation slowly eased over time. Aldo recovered the fastest, and his reckless energy returned. He yanked open the buttons of his shirt. I was suffocating, I'm fine now. This sea of clouds looks interesting. Anyone want to go down for a few laps? A Sky Island pool, this might be the only chance in our lives. With him taking the lead, several energetic crew members were also eager to try and began taking off their coats. Hey you guys. Bang bang bang. Sammy flashed forward and unceremoniously gave Aldo and the others who were about to undress a sharp, clean flick to the forehead. Ow, that hurts. What do you mean, swimming? Sammy glared at them irritably. Quote, use your brains, this is the sea of clouds. There's no seabed below if you swim too far or dive too deep. What will happen if you fall? All of you, behave yourselves. Sorry boss, I was wrong. Aldo clutched his head and withered, and the others quickly put their clothes back on. Sammy stopped paying attention to these clowns and turned to Hans. Hans, check the log pose. Has it captured the magnetic force of Sky Island? Hans looked down at the log pose on his wrist and saw that the needle was trembling slightly, pointing toward a certain direction deep within the sea of clouds. Boss, yes, the pointer is reacting. Very good. Sammy's spirits lifted. Quote, adjust the course immediately and proceed at full speed in the direction of the pointer. Sammy looked around. Where's Old Barry? Where is the old man? Captain Old Barry is here, a crew member's voice came from the cabin entrance. Quote, his condition isn't right, he's not responding no matter how we call him. Sammy's expression changed, and he immediately rushed into the cabin. He saw Old Barry curled up on a mat in the corner, his face flushed and his breathing weak, already in a semi-conscious state. Hirula coming, the ship doctor arrived carrying his medical kit. He quickly checked Old Barry's pupils, pulse, and temperature, and his expression turned solemn. He has a high fever. It should be acute altitude sickness, and the symptoms are very severe. He's old, his bodily functions have declined, and his tolerance for low pressure and oxygen-deprived environments is much worse than ours. Is there a way? Before we set out, I specifically studied high-altitude illnesses and prepared medications and plans. Hirulik opened his medical kit without hesitation, taking out several specialized medicine bottles and a simple infusion set. Quote, we need to give him medicine immediately. I hope it can stabilize him. He nimbly performed disinfection and prepared the medicine. The light blue liquid flowed drop by drop into Old Barry's blood vessel through a transparent, flexible tube. Hans, don't slow down. Head toward Sky Island at full speed, Sammy ordered Hans, who had followed him in, his gaze returning to Old Barry. We need to find Sky Island as soon as possible. Under Hiruluk's careful treatment and the effect of the medicine, about half an hour later, Old Barry's rapid breathing gradually leveled out, and the flush on his face faded somewhat. His eyelashes flickered a few times, and he slowly opened his eyes. His vision was blurred for a moment before focusing on the faces of Hirulik, who was adjusting the drip rate, and Sammy and the others who were gathered around. He felt the cold, strange sensation on his arm and saw the tube that was delivering the medicine. Hey, cough cough, he smiled weakly. Quote, truly this old man is useless. In the end I still cause trouble for everyone. Don't talk, old man. Sammy pressed down on his shoulder as he tried to lift it. Quote, rest well. The medicine is very effective. Hirulik said you'll be fine after you stabilize for a bit longer. We are proceeding at full speed and will reach Sky Island soon. Sky Island, are we reaching Sky Island? A faint spark lit up in Old Barry's cloudy eyes as he tried to recall. If the location of Sky Island hasn't changed too much according to the records after passing through this sea of clouds, the next island should be called Alamak Island. 90. Number 90. A surprise attack under the cover of calm. Chapter 90. Raid beneath the calm. Bulu bulu, bulu bulu on the deck of the Swordfish. The unique calling sound of a den den mushi rang out. Kyla, who was leaning against the ship's railing enjoying the warm sunshine of Lyashida Island, snapped back to his senses and reached out to pick up the receiver. Kacha. The den den mushi's appearance changed rapidly, mimicking Sammy's looks and expression. Hello, Kyla? This is Sammy. Boss Sammy. Kyla's spirits lifted. Quote, how's the situation on your end? The Sammy image mimicked by the den den mushi revealed a smile. We've successfully crossed the knock-up stream and landed smoothly on the White Sea. The log pose is reacting, and we're heading toward the first target island. How are things with you? Kyla glanced into the distance. Isaac was leading some of the brothers in physical training at the dock area, while nearby, several energetic crew members were borrowing surfboards from the islanders, playing happily in the harbor and splashing water everywhere. Everything is normal here, boss, Kyla laughed. Quote, Isaac and some of the guys are training and handling supplies, while the rest of us are, well, just having a bit of fun. He chose his words carefully. Oh, it sounds like you're all quite leisurely. Sammy's voice carried a hint of teasing. Well, since we have to wait for you guys to come back, we have to find something to do. Kyla laughed too. Quote, on the other hand, you guys on the Sea of Clouds should be car. His words suddenly stopped, because from the Den Den Mushi's end, a faint but urgent cacophony of noise could be heard, seemingly mixed with exclamations and some kind of muffled impact. Boss, what's that sound on your end? The Sammy image mimicked by the Den Den Mushi seemed to tilt its head to listen, then turned back. Ah, it's nothing, nothing. A small situation cropped up here, no big deal. Anyway, let's leave it at that for now. Keep in touch, and wait for our return. Understood, Kyla replied, though he felt a slight sense of doubt in his heart. Gotcha. The call ended, and the Den Den Mushi returned to its original state, letting out a lazy yawn. Kyla put down the receiver and looked toward the western sky, where nothing could be seen except white clouds. A small situation, huh, he whispered to himself, then shook his head. Quote, with the boss there, nothing will go wrong. Shifting focus to the Sea of Clouds, aboard the Skylark. Look behind us, what is that thing? It's charging over. My god, what a huge shadow. It's a monster fish in the Sea of Clouds. The crew members were gathered at one side of the ship, pointing behind and shouting in alarm. The rest of the crowd looked in that direction and saw a massive shadow breaking through the pure white surface of the sea not far behind the Skylark, chasing them at an incredible speed. It was a massive fish, estimated to be nearly 30 meters long, with a flat and broad body. Its skin was a grayish-white similar to the Sea of Clouds, covered in strange spiral patterns. It had no obvious fins. Instead, it had several pairs of wide, membrane-like winged limbs that moved with exceptional flexibility through the clouds. It was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it had already caught up to a position parallel with the Skylark, its massive shadow looming over one side of the hull, and Sargans was currently standing by the railing on that side, seemingly lost in a daze. The shadow completely covered him. Sargans seemed to sense something and slowly raised his head. On the lowered head of the flat monster fish, two massive, emotionless yellowish-brown eyes met his gaze directly, eye to eye. In the next second, without any warning, the monster fish opened its giant mouth filled with fine, sharp teeth and lunged toward Sargans at the railing. Get out of the way, Sargans, don't just stand there. Sargans, get back. However, Sargans, who had been motionless, looked at the rapidly approaching bloody maw that was large enough to swallow him and the railing in one bite. In those eyes that usually appeared hollow, something seemed to flash. Attack range. Just as the giant mouth was about to snap shut, Sargans moved. He didn't dodge backward. Instead, to everyone's surprise, he gripped the heavy iron bar Aldo had given him for practice with one hand and kicked off the deck with both legs. Instead of retreating, he charged straight toward the monsterfish's biting maw. Sargans, don't go there. Bang! A dull, tooth-aching sound of impact rang out. Sargans' seemingly clumsy yet terrifyingly powerful swing landed solidly on the side of the monsterfish's protruding snout. The massive force caused the monsterfish's momentum to veer off. Its head knocked to the side as it let out a strange cry of pain. Using the force of the recoil, Sargans flipped in midair and actually leapt over the railing, falling toward the churning sea of clouds below. The monsterfish, having taken such a heavy blow, showed a fierce light in its eyes. It whipped its body around, its massive frame turning flexibly in the sea of clouds as its winged limbs churned up large waves of clouds, once again opening its giant maw to charge at the falling Sargans. For a moment, above the sea of clouds, one man and one fish actually began to clash right next to the Skylark. Although Sargans' figure appeared tiny before the behemoth, the power with which he swung the iron bar was astonishing. Every collision with the monsterfish's body produced a heavy thud, causing the surrounding cloud vapor to roll. The battle ended faster than expected, likely because Sargans' unreasonable brute force had taken its toll. The monsterfish's movements stiffened after taking 7 or 8 heavy hits. It then let out a mournful cry, its massive body slowly tilting as it lost its vitality, floating on the surface of the sea of clouds and swaying slightly with the currents. By this time, Hans, who had noticed the anomaly, had already brought the Skylark to a slow stop. Sargans swam back through the sea of clouds and climbed back onto the deck via the rope ladder the crew members had lowered, dripping wet. As soon as he got up, Aldo rushed over and gave him a firm knock on the head. You brat! Aldo was both angry and anxious. Quote, you didn't take a single word, the boss said to Hart. I told you not to leave the ship, not to leave the ship, and you still jumped down. Is that thing something you can just jump down and fight randomly? Quote, Sargans' head lowered from the strike. He covered the spot where he was hit and slowly raised his head. There was still no obvious expression on his face, but his eyes silently watched the furious Aldo, then slowly turned toward Sammy, who had just arrived on deck. That's enough, Aldo, Sammy spoke, his gaze sweeping over Sargans and the floating corpse of the monsterfish in the distance. Quote, since he's fine and the result was resolving the trouble, we'll let it slide this time. He looked at Hans and Leon, Continue forward, set course for Alamak Island. Yes, boss. Hearing this, Aldo gave Sargans another fierce glare. HMPH, you're lucky this time, and you've made me proud too, but remember, without an order, you are not allowed to jump off the ship again, do you hear me? Quote, Sargans looked at him and slowly nodded. The crisis averted, the Skylark set sail once more. A few brave crew members gathered around Sargans, curiously eyeing his wet clothes and hair. Sargans, how was it? Swimming in the clouds, is there any difference from swimming in the sea? How did it feel? Sargans shook the water droplets from his hair. Hearing the question, he turned his head, his face still wearing that somewhat vacant expression. He opened his mouth, and in the end, only 2 dry words came out. A number. Then, holding the iron bar, he silently walked back to the corner behind Aldo where he usually stayed, sat down against the cabin wall, and returned to his state like a quiet shadow, as if the fierce man who had just jumped ship to fight a giant fish wasn't him. Leaving only a few crew members looking at each other, shaking their heads with a smile. This guy really is an oddball. If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel.